Welcome on in, Riftbounders. We are back at it one more time for the second day of the Tianjin Regional Open. We are down to those final 64 players. As I just posted, one of them being that crazy thing we saw at round number 7, the Lux Infinite Loop combo. Can they take it any bit further than this day 2? Of course, with me today is Mr. Plus. Join us for these first couple rounds. How are we feeling about day number 2 top cut, Mr. Plus?
Always excited to jump into day 2 where, champions are crowned. It's going to be fun to see how top 64 shakes out and hopefully get to see that Lux go a little bit further. It's been the talk of the town ever
Oh,
since
yeah.
that match last night.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was me and Aguito late in the evening slash early in the morning, depending on where you are around the world. We couldn't believe what we were watching. We were like, "What is going on?" Because I was kind of giving it to him a little bit. Because I'm like, "All right, you're at one point. You're drawing all these cards, but there's only really one way to win in Riftbound is you have to conquer battlefields and you have to get all the way to victory score of 8, right?" But boy, did he prove me wrong. He brought out that Renata and then looped it over and over again. Granted, he only did it one time, right? One time was enough for his opponent to realize exactly what was going on, and he just conceded from there. But that was cool. I wouldn't ever expected some kind of that level of innovation about midway through Riftbound Unleashed, right? Because usually the meta kind of gets solved around this midway point, but I'm excited that it hasn't been fully solved, and we might just still be near the beginning of things.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot of room to keep exploring because the meta's been so wide open. So many decks have been seeing success. So that kind of breeds confidence and players' willingness to go into the lab and start brewing stuff up like that. So it's really cool to see new things like that and how much of a impact it's already had in just a short amount of time. So many videos and flowcharts and explaining how it works and
Right.
getting people jazzed on just the capabilities or possibilities in this game.
Right, I was gonna put up the video, but I'm like, man, let me just get some rest so I'm fully refreshed for this day number 2. And luckily I did, because unfortunately NA45, who was supposed to join us for top 64 and top 32 rounds, feeling a little bit under the weather, so I'll be taking over for NA45. But much love to him. Hope he starts feeling a little bit better. But we're getting the distribution. Pretty much similar story being told as day number 1. Mastery in that number 1 spot with 12 decks converting into day number 2. Aurelia at 11. Diana not too far behind at 10. But an interesting little Yordle coming in as the 4th represented deck at 6 deck conversion. That's pretty good because Vex was sitting there around the 6th place in terms of overall representation. I'm impressed. 6 Vexes. I'm feeling kind of hype about Hartford now because I might be bringing Vex along.
I was gonna say you've still been practicing Vex, no? So this must
Mm-hmm.
be a pretty nice incentive to keep going at it. I think definitely Vex has the tools, and it's cool to see that the deck keeps getting improved upon and refined. So by the time we get to Hartford, maybe you'll have just the right list to take it all down.
Right. I'm excited. Looking at the tail end of that top 2, it looks like a couple single digits. So LeBlanc, weirdly enough, we used to see a LeBlanc a little bit higher up. She was the 4th most represented, but only a single conversion into day number 2, which kind of goes back to good old blue yellow converting issues. Ever since Victor, they were calling Victor the fraudest deck of all time, having a 3.3% conversion. Actually, at one point, it was like a 1% to 3% conversion for day 2. Hopefully, LeBlanc doesn't become that, because I am actually a good fan of LeBlanc. What do you think it is that she only had a single deck convert? Is it a pilot thing, like a skill issue out in China, or maybe people know how to play against it?
I think it probably is a combination of the two. LeBlanc has a big target on her back, so I'm sure most players have been in testing, putting a lot of reps against LeBlanc, checking their deck for it. So that's definitely one factor. But also piloting is another big deal with that deck. Even though it is a powerful deck, it is not, just a cookie cutter, play the same way every single game type of deck. And you do have to be able to think on your feet and move and adjust to the game plan that your opponent's presenting ahead of you. So, pilot skill does take a big factor in that as well. And we saw LeBlanc lose to Rumble, so clearly
True.
anything is possible.
You know, Mr. Bless, I went back and looked back at the recording of it. They actually didn't have a game two. I was like, okay, let's see what went down. Because if you guys
Yeah.
were with us last night, or maybe a late evening, wherever you are around, I don't know your guys' time zone, but it was my late night. They had a huge blackout over in the Chinese stream where it wasn't on our side, but we couldn't see the game. But when they finally did show us the game, it already was a 2-0 Rumble defeating the LeBlanc, like Mr. Plus said, but there actually wasn't a game. I looked back. I think the player either conceded, got disqualified or something. That's why I went really
Hmm.
fast, and I recognize these players, Mr. Plus. Let's go ahead and join them. Guys, if you're just hopping into the stream, we are down to the final 64 players. So this is technically still Swiss round number 8, but there's only 64 players, so it's essentially top 64, and it looks like we're starting the party very similar to day number 1. It might just very well be a MF Aurora, but let's see what's on the other side of the table here.
MMF definitely more than likely going to be an Aurora deck. So now who do we have at the other side of the table is going to be Kaisa. So we have an Origins matchup for the ages. We saw this matchup so much back in set 1, Kaisa versus MF. So let's see how different this matchup fares now with the addition of 2 new sets with both Spirit Forged and Unleashed.
Right, back in the day, I mean, Kaza did have to play a bit against Aurora, but it wasn't at the hands of a MF Misfortune Aurora. It's actually the Master Yi variant because it was Dead Bloom Predators, White Flame Protectors, things like that. But these days, this is a whole different ballpark, right? This is Elder Dragons coming down, Mind Splitters coming down. So it might be a little bit harder for Kaiser to deal with. But on that same note, Kaiser did get some new tools, right? Turn to Dust is a blue spell or gear removal, I should say. So I don't think this is a terrible matchup for Kaiser.
Yeah, Turn to Dust has been a huge boon for mine decks to have some cheaper answers to gear that is. And of course, Kaisa always had access to Thermo Beam, but it is a costly card and a little bit slow. Not to mention it can mess up your own board of any gears should you be rocking any type of gear like, say, Longsword or anything like that. You know, we probably won't see that from the likes of a Kaisa, but it's worth mentioning that Thermo Beam does have that unilateral destruction of all of your you and your opponent's gear. But in any case, we did see quite a few additions in the red-blue card pool provided by the Rumble yesterday, and now we'll get to see how they fare for Kaisa, who's going to be playing a little bit different or probably spell-heavy version of the deck, not as many units, not having to have the mechs like Rumble does.
You know, on paper, it looks a bit problematic for Kaiser because if
Oh,
you think about it,
there was
things
a
that work
Longsword.
well against MF are things like spells that bounce it back to hand, like Starcross, like Rebuke, and then, of course, counter potential, like Not So Fasting the Elder Dragon. Kaiser doesn't have access to neither of those things. You have to do just raw kill spells, and we're talking about trying to take down these big, high-mighted units, right? Trying to Falling Star a 7-might Mind Splitter doesn't work as well. Trying to just do kill spells against the Elder Dragon doesn't necessarily work out the way you would imagine as well. So I think this is going to be a rather tough thing for Kaiser to do, but she made it this far. Maybe she has something in mind that we can't really think of at the moment. Or can you think of kind of good cards in the Kaiser build that do fare well against MF?
I'm not sure about maybe in the main board. I'm definitely thinking of a few cards that come in from the sideboard in games 2 and 3 that could be big help for Kaisa in this matchup. But did actually see, ironically enough, a longsword in the opening hand of Kaisa. She mulliganed it away, ended up with a Time Warp instead. And Time Warp is another one of those tools that can be the way to win in this game 1 against Aurora. If you're able
Mm-hmm.
to speed yourself up in that point tempo, we did get to land a turn. We're going first. We got to land a turn 1/2 drop. If we can keep up the momentum and keep up the pace and score 2 points every turn as much as possible, by the time that Aurora comes down, if we're in that position to be able to drop a Time Warp and shut the door before the Aurora can run away with the game, there could be a window for our Kaisa player to get there.
I like it. You bring up a really good point. Kaza does have the advantage in terms of going a little bit speedier. And then if she gets to that position, if she has enough rooms, we do know she does have access to Time Warp where you don't even allow your opponent to play the game they had in mind. Another potential out to those bigger units are things like the Watcher. If Elder Dragon's down, it doesn't really matter the damage being done, of course, but if it's any other unit, that does help you a little bit. But MF just doing things as much as you can to slow down the tempo of Kai'Sa, even invest in that little flurry of blades. Usually you see it for a little bit bigger units, but hey, if it's against a one-minded sentry, might as well get it done. As pretty much effective as a Gus, I would say.
Yeah, now seeing triple ramp spells off the stack deck for MF. So what flavor of ramp are we going with? Catalyst or Mobilize? More than likely took one of the catalysts. Yeah, it looks like Catalyst was the choice. Do have an Abandon in hand as well. Got to keep that in mind going forward. Abandon is one of the best cards for dealing with something like a Time Warp.
Right. You spend so much resources on that Time Warp just to get it abandoned. Of course, it goes back in hand, but the damage has already been done. But first point's going in the direction of Kai'Sa. With that Kai'Sa Survivor, draw an additional card. But honestly, I feel like MF Aurora already just a turn away from that infamous Dazzling Aurora. This might have been just a tad bit too slow, as she just has their first point on the board. Probably doesn't have any further accelerated options to double conquer on this turn. So let's see what they have in mind, because right now, did we see if there was actually a Dazzling Aurora in hand for MF? Because I don't believe we saw it, actually.
I don't think I saw one yet, and we did dig with the stack deck, did not find it, so getting a little bit closer to it should it be nearby, but as of yet, I don't believe it is available, and we actually see double Time Warp in hand for Kai'Sa right now, so not probably going to be able to resolve back-to-back Time Warps, but there is a world where that is the victory condition. But that early defensive posturing from Miss Fortune, using the early flurry of blades, like you mentioned, just to stop that point tempo in the second turn of the game, is definitely giving our Kai'Sa player a problem to have to overcome now, being only at 1 point and already having MF on Aurora mana, as invert timelines is going to be the play here. Really needs to dig deep for that Aurora.
I think this is a fantastic play. If you look at the hand of the MF, she had 2 Elder Dragons in the hand. Of course, Kai'Sa already up to 8 cards in hand, so dividing it by half, essentially. So down goes the Kai'Sa's hand, and new 4 cards for each player. Drew into the third one. This is the one downside of running these kind of not high rolly builds like an Aurora build, but when you do have the unfortunate luck where you do draw all your Elder Dragons and you don't see your Dazzling Auroras, how are you ever going to play them? I guess you go the good old-fashioned way of having enough runes to deploy them. But right now, there's 2 in the discard and 1 in the hand, and no Dazzling Aurora to be seen. I think people are, maybe non-fans of Dazzling Aurora, feeling pretty happy about it right now.
Yeah, and for all of our expounding upon the potential of Time Warp for Kai'Sa, now both Time Warps went to the bin thanks to that invert timelines, and not sure that they'd be running all 3 copies, but in any case, that's 2 of them gone now, and now the second flurry of blades coming down for our Miss Fortune player, and getting a little bit extra value thanks to Kai'Sa's Void Gate is actually going to be able to take out that Lecturing Yordle.
Yeah, not too shabby. Usually just that 1 ping of damage. Doing 2, as you mentioned, from that Void Gate. Passes back over. And, MF Aurora is giving as much breathing room as you possibly can against an Aurora deck. But Kai'Sa just hasn't been able to capitalize too much. So Kai'Sa Survivor able to hold up to 2 points, but I feel like you need to go a little bit faster than that. She almost needs another Kai'Sa Survivor in hand to go ahead and conquer and then just start threatening the double hold potential. But at the minimum, at least you get a Yordle, you get a nice little card generated, and then you start establishing a bit of backline. So from here on out, you are able to threaten a 3-turn clock. 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8 is what they have in mind. Can they go ahead and execute that game plan before we see the Dazzling Aurora come down? Because 1 more turn, and at minimum, an Elder Dragon will come down.
We have to be so close to this Dazzling at this point as well. I mean, after a stack deck, maybe, or a Scryer's Orb, invert timelines. This is now our second copy of Lunar Eclipse, or the discard draw 2, and finally there it is off the top. Drew into the Aurora. Unfortunately, not enough runes to deploy it this turn, is just gonna elect to now instead throw down the Mind Splitter to tap out and put us back down to 8 runes, but that's okay because next turn we'll be back up to 10 and able to put down the Aurora and maybe start clawing our way back into this game.
Right, if this was the good old traditional Sivir Aurora we've seen in the past, that would be all the units gone from the deck. Most Sivir's main board are 3 Elder Dragon, 1 Mind Splitter, right? She has all Elder Dragons out of the deck, and this is the 1 Mind Splitter. So if MF is playing very similar to Sivir, there might not be too many units left in the deck to go ahead and utilize that Dazzling Aurora. I'm willing to bet maybe there's at least 1 Mind Splitter in the deck, but I don't think Aurora is going to be as valuable as we've seen in the past, as it usually is deployed a bit earlier than this position. But we'll see. I mean, if he plays Aurora, then he obviously knows there's at least 1 more unit in the deck. But I would imagine there's not too many left, especially we know there's no Elder Dragons left. So having to rely on something like the Heedless Resurrection a little bit later on, just the hard cast potential from Elder Dragon, or a last right as well, but you still have to pay for the dragon, so it's a little tricky. Definitely in a tough spot.
Yeah, and we actually saw the 3rd Time Warp get drawn off the progress day, so this list does run all 3 Time Warps. So this Time Warp is back on the menu. Now we're throwing down the Falling Star to take out the Mind Splitter in tandem with the Stupefy, and you make a good point that we did already potentially go through all of the units available for Misfortune, and not sure entirely how many last rites these lists are playing now, but there was a last rites in hand prior to the invert timeline, so 1 last rites has already gone to the bin as well. So in desperate need of a way to recycle these units from the trash to get the Dazzling Aurora value, and if can't find that, then this might be over, especially since I guess we also have to consider that if there's no units, there's nothing to attach the shovel to, so there's no way to get that recycle.
Yeah, there's no way of finishing the game. We saw a different win condition last night, but here we go, boys and girls. Dazzling Aurora hitting the board for the first time in this game number 1 of this top 64 match. For anyone wondering, how can you tell if it's game 1, game 2? If you guys look at the middle overlay, there's these little tiny markers next to the Riftbound ranks of these players. That means if there's a highlighted mark on them, that means there's a game 1 on each side. So right now they're blank, so this is just the very first game of the day. Once we see one of these players take a game, you'll see one of those actually filled in on the square. So it's right there in the middle UI for anyone wondering.
Okay, and now actually a 2nd Mind Splitter was in the list, so this MF player opting not to go for the very lean 4 minion build with only 1 Mind Splitter and 3 Elders, has 2 Mind Splitters in the main, so able to get the 2nd one off of the Dazzling Aurora here. Now just needs to find a last rites, which we did see revealed off of the Dazzling Aurora trigger, which means it was shuffled and then put to the bottom after the recycle. So probably quite a ways away from seeing that copy again. Now if there's a 3rd copy somewhere remaining in the rest of the deck, I'm gonna hope to see that very quickly. But if this is the last Mind Splitter and Arkaisa is able to take it down with a Falling Star plus Stupefy once again, we return to the problem of not having any units to equip the last rites to get that recycle.
Yeah, that Mind Splitter hitting the Time Warp impacted it a little bit more than you would imagine, because he also has a Get Excited in hand. If the Mind Splitter goes ahead and tries to push one of these battlefields, you can go ahead and Get Excited, pitch the Time Warp, do 10 damage onto the Mind Splitter, allowing you to hold for the win. In this position, he's not feeling that bad about it, though, because he still has some other units in the back line. But if he is, as you mentioned, able to take care of that Mind Splitter in the background right now, that should be a GG all she wrote, because there shouldn't be any more units left in the deck. Of Bellows Breath followed by a Falling Star should be the final straw that broke this MF Camel's back, and I think that's going to be Kaiser going up a single game in our top 64 round.
Yeah, unfortunately, MF needed a camel here to survive.
Right.
No camel anywhere in sight, so Mind Splitter gonna go to the bin. Looks like there's some kind of confusion on the paying of power cost. Guess they overlooked the fact that Kaisa paid for the Bellows Breath, and he paid a gold plus a red rune for the Falling Star, but seems to have been remedied now. And we're looking at a Empty board for our misfortune player with a dazzling Aurora in base, but more than likely no units remaining to play, except for potentially the third copy of Mind Splitter, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe too little too late at that point.
Oh yeah, you can't play that Mind Spirit directly onto the battlefield. If it was some good old Dead Bloom Predator of the set 1 variants, maybe. But now that he retrieves his units, kind of little muscle memory from set 1. You don't want to leave anything overextended if you don't necessarily need to. But now, seeing pretty much the writing on the walls, you don't have the 12 energy. You can't even hard cast the Elder Dragon. What can he go ahead and do this turn? Because right now, nothing is kind of ringing a bell what he could potentially do. Inverted timeline just to see some more cards, maybe, but that's realistically not going to be stopping any double conquer from Kaiser.
I did see a copy. Okay, he is going for the invert here. I was going to say, I saw a copy of the Harrowing in a revealed before, so potentially with 9 runes or 10 runes up, we could go for invert into Harrowing. But looks like we didn't draw it. Did draw a copy of Last Rites, but that'll be game 1 going to Kaisa. So kind of what we talked about, the path to victory for Kaisa was to try to get those points quickly and put the pressure on MF to find the Aurora, and did not find it on curve. And by the time they did finally get that established, it was too little too late. So good game from our Kaisa player.
Not too shabby. I mean, it seems like she's definitely comfortable in the matchup, but I will give it to it. I feel like MF, and we'll head back to the casting booth as well. I feel like MF did get a little bit unlucky. And real quick, now that we're on a slight little intermission, Mr. Plus, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback, I believe, from your mic. I know you had different mic settings today, but let me know if you can adjust that. Because chat, do you guys hear that every now and then? It's not happening every time. But every time I'm talking, I'm hearing like a little bit of something. Chat, let me know if you guys hear that too. If it's just me, then we'll be okay.
I think let's see.
It's not the biggest deal, but if there's something you could tweak, that would be awesome. But either way, that was a great match to start off the day. As I was saying, MF did get a little bit unlucky about things. I can only hear the voices in my head. All right, we should be good, Mr. Fuzz. We should be fine. Y'all are chilling. Okay, it might just be on my end then. So if no one hears what I'm hearing, then I'm perfectly chill about it as well. But you know, we misspoke a little bit. We said they were completely out of units. Of course, the champion zone is still there with the MF, so had the potential to accelerate something, attach a last right, but you still have to pay for the unit that got played from the last right? So it was still done. There wasn't truly an out there for MF.
I think that maybe, I didn't consider the fact that they had that unit in the bank to be able to attach the last rites to get the recycle to see one of those Elder Dragons off the top. So definitely heads up to keep that MF available and waiting for that inevitability. I know sometimes we've seen in the past where MFs will, if they don't have the Aurora early and they don't want to fall too far behind in that early mid game, they'll do an early deploy of the Chosen Champions MF to start attacking and trying to get some of that point tempo back, stem the bleeding a little bit. But in this case, just holding on to it in hopes that it could be used to buy us back into the game with a Elder Dragon after recycling was a good play line. Unfortunately, just didn't get to see that last rites.
Yeah, I think they did drew the last right, but after the inverted timeline, they just didn't have enough resources remaining. You can't play the MF at accelerated speed and the last right together. But there was a good little line, because then, right, as you mentioned, Mr. Plus, you return the Elder Dragon back into the hand, or back into the deck rather, and then you're able to go ahead and play off the Dazzling Aurora. And then things get interesting, right? You're defending for 5, you're defending for 10, so up to 15 might. And Kaiser already utilizing 2 Falling Stars, 1 Bellows Breath, a Stupefy. There's not a clear picture path to like pushing a unit back like a simple charm. You got to kind of just brute force your way over that battlefield. Maybe so if you were fortunate enough to actually... No, I was going to say if you just go for the whole game plan, but then last right would trigger again, allowing you to play another Elder Dragon next turn. So it could have got very interesting. It was actually a little bit closer than we're making it out to seem, because Kaza obviously 8-0'd the MF, But there's always that slight little turning point that once it's hit for these Aurora players, they kind of are able to stabilize and go ahead and return the favor ever so much so where you're just all the way from 8-0 and then you find a way to close out the game, which is crazy that they can do that.
Yeah. And some adjustments from the sideboard coming into game 2. I was thinking that there could I was not thinking about the use case for this prior, but the potential to actually utilize Smite to
True.
banish the units away so that they can't recycle them with last rites to be able to get them back with a Dazzling Aurora is a pretty interesting play line that you could see, since I believe I've seen quite a few Kai'Sas having some number of smites somewhere in their sideboard because of things like LeBlanc running around, but could have double use case here. Maybe a little bit niche, but something to consider as a way to get those cards away from the trash so they can't be recycled.
I want to see it. We haven't seen a Smite all regional series long for this season 3. I would imagine it's a decent card for the reasons you mentioned, right? LeBlanc doesn't want to see anything to do with a Smite, but you would have to what? You would Smite first and then do your kill spells like Falling Star to do the remaining of the damage?
Yeah, probably something like we saw in that last game where using the bellows or the stupefy to get that little bit of extra chip in to be able to kill one of these taller units, maybe being able to use smite in a similar fashion and then have the unit go to banish so it can't be recurred later. Especially since we didn't get to see it deployed in that first game, but this is a heedless resurrection variant in the MF list.
Right, we'll see if that comes into play a little bit down the road for this game number 2. A card we didn't see all game 1. It might have been a little bit of sideboard technology over here for MF was the Baron Nashor. Usually not the best, but sometimes it helps you close the gap on an aspirant climb on your own self, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes. It depends on your opponent, of course, but if your opponent has enough units, that is just another battlefield to add those points and kind of negating the fact that you do have to go all the way to 9 points in this aspirant climb game 2. So we'll see. Do you like Baron in this matchup here?
I think it can kind of be this additional turn buyer, I guess, in a way where you kind of, in the scenario like we saw last game where they're at the 6, they have this big base, they can easily come in for the double conquer. You throw out the Baron and now you have forced them to have to triple conquer in order to end the game, which of course is significantly harder when the Baron is in the way at the Baron pit as well. So I like it for that, buying just a little bit of extra time. And now we actually, didn't deploy it. I was expecting to see the sabotage come out there, given that we're on 8 runes, so this wouldn't throw us off of dazzling math for next turn. We definitely want to get that sabotage out before throwing down the dazzling aurora if possible, because we did see that Kai'Sa is already rocking a turn to dust in hand.
Right, I saw that as well, and I think this is still a correct line, right? Because as you mentioned, they're going 8, going to 10 next turn, Dazzling Aurora being 9, so you do get the additional draw for Kai'Sa's turn, so you do the Sabotage next turn, and then play out the Dazzling Aurora when you know for sure it's a little bit safe to do so. So we'll see. I still think it's okay. She's looking a whole lot better this game than she did in the previous game, where she actually has the Dazzling Aurora in hand. But we'll see. I don't think I saw a secondary turn to dust from our Kai'Sa player, so that could be very, very problematic. If that Dazzling Aurora comes down, there's every single unit left in the deck, minus the one Baron Nashor we talked about before. But, you know, back to that point real quick, I don't mind Baron Nashor the more I think about it, because we discussed in that game a camo itself wouldn't have been that bad. It's essentially a huge glorified camo. It's untargetable, but a whole lot more might and a whole lot more deadly. So I think a Baron Nashor is almost unkillable. Maybe a Watcher could do a little bit of something, but other than that, there's no true out against Baron. So I actually like this card in this matchup.
Yeah, Baron should be a pretty good card if we can see that resolved. Of course, it was binned for the Lunar Boon, and now Sabotage is coming out, like you said, saving it for this turn, getting rid of that turn to dust. And the Baron will need to be recycled from that trash in order to see the light of day from this Dazzling Aurora. Of course, No last rights available currently, or at least it doesn't look like it. So it might be a little bit, especially since we'll have to churn through quite a few units before we get there. But in any case, the first Dazzling Aurora of this game number 2 is down, and we'll see if we're going to hit the Mind Splitter or the Elder Dragon this time around. And having the ability to take out the Kaisa and probably this Poro more than likely, but no, it is going to be Mind Splitter instead. We already got to take a look at the hand once with Sabotage, but we're going to take another look, take one more card out of that
Kind of
hand.
pushes back the Minesweeper saying, whoa, 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 you're not at these battlefields just yet. Hitting it just third cards from the top, not too shabby. But honestly, as you mentioned, would much rather hit that Elder Dragon of course, just to kind of dwindle down these hold potentials from this Kaiser player. Because right now, she's going to be going up to 4, just about still, thanks to Aspirant Climb, 3 more turns away from closing out this game. So I still favor Aurora in this position just because she was able to go ahead and put it online pretty much as early as you can realistically, and there is just no gear interaction currently. A top deck turn to dust might be exactly what the Kaiser player needs, but without that, this thing is just going to slowly but surely spiral out of control. MF or Aurora plus maybe the champion or anything that hit off the Aurora next turn is just going to start building such a huge defensive wall on either of these battlefields that I don't think Kaiser is able to break through even with a double falling star. I guess perhaps something like a top deck watcher could help out a little bit down the road, but I'm not seeing it. She's lacking a little bit of the hand right now with just 3 cards remaining.
Yeah, we saw one of those falling stars be the choice for the Mind Splitter, and Time Warp in hand. Our MF player is aware that there is a Time Warp there. Singularity going to be the top deck draw for turn for our Kaisa player. No turn to dust just yet. We did potentially, or no, we did see in game 1 Progress Day come out from our Kaisa, so could try and hope to get another Progress Day resolve to dig deeper to find another turn to dust or some more answers to get our footing back in this game, as we are definitely looking a little bit more well positioned this go around for the MF player.
Yeah, and it looks like in preparation of the inevitable Elder Dragon most likely coming down this very next turn, just sending all the units in the back line so he could only go ahead and delete one of them, most likely targeting the Kaiser Survivor course. But first points of this series for MF actually going online right now, but Mobilize just making sure you have enough resources for a little bit down a little bit later on. But here we go, end the turn as soon as it started pretty much, and it is not an Elder Dragon, it's a Baron Nashor number 2. There's one in hand, one in the deck, so this is a little bit different than we've seen those Silver Aurora builds recently out in Sydney and out in Vancouver. They don't really play Baron Nashor. But MF Aurora, I think this makes sense only in the MF deck because you have the ganking capabilities from the Legend ability, right? You're giving ganking to Baron Nashor, which is untargetable, pretty much roaming free, if you will, on any of these battlefields. So I like it specifically in this Aurora variant with MF.
Yeah, with MF, it's so good. I mean, that ganking ability on Baron is so strong. We've seen in other variant or other lists that are running Chaos with Baron will play something like Tide Turner in order to try to give the ganking, pseudo ganking to the Baron, get it to attack over at these other battlefields, because that 12/12 untargetable body is just so difficult for so many decks, if not every deck in the format,
Right.
to be able to deal with. So something definitely
Oh.
going or a good inclusion, I think, in these decks, and especially in 2 copies. I was definitely surprised to see the second one come out, and now we get to see the Abandon and punish that Time Warp like we talked about in game 1, how Abandon is probably one of the best things you could have in hand when your opponent's going for that Time Warp. And here it effectively acts as time warping yourself, as now the Kaisa player has nothing left to spend on their turn. Just going to opt to move in, get gusted, move in again. Of course, this unit, once he passes turn, will just die to the Frozen Fortress ping. Will draw us a card, but definitely looking a lot more grim for Kaisa this go around after getting destroyed by an Abandon on that Time Warp. But
Yeah,
like you
so
said, that
much
means the
salt
Time
on
Warp
the
is right back in
wounds.
hand.
I'm almost tempted to go ahead and scoop it up GG off that abandon. Just a bit of a feels bad moment whenever you have to go send the time warp back to hand, but you already invested three entire body or mind runes just to go ahead and get it negated essentially. And to make matters worse, the gust not allowing you to do the simple conquer, having to go ahead and spend the sentry to do so. But as you mentioned, things are just heavily favoring the MF as of this current moment. Let's see if they
Triple
finally hit.
Baron.
And that's three Baron Nashers coming into the. I wonder, there's no world do you take your Elder Dragons out for the Baron, because we haven't seen Elder at all in this game number 2, but we have seen three Barons so far. This is interesting.
Yeah, that would be an interesting play line that I have not heard anyone discuss so far. Just completely swapping out Elder for Baron. Seems a little
Right. It
overzealous
doesn't
to
make
me,
sense.
but
I don't think so. But
yeah.
it could. No, I think they're just not hitting the Elder Dragon. More likely, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting units relatively close to the top for each one of these reveals, like 3 cards deep. So it's not like we're churning through a huge portion of the deck so far. So there is a likelihood that those elders just all kind of got clumped together towards the bottom of the deck. And now that we're out of Barons, more than likely that means the next Aurora will have to be an elder should those 3 still be in. I'm assuming some of these Mind Splitters would have been the things to come out for in favor of the Barons, but we are going to see another attempt at Time Warp, and this time it is hard bargained. So no love for these Time Warps from our Misfortune player. That's going to slam the door on this game number 2, and we get a game 3 out of our MFV Kaisa.
Right. Both of these games have been awesome to witness. Kaiser just running away with it in that game number 1. And then game number 2, just as we've seen Dazzling Auroras do time and time again, once they set up that Dazzling Aurora, it's just so hard to stop that Roaring engine from continuing on and gaining value turn after turn. So incredible stuff. Can Dazzling Aurora continue on this momentum and maybe go into that top 32 position? Or can Kaiser get lucky this time around like they did in game number 1? Or I guess in a way, can MF get a little unlucky per se? But we'll see. They had the turn to dust, but honestly, they needed to have 2 turn to dust. Or if they didn't hit that Mind Splitter, actually, it was a sabotage, right? So there was no workaround to get that turn to dust actually being able to play it out. But this is interesting. I wonder, Kaiser being on the play means she's able to kind of get those points rolling a little bit earlier. So that's obviously a good advantage. But can she go fast enough? Because as we mentioned, once you set up at least 2 bodies on each respective battlefield, that's the clock ticking for Misfortune. So if they can do that, and of course they don't hit that picture perfect turn 3 Dazzling Aurora on the draw, there might be a window of opportunity for Kaiser to get this one. If Aurora comes down and we don't see those interactions like we saw in game 2, I'm going to have to favor MF Aurora in this game 3. What about you, Mr. Puss?
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on the battlefield selection too, coming into this game number 3, whether or not this is a Kaisa player running something like Arena's Greatest to really try to speed it up in game number 3. Obviously, not being on the play, you usually don't want to run Arena's Greatest unless you're going, or in this case, they would be on the play. So yeah, going first on Arena's Greatest, getting that turn 2 drop, and being able to score to 2 on turn 2, already being on that even point parity, and then establish some more units in base. That's your best bet to try to turbo through and get to 8 as quickly as possible before that Aurora can get set up.
Right.
But obviously, there is that it is this weird conundrum where, like, when you're siding in hate for Aurora, you want to see it. That's why you're siding it in. But you're like, I want to see it at a very specific time. Because when you mulligan into it, you're like, cool, I saw my turn to dust in my opening hand. Let me hold on to that. And then it gets sabotaged away and you're sad. So
right.
it
You
is
want to
this
see it
weird
at the
conundrum where you're
top
like,
of
I
the
want to
deck.
see it, but I want to see it off the top
Right.
as my draw for turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see if that kind of pans out. And sometimes it does. The harder the card works in the favor of these guys. But for anyone just joining these Day 2 Top Cut stage stream, is no lucks just yet. This is the very first round of Day 2. So this is just the first game of this regional. So not any Luxes as yet, but we have confirmation that 2 Luxes made it. Most likely your normal Lux and then the crazy infinite loop combo Lux, unless they're teammates and they share deck lists. I don't imagine there's 2 infinite loop Luxes running around, but time will tell. And that is an interesting battlefield. I can't actually point a finger on exactly what that battlefield is. Do you remember what that one is, Mr. Plus?
It looks like the one that when you assign extra damage, you make a bird, but that would be a weird inclusion of Battlefield for MF, in my opinion. So I
I'm
might be
seeing it
wrong.
here. No, you're actually totally right. It is Trapping Grounds. When you conquer here, if you assign 3 or more excess damage, play a one-minded bird. I'm wondering if that's their workaround against yellow decks to have like a little sacrificial unit for Victor, Call of the Week, or LeBlanc kind of kill spells as well. Because I'm not seeing the vision unless no, or maybe Jack can remember, maybe Mr. Plus. What can they use? What can they actually make use of that one body token there?
I'm not sure what the purpose of the bird would be, or I guess maybe Starcross, just so you have a target to Starcross. But that seems a little far-fetched, and I don't really know what else you would be. I mean, maybe he's just looking for a battlefield that benefits no one, since he's not playing anything. In the early game, it's not like them conquering is going to do anything for them. Them holding it's not going to do anything for them. There's obviously more prohibitive battlefields that you could be running instead, but as of now, I do not see the vision for this battlefield, but perhaps we'll be shown the light as we were with the Lux.
Yeah, my money's more on kind of a bit of a counter to those yellow decks because I've seen things like that for Master Yi when they play World or Unity of Altar, where they have that one recruit potential if they hold, and that's kind of to combat those Call of the Weeks as well. So my money's on, as I said, something similar to that strategy as well. But here we go, the final game of this top 64 round. Who's going to go ahead and progress on forward? These guys just barely make it into day 2 with the 5-1-1 record, but not too shabby. Did find the Gust as the perfect card you need to kind of slow down the tempo for Kaiser. And we're seeing a little reminiscence of that game number 1 where you drew the Elder Dragon, but a little bit more on the plus side. That is indeed a Dazzling Aura currently in the hand for MF.
Yeah, we saw 3 games out of 3 games for our Misfortune player able to answer the turn 1 play of our Kaisa player. It was a Flurry of Blades and then double Gust in the following 2 games. So every single time our Kaisa player tried to score on turn 2 after dropping a turn 1 unit, it was answered by MF. So definitely that's the kind of stuff you need to be able to win these Aurora games when you're playing against somebody who is trying to aggress you down so quickly like this Kaisa player is.
Definitely, and just trying to do your best to play around that Elder Dragon, inevitably coming down the very next turn. Of course, we've seen a little bit more than just that unit in the deck. We saw the Nashers, we saw the Mind Splitters, so there's a 1/3 chance that is actually not going to be that unit. So let's see. It looks like Dazzling Aurora coming down as soon as it was actually feasibly possible. Let's see what hits, and this time just 2 from the top. The Dazzling Aurora will be making his appearance. And actually, is this the first Elder Dragon for this best of 3 series? I don't recall a previous
First one of the set.
Yeah, interesting. That's crazy. You would never say that, right?
Yeah, usually that's the first unit you see played by an Aurora deck, but here we are in game number 3, and this is the first one that's finally got to come down and be resolved, opting to not take out the Ferris Forerunner and buy our opponent 2 more mechs so that they can come and double conquer on the clapback. So heads up play from MF, playing around, trying to keep our point disparity as close as possible until we can get ripping and roaring on a few more of these dazzling triggers. Obviously, no counter found from our Kaisa player yet, as that most definitely would have been windmill slam down onto the board by now. So contemplating what to do with the turn. Instead, is that a thermo beam all
Yeah,
the way
it
over
is a
there?
thermal beam. So they have an answer to the DA, but they don't have an answer to the dragon. So you get rid of one problem, but you're kind of stuck dealing with the other problem, which is, in my opinion, the bigger nuisance right now, because he's able to take down your little Ferris Forerunner. And I say little, but that's usually one of the bigger units on a board. And then, of course, your robots come down in the base, but 3/3 bodies aren't going to do in too much destruction compared to what this Elder Dragon can dish out. So things are looking rather tough, and exactly why we see Kaiser really thinking about this turn, because as you said, they do have the thermal beam, but it's honestly a rather expensive thing. But I do think it's a worthwhile thing to do, because if you don't take care of the dazzling aurora now, things are just gonna do a little bit what they did in game two. That dragon is gonna multiply by 2, by 3 every so often on these next turns for MF.
Yeah, no answer to it now, so we're gonna see second copy come down, which although
Oh,
we although this seems like it might be doomsday for our Kaisa player, in this instance now holding the thermo beam one more, oh, but the mind splitter's gonna come and take it away. So unfortunately no reprieve after all. Thought we were gonna get a little bit of extra value out of the thermo beam, getting 2 dazzlings for the price of 1, but instead
right.
Mind Splitter, more likely than not, is going to instantly take away that thermo beam. And I don't believe there's any way to recur it from the drop for our Kaisa player, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't believe so. And just kind of spilling the cards along, saying, I know what you're going to take. Thermo Beam instantly hitting the trash. And now the second trigger. Might as well hit the Baron Nashor to have a full party on every single card he has in hand, or in the deck rather. Hit the Elder, hit the Mind Splitter. Can he hit the Baron Nashor to complete that trifecta? I'm hoping toward, just for the lulz here, and going pretty deep in the deck. It almost looks like he removed some units in the deck to add a bit consistency to this Dazzling Aurora. But wow, that's more than 50% of the deck already gone through, and it
Oh my
is
gosh.
the Elder Dragon. You know, it almost feels like what we were speculating, where he kind of took out Elders for Nashers, and then vice versa in this game number 3. We might have been not too far off what he actually did.
Yeah, I guess that might have been the line here, since no Barons to be seen this time around. Double Elder Dragon hit now, so 2 out of the 3, not bad. We're running close to no units then, if that's the case. I mean, there's still quite a few cards, it looks like, left at the bottom of the rest of his deck, so could potentially still have those extra Mind Splitters that we saw in game 1 down there. It looks like I couldn't get a exact count, but after that fan out, it looked like no more than 6 or 7 cards left in the deck. So if they are there, they're coming up real soon. So our Dazzling Aurora players definitely feeling super nice here, having 2 of them established, 2 Elder Dragons on board. And now after sniping away the Answer and Thermo Beam with our Mind Splitter, it's looking like this might be a really difficult comeback for our Kaisa player at this point.
Definitely looking like curtains for our Kaiser player here. I don't see any potential out. I mean, there's still so much game left, but the current board state is not favoring her whatsoever. 2 Dazzling Auroras, no gear interactions, 2 Elder Dragons online. You're holding down start to peak, so free runes being generated every turn for Aurora that most likely will be able to go ahead and use those turn after turn. She's at 1 point, but might as well might as well be like at 7 points right now, because she is in a heavily advantageous position as it currently stands. Singularity, okay, but you need to do something like watch your Singularity. There's not enough runes to do things like that in Riftbound. So we'll see what they end up deciding to do, because it doesn't seem too realistic. Time warp is okay-ish. You're able to kind of delay a little bit. Not this turn, maybe a future turn. But I don't think they're going to have a future turn. Once this Elder Dragon number 2 sets up on the board, and then Dazzling Aurora is just going to go ahead and reinforce both of these battlefields with potential units, if there is any more units, because we know there's an Elder Dragon in hand. So maybe, just maybe, there's just Mind Splitters left in the deck, which is actually probably the preferred card, because you're just completely obliterating the remaining of the hand. That way, if they did have it out, there's literally no more outs remaining, but trying to do what you can, and is trying to deal with at least 2 of these Elder, or 2? No, 1. It's
Yeah, it
9
looks like
damage there on Elder.
Yeah, it looks like we were trying to get both of them. If that last rune available was another Stupefy can take down the second Elder, or even a Bellows Breath, would be rather rune intensive. We've already recycled quite a few runes this turn, but it is going to be the Stupefy, so was able to take out both Elders in one turn, and now double swing in to be able to take out the Mind Splitter, so actually cleared the board entirely. Very well executed from
Oh yeah.
Kaisa. Breath of life here, as it looked like we were ready to close the door on this game, but not yet. Kaisa is not ready to go down without a fight.
Oh yeah, she's fighting indeed. Let's see what, of course, these Dazzling Roars are able to hit off the top. If they are out of options in terms of units, like if they sided out an extra Mind Splitter, but at minimum, like we discussed in that game one, you always have access to your chosen champ, so able to put some more points on the board. And the judges intervening slightly to add XP. Where was the XP gain actually?
From the Scryer's Orb, I believe,
Oh,
when you
true. You
resolve
do
the
gain one.
yeah.
Right, right.
So we were able to. This is actually a pretty cool play. I was one of my locals was telling me about this in Vancouver that MF in particular has access to. That's pretty fun, where you can throw down that Scryer's Bloom and then when you move in the Misfortune, actually ready at the turn that you played it and activate at the turn you played it, which is not something that you see very often. Obviously, that card is meant to be a two-turn play, comes in exhausted, and then you're able to utilize it the next turn. But thanks to the ability of our Orange Misfortune, was able to resolve it the turn it came down, which is pretty cool, as we see. Then off of the look at the top two, we picked to have a Last Rites added to hand. So gonna be able to start recurring those Elder Dragons back to the bottom of our deck in the following turn.
And it looks like that was it in terms of units, so it doesn't have to worry about an additional Dazzling Aurora trigger this time around, but exactly as you said, a Last Right currently in the hand, so those Elder Dragons in the trash will be able to go ahead and recycle back in the deck, so still looking in a dominant position as it stands. We saw her clear the board the turn before, but that took so much an amount of resources. What was it actually? It was a Singularity into Falling Star into Stupefy? How
Yeah,
did he
double
end up clearing
Stupefy.
both? Yeah, because that's 9, 9. There was it two Stupefies then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So definitely a resource intensive line, but the exact amount of damage needed to get there and answer the board state at the time. Now, not feeling super great after that pretty good turn from our MF player. It looked like we had given ourselves a little bit of a reprieve and bought ourselves some space, but rather quickly it seems like we're back into some hot water and starting to feel that pressure once again. We are at the 5-2 point in our game number 3 here, so have a little bit of room to work with in terms of trying to get to the game end before the recycles start to become a problem. But unfortunately, double Dazzling Aurora means that recycle 2 cards as a cost for the Last Rites is going to put double Elder Dragon, and those being the only 2 units in the deck will result in double Elder Dragon coming down and completely clearing anything Arkaisa tries to set up. So caught in a rock and a hard place, it feels like, at the current moment.
Absolutely. The only true out right now would have been a top deck Thermal Beam, because without that, those Dazzling Roars, as you mentioned, are able to go ahead and bring out those Elder Dragons just on that very next turn. Falling Star is going to be okay. You're able to get rid of one of these units on these battlefields, but not, or at least only the Misfortune on the battlefield, I should say. But I just don't think it's good enough. But okay, trading 7 to 7, unless there's a little bit of a Stupefy, but just trying to deny any further points. Because as you mentioned, they are inching their way slowly but surely. They're at 5, 3 more points away. This isn't an aspirant climb. And more importantly, you took units away so that the Last Right isn't able to go ahead and proc. So I like what this Kaza player is doing, thinking one step ahead. A Last Right, what good is the Last Right when you don't have any units to utilize it, and there's no more units in the main deck? Wait a second. Is the only out for MF is to actually play the Elder Dragon that he can't even play next turn? This is impressive. Kaisa might have inched it out.
I believe you're right. I think Kaisa may have found a line there and using, ironically enough, what we kind of spoke briefly about last night, using Darius just as a big removal spell, not really caring about getting the conquer and keeping the body alive, just using it as a big 7 damage beat stick to crash in, finish the board off, and not allow there to be any units for this last rites to be equipped to. And pivotally, our Misfortune players only on 9 runes, going up to 11 next turn, can't hard cast the Elder Dragon in hand. And now we're going to get
Ooh.
rid of the last rites just
Ooh.
to ensure that there's no chance at a comeback for our Misfortune player. Things really just turned around big for our Kaisa.
Huge. What an impactful, the critical turn. Things are turning for the better for our Kaiser player. Honestly, really impressive and clever use of these cards. Their sequences have been phenomenal. As you said, that area is just coming down. We're like, wait a second, trading 7 to 7? Yes, trading 7 to 7 so that the last rate doesn't come down. But okay, a little bit of a desperation abandon to kind of predict to see if you do want to go ahead and put it, but you're just going to be able to go ahead and play the turn to dust one more time. Now you're tapped out, so the turn to dust will go ahead and resolve this time around. So I don't know, I guess the abandon was just kind of to fill through to a little bit more cards, maybe hit something like an inverted timeline, because the only unit left in the deck slash the hand is that singular Elder Dragon. So it goes back to the point, those, like we discussed before, I think those Baron Nashers was like a on the play thing instead of like when they're on the draw here, which is a weird tech I've never seen before. Interesting nonetheless, but I do think Kaiser is in a really great position to pretty much close out this game number 2 and take down the boogeyman. I don't even know if we would call it the boogeyman of the current meta, being DA.
Yeah, it's interesting too because all the discussion around Dazzling Aurora is mostly centered around Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon being the new great unit to hit from Dazzling Aurora, obviously an immensely powerful card. That's why it has a 12 printed cost with 4 energy or 4 orange recycle. A very, very powerful card, but ironically enough, in this matchup, we saw the game number 2 without it being present at all. Just the Baron Nashers doing all the heavy lifting
Right.
was the one game that MF was actually able to walk away with the win. So really interesting to think about just how these games can turn out for Dazzling Aurora. Some games, you hit the Dazzling, but you just don't end up being able to I mean, this game in particular, we saw double dazzling. It seemed like there was no way for Kaisa to make it back, but Kaisa, being very well versed in the matchup, is able to come away with the 2-1 victory. He knew that his outs were to answer the board, so that there'd be no way to recur any of those units from the trash, and that was enough to get him across the finish line.
That's right. A breathtaking performance from our Kaiser player. Honestly, finding the line where we were kind of counting him out. There was many times there where I'm like, this is it. Call the game, scoop it up. And that is not exactly what Kaiser had envisioned, saying, I'm going to go ahead and stay composed for this entire game 3 because I see the outs. I see the lines, and that he did. Congrats to our Kaiser player taking down a Dazzling Aurora, which I know a lot of people at home, including myself, would have favored a Dazzling Aurora in that matchup because, as we said, they don't really have clean, simple answers, but they have a lot of resources and they managed to kind of put those pieces together. Falling Star, Stupefy, Singularity, that's so many cards, but if it does the job, it did the job here, and he went ahead and found the line to move on into that top 32 position. I'm impressed. This Kaiser, I see why Zinzari yesterday, he was here in chat, made it so far, because if you don't hit a Aurelia, I feel like you're pretty well positioned to the rest of the meta currently.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday briefly, just with regards to that first round that was cut short, seeing the rumble that the card pool that the red blue decks have access to is still very powerful, regardless of the fact that it may not be a peak of the meta as it was back in set 1. It is still a strong card pool nonetheless, and being able to utilize it to its fullest extent is what separates the good players from the great players. And we saw that it demonstrated here again. This is matchup knowledge 101. This is definitely something that on display here that shows that putting in the time and effort to learn your matchups, learn your outs, and know your path to victory will get you those results. As we saw him show both of us a little bit of we were like you said, thinking that it was
Right,
over, and
making
he
us
showed
eat
us
our
what's
words,
up.
right?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it as well because when I think I see it another way and these players prove me wrong, I couldn't. Normally some people be like a little bit upset, be like, "Oh, I couldn't see it," but I actually love being proved wrong because that means I didn't see and I'm learning something as we're going ahead and spectating these games. And I definitely took a couple things away from that Kaiser game because believe it or not, there was never a dazzling aurora that got turned to dust, that got thermal beam. It was all a workaround way of doing it. So really impressive stuff as we keep going back to, and pretty much everyone in chat is ecstatic saying it's a good day when Aurora loses. Nice day, nice way to start off day number 2. And I agree. Not that I'm like the biggest hater of Aurora, but it was just a really good matchup. Usually some of those Aurora matchups aren't the most exciting, but Kaiser definitely made things exciting nonetheless. And now I can't wait for this next game to get things going. That
Yeah.
game ended with about 15 minutes or so remaining, so we probably have 15 minutes, but keep in mind there's only overtime, so it's not on time like it is in top 8, so we shouldn't have the biggest of breaks, hopefully. Let me see if I could pull up the day 2 distribution if it's already posted. Let me see.
Yeah, I really liked seeing the variety, at least from the Misfortune player and the different approaches between each game. In game 1, we were kind of surprised by what seemed to be triple Mind Splitter, triple Elder Dragon, and then in game 2, we lost the Elder Dragons, went up to triple Baron, and then in game 3, it seemed that we went back down to triple Elder Dragon, but
Mm-hmm.
only one Mind Splitter, so back to that 4 unit count, down from 6. It was really interesting to see like 3 different variants of the deck across that one match, and how differently the games played out each time as a result.
It feels to me that, I mean, I can't say it's a misplay, of course, but I think they definitely could have benefited from at least a single extra unit in that main deck, right? Because, I mean, I guess he couldn't anticipate having 2 Dazzling Auroras set up like he did in game 3, but all he needed was just an additional unit in the deck, maybe even 2 additional units. Like, maybe if he just left the deck 3 Elders, a couple of Baron Nashers, and then 2 or 3 Mind Splitters, that should have been enough with the setup he had, right? 2 Dazzling Auroras getting 2 big units every single turn and impactful units. One that able to clear this
Yeah.
board, one that's able to clear the hand, and then one that can win the game by continuing the ganking pressure turn after turn. I don't know. I feel like they kind of overcooked in a sense for that game number 3 if they just kind of left the units in the
Yeah.
board and benefited from the dazzling auras. But I guess you can never anticipate how many units you're going to draw, and he did end up drawing I
Yeah.
think 2 of those big units, so I guess shoulda woulda coulda in a sense.
Yeah, it is interesting because, like we discussed across that matchup, how pivotal it was to have those extra units in those first games, to have just that one extra chance at getting the last sprites equipped seemed so important. And then to kind of steer away from that in game number 3 and reduce the unit count to what seemed like to be the lowest amount of units in the deck across all 3 games seemed like an interesting strategical choice. But like you said, it might have been just trying to opt for as much consistency as possible on those dazzling Aurora hits. But, it's one of those, yeah, just kind of perplexing, mysteries of the universe where you
Right.
never know what was the right line. Maybe the Barons were the right call all along. We've been so hyped about Elder Dragon as this big champion of Aurora, but maybe Baron is the true hero we needed all along for our Aurora players.
Yeah, honestly, as we said before, I think they definitely could have benefited from a Baron Nashor or 2 in that game number 3. To answer a couple of questions in chat, I like what Veil TV saying. Remove the power cost for Aurora, so make it just a 9 energy, but you have to pay the power cost for every unit that comes out of Aurora. So that could be a way of kind of nerfing Aurora, because imagine paying 3 power, or is it Elder Dragon 4 power?
4.
Full
Yeah, 4
power every
power.
time a dragon comes down. That's going to completely destroy your rune economy very early on, very rapidly. So I kind of like what you're thinking. I don't think they'll do a drastic change before just simply kind of limiting or banning the card, if it even ever gets touched realistically. Because you guys know Draven got banned because it saw so much overwhelming results at these top tables. We're not seeing that from Dazzling Aurora. Once they win a tournament, once they have the majority of the field in top 8, which is of course just 4 decks, but if 4 decks is still relatively a lot, then there's a discussion to be had. But till then, I don't even think we're gonna get there in set number 3. Maybe there's a big bad unit in set 4 coming along, maybe in set 5. But currently, as much as people don't like to play against it, it's not the most oppressive right now.
Yeah, when you run those lean unit counts, that's where you open yourself up to these situations where your opponent can kind of play to that out and try to just exhaust you completely of units, and then you have no ability to get back into the game. It almost makes you wonder whether or not, considering one of like uh what's the one that Alan played in his Ezreal list, the 2 mana spell to bring a unit back from the trash. Just
Oh,
for the
I know what you're talking about. What is the name of that card?
I remember seeing it in Alan's list as a one of, thinking like, oh wow, that's an interesting
Chat, you
inclusion.
guys
But
know the name. Hit us with the name. I'll go ahead and find it on the card list in the meantime.
but
Morbid
yeah, that's
Return.
it.
Thank you, Richie. You're
Morbid
awesome. Thank
Return.
you. Yeah, Morbid
Yeah,
Return. I
thank you
definitely remember
guys.
that card.
Yeah, Morbid Return might be something that you have to consider if you're gonna run these minion light versions. That if your opponent's able to take out all your units, and now you have no way to attach your last rites, you might need something like a Morbid Return. So this is
Mm-hmm.
part of the thing that we've kind of been talking about multiple times, is just this constant evolution and adaptation to the meta. All these decks, the longer Aurora's in the limelight, the more time people practice into it, put into
Right.
it, more theory gets put into how to beat it, and people start coming up with these new different angles of attack. And that puts a lot of burden on the Aurora player to now have to adjust to everyone targeting them so heavily. So it's just a constant evolution of the game that has been bringing us so many cool new variants of decks across these multiple events.
Right, man. You love to see it. You are bringing up a great point. We are seeing a little bit of a downtrend from Aurora decks, and it might be the exact same trend coming along this season or this regional as well, as we only see 2 Auroras currently. Oh, and the only Auroras being a MF. Where are the Civil Auroras? I know Ali Andrazi would be like, what is going on over there in China? Because I truly believe Sivir's the stronger Aurora version. But no Sivers is actually very interesting. So we'll see. I do agree. I agree. And I like I said before, we discussed about it in day 1 yesterday, that there is a bit of a downtrend. And it seems to be proving our case here with only 2 Dancing Auroras, because maybe the set is an Aurora, maybe a couple Fioras out of the 3 Aurora, but I don't think so, because China usually kind of sticks to more mid-range style Fioras and sets. So we'll see. We'll see down the road, but it might have just been out of all 64 players, literally only 2 of them being Dazzling Aurora. So that's pretty cool to see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like I said before, I'm not the biggest hater of the deck, but I can agree where some people say is that the most enjoyable to kind of spectate on a feature match. But to
I
answer a
think that
couple questions real quick in chat, eGage was asking, do you think taking the Thermal Beam with Mind Spirit was maybe a misplay? eGage, real quick, what was the other options? Because I don't think it was a misplay, because then he would have been able to take all Dazzling Auroras on the next turn, right? If Mr. Plus can think back as well, I can't remember what was a better target in the hand.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what else he would have taken there either, if there was a time warp in hand maybe. But I mean, obviously the time warps kept getting stuffed by abandons and hard bargains. So um maybe that was a, a
Taking
misplay, but I don't.
Singularity. Okay, eGage, you have a fair point. Singularity was the
Okay.
exact card he needed to take care of both Elder Dragons. So I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, but
Yeah.
it's kind of, if we extrapolate it a little bit, you take the Singularity, you don't have the potential to clear both dragons, but then you can't do anything with the Dazzling Auroras later on. But granted, he didn't do anything with the Dazzling Auroras later on, so I think you have a fair point. I think that was probably the better play in hindsight.
Yeah, with hindsight, we definitely can see through and pick out the best lines. But in the moment, I mean, I'd have to go back and rewatch and see exactly what the hand reveal was, because there may have been, some level of deception there because of the stupefy. The stupefy might have drawn into either the second stupefy or the falling star, something of the sort. They kind of threw the math off. Maybe when he first looked at the hand, there was no clear way that the Kaisa player was going to be able to completely board wipe him there with double Elder on board. But
Hmm.
in any case, he found the line, was able to do so. So maybe that
That
was the
was the
right call.
winning
But in the
line
heat
there
of the
when.
moment, it seemed like you have to take the thermo beam so you don't get 2-for-1 on your dazzling auroras.
Yeah, I think he was thinking in his mind, he's like, okay, eventually I'm gonna get this last right online, and then these Dazzling Roars are gonna put in some work. So let's go ahead and make sure they stay as long as possible on this base. But that winning line, as you said, no one saw it coming. Like, you have two Elder Dragons, 10-10 bodies, or like or 12-10 bodies. How are they possibly going down with Kaiser cards? And he found the way. I couldn't believe what I was watching, but man, just an electric performance from Kaza, and you couldn't have it any other way. That is the last remaining Kaza, keeping the set one queen dream alive here in set three, and she's looking good. I mean, let's take a look at the remaining data spread. Mastery, Aurelia, Diana, those are the trifecta, the top three legends currently. They're pretty much consistent. These are the three winners out of all the regionals we've had in set three. Mastery won the first Chinese regional. Aurelia won the RQ out in Sydney. Diana just won in Vancouver. So all these have found success so far. The only one missing, and it's actually missing out of the entire top 64, is the second Chinese regional winner, Azir. Isn't that a little bit strange, Mr. Plus? There's actually not even a
Yeah,
single Azir in the mix here.
that is very surprising. I didn't even catch that, honestly. I'm looking at the list here and didn't cross my mind that there was not a Azir present, which is very shocking because Azir has been doing so well across so many different events. Even though he's not regarded as like this top tier meta pick, he's just kind of viewed as this, relatively powerful deck that if it sees cards it needs to see, then it can put up a fight against most decks. But you kind of have to fight for your wins. It's not you don't get very many free wins with Azir. I think a lot
Never.
of people think.
It's
So,
one of those decks
he's
that takes a strong pilot, and if you don't have a strong pilot
yeah.
behind the Azir deck, it's very hard to find a lot of success with this. So I completely agree, and I could almost understand why Azir didn't make it, but definitely surprising nonetheless. Dr. Rick joining in on the fun here, saying those LeBlanc numbers are criminal, and I agree. LeBlanc should be a little bit more represented, but again, very similar to what we're discussing about Azir. LeBlanc takes a good pilot to find a lot of success as well. Sometimes you get a little bit lucky with the baited hook shenanigans, but other than that, you have to really know what you're doing with that deck. So I guess this time around in China, because keep in mind how the Chinese regional opens work, it's a lottery system. So even if you sign up, if the best players out in China sign up to the regional, there's a chance they don't even get chosen to play. So sometimes, not to say they have not the best players competing today, but sometimes it ends up being like the really, really strong players are left out just due to the nature of being randomness, right? So, which is a little unfortunate, but I think there's just so many competitors out in China that they can't do any other system, because if not, every ticket sells in a millisecond. I would imagine if our RQ sell out fast with only 640 spots in China, those are gonna sell out. They're gonna be like extreme botted up. I don't know exactly what would go
Yeah.
down, but those things would go back in a blink of an eye for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I was always under the idea, I guess, that some if you performed well at one event, that would kind of buy you a spot into the next one. But
Right.
I guess they want to keep it fair across the board and just maintain the lottery system for everyone at every event, which can be commended, just to not make sure that we show any type of
They
favoritism
do
towards
it
certain
for
players.
the national. So they don't do it for the
Okay.
regional opens, but for the national opens, all the previous champions in the top eight for sure get an invite, or invite slash a
Okay.
free entry, because that one does have 2,048 players available slash seats available. So yeah, those good players. That's where the national is one of the best events to spectate. The Spirit Forge one was awesome. I could only imagine the set 3 one were going to be really good. Usually they do the national about a month away following the last China regional, which the last China regional is 1 week from today, which is next weekend. So in about a month and a week, we should have that national, which is pretty much the conclusion of set 3, which makes sense because set 4 comes out, I guess, in 2 months. So it might be like mid-July when this national goes down.
Okay. Yeah. I'm excited to see some of these decks potentially going into round 32 here. There's a lot of one ofs, but I mean, got the one Pike. Love to see one Darius, the one Set, one Jax, which is really cool. I was really bummed to see Jax kind of fall out of favor after he got like shadow nerfed by the rule changes, not being able to utilize his re-equip on Aphelios anymore, and then the Monastery of Hirana change with buffs and being able to draw. He saw a little bit of a powering down as a result of a couple of rules changes, but
Definitely.
still a really fun deck to play, and I really enjoy his Weapon Master play style. The Green Jacks giving everything quick draw and just moving weapons around a lot is a lot of fun. So
You were
maybe
casting a
get
Jax game
fortunate.
yesterday, right? Or was that someone else?
No, I yesterday was just the Rumble and LeBlanc, and then
Oh,
the
it was the one round right before you. It was Jax on stream, and they ended up taking the dub there. So Jax was looking good. I
oh,
wouldn't be
cool.
surprised if it was the player we actually caught on stream. But I like what you're saying. Jax may be a little bit underrated. A legend we haven't heard any bit of in set number 3 is Lucian. With all the gear hate running around, we haven't
Oh yeah.
seen any little bit of life from Lucian. So I'm actually a little bit happy to see Lucian. Not to say he's doing well, because there's just a single Lucian right now, but he's doing something. I mean, better than Azir, better than Sivir currently. So we'll see if we see a little bit of Lucian, because that's a legend we haven't had on the feature table all Unleashed season long. So I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Lucian, but of course, as we keep going back to the talk of the town, the Lux, there's 2 of them there. I wouldn't mind having a Lux on the feature table for day number 2. Either that, Vex, I'm always a fan of course, but I also want to see a Rengar, because all this third regional season, all
Yeah.
this third regional out in Tianjin, we haven't seen any Rengar. So I'm down for a little bit of Rengar, especially off the performance he did in Vancouver.
Yeah, I would love to see more Rengar. He's so fun. I was just playing a few games with him earlier today on TCG Arena and just having a blast. He's such a fun deck. It's such a simple ability, just that +1 on play every time you play a unit, but it can be used in so many fun and creative ways, and it just kind of makes like a different take on an aggro deck that is pretty fun to pilot and see the different lines that Sam Sherman was able to display for us across the weekend in Vancouver. And
Yeah.
definitely a deck I would love to get to see some coverage of and cast with you if we get the opportunity. But I saw one Lilia on that list as well, which would be also pretty cool to see in top 32, see if Lilia can really aggress their way through the meta with that Sprite Swarm.
That'll be fun. I'm definitely down for a little bit of Lilia. But Min Wins over in chat saying hello plus team. Welcome on in, Mins. Hope you're doing good. And XGOM saying, are there going to be games played today? We just got done with round number 9 of Swiss, aka top 64 round. So the thing about Chinese production is they do a fantastic job. The mats look good, the animations look awesome, the camera angles are stellar, but the only downside is there's no backup match. So if a match ends up finishing with 18 minutes remaining, like what happened with the match we just witnessed, we have nothing to do. So me and Mr. Pleasure kind of just yapping away a little bit, talking to you guys in the meantime, because we're not able to catch any more Riftbound action in the meantime. If you see the number on the screen, it's supposed to start in about 8 minutes from now. So we're not too far away from this top 32 round. So hopefully they've been doing a pretty good job of sticking to the schedule, at least early on. When it gets a little bit later, they kind of diverge from it, but early on they do a pretty good job of sticking to it. So in about 8 minutes or so, we should get that next round. And that's what me and Mr. Plus were talking about. What do we want to see? We're down for more Lux, apparently, as Latch is saying in chat. Or more ideally, I do want to see, as we said, the Rengar, the Lilias. But I'm actually curious. This might be another top 8 position for Vex, with 6 of them joining in. We saw, I think, 1 Vex, but he didn't do too hot, because he met up in the top 8 round against the champion, which is an Azir. And Azir, if you remember, Mr. Plus, he completely spanked Vex. Vex couldn't even get any points on the board. So we'll see if Vex makes a bit of a better appearance. You know, taking a look at the other spread, a surprising result here is Rek'Sai. I feel like Rek'Sai hasn't made any noise in set 3. So nice little surprise to see 2 of them convert. Maybe it's just it takes the right pilot to get things going with Rek'Sai, but he's not the worst. He has some good kill spells, able to kind of interact with the opponent's board, And he's kind of aggressive if he does run into those dazzling roars that we've seen run pretty big or pretty good amount in these day one situations. How are we feeling about Rek'Sai? Do you think there's a little bit of merit to him, or he's kind of old news these days?
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai and Darius, I guess to a lesser extent even maybe Vi, the red yellow card pool has, or the red yellow decks in historically throughout Riftbound have not been ones to necessarily exceed anyone's expectations, blow anybody away, but when you look at both of their card pools in a vacuum and what they offer in the current meta, when you look at those top decks at the top of the format, yellow is such a huge answer to
Oh yeah.
things like Aurelia having access to that Call of the Week and salvages for their equipment. Not to mention, obviously, we just watched Dazzling Aurora being such a prevalent deck in the meta, having access to salvage for that as well. There's tools in both yellow and red that attack these top decks in different ways. Falling Star, huge right now. Obviously gives a lot of problems to a lot of these top decks. Very good into Diana to answer the Hui or the Diana Chosen Champion. So when you think of it in that light with just what the colors afford the Rek'Sai decks and the Darius decks that we see here that made it in the top 64, there is a lot of room for potential for them to make
Right.
these like anti-meta decks essentially geared towards hating the top end of the format. And I think in Rek'Sai's case, that their failback, or yeah, their fallback, I guess you can say, as aside from that, is just being this generically decent aggro deck that continually gets value off of the leader ability. So I think Rek'Sai may be kind of a dark horse in this format.
It could be. It was definitely a bit of a dark horse in set two, so I'm surprised, or I had a little bit happy surprise to see it doing some kind of waves in this regional today, as well as Draven, the character or the legend right next to him. We
Mm-hmm.
haven't heard any bit of Draven nonsense as we have in the past, but at this point, we kind of miss Draven, right? He was at the top of the meta at one point. Every single person, including Mr. Plus, was playing Draven. So I wouldn't
Yep.
mind seeing a little Draven to see what he's up to in Unleashed. We saw him recently. I think he had access to Blighted Battle Axe, which is that two
Yeah.
energy, or how much energy does it cost? Either or is
It
an
costs
impressive
4.
amount of stats on a unit. It just has that one downside of if you didn't conquer, deal 4 damage to your unit. But
Yeah.
other than that, it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's a four energy, 1 red power, and then I think it even has the 1 energy, 1 red power equip cost too, so a little bit cumbersome to equip. But that's why we've seen these Draven players or these decks that are running that card often have the Forge of the Fluff to be able to try and mitigate that cost somewhat in the attaching of Blighted Battle Axe. But
You
I think it's
know,
interesting. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say after you got done, I was just gonna say, a card that I thought would actually make a big appearance and maybe make Draven a little bit more consistent than we're seeing him as of lately is that one card called
Bone
Bone
Skewer.
Skewer, right? Because it on paper it seemed
Yeah.
pretty good. You get a unit from their hand. First, you see their hand, which information is vital as we know why Scuttle's Crab is so good. But then B, you take the good unit out of the hand, you stun them, and then you have a combat win, draw a card from Draven. So I don't know. I feel like Draven maybe being a bit underrepresented as well. Do you think it's just all the star cross? Like, Rebuke was already a decent answer to
Yeah.
kind of things Draven was doing. Now there's even an additional thing like a star cross. Do you think that's why we don't see more Dravens, or what else can it be? Maybe is it Diana doing her thing as well? These guys are saying.
Yeah, I think there's just so much that can kind of throw Draven off in the current format right now that he is definitely not a bad deck. I think that, everybody has kind of forgotten about him somewhat. In fact, I was gonna say that when I got to Vancouver and saw the distribution of decks and saw that somehow Pike ended up being the 7th most represented deck, that I had wished
Wait,
I
which
just
one
stuck
was?
with Draven. Pike.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and day one, the meta spread showed that Pike was like the 7th highest played deck, and part of the reason I played Pike was thinking that he would be underrepresented and I'd have a
Right.
higher chance at trying to go for the medal. And it turns out the opposite was true. He ended up being one of the highest, and Draven was one of the lowest. Draven
Right.
barely had any people playing him, so should have stuck with my boy from the get-go.
Right,
But
right.
nevertheless, I think Draven has a fair amount of play in the format. Obviously, we've seen Prismat do very well with the color scheme. in Annie having the two resources is a different ball game from Draven, but still showing that the color combination can fight in this current format, despite the heavy representation of blue purple from Diana, and then our green orange, green purple from Key and Aurelia.
Right, and honestly, I think everyone just had the same mentality. They're like, you know what? Let's play the newer thing, the new and flashy shiny legend, the new red purple shiny legend, which is Pike, right? So everyone having a little bit of a similar mentality, coming in trying to get that best of metal Pike, which probably looks really good. I can't remember off the top, but I would imagine, as most best of metal cards look, I would imagine that Pike one looks super super cool. And yes, chat,
Yeah.
we know Rek'Sai is a female, the Void Queen. I don't know if I said he or Mr. Plus said he, but we know. Chat's
Yeah.
always like, if Rek'Sai is a female, we know, chat. Sometimes I say he when I'm talking about the player, because most of these players are male dominant, right? But yeah, maybe I misspoke. Apologies for that. But other than that, I'm not seeing any other surprises. As I say that, I did remember one final surprise after this data spread here. Zero Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix was a legend that I really feel like is underrepresented. Every time I see a regional qualifier slash regional open, there was zero Kha'Zix. Do you think it's a skill issue as well? Because that's a deck that's not easy. Very similar to Azir, very similar to LeBlanc. It almost seems like those higher skill expressive decks didn't really do too hot this regional series, or this regional day or weekend, I should say.
Yeah, I'm not sure in regards to Kha'Zix very much. I think it probably is just a skill issue thing, because I have tried to play the deck myself a little bit recently since coming back from Vancouver, playing the best of Vancouver list that was created by the Challenger TCG team, and I've been having a lot of troubles myself trying to like nail down the play pattern and get
Okay.
it to perform at the level that I would feel comfortable with taking it to an event like this. So it probably, I'm not, obviously somebody else might pick it up and think that it's the easiest deck in the world, but from my
It's
personal
not, yeah.
experience, I've kind of think that he seems like a more difficult hero to play at the peak of its potential. So probably kind of or a big contributor to why we didn't see it perform at this event. But one thing that I did just realize looking over the list again is that we do have an XP Master Yi
Yeah, we
in
do.
day number 2, which I can't ever, you know, stop saying how much I like that deck, even though it is not going to become the tier 0 deck of the format anytime soon. I just think it's an incredibly fun deck to see, and when it pops off, man, it just looks like this insane deck.
There we go, guys. Let's manifest it. Can we get this XPE on the feature table for this next round? That would be an awesome way of this next round. I'm excited. Might as well, let's get it. Let's get Mastery and Lilia going at it. Or honestly, anything from the third row down, I am a happy camper. The Darius could be fun. Heck, the set we haven't seen all weekend long, even Ezreal wouldn't be that bad, but I guess we've seen a good amount of purple, blue anyways, so maybe we'll leave Ezreal a little bit to the side. Ori could be fun as well. A single Ori, she is locked in. You know, all these
We
single
are
digit
going into
legends
the Matches
represented,
Plus.
they're all best of metal winners. So Ori got the best of, Lilia got the best of, so on and so forth down the list. So they're already essentially winners in their own book.
The match is starting plus, and we
Oh,
have seen the reveal for both of our champion or legends this go around. It will be Fiora versus Rek'Sai. So after all the discussion on Rek'Sai, we are going to get to see one Rek'Sai making it to the top 32 today, and now they'll be sitting across from a Fiora who we don't know quite yet whether or not the Fiora players will be on anything like a dazzling Aurora Fiora list. I know that that was, I believe, the list that took the best of Fiora in Vancouver. But like you said, typically we see the more mid-range, classic style of Fiora in these Chinese events. But either way, I think Rek'Sai is probably feeling pretty decent into this matchup.
I think so. And a fantastic matchup for this top 32 round of this day 2 Top Cut Regional Open out in Tianjin. You love to see it, as you mentioned, Rek'Sai versus Fiora. Two legends I don't believe we saw all at all in day number one, and rocking the exact same battlefield to start things off. So definitely indicative that we don't have an Aurora on the body side. So this could be good old classic mid-range slash aggro versus Rek'Sai tends to be quite the aggressive deck she is. So we'll see exactly who ends up coming out ahead. But it seems to me, looking at all these names, there's a new team in the mix. Just like we saw the Team Secret Sauce come in and make their debut in Vancouver, this is the first time I'm noting seeing so many FSWs. Have you noticed a little bit of a trend, Mr. Plus? We've seen this is the
Yeah,
second
even
FSW we see.
and we even see a little team shirt there, a little FSW shirt rocking. So definitely looks like a maybe a new up and coming org or a team from this region that we'll have to keep our eyes on going forward. Pretty cool to see that they've been able to put a Rek'Sai into the top 32 in this event here.
Yeah, love to see. And the more prominent teams, of course, we know EDG, they have the majority of the better players. But then a little bit down below EDG is ARDB, which is a really good, famous local shop. I say famous, but just well-known local shop in China. They actually sponsor a lot of great players. The most recent player I can remember was the top 4 players in the first ever national they had over there in China. And he was the best Master Yi player I ever remember. I could never forget witnessing one of his games. I was like, man, he is just operating at another level. And then, of course, we have Team AI, which actually won the China Regional just this past 2 weekends ago. But here we go, Fiora versus Rek'Sai to start off this round. It looks like Rek'Sai will be indeed on the play, which, of course, any aggro deck wants to be in that position. Start things off with the mech that makes the bird on Death Knell. I don't recall the exact name, but nice little early drop. I guess that's a new addition in set 3 for Rek'Sai, because I don't remember Rek'Sai ever playing that card.
Yeah, this is a great unit being a replacement, I think, mostly for the Honest Broker. Might still see Honest Broker in the list, but I've been seeing a couple of these Rek'Sai lists opting to throw in the, I think he's like Carrion Dredger or something like that is his name, but yes, this Death Knell mech that creates a 1/1 deflect bird on resolution of the Death Knell. Obviously, getting that gold is nice from the Honest Broker, but getting more units on board allows you to get more opportunities to conquer and more opportunities to proc this effect, as we see the first one of the game come down and reveal a Vengeance in the list, and I can't see the other card from here.
That's the one when you reveal, you do 2 damage. So I can't recall the exact name, but it has a
Ah, the
hidden, and then when you
Mirai.
reveal, do 2 damage to a unit here. So just deciding to play it out for a 2/2 body currently. So just nice little early drop. Set 3 body, set 3 early drops, funny enough. And let's see if he has that Legion ability online to play something like a Noxus Hopeful to follow things up. But it almost looked to me that he was about to play something like a Battering Ram, because that's 2 seals, a 3rd unit being played. So for 2 energy, Battering Ram, this is definitely, I love to see what he's bringing up. This is definitely the more aggressive variant of Rek'Sai, where he plays a lot of little 1/1s and then the seals to discount those Battering Rams like we've seen in the past. This is a big body coming down as early as turn 2.
Yeah, Battering Ram on this early of the turn is really nice to see for our Rek'Sai player. Really good to actually get these seals set up this early as well. Obviously, start discounting these heavily power costed cards like the Vengeance that we saw revealed off the Rek'Sai hero ability already. Gonna probably have quite a few more cards of the sort that are a little bit intensive on power costs from the yellow side of the card pool. So getting these double seals down this early is gonna feel nice going forward.
Nice. Speaking of new additions from set 3, I believe the Sherlock Heirloom is a new gear for Fiora. It doesn't cost any energy slash power to attach, just simply XP, which of course she has some kind of ways of generating XP with cards like Grim Resolve, which is a fantastic addition as well to Fiora builds, as well as I believe Sherlock Heirloom adds an XP once you play it. So you have an instant way of adding it, because it's just another way of crossing that mighty status condition for these units, so that you're able to get the legend ability online and channeling some runes, so that you're able to make use of them a bit down the road. But Rek'Sai on the similar game plan of conquer as often as possible, getting that second point. And here we go, Mr. Plus. What is going to be hitting off the top? Does he have something to play? I would imagine the Void Rush is a fantastic option here. You get 2 free energy, so paying it for free essentially. But more importantly, playing for 2 energy for free, what he hits off the top here, I believe that's a Captain Vanguard and an Inferna. So tap in 1 because he has the 2 free energy, and Captain Vanguard does come alive, and his Legion because you just played the Void Rush at that. So a whole lot of value coming out from this Rex side.
And these seals are already coming in and proving their worth, getting the discount for both the Void Rush and the Vanguard Captain. So seals early are going to keep our runes available quite high going forward. Currently only at 5, going to 7 next turn, but with that Inferna in hand, could look push in and throw down the Inferna to get the Conqueror over at the Trifarian War Camp with only the bird required here. Doesn't even need to send in the battering ram, but looks like we're going to do so anyway. Currently, battering ram is just enough by itself, barring any type of combat tricks, but we are just going to sacrifice our first mate to net us a draw 2 and ramp 1 rune.
Not too shabby. Might as well. The first mate was going down regardless, so might as well get some free value from it. Just a 1 energy spell to go ahead and get that, as you mentioned, 2 cards up. And usually you see those Fiora players save it for those unsung heroes attached to those things like BF Sword. And that is an impressive amount of card advantage. You get the 2 free draws for Unsung Hero being a mighty condition on that Death Nail, and then the 2 cards from Sacrifice. It's crazy to see Fiora go ahead and draw 4 cards with a single card. This time around, just drawing the simple 2 there, but 2 is still stronger than they had in previous sets. So this is really what has propelled Fiora to be a little bit more consistent here in set 3. Can they continue and show us why Fiora does belong at the top of these legends? And it looks like we get our answer to what variant this is. This is indeed the baited hook Fiora version, which in some versions, or in some little people's eyes, is the strongest Fiora variant there is.
Definitely gives you quite the ceiling boost going for the baited hook rather, and playing out our Fiora from the Chosen Champion Zone, actually rocking the original 4-cost Fiora in the Chosen Champion Zone, not our new 3-cost Fiora that allows us to restand or to ready units upon becoming mighty. So valuing just having the bigger body that gains the deflect, ganking, shield instead, and obviously having a big synergy with Trifarian War Camp, as you can deploy it directly to Trifarian and immediately trigger the mighty trigger condition for your Fiora Legend and get that ramp. Here, just going to use the Pit Rookie to achieve that same feat. And I didn't see him actually ramp the rune there, but did tap the Fiora.
You're so right, because Pit Rookie's a 2. Sherlock Heirloom adds another 2. A Trifarian War Camp takes it to 5, so it technically did become a mighty unit, aka triggering the Fiora legend ability. So kind of forgetting about that legend, and sometimes those things don't make the biggest of difference. But how many games of Riftbound have you guys played where like a single rune, you say at the end of the game, oh man, if I had just 1 more rune I could have won? So you never want to forget your triggers, especially at this high caliber of a level. Both of these players doing a great run so far. 6 wins, 1 tie, and 1 loss. They want to keep their best shots at getting into this top 8 position. So far so good, but of course Rek'Sai having the point tempo has the advantage, as he still has a whole lot of units to go ahead and contest these battlefields, and that he is doing as we currently speak. Inferno with the Assault 2, attacking him for 4 with the Trifarian, and then the another Mighty. So that's an additional 4 cards being drawn from 2 sacrifices. I like that card in Fiora builds. It's really, really synergistic.
Yeah, Sacrifice putting in quite a bit of work already. Obviously, netting quite a bit of draws and runes for a Fiora player, but not sure whether or not that is going to necessarily be all that fruitful, as our Rek'Sai players kind of been able to run away in board advantage as a result, being able to continually get these conquers after our Fiora player decides to sacrifice their unit away, not allowing it to trade with any of the units on board. So Rek'Sai just keeps being allowed to keep the units he's using to clear alive, and now the board state is getting rather out of hand, it looks like, as it's just a clutter of cards in the base for Fiora at this point.
Yeah, this is where you want to kind of keep things as organized as possible. So credit to him where he's kind of reorganizing right now just to keep everything as clean as possible, especially when you're on the feature table. Now if he kind of fixes up his runes, everything will be picture perfect. But he can't do it all in a single turn. So back over to the Fiora player trying to solve this puzzle that Rek'Sai is playing out or laying out in front of him, saying, okay, I'll give you this one battlefield at the best, but look what I have as the clapback available to me next turn. I can't win outright because I'm only at 5 current points, but a big advantage position. I can't recall any card that interacts with that much units in the back line. A Harness Dragon could be okay-ish. You deal with the bigger unit of being that battering ram, but there's just nothing like a Bellows Breath Watcher combo to get rid of the majority of those problem cards. So this is a definitely tough position that Fiora finds herself in. But the third Sherlock coming down, getting a little extra XP, but I just don't think this is going to be enough. But of course, Fiora has gotten here for a reason. So let's see if they could go ahead and play out some cards that kind of turn this game in their advantage. Because right now I'm not seeing it. But like we discussed before in that previous matchup, I love to be proven wrong. So I'm happy to do so the same in this matchup as well.
And it looks like we're just loading up our pit rookie to a massive level. Believe both Canes were thrown on there, plus the BF sword, so an additional +7, bringing us all the way up to 10, thanks to the Trifarian War Camp as well. Now could find an 11 might or lower card off the top with the baited hook. I don't know what I mean, unless they're doing something crazy and running Elder Dragon in the deck, we could hit an Elder off of this. Maybe that's why he went so tall with all the equips.
Wait, are you sure? That's 2, 4, 4. So that's wait, no. BF sword is a 3. No. So 5, 6,
2, 2,
7,
3
8,
is
9,
7.
10. Oh, you're right. He could
Yeah.
hit an Elder Dragon off the top, but it looks like a set brawler. Only the likely target, or honestly, there's a Spectral Matron as well. But decided on another unit I couldn't make of just yet. So let's see what he decided on. And it is an unsung hero. So he's essentially saying, I need more resources. I need more answers because right now I don't have it in hand. Attaches the BF sword. So if it goes down, that's going to be generating him 2 more additional cards as he only has 2 cards left in the deck. Or not in the deck, but in the hand rather. So definitely tough position. Did a little something. Got a point. But honestly, didn't really advance his position all that much, honestly.
And now is kind of showing the drawback of this new addition to the Fiora deck. Very powerful, being that it doesn't have a power cost to equip with that Cane, but once you've exhausted all of your XP, he has all 3 copies sitting in base, but no XP to go ahead and attach any of them. So they're kind of just sitting back there dead, not able to do very much for our Fiora player, unless they have some other way in the deck to generate XP. But more than likely, those cards are now just dead weight sitting in the base.
And nice little card we don't get to see too often. Is that a Dune? It's not Dune Breaker, right? What is it called? It's Dune something. Let me look at here for the folks at home. Not Dune Drake, not Dune Breaker.
It's
Actually, what
Void
is that
something.
card called?
I remember it's Void something. I can't remember its name.
Void Drone. Okay, cost 2 less
Yeah.
when you play me from anywhere other than hand. So works pretty well with things like Void Rush as he just went ahead and played it for, I believe, just a single energy as it comes down for 1. And thank you, Angel. Yeah, Void Drone, but it looks like the Champion Zone, yeah, Rek'Sai from the Champion Zone does finally come out, and look at the abundance of units. Not very often that we see this much board establishment on a single base. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 11 current units. If he has something like a grand strategy and things are going crazy here, that's even if he needs something like that. At this point, he just has enough raw power to close out the game on the very next turn. Very impressive stuff from this Rex side. Not a lot of decks can deal with this amount of pressure.
Here comes the surprise ruination from the
Oh,
top
yeah.
rope. You know, that would be so funny to see the ruination come out from our Fiora player here, but more than likely not going to be the case. We do see a just absolute gargantuan board from our Rek'Sai player, and all they need is to draw that Under Titan throw that bad boy down. And oh, there is Elder
Ooh.
Dragon in the list. So there was a world where he could have hit the Elder Dragon off of that pit rookie sacrifice from the baited hook. Unfortunately, did not get there. Only got a 2-drop instead with the unsung hero. At least this time now able to get a Rift Herald out, but not sure Rift Herald is going to be able to help us get back into this game at this point. 4-6. Obviously, Rek'Sai poised to go for game next turn with this massive board, and I don't think that. Oh, that wasn't a scoop. Just resolving the trigger. Now throwing the set or adding the set brawler to hand, passing it back over, and should be pretty much all she wrote for this game number 1.
Does look to be the case. I mean, good display of knowing exactly what she wants to get done, but just the simple fact that Rek'Sai just started going first and just never slowed down, right? Got to the points first, and little by little that board state continued to go ahead and amount itself to what it has become as we see it currently. And as you said, I don't see it any other way. You could go ahead and just send half of the board and it's going to be enough to get the job done here, as he's finding himself just 2 conquers away from taking the dub here in this game number 1. So I think eyes are forward, or the mind is forward for Fiora as she looks ahead and thinks, what can I go ahead and adjust? How can I go ahead and make sure Rek'Sai doesn't get as carried away as they did in this game number 1? Of course, a whole lot easier said than actually done, because I'm not seeing that kind of base interaction from Fiora. You have things like challenge. Of course, Elder Dragon could kind of hit the battlefields and then the backline with 1 unit. But to deal with this amount of units, it's almost like you need a counter. And I don't even know, because these units are just being hard played. I mean, I guess if you counter, can you repulse Void Rush? That could be a good little thing, because he got a lot of value from these units from that Void Rush.
Yeah, Repose could have come in at some point to try to stymie our Rek'Sai from really snowballing in that early game, but at this point, not sure that anything outside of Ruination would have actually gotten them
True.
out of this scenario. Ruination here would have been pretty ideal, being that it would have also triggered the death knell from the Rift Herald and brought another unit out from the hand if there was one available. But in this scenario, don't think that anything outside of that could have bought them out of this situation, as now our Rek'Sai player looks to just be doing the math, trying to see how much they need to throw over here at that right Trifarian camp to get over the Akshan plus the Fiora to close this game out.
And I do not envy this player. There's a lot of math to be done. Thankfully, because this is not just a single Trifarian War Camp battlefield. This is a double battlefield on both sides. So you're benefiting on both ends. So it is going to be a big advantage, because most of your units are quite little, right? One mighted you recruit tokens, one might bird tokens. So I think that's going to make a big difference, and is why we're considering him as the winner as it stands. So sends in about a quarter of his units from the back line over to this battlefield, saying, let's do the math here. So 2, 4, 3. Okay, just doing it. So 2 survives. So does get the 7 point. And then I don't see it any other way. You might as well send everything else to the other side. Rift Herald's defending for 8. The little diplomat defending for, what is that? What's on the diplomat? There's Sherlock. Okay, so he's 1 up. So up to 4. So 12 total might currently, but a hidden blade bringing that might down heavily. So now you only have 4 defending might. This is all she wrote. Even with a punch first, it's just not going to be enough. I don't see it. Sending it all, and you don't even have to do the math here. That is a victory for the Void Queen. GG. Rek'Sai taking up that game number 1. Can she continue on? Because I'm loving what I'm seeing, Mr. Plus. This is something we haven't seen all weekend long. Even in some of the other regionals, we haven't seen Rek'Sai shine as brightly as she did in this game.
Yeah, Rek'Sai seemed like that was exactly how you draw it up when you're sitting there putting the deck together. You're thinking of all these creative, cool play lines that could happen, and I think most of those transpired in that game for our Rek'Sai players. They were able to very decisively dismantle the Fiora and make that game 1 look like a breeze. We'll see if they're able to replicate that level of success in the following game, and if Fiora has any type of answers in the sideboard that might be able to help them not get so far behind in game number 2.
Right. We'll see a lot of people in chat are saying a riposte wouldn't be too bad. You could have riposted a hidden blade, leaving a good amount more might on that battlefield. But even despite that, I still think Rek'Sai had it all but locked in. You know, I'm liking the new set 3 additions. Let me look up the name of the little 1/1 body, or the 2 drop that we saw early on. I think it's called Carry On, or it's not Carry On, but what is the name of
Yeah,
that,
I thought it
chat?
was called like Carrion Dredger or something.
I like them. I like them. So you know, especially on Triferian War Camp, it doesn't look too bad. You get the bird at once it dies, so it's almost just like extra recruit tokens. So thinking back of what he likes to do in terms of battlefield, Triferian War Camp works well. Arena's Greatest is probably another one that he's probably going to save for that game number 3 if it manages to go there. But what can that middle battlefield be that he really benefits from this more aggressive nature he has going on? I'm trying to see. Let me
I'm,
look through these battlefields.
I'm wondering if, that battlefield we saw in the previous game, or previous match rather, I should say, the if you assign 3 excess combat damage, you get a bird,
Okay.
something like that. Obviously, that was introduced in set 3 to go along with the likes of something like Vi, who is also trying to conquer with excess damage in order to proc that legend ability. So being that the red yellow card pool was already kind of designed to go that route in a sense, you might consider running that in something like this Rek'Sai list as well, if you want to try to get a few more units on the board, as we didn't seem to have a problem with that in game 1, but obviously being able to maintain units on board is a huge way that this or is basically the only way that this Rek'Sai deck can function, and the way that you counter it is by making sure that those units get taken off the board or stopped from conquering at every turn through the likes of Gust, Flurry of Blades, things like that, to stop those little 1/1s like the Carrion Dredger that we saw. You really want to stop them from getting as many of those hero ability procs as possible on the Rek'Sai side.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for that. But chat, you're totally right. Candlelight Sanctum might just be the more ideal because you are playing the Rek'Sai Legend, and it will very be that. That is a Candlelight Sanctum for a Rek'Sai player, and then the Sunken Temple, another tried and true battlefield for Fiora, as you're often than not gonna be having those mighty units that has the 5 might, able to go ahead and benefit from things like that 1 energy from the Sunken Temple. But let's see if he's able to get things rolling a whole lot better than he did in that initial game number 1. Things not looking the best if this is post mulligan, as he has the Elder Dragon currently in hand. You probably want to save those in the deck, similar to how Aurora functions. You don't want to see him in hand. You want to try to hit it off the baited hook. And it looks like this is post mulligan, because look at the face of the Fiora player. He's like, oh, bummer. I do not like my opening hand, but sometimes a bad hand leads to good draws off the top of the deck. So let's see exactly how things play out as he goes ahead and plays a little Shearloom or Shepherd's Heirloom to start things off. And can he go ahead and play similar as he did before? It's not the Carry On, but it is another one. We might as well look up the name of it since he's going to be playing it quite often.
It's Mischievous Mirai, I believe is the name of it. This is the one that has hidden that on play at the battlefield can ping for 2. And we saw the heirloom, as you said, Shepherd's Heirloom, the cane be deployed on turn 1, and then immediately being utilized in tandem with the Chosen Champion Fiora to go ahead and make it mighty and get us a ramp on turn 2. So we'll be going into turn 3 on 7 runes with a mighty Fiora who now has all of her additional keywords as a result. And after this conquer, it looks like we are going to reveal, wow, the 2 best hits probably you could ask
Oh
for.
my
You get the
goodness.
Under Titan to generate you 2 resources, and then the Void Rush to summon or to play with those 2 resources. And now Void Rush is going to reveal another Void Rush in a Carrion Dredger. Dredger coming out for free, still having 1 floating thanks to that Under Titan, and now a second Void Rush in hand at the ready going forward. Actually, both additional copies in hand. So Rek'Sai's kind of got everything that he needs to really snowball this game again, as we see the Chosen Champion get deployed to base. Looks like we might just leave up the 2, or nope, we're going to throw down another Mirai and pass it on over. Very good start once again for our Rek'Sai player, and it's got to be a little bit daunting across the way for our Fiora player, who didn't seem super pleased with their mulligan, like you said.
Right, that's the ceiling sometimes of these Rek'Sai players where if you hit everything right, especially off the legend ability, things just kind of start spiraling out of control, and you love to see it if you're a Rek'Sai fan, because this is a bit of a mini high roll under Titan Void Rush. I think there's even another under Titan in hand. Of course, it doesn't work the same way if you're playing it from the hand, but nice little start, and little by little, just as early as that second turn, already has 3 units established, a bit more, but of course, Fiora doesn't go too wide. Instead, she goes extremely tall, and one of the units that allows her to go extremely tall is the Set Brawler. So if she overextends just ever so slightly and tries to put up a good amount of units on these battlefields, I don't think Fiora is going to have a tough time kind of breaking down those battlefields with a card like Set Brawler. So not too far behind, I want to say.
Yeah, Set Brawler, one of the best cards for Fiora, being that it comes down as a 4 might unit, and then on enter grants itself a buff to give it that mighty, so effectively removing its power cost after you go ahead and ramp from the Fiora legend ability. Great, great tool for Fiora to get this beefy unit for basically a reduced cost, no power cost on it, as other orange decks have to pay. And now, after going into the Sunken Temple with our Carrion Treasure, seeing 2 cards off the top, opting not to play either of them, I believe.
I think he's playing the Pharaohs right now. He tap all
Oh,
6,
he's just
recycle 1, so
determining.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't see him pick it up. So just tapping out, playing the Ferris Forerunner over at that Sunken Temple, and then hiding a card alongside it. This time not having the double seal opener like in game 1. We're starting to see how those power costs in this Rek'Sai deck can keep them kind of in a chokehold with their rune count, as he's down to 4 runes and will only be going up to 6 while you're sitting on 9 over here.
Right, quite the opposite story. Story for both of these legends. Of course, the ganking capabilities from Fiora comes down. So I think she's swinging in for 6 currently, or currently for 5, since the shield is only on defense. Trying to say, do you have anything from hidden? And it is 6. What did I miss? Was
If the
there a
cane
buff?
is +2.
Heirloom is +2. For some reason, I thought it was plus
Yeah,
1. But okay, +2. It
it's a
makes a
2
whole
for
lot of
2.
sense.
Yeah, the Shepherd's Heirloom coming in, giving us the 6 might to trade away with the Ferris Forerunner, is going to buy 2 of those 3/3 mechs back to the base. So the aggression really just doesn't stop coming from our Rek'Sai player. Unfortunately, if you are not having anything really well, or I don't know if anything actually available to answer that Forerunner in a better fashion. So unfortunately, just having to give it its full value, summon those 2 mechs, and now we actually see the Rift Herald get deployed into
Oh,
a
yeah.
sacrifice into a Elder Dragon from hand. So a little bit of a wombo comboing going off here, as now 4 runes get recycled after that. And now look at that. We're right back to having even rune parity, as both players are sitting at 4 runes.
Yeah, that's an expensive cost. As Beta's Hook doesn't work, or not Beta Hook, but having to go ahead and still play out the power, because I think Rift Herald says you still pay the power, as we kind of could have been a bit of a nerf in the future for something like a Dazzling Aurora. But here we go. Now that the hidden card has been revealed, there's nothing to worry about. You don't have to worry about the hidden blade. So this is a way of kind of slowing down the game plan for Rek'Sai, because very similar to LeBlanc builds that want to get to these battlefields, Rek'Sai only gets the legend ability on the Conqueror. Unfortunately, there is an open battlefield, so Rek'Sai not only will get the Conquer, but get the Candlelight Sanctum proc as well. So really kind of stack the deck in a sense to where it truly benefits him to the best of his potential here. So Candlelight Sanctum goes on stack first,
Huh.
recycles both of them. He didn't like what he saw. Now 2
Looked
better
like double
cards.
salvage. Double salvage put to the bottom into Vi plus Hidden Blade. So in a kind of an awkward spot here to summon the Vi. I mean, you could get it down, but that would be your whole turn, and obviously you'd prefer to ambush this unit rather than just play it to base. But also kind of not really feeling like he wants to draw or to hit the... Oh wow, he is going to go for the Vi. In fact, doesn't want to
Interesting.
go ahead and play the Hidden Blade and offer our Fiora player any additional draws by targeting the set. Could have opted to target his own bird for an extra draw too, but instead is just going to throw his entire unit salvo that he had remaining into the sunken temple, but they all go to the bin thanks to Elder Dragon. And we're at actually a pretty good spot for our Fiora player, all
Mm-hmm.
things considered, after how far behind it seemed they were in the early to mid game.
Right, and I think a big reason due to that Elder Dragon currently sitting pretty in that back line, because I believe Rek'Sai pushed in with the intention of at least one of these units surviving, saying the math checks out on my side. I have more might than you. At least I get a conquer here. But of course, Elder Dragon changing up how lethal damage work. Even though Set Brawler is smaller, just a single point of damage is enough to take care of every one of those units. So just dividing it along those units, just 3 is all it took. So that Set Brawler getting this value there on the def. And now Elder Dragon is set up on the defense here, but first May allowing him to retreat it back, which is probably the more ideal play because you just took over Point Temple up at 4, playing the nice and even point potential. Because right now, yes, Rek'Sai could double conquer, but you only get up to 5, and that leaves his units a little bit overextended on these battlefields. And look at the units he currently has in the back line, more than capable of double conquering his own on this very next turn. I'm really liking Fiora's position going forward. Let's see if this Rek'Sai player can change my mind. First things first, starting off with that Void Rush.
Yeah, we had access to all 3 copies this game, so gonna throw down one now, get that Noxus double Noxus hopeful review. Of course,
Nice.
it's gonna come down for free, thanks to the Void Rush ability discounting the cost by 2, and its own innate Legion ability discounting its cost by 2. Now opting to then follow it up with the second copy of Void Rush and getting another free unit in the form of the Void unit that I already forgot its second name, but we have the second
I think
Noxus Hopeful that was drawn up.
Void Dune or
Drone.
Void Drone. But he should be floating
Yeah, so
energy, right? Because that came down for a single energy, so he had 2 off the Void Rush.
it would be free because of the Void Rush in the same way that the Noxus Hopeful was, because it was played from any area other than the hand. It had its cost reduced by 2, and then the Void Rush reduces its cost by an additional 2. So both those
Yeah,
units being free hits off of the Void Rush.
exactly, which is why I think that Noxus Hopeful might have came down for a single energy, because it just caused 1 to play from the deck, which I understand. So Void Rush gives
But
you
Void
2
Rush
energy.
reduces it an additional 2.
I know.
The,
Well, you get 2 floating energy essentially, right?
No, it just says it reduces the cost of the card that you play with Void Rush by 2, I
Okay, so
believe.
minimum of 1. I see where we're getting at. I gotcha.
So in the case of Noxus Hopeful, it's free. I'm not sure if there is that minimum of 1 text on the Void Drone. I thought Void Drone just said it was reduced by 2 as well.
Yeah, so I'm saying
Cost
it came down for energy, right? Or did it just come down
No,
for
it should be
free?
free.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when I
And s-
read Void Rush, I thought it was basically 2 floated energy, so you play one of those. But either way, let's go ahead and look forward at it is Fiora's turn. Goes ahead and looks through a couple. I think that was a sabotage, right? So yeah, took away the last Void Rush, it looks like. Or no, it was recycled, so we don't know exactly what he took away as I was looking away and kind of caught up on the Void Rush ruling there. But let's see if he could go ahead and defend these battlefields, because right now he's threatening a double hold for victory, and I would be super excited to get a game 3 out of these guys. But keeping the better card, the higher value Set Brawler, for that final closing double conquer push that he's most likely setting up, especially with the cards in hand, things like Punch First, to make sure you have more than enough might to take down anything displayed on either of these battlefields. So as we said before, Fiora's position looking quite advantageous. Can they go ahead and keep this momentum, or can Rek'Sai do anything so far? We know they have kill spells, things like Vengeance, things like Hidden Blade, so Set Brawler isn't completely safe right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that there's not much that the Rek'Sai player can do here to stop our Fiora player from winning on the clapback, being that the Elder Dragon just kind of sits there in hand like a permanent Imperial Decree. He can just run his weenies into it, and I think right here we might be seeing quite the misplay from our Fiora player, as this first mate should be stunned by the Vi attacking in.
Yeah, it almost seems like he just wants to hold. Of course, he can't win the combat, but he can go ahead and retain the control of the battlefield, essentially winning the combat. But Inferno coming down, making it 8-8. And I don't know. I don't like that play, Mr. Play. I feel you just leave the punch first on the offense rather than defense. Just go ahead and
Yeah.
leave the first mate. I think this was prioritizing trying to not get the Rek'Sai legend ability any more procs. He had pretty much won every single turn. He doesn't like his odds of what more proc, but I like the first punch or the punch first, as I said, on the push where you're trying to conquer that final closing some 6-8 rather than just trying to defend. But I think he has some kind of logic there. If he gets up to 8, Vi gets sent back, and then it takes 2 Noxus Hopeful to do the pushing. I don't know. I kind of see it, but we'll see. We'll see exactly what he had in mind with that punch first.
Yeah, we see Battering Ram and the Vanguard Captain come off the top from the Rek'Sai ability after electing to bottom deck both options revealed from the Candlelight Sanctum. So now kind of looking at whether or not it's worth it to cast the Battering Ram, instead going to go ahead and cast the Captain, using that seal to pay for the power costs, going to get some extra recruits in the base. But it may be too little too late at this point, sitting at only 4 points to our Fiora 6 and still no answer in sight for that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, because all it takes with that Elder Dragon being in the backline, a simple first mate is enough to take care of the Vi, Peacemaker, and the Inferno there. So this is a tricky spot. Granted, it might take a little bit more than just that, because of course he could go ahead and try to take down the Unsung Hero with that Noxus Hopefuls pair in the back, but setting up the biggest battlefield he can. But that doesn't work the way you would imagine with the mentioned reason we said, the Eldran coming down. You could just simply set Brawler, take care of every single of those units by applying 1 lethal damage apiece, and then you go from there. But okay, now with the 4 body over at the top side, things might get interesting. But technically right now as it stands, you still have everything you need to conquer, right? Elder Dragon is enough for the top battlefield, set Brawler down below, and then first mate to clear the rest of it, or to do the final winning conquer. So I believe Fiora might have locked this out. The only caveat being, is there something like a hidden blade with the last 2 remaining runes available to Rek'Sai currently?
Yeah, and here we only need 5 might to board wipe. Oh wow, actually gonna go into the Sunken Temple first. I elect to draw. I was about to say that you only need 5 might, like you, as you mentioned, to clear the entire battlefield down at the Candlelit Sanctum, being that there's 5 units there. You can just deal 1 damage to each
Mm-hmm.
and just use that to clear, but not necessary, as any way you slice it, Fiora was coming away with the victory in that game number 2, and a much, much better performance out of Fiora that game after what seemed to be a dicey early game. Definitely our Fiora player didn't look too pleased with their opening hand, probably because they mulliganed into that Elder Dragon. We're thinking, oh man, I really don't want this in hand. I was hoping to hit this off of a beta took. But in the end, being able to drop the Rift Herald into sacrifice and
Oh
bring
yeah.
out that Elder Dragon was the comeback he needed to get back into the game, and ended up paying dividends as he walks away the winner of game 2 and gets to take us to a game 3.
You're totally right. What seemed like what would have been a bit of a hindrance to that future game plan he had ended up being the actual card he needed all along, right? Having the Elder Dragon to go ahead and play off that Rift Herald kind of completely changed the tides of that game. Not that he was too behind at that point, but once the Elder Dragon hit the board, everything just turned in his favor, and so much so that his opponent wasn't necessarily playing around it the way most people do against the Elder Dragon. It threw him off. As we saw, he pushed 3 units in, expecting at least one of those units to survive, but not really working the way he imagined, as it just goes ahead, as we keep going back to just 1 little point of lethal damage is enough with Elder Dragon on the board. So, as you said, what we thought was a bad opening hand ended up being A-OK, and Fiora does get the victory in that game 2. And here we go, Mr. Plus, the final game number 3 for this top 32 round. Who are we favoring? Is Rek'Sai on the play a little bit too crazy? Are we going to see a similar story as we saw in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai definitely seemed like they were going pretty well in that game number 2 as well. It seemed like things were kind of going their way again. They had the triple void rush. They're hitting their units and really in a pretty commanding position, it seemed, board state wise. And then just kind of all slingshotted back the other way after that big play from Fiora. So I wouldn't say that necessarily Rek'Sai has to change too much. I think he's been performing on his deck the way he has wanted to thus far. Just needs to do a little bit more of the same and hopefully not get blown out by any type of crazy big combo plays like we saw in that last game. But obviously that is the name of the game for our Fiora player who is running baited hook and didn't, I believe, even resolve baited hook that entire second game, but probably going to need to win off the back of some pretty heavy baited hook plays going into game 3.
Right, I could agree. There needs to be some kind of high roll action because Rek'Sai has a pretty consistent game plan of getting as much units as you can as early as possible. So you're trying to slow things down. Of course, you needed that baited hook to get to that Rift Herald, the Rift Herald to get to the Elder Dragon, or sometimes, as we saw, with enough equipment stack, you could go directly to that Elder Dragon. And I don't think you have to pay the power for baited hook, do you? Or actually, I think you do. Let me look it up real quick.
Not for baited hook, I believe, only for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you're right. Ignoring his cost entirely, but here we go, everybody. It is time. Final game of this round number, technically round number 8, but as we like to call it here, top 32 on Arena's greatest game 3, as we anticipated earlier on, into a rockfall path. So you're able to kind of slow things down in terms of ambush. We saw the Vi Peacemaker, we saw the Infernos. Those are the one targets that is able to go ahead and ambush at reaction speed, of course. So not able to rely on that game plan. With that said, we actually didn't really see any Vi's or Inferno. Oh, we did see one Inferno get ambushed, didn't we?
Yeah, we saw Inferno get ambushed. Vi didn't ambush in, but was played. So our Fiora player is aware of the ambush capability. So Rockfall Path more than likely going to be a little bit more tedious for our Rek'Sai player to come in and conquer if our Fiora decides to set up a decent hold and defensive posture on that rockfall path.
Right, and Mr. Plus, let's take a look. Is any of these Chinese players going to forget their infamous Arena's greatest trigger? But the answer is no, and thank God this round of top 32. You would imagine these players don't forget a simple trigger like that. I say simple, but even the best of players sometimes just slip their mind. But this time around, nothing like we saw in that round, or this day number 1 yesterday, where I believe it was one Arena's greatest game where the player that played the battlefield forgot the trigger, but one apiece already. Of course, that definitely benefits Rek'Sai as they already go up to 2, and this game is just simply played up to 8 total points. So a quarter of the way there, Vi, Peacemaker, and Hidden Blade. 2 cards you don't really want to see off the top for Rek'Sai, so not a fantastic Rek'Sai legend ability trigger, but does he have anything to follow up? Something like the 2-drop into a Noxus Hopeful might just be an ideal curve, at least for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting the whiff off the first trigger of the Rek'Sai Legend ability is definitely not how you want to start off game 3 when you feel like you're a little bit more back against the wall, pressured into hitting those high rolls on your list here with the reveals from Rek'Sai, but still able to have a decent turn even after whiffing on that ability. Is able to just put that Carrion Dredger back in base and then reinforce the Arena's greatest with a Noxus Hopeful, making it a little bit more difficult for our Fiora to come and take over this battlefield. Gonna have to invest a little bit more resources, instead opting not to try to conquer, but just to clear and sacrifice our first mate away to trade that board, and now deploying the Unsung Hero to base and passing it back over to Rek'Sai.
You know, didn't seem like the most ideal play, but I don't hate it. Sometimes you just want to go ahead and deal with the board at hand as you can. You don't get the conquer, but if you didn't go ahead and take down those units, those were units that were just able to go ahead and retreat back to base the very next turn. And little by little, that's how that generated, those units ended up getting crazily out of hand in that game number 1. But under Titan revealed, so free 2 energy to play this mischievous Mirai for free. And then let's see what they have for the remaining of the turn. Void Rush, another card that allows to kind of play these lower to the ground units essentially for free. Reduction by 2. Another Under Titan. The high roll
Wow.
is here in this game number 3. Double Under Titan. Inferno coming down for 2. Or coming down for free, I should say. Still has 2 floated energy. So 5 total energy. Or actually 6 total energy to work with this turn. This is a heck of a turn if he has the cards in hand, because currently that's 2 Under Titans that he can't really utilize, and a salvage, and I believe an Inferno. So high rolling in terms of the legend ability, but in the hand, not too good. Okay, enough to do this though, so not too shabby.
Yeah, pretty good actually to see the amount of units that our Rek'Sai was able to produce on that turn, thanks to some really fortunate hits after whiffing on turn 1, or at least on the first resolution of that Rek'Sai trigger, really hitting it big on the
Oh yeah.
following turn here. And now with the BF sword coming down, the tried and true 2-card combo, Unsung Hero plus BF sword, gonna make that 2-drop mighty trigger our Fiora ability, and then allow this death knell to proc when this unit inevitably goes to the bin. Should that BF sword remain there, but as you pointed out, there is a salvage, so more than likely going to see this salvage come snipe away this BF sword, which is rather impactful overall just for Fiora outside of the heroes, just one of their better equipments in the deck. So going to be painful to see this go away here.
It is so painful. He was expecting a +2 draw, even a potential +4 if he had to sacrifice the next turn. But it honestly wasn't going to be seeing the light of day for the next turn, as these units were staring him down and taking him down. So Rek'Sai Legend ability, seeing 2 seals, not what you want to see, but at minimum you get 1 seal floated energy for now. But a seal is the type of card without any gear interaction from Fiora's side is going to be able to get an immense amount of value as early as if you establish it out as early as you just did this turn. But man, look at the point disparity so far, 5-2 and climbing. This Rek'Sai just unrelentingly pressure turn after turn. And you love to see it. This is exactly what Rek'Sai was built to do, and executing it to perfection as it stands. Can Fiora do anything in her power to kind of slow down this tempo? Because right now with a single unit in hand, you could do one battlefield, maybe with a first mate / ganking potential, can do both battlefields, but I'm not liking my odds currently.
Yeah, as you know, we've talked about so many times together before, plus in the DBS days, you see some players sometimes go in that game and just dump their whole hand
Oh
to
yeah.
combo up to 100,000 and come in huge, and it feels like that's what we're seeing out of the Rek'Sai player, just dumping their whole hand every single turn
All
and
in.
having so many battlefield or units in their base and at battlefields. It's yeah, just pushing all their chips forward every single turn and saying, can you answer this just huge board state? And it seems to be paying off once again for Rek'Sai. I gotta say, it feels like all 3 games Rek'Sai has been able to execute the game plan as they've drawn it up, and it's really cool to see this deck perform at this high of a level.
It really is, right? I mean, I could imagine they do some really impressive stuff against the likes of Dazzling Aurora, but not getting paid off from that sabotage. Expecting to see something like a Void Rush, but fine to see the remaining 2 cards are things like Under Titan. So not the most impactful cards, but are cards that are able to come down the very next turn, as I believe they are 7 cost Under Titan, allowing to get +2 to every single one of your units. Or are they 8 cost? Let me go ahead and look that up real quick.
Under Titan, I believe, is a 5 or a 6, but I
He's
know
a
it's
bigger body, if I remember. 6 bodies, so in
oh
between of what we were thinking.
yeah. So decent sized body, it obviously gives a smaller grand stratagem effect, but definitely the more units you have on board, the bigger that effect becomes. And here with 7 units on board, this is a plus a 28. I think is he gives +4 might, correct?
+2 might on everything.
Oh, only +2. Okay, so not nearly as big as grand stratagem.
Yeah, but still big nonetheless. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 total might. 12 if you count the one on the battlefield increase across your entire board state so far. So that Fiora is indeed going down with only 2 cards remaining. Even if you have a punch first, a hidden blade is just not enough to stop the onslaught that's about to be coming Fiora's direction. Already up to 6, conquering most likely up to 7 this very turn, and then posing the question, can you crack both battlefields? I hate to say it as a Fiora fan myself, but I don't think the answer is going to be yes. I think one of these battlefields will be able to hold if they even have to go as far as that. You don't even have to overextend and invest all these units. Right now, your Rek'Sai swings in for 7, I believe, as Assault 1. So, oh no, it swings in for 6. It's looking to swing with the other ones, though, because Inferno up at 5, carry on attacking for 3. So, that's definitely sufficient enough. And that is the Conqueror up to 7. And you could leave it like this, and it's still a tough thing to crack for Fiora.
Yeah, we did see a push forward of Carrion, Dredger, and Inferno, both of which have +2. So we have the 3 from the Dredger and the 5 from the Inferno should bring us up to 8. Fiora defending for, I believe, 8 as
7.
well with the shield 1, unless that, oh, that's not a BF sword, that's just an heirloom. So yeah, so only defending for 7, so able to come away with the conqueror. And like you said, didn't even necessarily need to push in this turn, being on that even point threshold and having that second Under Titan sitting in hand. Could just wait a turn and come in next turn with that second Under Titan and push for game. But in any case, still has that available now. Did go up to 7, got that Fiora off the board, and I don't really see much of an out for our Fiora player. Unfortunately, this time I don't think there will be any crazy shenanigans like a Rift Herald sacrifice into our Elder Dragon that is sitting in hand once again.
Yeah, and there we go. Seeing the value off the carry on, getting another bird, but the Elder Dragon hard casted, doing what you can, but you're only taking down a single unit. More importantly, you're establishing a big body on these battlefields. Even with the Under Titan, it's going to take quite a bit of investment. Keep in mind, though, even if he doesn't have enough might, he's going to have to do some sequencing calculations here because he's going to have to have enough might to take over what's currently 12 total might on the battlefield down below. But on top of that, have enough units remaining to double
Here's
conquer.
the hidden
Because
blade off the top.
what was it?
I was saying he's gonna hit hidden blade off the top right now off of the
Let's
Rek'Sai reveal.
see.
Ah, dang it.
That would be an easier way. You don't have to do too much math. Fiora is completely tapped out, so all it is straightforward math. But what I was getting at, you need to get over 12, and then if you have any units remaining, then you can send in an additional one. So conquers for 7. This is the tricky part so far. Does he have enough? Rek'Sai swings in. He could play Under Titan,
He
so there's still
can.
+2.
He could opt to play the Vi here if he wants and accelerate it thanks to the Rek'Sai on board.
Oh, I like that.
Instead, going to just play the Void Drone and accelerate it, and then go ahead with the Under Titan to give the Anthem +2 to everything should be more than enough. Like we can do the math here.
Should
Bird
be.
for 3, Mirai for 4, it's already 7. Each Void Drone will be for 5, that's already 17. The Rek'Sai is another 6. We're way over the required math. We only need to get through enough to kill the Elder Dragon first and then send the rest in after. So it should be some simple math here. Probably a multitude of ways, honestly, that this could have been resolved, but in any case, all roads point to our Rek'Sai player ascending into the top 16 as he goes in for this final push.
Absolutely. The Under Titan, the hammer closing in that final nail in the coffin for Fiora. Had a really great run. Still had some good plays here and there, but Rek'Sai, as we said before, just nonstop pressure and really impressive stuff. We were talking before this round even started. We're like, wait a minute. 2 Rek'Sais managed to make it into top 64. What are these Rek'Sais cooking? And we get our answer in this round, and I am all here for it. Rek'Sai getting the victory, as you mentioned, moving their way into that top 16 position. Can they be the first Rek'Sai player in Season 3, Riftbound Unleashed, to make it into top 8 of any regional RQ/Open over in China and the Western regions? Because we know Rek'Sai has been a little bit under the radar for everyone's radar. So I'm excited for it because this Rek'Sai was playing really well. I'm trying to think, can something like Diana maybe handle that kind of pressure from Rek'Sai?
Well, we did talk about how the tools in the color combination are there for Rek'Sai to be able to handle something like Diana. Unfortunately, given what we just saw, it doesn't seem like our Rek'Sai player is playing some of those key tools, and one of the main ones being that falling star that is so pivotal in answering the Hueys and the Diana Lunaris. Obviously, not having access to that card will make it a little bit more difficult. Also, didn't see any Call of the Weeks or anything like that. Those could be in the sideboard, though, for matchups like Aurelia and the sort. But I think the tools are there, but this current build may not be 100% targeting that matchup and could have some difficulties in dealing with things like Moonfall and some of the more pesky removal that Diana has.
I could see it, but it would still be a fun matchup to witness because sometimes the Diana tends to lean more towards the unit heavier blue purple, like compared to Ezreal, where they were so heavy on a lot of spells. Because if it was like an Ezreal posing to be the bigger threat these days, Bellows Breath combo completely destroys what Rek'Sai wants to put together. But Diana, Moonfall brings in just a single unit. A lot of these units have those Death Knell procs to generate additional units. So I could see a world where Rek'Sai doesn't feel all that bad currently. So I'm excited for it. I feel like it's even fast enough to deal with things like Aurelia because we saw like Fiora likes to go tall with things like Set Brawler. Same story with Aurelia. So I don't think this Rek'Sai is that badly positioned so far. Let's see if they can continue on with the momentum they generated in this day too, because they're still undefeated technically on the day. Just a single loss on yesterday. But good stuff. Good stuff for this game number 2. And Mizu saying,
Yeah.
is Lux game done? We haven't seen a Lux game, but there's still 2 Luxes in contention. Hopefully one of them is the Infinite Loop Lux. We actually don't know if they managed to keep on winning, but hopefully so. Maybe they'll be our top 16 matchup.
Yeah, that was a great display from Rek'Sai. Honestly, I was really happy to see just how consistent it seemed. I think one of the biggest maybe in this case misconceptions about Rek'Sai is that it's very inconsistent and kind of this
Right.
casino deck where you're just hoping to hit the right cards off the top. But in this, across all 3 games, it just seemed to continually do exactly what it wanted to do and perform very well.
It did. I think everyone in chat was impressed, as was I. And we don't know exactly the stats they're displaying on here, but Fiora apparently beat Rek'Sai on one of these departments or a couple of these departments. I would assume some of them are like rune economy, things like that. But I think Rek'Sai just had the upper hand overall. And this might be the second, going back to kind of team dynamics, the second FSW player to advance on forward. Or actually, Mr. Plus, was FSW the MF or was it the Kaiser? Because I feel like it was the Kaiser last round.
It was the Kaisa, I believe. You're
Okay,
correct.
that team is doing fantastic in today's Day 2 regional, so not too shabby. Maybe they're, because I don't remember any FSW players last regional. Maybe this is a little bit of their debut, and if they get in their debut, can take it as far as top 8, maybe even a little bit further. They are definitely making quite the statement for themselves, so I'm excited. Shinami saying, how is Lilia doing? I guess for anyone just joining, I'll go ahead and show you guys the top 64 deck distribution. But Mr. Plus, I know you have work in the morning.
Yeah.
And we did commit for those first 2 rounds. So for anyone asking how far along are we on this tournament, in Day 2 Top Cut, there's a total of 6 rounds, and we're currently 2 rounds deep, so a total of 4 rounds still remaining. And Mr. Plus did an amazing job helping me, Kaz, for the first 2 rounds. It was top 64 and top 32. We couldn't really ask for too much better matchups than that. I know it was an Aurora matchup, but it was a fun one, actually.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to see if I could figure out what that translation was. It was the says that it was battle win rate was the top one, that our Fiora player was actually in the lead. So Fiora somehow won more battles percentage wise than the Rek'Sai player and still
Interesting.
came away with the loss there. And then the other category that Fiora was ahead in was the total gear equipped and total experience gained. So a lot of effects that are more or less completely unique to Fiora in that exact matchup. But the battles won percentage going to Fiora and still coming away with the loss is a surprising stat and something interesting to think about. And you would think in a typical card game the player that wins more combats would be the
Right.
one winning the game, and yet Rek'Sai comes away with the victory overall in the match.
I'm wondering if it was just Rek'Sai having more battlefield control and it was Fiora taking the control away and that counted as the battlefield
Yeah.
victories. Because I could see where it's like Rek'Sai was obviously scoring more points at the end of the day. So without Fiora doing the same, Rek'Sai didn't have the same amount of times to kind of contest those battlefields. So those data might be a little bit skewed, but we know what the results ended up being, right? Rek'Sai got the
Yeah.
dub and she will progress on forward. But I'm curious, what was the translation exactly when you looked it up?
It says total armaments slash gears equipped, and then
Okay. Okay.
yeah, it spells was the one that they both spell kills was the one that they both had 0, which I don't think maybe that's an incorrect translation because I know we saw some spells come out to answer some cards on board, so doing the best. It says spell damage, so maybe that's why. This is obviously just Google
I
Translate,
know,
so if
I know.
anybody out there speaks
Not the
or
most
reads,
reliable, but cool to see
yeah.
nonetheless. Is it the same 13 round format as English as European RQs? So Orange Juice, similar to where it's all Swiss up to top 8, but they do 7 rounds in day 1, 3 rounds of Swiss in day 2, and then a cut to top 8. So the reason we call it top 64, if you look at this top 64 number on the screen currently, only a total of 64 players actually advanced to day 2. So it's kind of like a pseudo top 64. They just don't want to call it top cut because when they have top cut, it's untimed. And if you know anything about these Chinese players, when it's untimed, I mean, the same could go for the Western players as well. They take their time. Last weekend or 2 weekends ago, we had a 2-hour final. If you guys were here, you guys remember that. Knock on wood, we don't have a 2-hour final. If it is a 2-hour final, it better be the most epic final we've ever seen. But with that being said, like I was getting at, Mr. Plus does have to go to work tomorrow, and he did an awesome job. So, Mr. Plus, thank you so much for coming
Thank
on
you.
in for these first 2 initial rounds. Hope you had a good time. Let us know if you want to leave us with any final little remarks, as I always tend to say. Now will be perfect because I'll take a mini little break because I ended up finding a caster. God bless Orbital, said he finished work. So I was going to solo cast this next round, but Orbital coming in to save the day. But I'll take a mini break before I bring him on.
All right, yeah, thank you again. As always, it's a blast being here, getting to cast these games with you. I think we got to see 2 very, very interesting and well-played games, and yeah, that's the beauty of getting to cast these day 2 events. This is when the real extra skill expression starts to show itself, and I think that was the case for both of those games in both top 64 and top 32, and I can't wait to see how the rest of the tournament plays out. There's still some really cool legends in the mix, so I'll be looking forward to catching the VOD tomorrow while I'm at work. And thanks again, everybody, for tuning in and all the support for Runes and Rift and casting. Hopefully, see you guys back here again real soon.
For sure. We love to have you back. A couple comments in chat, they said, I love how you two are commentating. So I think we work well together, and I couldn't agree more. So hopefully we see you a little bit down the road on any other of these
Thank
events.
you, Chinam.
But I'll go ahead and let you go. Before I do let you go, I didn't get to ask you yesterday or today. Last little final prediction. Who will be crowned champion in Tianjin?
All right. Well, I'm going to go for the dark horse that I was gassing up and we just saw go real crazy in that last match. I'm going to put my money with Rek'Sai.
There
I'd
we
love to see
go.
the first ever Rek'Sai champion over here in the Chinese regionals. So let's go Rek'Sai.
There we go. Rek'Sai it is. You heard it here first. Can they continue on this tear that we saw in this top 32 round? I'm excited for it. So I can't deny that they did really well. So we'll see. We got 1 vote for Rek'Sai. I'll ask some of these other casters coming on later who are their votes. But for now, I'll go ahead and let you go. Thank you so much, Mr. Plus.
Thank you and have a good rest of your stream.
See you guys. Say wave goodbye over to Mr. Plus.
Bye-bye.
All right, chat. That was it for the round of top 32. I believe it's going to throw us over to a 10-minute break. So looking at the time, actually, chat, who can rewind back and tell me how much time was left in that round? Because we went to round 3. It shouldn't have been that much longer. But looking at this round, it's telling me a 20-minute break. But we might be running ahead of schedule. But China's kind of funky. Not to sound disrespectful, but what I was getting at is that sometimes, even though they're ahead of schedule, they will wait to be on schedule. Because right now, I think they're ahead of schedule currently. And Shinami, okay, they did have 15 minutes. Okay, then this makes sense because if there's 15 minutes remaining, there's still tables running, and then they throw us to a little bit of a 10-minute break. Have a good time. Have a great night. Yeah, have a good night, Mr. Plus. All right, chat, since we have a little bit, we will have a next caster join us. If you guys remember the earlier rounds in day number 1, Orbital casting back at it one more time. I was actually going to do a bit of a solo cast, so thank you so much to Orbital for hanging out, or not hanging out, but helping out on these next round. But for now, chat, I'm going to take a mini little bit of a break. I will throw in a video in the background so you guys don't have to sit here and watch these commercials. So guys, bear with me while I go ahead and get this going. This is going to be like a 5 to 8 minute break. They had just little 8 minutes left before the game. Okay, Bill, so I'll be back pretty soon. Let me see if I can get a game going. Let's, in the spirit of Lux, let's go ahead and throw up this Lux versus this Vex matchup. It's not the Infinite Lux, guys, so don't get too excited. I'll get the Infinite Lux video uploaded on Monday, but this is still a Lux deck nonetheless.
Here, I have been brushing up on my Riftbound awareness.
All right, chat. Be right back. It'll be like 5 or so minutes. Let me go grab some water, use the bathroom, and then I'll come back with Orbital to knock out the round of top 16. We'll be right back.
Knowledge rather quickly because Lux is a lesser-known legend, at least lesser exposed, but very powerful now coming into set 3. This is one of those legends that is kind of those future-proof legends that only get stronger with time as more 5-cost spells get added into the game, 5 or greater that is, and we've got quite a few good ones in set 3. So Lux finally seeing some well-deserved attention coming into this round as we now get to see how she fares against the controlling hold of Vex.
That a Bandle Tree?
A Bandle Tree? I did not see. I see the Rockfall path.
Yeah, that was the second one. What's the first one? The battle, because I saw a big old tree. I saw a bunch of Yordles.
Oh, it is
really surprising from the Vex being able to hide 2 of those cards underneath there. I think that will already be kind of foreboding, heralding what we can expect from our Vex pilot.
Not to mention a bold strategy to come out of the gate with a Bandle Tree, not knowing whether or not you're going first. Obviously, not every deck is going to be making use of Bandle Tree the same way you are, but that doesn't mean that they can't go first and take control of that battlefield and keep you from ever getting to use it yourself. So, bold strategy coming out of the gate with a Bandle Tree start for our Vex player. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Yeah, and with our battlefield selected and our players going to sculpt their hands just to kind of set the stage of what we can expect throughout the early game, right? As many of you well know, Vex is looking to hold on to those battlefields, so having a more hidden card strategy attached to that does make sense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lux, who is really focusing on those higher cost spells, so I'm not expecting too much fireworks in the early game. Lots of development, ramping, setting up for that glorious mid-game.
Yeah, Lux definitely a mid to late game hero. Does have a couple early game cards as we see the starting hand showing us a Salvage, Ravenbloom Student, a Frigid Jewel, and a Singularity. So a couple 2-drops to start us off, and then we get to have some removal as we cross into the mid game with that Singularity. And one thing that is difficult about cards like Singularity, which are obviously very powerful and often very strong for a Lux deck, against a Vex, it can be a little bit awkward having to pay that 2 power cost and then also having to pay for Deflect, as a lot of these Vex decks not only run this 4-cost Vex in the Chosen Champion zone, Apathetic, giving itself that natural deflect, but also can be running the 3-cost Yordle that gives all of the units at that battlefield deflect as well, the LA, I believe, as it were.
But let's take a step back from that, right? Because if we, normally, with the presence of Ambush and Accelerate, Vex is a real nuisance. But how much restrictions is that really putting onto the Lux, I'm going to ask myself. As you're just sitting there, I am totally fine just either combating into it or letting it sit there and try and race myself on towards the other battlefield. We're already up that very first point, so Vex is forced to come and fight you, so to speak, because sitting back means that she will lose out on the long run.
True, but we do see a charm, which is helpful in that breaking that enemy battlefield apart. Not to mention, there could be the advent of cards like Evelyn in the deck, being that we see the Bandletree here, probably going to see quite a few hidden cards in this list, as we see a Tide Turner come out and attack the Rockfall Path to take down the Ravenbloom student. Both players not going to the Bandletree just yet, but a quick little charm is going to come out and take out the Lux in the back row too. So very strong start for our Vex player. Lux definitely going to be feeling the hurt from this starting salvos from Vex.
And this is that harsh point. Like, usually we expect the more turning of the tides to start when there's more resources available, but being able to nip this in the bud kind of completely turns it around on Lux. All that momentum she was building up is squashed, washed away, and now it's a clean slate for our Damacian representative. Now, this is the time where it really can start to hurt that Lux might be lacking that accelerate, even with Vex not on the board yet.
And Zanya's Hourglass deployed rather early. Interesting to get this on board while you have a vulnerable Tide Turner out that can just be taken out rather easily by our Lux player, and will proc that the Zanya's rather on the Tide Turner, which is not the unit that you wish to be saving with the Zanya's more often than not. But in any case, just trying to play for tempo as best you can, as we see a Sprite Burst come out for Lux, one of the best new cards in Lux's arsenal. A 5-mana spell to get us that draw, and then make 2 ready 3/3 sprites, 6 damage wherever you want it, and a draw is not anything to scoff at for our Lux player.
And it really is kind of that activeness where you have to get these cards out now, because the moment Vex hits those battlefields, you are in trouble, and your deck is just restricted that much with the presence of sprites.
Yeah, and an interesting thing that we didn't really consider here is that a lot of the times with Vex Apathetic, your goal is to play her directly to a battlefield after you've captured it. And by going to Rockfall Path, you prevent yourself from doing that. But thanks to these Boots of Swiftness, Tide Turner is able to get right on over to that Bandletree and take control of it, but not enough runes at the moment to deploy our Vex, and nothing to hide either, so a little bit of a window of opportunity here for our Lux player. Let's see if she's able to capitalize on it.
So we're really just looking in this situation, we are properly into the mid game now. And if you're looking to, all right, what is the next step? We have this Vex a bit more restricted on her resources. So you do want to get stepping onto those battlefields. Make sure you're not falling behind too far. However, you do have to make that comeback run, and this is one of the beefiest Tide Turners that I've seen in a while, Mr. Bless.
Yeah, it's a big Tide Turner, getting a lot of work done for our Vex player in this early mid game, but a nice little recruit generating spell here that will also, of course, net us a draw, getting those 4 recruits on the board, and then the salvage to get those boots with the fur out of here so we can stop this Tide Turner from ganking back and forth.
Now, it's not just the apples that are at the bottom. The barrel that is beneath them, we are kind of scraping it right now. And usually when the sneaky deckhands are coming out to play, I feel like they are very high value in the early game. Then they kind of drop off in the mid game where it's very crowded. And they usually, towards the end of the game, their value starts to peak once more. However, because this has been quite a bloodthirsty game, the battlefields are currently unoccupied. And even if they do empty out a little later, the fact that you're able to sneak that tempo onto there with the deckhand should be something you'll be have to keeping in mind. Now, taking a look at the hand, that is one loaded up Lux.
Yeah, we see Ruination, one of the other big new cards at Lux's disposal here, being in hand, and a card that really works well with the Vanguard Armory, a card that Lux was already playing most of the time in our set 2 versions of the Lux deck. Not seeing it so far yet in this build, but perhaps somewhere in the list, and one of those combos that just feels very oppressive once you can start to get that online. Being able to clear the board with your Ruination, draw yourself a card, and then deploy 3 units to the board thanks to your Vanguard Armory, it often gets you in a really comfortable place for our Vex player. But here, instead of Ruinate, elect to drop our Thousand Tail Watcher, give those -3s across the board, and now hopefully be able to take this Vex down with the army of recruits. Still 2 runes at the disposal for any type of tricks on both players' side, but let's see how this showdown at the Bandle Tree resolves.
And here is, I think, one of the archetypes of decks that people are just not as prepared for nowadays. With the Vex seeing a lot of play, we see a lot of eggs in single units, right? That's why the Vex is getting so much power, because she can, with the back off, stun the units, keep them tied down, limit their impact. But so many tokens on the board right now, it is kind of hard to address all of them efficiently. And when you see the resources available, yeah, we have recovered a little bit, crawling back up to 5 cards once again. But if you have to burn through, let's say, 2 cards to even get yourself a foothold back onto any of these battlefields, that is just not the line that you want to be running right now.
Yeah, and I think in this instance, we actually are a little bit kind of bought out of that predicament on our from the Lux player side, because of our Lux player tapping out here, not being able to do anything, not hiding any cards on defense, so able to get the double conquer here, but gonna have to address the Watcher thereafter. Obviously, Watcher coming in stunned the previous turn, thanks to that Vex Apathetic at the Bandle Tree. Wasn't able to haste and run in there with Accelerate, but this turn will come ready and be able to swing in for that big 7, so we'll probably need something like the likes of a back off that you mentioned, or another hidden.
All right, Chad. It looks like the casters are back, which means there is just about 5 or so minutes before the round of top 16 is beginning. But with me today, as I said before the break, Orbital coming in to save the day from a little bit of a casual solo cast. Now we could do the full 9 and have a nice proper casting for this top 16. Or you excited, Orbital?
Yeah, I am. I don't know about the full 9. I'll give a good 5.5.
True, true.
With my casting style. So we'll see how it goes. But I am very excited heading into kind of the top of the top right now. And after seeing some shenanigans throughout the other days, it'll be fun to see who really comes out on top for this event. Getting into the next few rounds.
Yeah, we were talking right before the break. There is this one deck running around that's been making quite the splash. Do we get to see it in this top 16? It actually looks like the feature table is already set up. So without further ado, let's go ahead and join these players on the top 16 table. Who are we going to have the pleasure of spectating for this round? I was telling Orbital, hopefully we don't have things like a Mastery Aurelia matchup just yet. Knock on wood before I jinx it, but who would you want to see? I guess we get an answer soon, but who would you want to see, Orbital?
Yeah, I was hoping to see that Lux, honestly. I would love to watch it. At the moment we're seeing an Ezreal, I still have hopes of a Jhin or any silliness like that, but it is going to be an Ezreal kind of removal deck set in front of us. A lot of spell draw as well. This one, though, is going to be the Master Yi. Okay, Master Yi making it all the way here to top 16. This is going to be an interesting one. 2 matchups or 2 kind of legends that we'll be having some fun with how it plays.
Right, and it was a bit overdue to not see a Mastery because it is the most represented deck that converted into day two, so completely understandable. But as you mentioned, not every day we get to see it. Ezreal usually is the other blue-purple counterpart, the Diana's roaming around. But interesting, an arena's greatest Master Yi. Are we about to see in a more aggressive variant? Master Yi is kind of a more of a slow and steady wins the race where you kind of get on these battlefields and hold from there. I don't think I've ever seen an arena's greatest. Have you, Orbital? This is interesting.
Uh, have we never? Well,
Right.
then, yeah, it'll be a good time. I will say people upset about. I wouldn't say upset, but with the fact of Arena's greatest, I think. Oh, did we get a tie? No, we had a 9 and a 6. We had a 9 and a 6. Um, Arena's greatest, I think, is actually very. I think it's a very underutilized one because it obviously a lot of people know it pushes the tempo of any match a little bit faster. Going from an 8-point game to a 7-point game, it does kind of push that movement forward, and especially with an Ezreal who does want to draw, wants a little bit more removal. If a Master Yi can get off and rolling, the Ezreal is actually going to be, I think, a little bit hard pressed to keep up with the speed. Now, granted, Ezreals are well known for stalling an opponent out. So I have no doubt in my mind that this player is going to do very well for themselves.
Right, there is a card that is quite often ran in Master Yi decks that I feel like is extremely problematic against Ezreal. It's going to be the Ruin Runner, because Ezreal has a lot of ways of interacting with cards like Stupefy, like Bellows Breath, the Arcane Shifts, of course, but they don't have many ways of increasing their own unit's might. The only thing I could think about is, of course, that Thousand Tail Watcher, but without that, there's really no way of taking down something like, let's say, a punch first Ruin Runner. So that card alone sometimes single-handedly takes down things like an Ezreal card or Ezreal Legend. So we'll see. But this is a more aggressive with the arena's greatest, so they might not have that late game Ruin Runner. So we'll see. But on paper, sometimes Master Yi does have an easier time against decks like Ezreal Control.
I mean, you can just kind of play the field and all. Right at the moment, we saw a first mate, I believe, in hand, which is it's not great. It's always a secondary card, obviously. You want to be able to get the effect of building up. So unless you draw something crazy right now or, a little extra, it might be a little bit difficult. So there's the move up with the 1 point. Very easy start and sabotage in hand. And you got the scuttle, so it's a nice little play. Simple play, of course, and very fast as well. I do appreciate players that not only have fast decks, but also play faster. Always keeping your opponent kind of in that chair of, okay, we got to play at a faster rate, we got to play at a faster pace. It does tend to wear on your brain a little bit. It's sometimes a little bit frustrating in there, so I like it.
I like it as well. Saving some time when you actually need those harder decisions. But my little reaction there was the top deck Ruin Runner. So he does indeed have the potential to go ahead and deploy it out on that turn 3 if he chooses to do so. But let's see if it does come to that point as Ezreal goes ahead and tries to stack the deck and see what card he needs for a little bit later. Those Star-Crossed, the Wages of Pain, those are all good cards. But against that Devious Camel, it's just not going to be doing too much. But of course, it's still a ways away. But as I said before, with that card alone, it's just such a nightmare to deal with for Ezreal decks without a Thousand Tail Watcher and no units, Orbital. A whole lot of spells. This is definitely a control deck. Look, so much so that you don't even have units currently. That's crazy.
It's a tough one because you could have brought out the Ezreal, but at the same time, bringing out Ezreal like this, I think is just looking for danger, right? That's kind of what you're fielding here. So it's a nice little build-up for the Master Yi. You get the Scuttle out, who is sitting at a +2, of course, which is hilarious to think about, but it is a +2 Scuttle on the battlefield. You move up to a 2-point, and hey, you can develop again in your own base. So appreciating the finer things with the Master Yi, knowing that with no 3-drop or 2-drop, it's probably well defined that that there's a lot of spell removal on the side for this player, for this Ezreal, and it's going to hit kind of hard. But at the current moment, you can go ahead, bring out your Master Yi, start developing that champ, and start looking like a very rude player covering both battlefields.
He really does look to be that. And just an ideal curve, that turn 1 Scuttle Crab, turn 2 Master Yi, and what looks to be a turn 3 future Rune Runner at that. So looking quite good, and doesn't pick up a unit on the Ezreal side. As you mentioned, does always have access to that Chosen Champion, so not completely out of options, but that does just leave 2 energy available for this turn, so has access to what the Treasure Trove, Stupefy, can't go ahead and deploy out the Wages of Pain, which is probably what he's considering here. So another turn where he's not going to have a unit developed out. I'm a little bit worried this is going to be a tad bit too slow against something like Master Yi, especially on this Game 1 Arena's greatest battlefield. But doing what you can for the time being. But, oh, the Scuttle Crab, of course. I forgot for a second. I'm like, wait, why is he putting out all the cards? But Scuttle Crab revealing everything to his opponent currently.
Yeah, and you get a good idea. Understanding that, hey, there's an Arcane Shift, there's a Gust, there's a few extra that will be the removal play. This is a very... It's a nice hand, I think, in terms of the spell range. But again, no units means that very soon there's going to be a deployment of the Ezreal just to try and get a unit, I think, which is going to hurt a lot, right? It is not going to be a fun time. You are going to be a little bit frustrated in that vein. So in the current eyes, I will be interested watching to see what happens. I'm also on a side note, I love how some people take notes. Sometimes we see notes like fully crazy, you know, full written out and everything. Some people just like do like shorthand. I'm like, I don't know your shorthand. That's impressive.
Right. I think they just did like the first initial.
I love the extra cut. I always love seeing more scuttles, and it's just fun to see that drawn off rip as well. And I'm guessing they're calculating, hey, is there any major removal that's going to cause issues? You talked about that ruined runner. Huge drop here, knowing that it can be untouched with no units on the battlefield. It's a staggering unit to play, as that's a quick little Stupefy for card draw, I think, is all you're hoping for, because there's really no other bullying.
Well, keep in mind, you're dropping it down to 3 might, and we know what bounces back 3 might or less unit. That is the Gust, which is why he denied playing the Treasure Trove, going for the 1-2 punch here, Stupefy into Gust. And if he plays something like a Defy, that's going to be 1 energy short of developing out the Rune Runner this time around. So I think you just go ahead and take it. You didn't get the Conquer up to 3, but you are getting the Camel online, but saying, you know what, I'll forego the Camel. Let's make sure I do get this Conquer up to 3, and I'll just play my nice little Scuttle Crab I picked up this turn for this time.
Yeah, not only that, you get card draw of your own, and I think I really do feel like you're allowed to do this because there are no other units on the battlefield, right? You're allowed to play a little bit slower. You can take a little bit of time to develop that unit if you wish. And the more that you watch this Ezreal player just not have an availability, the more you can probably feel very comfortable in just, hey, I can play my game, I can play with 1 unit, I don't have to expose my hand any further than necessary. Yeah, and instead develop just a Scuttle. Now you got a Pora as well if you wish to drop that, and just develop tiny units. Like, you theoretically could just to be, I have to say, a rude dude, right? Like, that's just... That's just mean. Yeah, small developments just to kind of nitpick at what the Ezreal player has.
Luckily for the side of Ezreal, of course, doesn't really have the toughest time of getting rid of smaller units, as you pointed out. Scuttle Crab only 0 might back there, with Pit Rookie adding it to the one on the battlefield. But what I was getting at, you always have cards, or not always, but more than often see cards like Bellows Breath. And right now, just a simple Bellows Breath repeated completely annihilates the back line. So having to do what you can, but Ezreal does have some mounts, and of course when you add things like the doubled up potential from Fizz that he just picked up, things get a little bit trickier. So Ezreal has some good options for the current board at hand, because he can even deal with the Master Yi currently. I believe Master Yi is just defending for 5, or truly defending for 7 with the Legend ability, but when it comes to just spell damage, will only be defending for 5. So things like an Arcane Shift to repeated Bellows Breath, technically you have the answers. Is a matter of question if you want to invest those resources on a single unit or not. That's the question, which I think it's a little bit too expensive if you ask me. So let's see what line of play he actually does end up taking this turn.
I mean, you have to know that you got to stop the buildup somehow. Like, it's either you let the buildup continue to go, you're looking at a 5-1 current position, or you have to hit hard. And so, hey, you go ahead and bring out a unit. We talked about the fact that bringing out this Ezreal was almost going to be a last-ditch effort play, just because you don't. And there's finally a Fizz in hand, so hey, we got something to work with. I feel like this is very late into game number 1 for the Ezreal. It feels like I mean, you still have removal, don't get me wrong, and the development with the tiny units instead, a little bit more greedy from the Master Yi. I still don't know if you enjoy the current position you're in of, hey, I got to fight this out pretty much from the ground.
Oh, discounted repeated course from that Ezreal Prodigy Child. So gonna do 2 points of damage or 1 point of damage. Actually, 1 for the pit rookie and then 1 for the one on the battlefield. So maybe trying to do something like a Fizz, pick up that Wages of Pain in the trash and do the remaining of the damage, because that's 1 pink, so 1 mark damage, 3 more remaining, which is exactly where Wages of Pain comes into play. So with the last 3 remaining energy, it will be Fizz, but before doing so, we have to resolve the Scuttlecrab trigger, of course.
I think that is the right play as well, and you can see the writing down. Okay, understand what's in the hand, all the info goodies handed over. I'm excited to see so far, and again, both these players 7, 1, and 1 apiece. They're looking to have a lot of fun, and instead it's a little bit of a Moon. Okay,
Nice.
Moonshine coming out to play instead, and you knew it was a Fizz, so this is a different play than we were expecting. But a great removal of the Master Yi. It is now going to be just a pit rookie on the battlefield. Still gives you a conquer attempt as well, but not a bad call at all.
Yeah, saving the Fizz for a little bit later on, where you get the bigger value with things like Starcross, and Eclipse is a perfect way of dealing with it, which is why we obviously see the battlefield from Ezreal's side being that Frozen Fortress, where you add 1 mark damage at the beginning step, then cards can be used exactly like he did this turn to bring that might essentially down to 0, allowing that 1 little point of damage to actually kill the unit. So having a couple extra cards, if you will, from that battlefield alone, which is why we see Master Yi completely ignore this battlefield the entire game number 1. But he is ahead on point tempo, threatening up to reach that halfway point in this game number 1. Does indeed go up to 4 points. And now Orbital, I think it's time. The Camel we've been talking about this whole time should be able to come online as soon as right now. I don't see a better play. I mean, maybe perhaps Rengar feels pretty good, but I think Camel feels a whole lot better, and that it is.
I mean, it's just so easy to play, right? There's no real chase. There's no problems with it. It is just play the Camel. All of a sudden, that negates a lot of what Ezreal wants to do, and we'll have to fight might for might. I would say it's an okay time to do, but you have that ability to do so. Also, if you wish to challenge on the other end, you have a couple charms of your own that you can work with. It is a heavy unit. I think it's sitting on 5 might. So theoretically, if you have to deal with that Ezreal, you can do the damage. But there's that charm and more quick fight. It is going to be gone. Well thought and well played because of that of the +2 with the Master Yi. Great clear, stopping the Ezreal tempo once more.
Yeah, taking full advantage that Ezreal is completely tapped out, because it's not every day we find an Ezreal tapped out, as they like to go ahead and leave up energy at the ready so they have those counterplay capabilities. But taking advantage, taking down the chosen champion, and now the only units available are a pair of Fizzes and that Bewitching Spirit, which in this particular situation with Mastery being 5 cards in hand isn't going to be all that impactful. So relying on the Fizz currently, most likely, I mean, there's no spells, Orbital. You can't target the Rune Runner, but I guess you can deny a point essentially. So Wages of Pain, dealing with the current unit on the battlefield. So doing what you can, but man, with the lack of Watchers currently in hand, and might not see it for a little bit down the road, this Rune Runner might just sit pretty out of battlefield the entire rest of this game. It's a little bit of a slow burn, but a burn nonetheless.
I mean, for the Master Yi, this feels like an exceptional game that you really do want to win, especially with the Arena's Greatest. It's a very powerful, I think, battlefield for you specifically. If you don't win on a faster rated cover, it does feel a little bit bad. Now, of course, on the other side, just that biting storm is a pain in the butt. So the fact that you aren't able to double conquer, the fact that you have played this a little bit slower than you would have liked. So both players kind of understanding the early draws and the battlefield choices have really reflected that, which is huge props to them. I I do feel for the Yi player. You are looking at a position of going, well, so I can move that Rune Runner and I can look to fight. Obviously, we're still waiting. There's going to be the Rune and the draw again. I'm looking at trying to remove that Fizz, right? Like, I do want to remove that Fizz as quickly as possible as well. Even though it's out, just watching it kind of float back and forth would be frustrating. But I think removing it and doing some more would be good. At the same time, instead, no, just turn over, have a lot of runes up, huge coverage to maintain this battlefield advantage 5-1. That's scary if you're on the Ezreal side, I feel
Oh
like.
yeah. Definitely putting in a bit of a pressure on the Ezreal players, saying, how are you going to close this margin? Because right now we've seen some crazy comebacks from Ezreal players. No stranger to being behind on points, but I don't think in this position is going to make too much of a difference. You have some fantastic cards, but Rune Runner having untargetable potential. You can't Starcross it. You can't Arcane Shift it. You can't Singularity, which are the cards he currently has in hand. So just uninteractable, has to rely on raw might power. Fizz being at 3, Bewitching Spirit being at 2. You have 5-5, but the legend ability come into play, bringing up to 7, and there's no way of reducing the might. So sitting pretty doesn't actually have a clear path to taking care of this Rune Runner. So that should be at minimum a conquer, or I should say a hold to 6. If the Lonely Portal manages to stay alive, that's going to be pretty much knocking on the door of victory on this very next turn, or 2 turns from now, I should say. But I do think there's a way of dealing with the little Lonely Portal with the Bellows Breath in the trash from this Fizz.
Yeah, I might be able to go ahead and tap. It's also going to be another stacked deck on top. Some multiple card draw coming out for this Ezreal, digging a little bit deep, as first trigger will be a couple Gus plus a backpack. Wonder Pack is going to be covered as well. Put the other 2 to the bottom. And it's funny to us to see, because obviously we know what they are, but it's just like, I mean, you don't really have to shuffle that. We know what they are. We know what they are at this point. But trigger number 1, trigger number 2 should be... Unless
And
my brain
quick
was
little
missing.
side
No.
note, Orbital,
Yeah, that was bad.
those Vex sleeves are super cool. Like, I think those are Chinese exclusive. They're giving them out in the Chinese regional circuit, because I don't think we've seen them over here in the States or even in the European regions. Those are really cool. This is the first time we see them on a featured match. Are you a fan of those sleeves, Orbital, or not a Vex fan?
I am. I am. I love all the different the sleeves that come out for Riftbound. So I will say I love all of them.
Yeah, they look super cool. I don't know if it is the foiling of it or like the shine of it. It just looks a little bit different from the sleeves we've seen before. But this Master Yi player came prepared to combat those dazzling Aurora decks that are running rampant these days. Has double actions in the main board. Not going to be coming into play. Can steal the Pack of Wonders. Bounce back a Scuttle Crab if you had it, but not truly as impactful. More so, you're kind of denying the game plan that Ezreal has in mind of bouncing the Bewitching Spirit to kind of neg the hand over and over again, which is a fair enough play. You have plenty of runes to work with, as you're already up to pretty much the max points or max runes you can have, up to 11/12 runes. And interesting, he recalls the Rune Runner for now, saying, I'm a little bit scared of double Fizz and Bewitching Spirit. I think this goes to show he's lacking pumps.
He's not only lacking pumps, but I wonder if he won't. I wonder if he's trying to bait the. I wonder if he's baiting the Ezreal into a fight. Because remember, I think he had the Rengar in hand, correct? That's something that you pointed out earlier.
True, yeah, he does.
If he's baiting and calling for a bait, essentially he might look to, because you know that the Ezreal barely has any units out, and these units are small. What is it total? I think it's a total of 8, right? Total of 8. It's not terribly difficult to overcome in a might battle. If you are playing on that field and you're hoping that for the Ezreal you can't go for a full swing, you need to go for like a half swing into a double conquer or anything like that. I wonder if you're baiting for the Rengar, play the Rengar so you delete a unit before the big battle, before the other 2 have to swing in as well. Like, yeah, if it's just a 1 swing or anything like that. I wonder if that's what he's doing, because he has all the runes up, right? Like, it's just a full, like, I'm here, I'm ready to fight you if I need to.
I agree. This smells like a big Rengar turn. Let's see. I think he said pass priority, and Rengar Trophy
Oh.
Hunter comes pouncing down, saying, "Okay, surprise defender. I go up to 8 total defending might. Does Fizz have anything to say about it?" We know there is a Starcross in hand, so we do have a way of dealing with the Rengar, but there's still 5 might remaining. But this is a little bit of a more interesting line of play. The Arcane Shiv. So you banish a card, so Fizz goes to the banish zone, replays it back to the battlefield. Fizz goes on the stack, you get a spell. The things about to get a little bit silly here, I want to say. So you're doing 3 mark damage on Rengar. I think he's trying to trade with the Rengar rather than bounce it back.
I mean, that would be the optimal. You knew that card was going to kind of fly, and it's a very powerful one. We are looking at a -3 because of that fight, as you called. Now it's a Moonfall down, and you're just being an annoying piece right now. So good read by the Ezreal as well. Kind of had an inkling that something was in the arm. And at this point, for the Master Yi, how do you keep this Rengar alive? It's a very big card. You know the other battlefield will be fought.
Yeah, you actually only needed a Defier, not so fast, but these Eclipse will be able to bring it down enough to the might equaling the mark damage currently on the Trophy Hunter, unless you have a little bit of a reaction speed pump. But spending 5 energy one more
There's the other
time,
one.
Trophy Hunter number 2 at reaction speed coming down. That's some impressive stuff right now. 2 kitty cats coming out to play. Even if one goes down, you're still defending for 8 on any push going forward.
And the side is there's not enough weight behind the other units, right? Remember, all he has to do is carry on 1. So for this Ezreal, you're not only dealing with the singular, with the arena's greatest battlefield, you also have to identify and push another unit over towards the Lonely Poro, right? So that Lonely Poro is just, it's a menacing Poro at this point, but you have to split your units unless you have
Right.
more removal. And I think for the Ezreal, that's the tough call. This Master Yi played the Rengars exceptionally well. There's going to be a kickback 1. And it looks like there is no response. You only have 1 up. So it is going to be removed back to hand. So at least you have staved off an immediate game end. And you have 2 units available to deal with that Lonely Poro.
Definitely, and doesn't even have to go ahead and deal with it. He technically, with the Master Yi ability, is going to have to take a resource in hand, but he does have the Fizz one more time, and we know there's plenty of spells in the discard right now. He had things like Wages of Pain to take care of Lonely Poro. Heck, even a nice little non-repeated Bellows Breath will deal with the Lonely Poro as well, and there's a double conquer push for this Ezreal player trying to inch his way back in this game. More importantly, as you pointed out, you're kind of denying the hold victory win condition for the side of Master Yi, forcing him to double conquer, and you can't do that with just a single unit currently in the back line. So a little bit of a slower game than initially thought for Master Yi, but I still think he's in an all right position.
He is. The scary note, though, that ruined runner is still sitting menacingly.
Oh yeah.
In the base, by the way. That thing hasn't been touched, which means it's a free swing unless you might stack as well. So I would say it's nearly a guaranteed conquer at this point. I think that's the only way I can really call it. It's not a true conquer, but it's like, it's 5 might. I'm looking at the Ezreal. You don't really have pumps, right? Like, you got continued removal, which is what we're looking at here, but it's not exceptionally what you wish. We are going to get a draw. There comes a Stupefy, knocking it down even further.
Yeah, Stupefy is a great card for that Frozen Fortress, but actually would rather bounce it back to hand because you get a draw from Stupefy, but you're also giving a draw to your opponent. So instead of giving him a draw, you just return the Lonely Poro back to hand. So he feels like he has more cards in hand, but it's the same one he already had on the battlefield. So I like this play. I'm wondering what he's going to go ahead and do with the last remaining rune. I don't think you can actually do anything funny enough, but
oh my gosh, wait. I just remember this. Does the Master Yi still have the first mate in hand, or did I read that wrong?
There might have been a first mate, but what are you cooking? What are you thinking with the first mate?
So, because the thing is, if he drops, we know he has a Rengar in hand, right? If he has a Rengar in hand, he can put the Rune Runner in, and there's no units, unless you have a removal. I think you can win out this turn if you drop the Rengar into... Okay, I'm reading it here. He doesn't. Where did I see the first mate? Am I an idiot? Was it just never there?
It might have
Was it
been
a
the
different card?
Action. Well, keep
I
in
think it
mind,
was an
Orbital,
auction.
there
Dang
needs
it, I
to
was thinking of
be
something
enemy
else.
units to drop the rain guard on a battlefield that's unoccupied.
No, I was thinking of raw play to base and then ready through
Oh,
first mate.
of course. I know exactly
Yeah,
what you mean.
so yeah, my brain just doesn't want to work. It's bad. Oh, that's the way to do it.
Love it. Love it. What a out.
I don't
love
think he's
to
got an
see it.
answer. Does he have an answer?
There's only one rune.
No,
There's not really much of
he's
an
got
answer
one
you
rune.
can do.
I don't think he's got an answer. You just called for the Rengar to have a unit on the enemy's side. That's the other line. I'm an idiot. That's the true line. Oh my god.
Impressive stuff. This is why he's in top 16. Of course, I'm like, oh, it's an unoccupied battlefield, but Charm doing the entire heavy lifting there. Bring a unit over here, and Rainguard doing the rest. Up to 8 point. Fantastic job. Master Yi player, almost a bit of a dominance. That was 2 to 8 there. Really strong performance, and exactly why Yi has converted the most successfully here in today's regional. Let's head back over to the commentary booth. And that was a hype way to end that round. We didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
Maybe some of you guys in chat saw it, but for some reason, I didn't see the charm there into the rain guard line.
I mean, he used it before as well. I think he had a little bit, and we've seen people do it before. The only scary thing is usually it's because of the fact that you almost give a free conquer, but because Rengar immediately starts the combat, it's not a conquer, it's a showdown, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense why you would do it. And in the Master Yi deck, I'm pretty sure it's pretty common. So I love that line. I love that read, and my brain just did not pick it up because I was so focused on a different. I was like, I see a line for once.
Oh, yeah.
I see one. I don't see the real one. So
The first
that's how
mate.
it goes.
Right now, looking ahead over to game number 2, those actions are most likely going to be hitting the sideboard. And if he has any
Absolutely.
bit more of combat tricks, or I should say counterplay tricks, those are most likely going to be coming in. Things like not so fast, if he doesn't have those invested in the main board, should be coming in from the sideboard, because not so fast, not only good against the Elder Dragons of the world, but also pretty good against those double power invested cards like Singularity. I mean, even good against things like Arcane Shift. You could go ahead and do a counter to play that. Virtually anything that targets your unit, which Ezreal, all he has is things that target your unit single-handedly. So I like more counterplay. He was already looking favored in that matchup, but I think cards like that is going to even skew the matchup more so to his direction.
Yeah, I feel like the Master Yi is gonna have a very good time here. I'm looking at the Ezreal, and my eyes just aren't fully seeing what you can do, especially knowing that a Rune Runner is always going to be available in there.
Oh,
The
yeah.
fact that the Rune Runner almost had no execution line, like wasn't actually used to get a lot of this victory, it was more of a threat than anything else, made it very impressive, I think. And for the Ezreal, you also hated the fact that you went digging for 3 turns, right? Remember we talked about this before. 3 turns straight, no unit development. You didn't have a fizz. You didn't get to play your other spells. It felt harsh.
It
right?
was.
At the end of the day, it felt harsh. So maybe you get a little bit better luck draw going into game 2, where you actually get to play your game starting on turn 2 or turn 3.
You're so right. For an already slow deck like Ezreal Control, not having early game units made it even that much more slower to begin with. So we'll see if he has a little bit more of a fortuitous opening this time around, as he most likely will be starting first. And we know starting first for Master Yi, do you want to get on the battlefield first, as we always go back to. But I do like my chances as Master Yi. And, you know, this brings up a good point I was talking to my friend about earlier this week. After Diana winning the regional out in Vancouver, there was 0 watchers to be seen. Alan ZQ literally had no watchers. So I was telling him, I'm like, Master Yi, who hasn't been running any Ruin Runners lately, I think it's time to see the resurgence of the Camel one more time. So I'm happy to see that this is kind of the similar idea we're seeing in today's top 16 matchup, because Ruin Runner was pretty much the MVP there. Actually, I retract. Rengar was the MVP, but Ruin Runner did great as well.
I think it comes down to having multiple threats, right? It definitely comes down to just having the multiple threats on the table and knowing that you have options at that time. As that hand is looking a lot more like the one that we just saw earlier, which again might feel a little bit bad. I'm curious if we are going to have another issue, as one of the judges actually requests to shuffle the runes, which a lot of people don't think about in a deck that is very that is obviously purple blue. I like that, you know, to make sure to keep I guess integrity's sake, making sure
Right.
that you do shuffle the runes as well. So I do appreciate that.
It does make sense because you're totally right. If you guys ever played in person, which I would imagine the majority of you guys play at locals and things like that, a lot of people don't say like, "Did you shuffle your rune deck?" But it is a proper thing to do because you never know. It's the same position, the same rune stack as you had in the previous game. So make sure everything's nice, randomized, and fair going into this game number 2. But let's see, it is getting right into the nitty gritty of things. Round number 2, can Master Yi go ahead and 2-0 our opponent, or can this Ezreal show us exactly why he's the last standing Ezreal in this top 64? There's only one that made it, and we're looking at him right here.
I think he can at least develop. It might not be a unit, but playing the Pack of Wonders, getting it out on the board a little bit faster instead of having what was an empty board with just Wages of Pain being played, it feels a little bit bad. What a top deck. I love that so
Every
much.
time.
Every time. I swear scuttles are the most frustrating because everyone pulls it out of their butt. I will say it right now. Everyone that I know that plays scuttle always manages to pull it out of their butt somehow. It's never failed to be like one of the first drops for a player.
Right, you didn't have an early game card. Here it is on the first draw of the turn.
Yeah,
Not
it's
too
like,
shabby.
come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, Ezreal does have some clean answers in terms of the Gust there, so I wouldn't put it past him. Something like this nice little simple stack deck to start the turn off. Leave at least 1 or 2 runes available, like the Gust in hand, and leaves everything online. He's saying, I won't stack deck on my turn. If he goes ahead and opens a showdown, I could just stack deck 2 times if I wanted on top of the Gust with these 4 runes available to me.
Well, guess what? Hey, plus, take a look. I swear I'm not seeing things right now.
I see it with
promise
you.
I'm not seeing it. I see it this time. So maybe last time it was a discard or anything like that. I don't know. But we do see it in hand. The difference being is, number 1, no Runed Runner, right? We saw that, I think it was turn 2 last time, and then he played it on turn 4 or 5. But the Scuttle going in, quick coverage, and with a little different on that end, an immediate Wages just to deny like we saw earlier. You have all the runes up, though, to try and deal with this, but I don't think you really have anything, so just going to let it through. It's early game. You're going to see the hand and go ahead and figure out from there what else can be done.
Right, and I do love Wages of Pain a whole lot more than the Gust, because the Gust just puts it back in hand, generating another card off that Scuttle Crab, of course. Wages of Pain now generates you a resource in terms of the gold token you get from Wages of Pain. So, of course, I didn't see the wages there, but it works a whole lot better. As you mentioned, Scuttle Crab does go on the stack, so sees the whole deck, writes down the notes, stack deck to end the turn, or end that showdown turn, and looks at those top 3. Not too shabby. It looks like Ezreal is going a bit on that Pack of Wonders, recurring that Bewitching Spirit game plan. We didn't really see it come into play that much in game number 1, but usually they like to play that Bewitching Spirit over and over again, where their opponent just has 0 cards in hand and just playing off the top of the deck, which is not where anyone wants to play from.
Yep, and I love this play. We were talking about it. You know, one of the quick conquer routes is a very early first mate. You play the Lonely Poro, first mate, get a conquer just like you were trying before. So same situation happens. And this time he is able to draw it. So the Fizz is online at a much faster rate this time around. I do appreciate it because for the Ezreal, that's what you're hunting for the entire time, right? I think it was a dig of 3 down. Nice to at least have it in hand to get to play with. Is it going to be played this time? Probably not, but I appreciate that it's there instead of praying it comes later.
Right, and utilizing that Pack of Wonders for the treasure trove just to get some more value out of it, but as compared to the Bewitching Spirit, so kicks up the Vex Apathetic, not too bad. Does he go ahead and try to play it out sooner than later? So you need a unit to go ahead and get to the battlefield so that you can directly play it onto the battlefield, so that you can't have, I mean, it doesn't really sway the game plan too much for Master Yi because he doesn't really go too much at accelerated speed, right? I guess when the rain guards come down, that's probably the biggest benefit you can get from Vex Apathetic.
And speak of the devil, that was game number 1's kryptonite for the Ezreal. A quick Rengar in hand for the current moment. Only first mate, but this is a far better development, not just in the point count situation, but the Ezreal not only stopped the immediate snowball of points that we saw earlier, it's a very methodical chance to kind of keep pace, right? You actually have a development, you have a Fizz on the table, you can look to conquer yourself, and I like it. First mate swinging in, is there a response once more? I don't think so. off the top of my head. I mean, you have the Gust like you mentioned before, but I believe it's a hold of 1 rune in hand. So yeah, lets through just about anything on the table. You don't really worry about that at the end of the day. But here comes a turn number 1. Bring it on.
It looks like he's triggering the Battlefield Emperor's Daos. So
Yep.
once you can, you
There we
could
go.
pay an energy, bounce back the card that conquered, and you get a Sand Soldier for your troubles. So fantastic card to bring back to hand. So you could use your first mate down the road. If you have another little unit, you could go ahead and double conquer this turn by playing the first mate one more time. He's tapping 4, so the chosen champion, and he's 1 energy shy from that first plate accelerated potential. So just gonna go ahead and pass the turn on over. But he has a bit better cards than he had. I mean, he had great cards in game 1, no doubt, but he has a little bit more of interactions in hand. He has the not so fast, and we even see a card that really made a splash in the Vancouver Regional at the hands at the #1 seed Master Yi player from Vancouver. His name is Houses Are Big. He has a Primal Strength in hand. Did you catch that, Orbital?
I did not. What is going on with that? Tell me.
These are good cards as well.
I take it back. I gotta watch this, and it hurts watching that unchecked power go to the very bottom like that. I have to say that was a rough one to at least watch. Granted, I don't know if you'd ever really have to worry about playing it at the moment, but that's just like, it always feels bad watching a concrete card like that go down. But talk to me a little bit. The primal coming out. What is so good about that?
Honestly, it's just a card that no opponent ever expects, because you can always play around things like punch first, and a lot of people do their breakpoint math adding 5 additional might, but they always forget that there's just nice little one of cards sometimes, like we see in Master Yi deck, like we saw in Vancouver. That Primal Strength adds an impressive 7 might just for a single card. Yes, it's a bit expensive. Yes, you could get defied, but Ezreal, no defies to be found, so this Primal Strength often than not will resolve, and 7 might is just so extraordinary that no one sees it coming, and it's a guaranteed hold on any unit you go ahead and deploy it out. So I'm a fan of just a 1 of Primal Strength just for the surprise factor.
We're seeing the card exchange happen right now. I love this for the Master Yi, being able to turn things up a little bit, forcing a double card draw situation or a double card expenditure on the far end, especially for a Sand Soldier. It doesn't feel too bad, but that's a Stupefied plus Gust, and finally it is removed at the end. But it's not a bad, and again, you didn't really lose an outright unit. You still had the first mate later on to play, but a nice little pick up, another Wages in the hand. So good coverage by the Ezreal if you need to deal with any smaller units again.
You know, he actually does have a good answer to the Rune Runner if it does make an appearance a little bit later in this game, as the Thousand Tail Watcher is currently sitting well in his hands, so just saving it for exactly that opportune moment. And let's see what he decides to do, because this is a much slower game than we've seen as compared to game 1, because around this midway point in terms of time in this round, or not time in this round, but time in this game, Master Yi was sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of like 4 to 5 points currently, but only at 2 points. That's what Ezreal wants to see, kind of slowing down this game plan and even putting a point on the board himself, and even taking advantage of his opponent's battlefield, Emperor's Daos of his own. You get the Sand Soldier, and even more importantly, Fizz, the card you always want to have in hand, returning. That way you could go ahead and recur all those spells in your discard pile. Not too bad. It's looking pretty good for Ezreal. That's being said, if there's no Rune Runners, actually, he's just still in a good position with the cards in hand. I'm liking him so far in this game too.
Yeah, it feels better, as we are going to go ahead and send one down and quickly hide. Feels pretty good in their own, so we'll see if there's anything else to play behind. But for this Master Yi, you are feeling a little bit of that weight that maybe you didn't feel in the previous game, because you know the Vex is a pain in the backside. You know it's frustrating to deal with. Lot of potential threats and operations that can be in that hidden card. You have a good idea of what it is, but it's still like, hey, you got on that battlefield, that sucks. This is going to be annoying. Double check here. There are 5 available. Are you looking to remove the Master Yi already? No, just playing another treasure and pack. So nice little card cover again, getting to draw and keep that hand very healthy.
Yeah, keeping the hand healthy, keeping the rune economy healthy, just passing it back over. I was almost tempted to go ahead and establish out that Vex Apathetic. That way you're not too nervous about dealing with the Rain Guard Trophy Hunters coming down. But I just think he didn't like his chances of defending against the unit currently on the base. If he adds something, of course, we know there's a primal strength. But speaking of the devil, we knew it was in hand. And without the lack of Vex Apathetic currently, that's not going to be stunned. He's coming in with a full force versus this little guy. And I think he's out of the range of a Wages, because Wages plus the Sand Soldier is just going to be doing 5 total damage unless they're Stupefy able to go ahead and equalize this to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, this might be a question of how much you want to invest. Currently he only has about 4 up right now. So you could try and challenge. At the same time, there might be some little buff sections as well. Quick turn 1, you're handling it, and you are going to play it. So another 3 to try and challenge out.
Luckily, we
Double
did see in
Wages
hand there
is
should be a
pain.
Defy.
I mean, but do you want to invest here?
You
It would
save
be
your
the right call,
Vanguard.
but yeah, I think that is the only play, of course. So it is going to be played like you called. Too important of a unit. Save that Rengar. And is there another response? I don't think so. Well covered with a single card, and you still got 3 runes up. Well done. 3 points as the Master Yi starts to feel they're off to the races.
That's right. You still have the potential of a double conquer play on that Sigil of the Storm with that Master Yi sitting pretty in the back line. And now at the midway point, looking good as there's not a single unit currently for the side of Ezreal. Of course, we did talk about it earlier. There's a Thousand Tail Watcher able to come in at accelerated speed. So able to go ahead and conquer one of these battlefields more often than not, unless he has 4 energy remaining. And no, I'm looking at the UI above. There's only 3 energy, so doesn't have enough of a pump, but what he does have is a bit of a safety net at the hands of a Zhonya's Hourglass, so should be able to, at minimum, save that Rainguard Trophy Hunter for the following turn, and then kind of crack back with the Primal Strength, because we better see this card come into play in this game number 2.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. They are going to go ahead and turn to their drop on down the first mate instead, so the GA is nice, but developing your base as well as pulling back one of your major units, I actually really like that. So it will go ahead and ready up the Rengar, leaving the Master Yi a little bit more alone. So poor Master Yi, he will once again find himself lonely in a jungle, and that's just how the cookie crumbles, as he's also going to hide a card. Welcome to the hide a card tourney. I feel like we're playing Teemos now. What is going on?
Right, and no, this is a fantastic play, because as we were talking about, the Zhonya's Hourglass is actually hideable, right? So you're able to protect both of your units, even if you have cards to deal with the Rengar in the back. Depending on what you want to save, you can go ahead and at reaction speed reveal the Hourglass, especially when we're seeing the top deck from Ezreal, a Singularity while Master Yi's tapped out. That Zhonya's Hourglass should be at minimum able to save the Trophy Hunter, because I'm seeing the likely targets being the Kitty Cat, being the Master Yi on the battlefield. But with that said, that's about half of the runes expended, so you're not going to be able to advance your board state all that much after the Singularity. Fizz is okay, but then you're not having it, you're only dealing with pretty much... Actually, let's think about this a little bit more. Singularity most likely comes down. One of those units dies. What can Fizz might be able to bring back? Any kind of, I don't know if there's anything that can interact with the back line, actually.
You wish you could interact with the back line. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, little Bellows Breath can, but those units are a little bit out of the range. Of course, if you back it up, if you back it up with things like Stupefy or Eclipse, potentially could get the job done, but I don't think he has all those cards currently in hand. So it's a bit of an ambitious task to overtake, but I do think you just have to send it. Singularity, I don't see a better line than that. I know even if you think that's Zhonya's Hourglass, you want to force it out rather now than later.
Yep. Leaving it up is the same as leaving a GA up on Aurelia. Like, it's way too free to play with, right? So, gotta agree with you. And you're counting through, you know you've expended the wages. You've expended a lot of that card draw as well. And maybe you're looking at that Fizz. Is there any extra that I can play? But like you said, it really is that Singularity that feels like the only right line to work with. So turn of 6, you know it's coming. It is going to be a target on the back end, so covering the
Oh.
Rengar. Plus, instead, you kind of recognize that that GA won't be able to save the backline because you hit it earlier. So I actually really like that call. Understandably so. So great coverage. You leave the Master Yi up, and that turn you still have plenty to play and develop on your own.
You know, this is an interesting line he took because he could have reacted with the Zonya's Hourglass to at least save, because once 2 units go down at the same time, you're able to decide which one you would rather save from Hourglass. So he had the option to save Rengar, but prioritizing the Master Yi currently on the battlefield to make sure you at minimum get a hold. And looking at the total XP gain, he's at 3. So he's actually just 1 turn away, or I guess 2 turns away from hitting that level 6 that allows him to gank over to the other battlefield. So I see where his headspace is at, where he wants to go ahead and prioritize the unit that could kind of more easily get these points roll in. But let's see if it goes ahead and pays dividend for him, as Ezreal just goes ahead and gain more and more card advantage turn after turn, right? With that legend ability, not this turn, but with things like Stack Deck, the Treasure Trove Pack of Wonders combo. And here he is, Orbital Rune Runner, finally hitting the hand for Master Yi. Can he make the closing difference? As there's a big point disparity right now, 1 to 5. I think that Ruin Runner has to be the exact card he was hoping for off the top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, he's drawn multiple really, really nicely. And that big turn, though, the problem is you can't really do much outside of it. So this is going to be yet another great turn. And if the Ezreal has another great removal, down goes the Master Yi. You burn that GA, or not the GA, the Zanya. So lot of availability, and again, no real usage out of that Ezreal, but it's alive, and you're happy to use it this turn as well. You talked about the development, though. I do love the idea of bringing out that Vex and just stacking up, right? The furthest you're going to have is another 2 turns. A hold, if you don't do anything with the Master Yi, it's a hold to conquer on the other side, and that puts you at 7. You still have to get 1 more point. And that Thousand Eye is still sitting there menacingly in the hand. I mean, you have 12 runes out, so you could go for a very annoying big play all at once.
Keep in mind, a good play as well, it is the Bewitching Spirit that we're seeing right now, because Master Yi just sitting so low hand economy. 3 cards in hand, make it 2 cards in hand, and with so many runes on the side of Ezreal, you could Pack of Wonders, bounce it back again, and dwindling down that hand down to a single card. If he has another way of bouncing the Bewitching Spirit, that's 0 cards in hand for Master Yi. Yes, you have a Rune Runner, but once that Primal Strength goes down, it's not crazy for something like the Thousand Tail Watcher dealing with it, because he's going to more than able to be able to deal with just 7 total might from the defending Rune Runner. So Ezreal, off the back of this Bewitching Spirit, and he is able to get the other on-play effect thanks to Arcane Shift, send it to the Banish Zone, replay it. That's going to be 0 cards in hand for Master Yi. He finally got the job done and sees the value of this card, because a lot of people said not that good, but in this position, and with only 3 cards left in hand for Master Yi, we just saw the entire hand hit the trash. Crazy.
Yep. And it hurts. It hurts in more ways than one. A little bit negative on the other end as well. So if you can clear this Master Yi, you're going to be okay. You burn that GA, and instead it's a turn of the Fizz, playing it once more. What are we drawing for here? Is it another Wages? I think that would be the call, right? You played enough Wages. It's worked very well for you. Or it could be that Gust just to push back. It's a Stupefy instead. GA will be shown, and you will be able to save the Master Yi for now. But what a clear coming in for this Ezreal player. Huge removal of the hand cards, as well as the Master Yi off the battlefield.
On top of triggering the legend ability, so just a plethora of cards in hand, 7 cards to 0 cards in hand. I think the UI on the Master Yi side hasn't been updated because it's showing 1 card in hand currently, but we know there's just 0. Maybe they're already having 1 step ahead, taking into account the 1 draw for turn. He draws and puts it immediately down. It almost looked like a little bit of a challenge. I don't know if you caught eye of what it was.
I'm not going to say what it is because I've been bad at choosing that all day long. I will not say what I thought it was. It was, but this is going to be a quick call back because of that Emperor's side, and you can replay out the rune and have a huge battlefield setup. You're currently sitting on the 6, which is not a bad spot to be in. But instead, you're going to go to the 7 and set yourself at 7 XP as well. Nice little change to the factor for this Master Yi, having deflect and ganking available. Not a bad setup for the Master Yi if you are able to get it to move on over to the other battlefield and kind of field stack, but instead you're just playing the Rune Runner once more. Out you go. Oh, it's a Pit Fiend, right? It's
Yeah,
it's a Pit Fighter, so a little different.
Not too shabby. Able to kind of buff one of these units up. Decides to be on the untargetable unit, which makes sense to me. And I do like the deflect coming into fruition from that level 6 on Master Yi. But I think at this stage of the game, it's not going to be as fruitful as it would be early on. Because Ezreal just has so much resources in terms of runes to kind of pay for that deflect cost either or. So let's go ahead and see. Can he go ahead and try to set up a defense? Because right now, he has the tools to deal with both these battlefields. But more importantly, he has to defend from the Rune Runner and Pit Rookie, most likely coming in the very next turn. Granted, I think he might have the tools with the Fizz as well to deal with the Pit Rookie and only allowing Master Yi to conquer one of these battlefields, because as long as he goes ahead and deals or forces Master Yi to just conquer one by one, if he's able to clear the battlefields on his following turn, he's kind of delaying the push up to 8 point, which is exactly what Ezreal wants to do. I feel like he's sort of stabilized, especially because there's no cards in hand for Master Yi.
Yeah, it's just a it's a tough spot for the Master Yi. I believe that wasn't accelerated as well. He did pay with the Ezreal, so feels kind of good there. Bye-bye to the Master Yi as the Watcher comes out to play. It's going to be a quick, once more, turn of that power. And now if you can take out the other side, if you can go ahead and clear out the Sand Soldier, it'll feel good for you. You have 3 units to play and plenty of removal behind as well. The Gust in hand still shows a lot of strength, and it can be very, very annoying with this Ezreal. This game is far from over, but it is game 2 and we're dwindling down. So Bellows Breath, quick push in the back end. Is it repeated? It is going to be repeated. Battlefield 1, Battlefield 2.
Right, base back there. So 2 threats have been dealt with. Leaving behind the 1 card we said is going to pose a problem, but it is just posing the 1 conquer at a time problem. And at 7, you just aren't able to close out the game with just a single unit. To answer chat just real quick why the Rune Runner was bounced to hand, and I think chat answered itself there. Well, the community members answering each other. It was to keep the threat away from Thousand Tail Watcher, because you can't interact with it in the base. But if you left it on the battlefield, Thousand Tail Watcher could go ahead and slam down into it, right? So yes, it's keeping it safe from things like unchecked power, but it was more so for that Thousand Tail Watcher coming down. And now he does kind of get paid off, because he does have the Rune Runner living to see another time or another day in this game. But with the punch first, you can kill the Watcher. But with 3 runes available, I believe that's going to be something like a Star Cross. But I believe actually Star Cross has to target an enemy unit. So you can't even deploy a Star Cross, because I was thinking get the Watcher back in hand is most likely what he wants to go ahead and do.
No, but what he's going for is just a straight up might challenge, right? Hard swing over to the Watcher, kill that, and then sit on the sigil, which would force you to go ahead and recycle one of your runes. So is there going to be response? Is there any buff? Is there any sort of extra play that you can do with the Watcher?
Chat saying they might have seen a arcane shift. I'm currently not seeing in the hand. Of course, those Star Cross are as good as dead. You need to target enemy unit to even put it on the stack. Arcane shift could do a little bit something, but no, chat, you saw wrong. Those are 2 Vex Apathetic, a treasure trove of Fizz, and 2 Star Cross on top of the Gust there. So no signature spell on the side of Ezreal. So this is going to be a Thousand Tail Watcher most likely hitting the bin. But wait a second, maybe I misread Star Cross. Let me go ahead and pull it up for everyone here.
I think the judges are currently discussing it. So this is why he pulled the card over with the Rune Runner. He was trying to double check it and see how it goes. So no, you are 100% correct. I think you called it out. He was doing exactly what you thought could not be done. So that is very unfortunate for this poor Ezreal. And
Mhm.
I love all the question marks going across on our screen. At least it's unfortunate. Even at the higher level play, a lot of the wording can get very very finicky. So even the top players sometimes do not have a great time. Is
Ooh.
that a Rengar again?
Yeah, that's still gonna be a surprise defender. Rengar, how much total might sitting there? 3, 6, 7, 8. So 8 to 8, you trade evenly, not taking account things like Stupefy / Eclipse that Ezreal is known to run. So a little bit too risky of a play. If I'm Master Yi, I think you just have to play out Trophy Hunter because you know that Bewitching Spirit was around. I believe it's currently on the battlefield, but with the Pack of Wonders, you're able to go ahead and put it back to hand.
Oh.
So you'd rather have it on your base rather than in the trash. So forced to play it, even though you want to leave it as a bit of a surprise attack.
Yeah, this is that situation of just development, right? And that early, the triple bewitching, by the way, huge play coming in for the Ezreal, really making sure to take away some of the key targets. You were talking about the primal as well. It didn't get used. It was an unfortunate discard, so tough times abound, but it's a big dig. Remember, there's at least if I'm counting here correctly, there's at least 2 more turns at base for the Master Yi player to dig. And also keep in mind, even if the Ezreal wins, you're looking at a game 3 going to OT, which does not favor you. We're currently 7 minutes left in this round. I don't like those odds.
You know, Orbital, I think this is GG. I don't see any way of Ezreal pushing the Sigil of the Storm, especially with more might than 7. I mean, you could bounce back one of these cards, but with the lack of a Thousand Tail Watcher coming down, this is why he desperately tried to get that Starcross to resolve, but not knowing that you can't target enemy unit, or I guess he understood that you can't target Rune Runner, but he was trying to do a bit of a
That was my
workaround
accident,
there.
by the way.
What happened?
I'm really sorry. He tried to recycle a rune in his main deck, and it was really funny because it's very obvious, you know, the pink card inside of the sleeve. So I thought that was funny.
Oh,
Just,
he
I saw it slide
doesn't
under, and I
have
was
an
like, oh.
interaction for the Ruin Runner Orbital. The
No.
MVP card that said single-handedly able to put it to Ezreal is coming into play one more time. He needs that Thousand Tail Watcher, and we're not seeing it anywhere to be found. Is there any extra draw? I mean, he's at 7 runes, so he couldn't even accelerate it if he wanted to. We see his face. He's not liking it so far. He's kind of like digging through his hand, seeing if there's any potential out. But as it stands, I think that's a hold up to 8, and that's a 2-0 victory for our Master Yi player.
I would agree. There's not many options available, and you just kind of played it a little bit too slow. I think that is just, I mean, you'll fight. We'll absolutely see the Ezreal fight. I don't see any problem with that, but you are going to pray to all that is available. That'll be a quick trash into a rune back, but quick draw of your own, and now you're just out of runes, right? You're down to 5. That is GG. That is done. Congratulations to the Master Yi. As we talked about, one of the more dominant decks to currently field within. We are going to see the Rune Runner. Hey, there's the card that you were talking about.
The card of the tournament might very well be Master Yi player getting the dub in this top 16 round, which means, guys, we have our first competitor locked into top 8 for this weekend's regional. That's going to be one Master Yi player guaranteed. We'll find who the remaining 7 players are a little bit later when they go ahead and show us. So let's head back to that commentary booth. But quite a good matchup so far. You know, I was saying I didn't want to see a Master Yi matchup, but that one kind of proved me wrong. That was a really good matchup, especially in that game 1 where he did Charm into Raingard. I'd never seen that done, so I'm gonna keep a lookout for those kind of lines in the future.
Yeah, I feel like we say we haven't seen it very often, and yet we're gonna get punked on by all the chats. Like, what are you talking about? That's like the normal way to play this Rengar. What are you talking about? I'm gonna sit there and like, okay, cool. Thanks for telling me exactly. I love that tech. We are going to see more and more, especially with more ambush and more tech like that, where normally you'd sit there and bring an opponent onto a battlefield is way too dangerous, but being able to play it, being able to bring the Rengar and just be that frustrating moment will be very, very useful for decks in the future. I really did enjoy it.
Yeah, and I think he's positioned very well because usually we see a couple Aurelia squeeze on through, a couple Diana squeeze on through Master Yi with the main board Rune Runner, and he might even have a little bit more than just a single one because he kind of consistently drew him within those 2 games we witnessed. that I mean, it works well against a lot of the top contenders. Their mirror match gets a little bit dicey, but against Aurelia, they can't even Defiant Dance it to kind of reduce the might. We just saw how impactful it against the blue-purple decks. Diana has a little bit of a better matchup against it because things like Hui, able to get up to 8 might
Yeah.
alone. So 7 to 8, we know how that works. On top of things like the ride, the win around the world, move Hui, bounce, get all those unit value. So we'll see. I think Diana has a little bit better matchup, but nonetheless, a card they don't have, what we talked about before, is that Diana actually tends to run 0,000 tail watchers, so heavily reliant on things like the Hui strategy to get those big bodies off the battlefield. So we'll see. I wouldn't mind seeing this Master Yi player go against the Diana in this top 8. But that was cool. That was cool. Ezreal, the one standing Ezreal remaining, going down. At the worst, he walks away with the best of metal Ezreal though, so not too bad, huh, Orbital?
Yeah, I would agree. I think also it's just unfortunate. It really did feel like it came down to that game one just did not play the way they wanted to. Again, and that will happen in any TCG. I've always talked about it. Card draw, it's both your saving grace and your absolute demon, right? Game one couldn't develop anything early. You got set behind, especially on Arena's Greatest. So everything favored the Mastery in that game one. I expect to see more though, and I can't wait for the next set as well. I'm excited to see if there is going to be more Ezreal, more card draw, more just constant removal and being an annoyance factor. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited to see more of the Ezreal and just see more of the, I guess, frustrating tactics is all I can say.
Yeah, no one saw that coming. Where this kind of interaction, where a lot of people have meme, the only answer to Bewitching Spirit is a literal IRL punch first, where you kind of low-key punch your opponent, right? But
Yeah.
since you brought it up, set 4 is right around the corner. What are you most excited for set 4? Because I know you have a bit more League of Legends lore than I have. Do you know a little bit what's coming out in set 4, or not too much?
So they teased it a little bit, and I don't remember which champions were specifically on the box, but they said it's rivalries. And a lot of people made some very good notes. We haven't seen things like the Renekton and the Nasus. I think those were the two on the box, right? So Renekton and Nasus are obviously in the float. There are some other comparisons. I think someone talked about a Zed versus Shen. Zed and Shen having a little bit of duality in the ninja world. So maybe having a contest right there, and seeing a little bit more of the float. There are a lot of head-to-head duelists that might be coming out here, so I'm very, very excited. But I could not tell you what they're going to choose because, again, I'm just more excited for the Ziggs coming in set 5.
Oh,
I don't care
yeah.
what anyone says. Like, Ziggs is going to be my homeboy all day long, so I'm very, very excited for that one.
I believe Shen and Zed, they actually have a starter deck package together where they have 2 starter decks in the same package. So it's like a 2-player product. So that should be really cool. I'm excited to pick that up when it does come out. But guys, that's going to be it for essentially the Swiss rounds for today. I know we've been saying top 64, top 32, top 16. That's because those are the amount of players still remaining. But the reason they were timed is because it technically wasn't top cut just yet. But now we are down to the final 8 players. Like we just saw, 1 player guaranteed in, which is that Master Yi player. Let's make a little predictions though before we head on out of here, Orbital. What do you think is rounding out the remaining of this top little 8? We know Master Yi is one of them. What is your prediction for maybe you don't have to say all 7, but where's your head at for this top 8 this weekend?
Are we talking about, like, outside of the Aurelia and maybe the Dianas afterwards? Are we thinking of other things in there?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen LeBlanc make a top 8 appearance last time. We saw a Vex make a top 8 appearance. Do you think something similar is going down, or something that we never seen, like a Rek'Sai first time making a top 8 in set 3?
Ooh. I would be remiss to say Rek'Sai. I still think it's a little bit closer towards the LeBlanc and the Azir. I think not so much in terms of like, hey, that's what's been played. I think LeBlanc was 5th down the line in most played here at the event, so I will give it over to the LeBlanc in there. I don't know about the rest though. I am going to be very curious to see what the other ones are and how deep we're going to run. I think it'd be very funny if we do see something like the Kaisas and the Vexes to come through as well. I just think with the current play and the fight power behind it, I would love to see an Azir come back and be able to make a run of show of it all.
Oh, I got unfortunate news for you, Orbital.
No, are
I
they all
didn't
out?
post
They're
the
all
top
out?
64 on the Discord. I'll post it now. But we talked about this with the previous caster, Mr. Plus. Weirdly enough, which I could totally understand why you picked the Azir to take it all the way. Weirdly enough, no Azirs made it into the entirety of top 64. Super strange.
Wow.
But I usually we see at minimum 2 to 3, maybe 4 Azirs, but 0 Azirs. I want to say it's more so a pilot issue. I don't think anyone in China kind of was doing it justice, because Azir's power level is up there with the rest of the best of the legends, but it's a little strange, isn't it?
It is. At the same time, I get it. Token, again, still, I love Azir also because I'm a token player. Don't get me wrong. So I understand that factor. I do just wish it was there. You know what? If Azir's out, then we go with the old faithful of, the Kaisas and all that, the
Okay.
Vexes that have been played. And if for some reason we get a random Lilia, which obviously I'm pretty sure is already out as well, like, gimme the Vexes, gimme the silliness, gimme the annoyances that will punch an Aurelia and Master Yi player in the face. That's what I want to see.
There we go. And we do know a fan favorite, Randy, was still sitting in that top 64 position. Did he manage to make it into top 8 with his Aurelia build this weekend? That'll be exciting top 8 to see Randy in the mix, as well as previous regional champion Young Nunu is also in there. I believe he won the 3rd ever regional in China with Master Yi. Maybe he's trying to run it back one more time at the hands of a Master Yi. But I said it earlier before we started the cast, Lux has been on everyone's timeline right now saying, where is the infinite loop? Did they make it into top 8? We have no idea, chat. I wish I had some kind of indicator out in China, maybe someone on the ground. If you guys have Randy's number, text him and say, is Lux in? Are we going to see a Lux in the top 8? Because that would be a crazy mix of things. They had, the way they were playing, I could almost see it because it's catching everyone off guard, but it might not be as consistent as it made it out to seem. But I love, like I said before, I love being proven wrong. So if this Lux made it to top 8, we're going to see it run rampant at locals, and everyone's going to say, where's the Declas, where's the Declas? I almost don't want it to top 8 because I don't want to be playing against this at locals.
I did hear inklings of it. I did also hear that it can be consistent up to turn 6, but you have to reach there, and there are going to be, I think with any infinite loop, there's going to be some sort of strategy brought out to it. So I'll be curious to watch for as well. At the same time, I'm a spellcaster at heart. Seeing a Lux have an infinite loop just to be annoying, I'm down for it. I will play against that all day long just to watch the dumb shenanigans that comes out.
Right. It was enjoyable. I think everyone was thoroughly entertained yesterday in round number 7. But chat, with that said, that's going to be a conclusion for those Swiss rounds. Only 3 more rounds remaining for the Tianjin Regional. That's going to be top 8 semifinals. And then the last but not least, the grand finals. Oddly enough, the way China does it, even though there's been not the longest of breaks in between these first couple rounds, this time they do an extended break. It's out of my control. I don't know exactly why they do it, but I believe it's gonna be like a solid 30-minute break, maybe even a little bit more. Let me do the math here. So they have it scheduled for 15:25. Actually, that's a little bit longer than 30 minutes, but they've been ahead of schedule. So hopefully they keep that trend going to being ahead of schedule. But I know in terms of preparations, getting all the pairings and finalizing the last 8 players, they take like 30 minutes. So I'll probably take a little bit of a break and use that break to get some food in the meantime as we're in that halfway point. But Orbital, always such a pleasure to have you on the cast, and a little bit of an impromptu cast. You hit me up on Discord saying, hey, I have a little bit of time for one round. So I really do appreciate you helping me out here.
Yeah, of course. I was busy all day, so that's why I really haven't been able to catch up on more of this, and I wish I was more informed because these matches have been so much more informational than I think I was expecting. Talking about some of the tech with the Master Yi, watching some of this go down, and hearing about the Lux. I still have to go research that, and that might be my next step today. So thank you very much for having me, and I only hope that I brought some entertainment and some buffoonery to the desk. Thank you very much.
Now, yeah, these guys at home definitely appreciate your cast. I always enjoy your cast as well, but hopefully we see you a little bit later on for any future events. We'll always keep you in touch. As we always give the
Absolutely.
opportunity for all our casters here, if you want to let these guys know where they can find you online or any little closing remarks you want to leave us on, whatever you want to do, I think now would be perfect before we go on a little bit of a break.
Yeah. Number one is you can find me on Twitter primarily and Twitch. On Twitter, it is orbital_casting. On Twitch, it is orbital_casting, but with a 0 instead because I haven't, synchronized all my stuff. Number two, feel free to play. If anyone's out there watching, learning, don't let, people dissuade you. Play your game, play what you like, and if you enjoy it, doesn't matter if you win or lose. If you had fun, that's all that matters.
Really great takeaway. I love that you said that, Orbital, because some people are so prioritized on like the winning factor of these kind of games. But at the end of the day, it is indeed a game, and games are built to have fun. So play it however you want to say it. So great way to close things out. Chat, we will be back, and when we return is the final 8 players. Constantina will be joining me for the quarterfinals, and then it's going to be Bandit with Sasuke to close out the show, semis and grand finals with those 2 fantastic casters. So guys, we'll be back. I'll throw in a little bit of a previous recording in the meantime. So guys, perfect time to go. Depending where you are in the world, walk your dog, go get some snacks, go get some bathroom break, whatever you need to do. But we'll be back hopefully sooner than later if China is ahead of schedule. But see you guys soon.
Card as we see a flash of a switcheroo in hand, so another potential out here for our Vex player, going to carefully evaluate how to approach this fight in this next turn, knowing that that Watcher is ready to pounce in with a plethora of runes behind it, 10 runes coming into the next turn for our Lux player.
Now, curious observation right now. Despite the fact that we have a Banditry on board, and we did have Vex sitting on board for quite a while in control, I don't think we've seen that many cards be actually hidden.
No, not really.
Cause for concern to me. If we are not hiding anything big right now, and we do have the switcheroo, right? So that is at least one of them that we should be trying to take care of. The only question now is, where do you want to put that down? Both battlefields, from the top of my head, are sitting on 4 might, with both Vex and the Tide Turner that has the Edge of Night, I believe.
Yes, the Edge of Night, yep.
So they're both sitting on 4 might, so they're gonna get their things in here. And when you are committing the overzealous fan already, I do believe you're kind of setting up a carrot and stick scenario, except the carrot is also looking quite stick-shaped.
Not a bad analogy there. And the Rockfall Path actually is just putting in a lot of work here. Not being able to play cards like that Overzealous Fan over to the Rockfall Path, or hide cards like the Evelyn or any other hidden units. Rockfall Path finally showing its worth as a battlefield that was not seen very much play in previous sets, but this set is doing a lot of work thanks to the advent of Ambush and all these new hidden units, and just being a generally disruptive battlefield. So something that Lux is able to capitalize on pretty heavily here in this matchup, as we see Vex kind of in a rough spot in trying to figure out how to deal with the current board state. They do have a charm in hand, but not willing to go in and try to charm the Watcher and use that switcheroo. So
yeah, we're not hiding either.
Yeah, just instead keeping the 2 runes up, and now a Cola weak drawn for our Lux player.
That is painful. That is definitely painful, because Lux is sitting on plenty of exposable units. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, I guess kind of a lucky out where the sneaky deckhand just entered play. But this is going to be a rough scenario. We do have the 2 energy available. It will be put down, and that is a big investment on the rune department. But if it can rid of the 9-tailed Watcher, that is just such a devastating blow.
Interesting too, like you mentioned, that it was not hidden. Some opting to spend the 2 runes and the 2 power costs there rather than just the single power cost of hiding it. I'm not really entirely sure what the strategic
here it comes.
value
Ruination
of that
incoming
is.
plus.
Yeah, Ruination's gonna come in and answered the board. You got rid of my Watcher, where here's my failsafe. I'll just clear the whole thing out and set us back to 0. And now, being on 6 points, Vex is in a position to threaten lethal if they can get the double conquer going, but not a deck often known for being able to accelerate units. But that sneaky deckhand is there to come
I
in
do
and get
believe
us
he
to
top
7.
decked that, because he did play it previously already. Now, we do know that there is a Cold Week available for the Lux, who, I'm just going to say it, Mr. Plus, kind of a sore loser. Oh, you lose one combat, so you have to wipe the board? Come on, man. Where's your honor at? I thought that was what the Mossians were all about. Now, we do have that Cold Week. That can definitely get rid of the sneaky deckhand. But then you still have to battle your way all the way back up to that 8 points. You are 4 away from that, which is miles at this point. Like we said, they do have those abilities to really spew out multiple threats coming through. And this is, even though I don't mind getting rid of their last unit, and
that's their last card. They have nothing
that
left.
was a full
They're in
turn.
top deck mode now. There's nothing left in the hand. No units on board. Vex is forced to just go straight for top decking. Luckily hitting a stack deck off the top, so getting to look a little bit deeper, but only finding one little unit, not actually in a great
Overzealous
position.
fan.
Yeah, this is a kind of a predicament that Vex was not expecting here. That Ruination did way more than initially thought. It put our Vex player really far behind, and this is where you get to see the power of Lux, getting those consistent draws from all of these removal spells that they just continually play. As Vex has been winning these combats and getting this huge lead, she's been depleting her hand, while Lux has been maintaining a healthy hand size, and now it's 0 cards in hand to looks like maybe 7 on our Lux's hand, so a huge gap. And even though the point gap was there, I think we'll start to see this start to swing the other way for our Lux player.
And here you see the power of denying these holds for our decks.
Another crazy
we will
top
be able
deck.
to cast some units out there, including but not limited to.
This could be
some of those
game.
sneaky deckhands.
He can equip the last rights to our overzealous fan, move in, conquer the rockfall path, and then pay 3 to revive the sneaky deckhand over to Bandletree and win the game, I believe.
Yeah, that should be line of play. That is how we're putting it down, and that will be our very first game going down. And, well, it just goes to show that there might be certain organs in these cards, and if you were to believe in them hard enough, they might just get you out of that bind, Plus.
That was really cool. I mean, you know how powerful last man getting us to that point that we saw towards the end of the game where Lux is more in control, as now we are joining into round 2 of our Lux v Vex matchup, as we see the battlefields are going to be Raven Bloom, Sanctuary over for Lux, and then the Power Nexus or Nexus of Power
sure is.
for
Nexus.
Vex. So
Paying for victory points.
Yeah, maybe not something that you see resolved very often, but it is this kind of, I guess, ticking time bomb, you could say, that
It's the beauty
you have
of that
to be aware of.
You don't have to activate it many times. You only have to activate it once. That's all you need, buddy. Because now the threatening game starts just that little bit earlier for the Vex. It can tick you, if you're holding on 6 now, that is suddenly lethal if you're not careful. So it's up to them to be mindful of that and not prevent the situation where they have to make those hard choices. Now, can Lux recover in our second game? Let's see if we can get another blistering start for our Demacian pupil.
And blistering start is right, as we see Plundering Poro come out. Maybe not the fastest unit of all time, but a great turn 1 play. A little Poro that will come in and conquer to give us a gold, as we see a stack deck come out for Vex across the table, looking at potentially taking that Tide Turner. Kind of wanting to consider where to start here, as we have Zanya, so it looks like a charm, Overzealous Fan in hand. Didn't get to quite catch all of it, but does have access to a turn 1 play here in multiple ways.
And just to kind of walk you through where you're at as the Vex, right? You want to get stuck on those battlefields as soon as you can. Get as many of those draw triggers from your legend as you possibly can. Now, do you really want to be put in that situation where you have to claw yourself back into it? Do you want to allow yourself to have to fight them on that Ravenbloom Conservatory? There is just so many tricks up their sleeve to lure them away from their battlefields that Vex is okay going second in this regard.
Yeah, and we have a double salvage in hand for Lux too. So if any of those gears that Vex has in hand do come out to play, we have an answer in hand already at the waiting for Lux. We saw Boots of Swiftness in hand, and obviously we have a few copies of Zanya's that we saw in game 1. So quite a few targets for these salvages. So definitely looking to maybe throw off our Vex's math by getting a cheeky salvage in at an opportune time here, as we see basically the same first 2-turn play come out for Lux rather here, with the turn 1 2-drop into turn 2 chosen champion Lux. Once again, Vex does have the capability. I believe we had a charm in hand to try to maybe take this Lux out of the back route once again.
Sure did. And these early turns where the reactions on the side of Lux are quite limited because she does have to tap out, is just really coming back to bite her. The greed in a way is just kind of threatening. However, you do need a capable body out there to be able to take care of it. There's only 2 might, but in that situation, you'd prefer not to lose your unit. Now, 2 from the fan and 2 from the Edge of Night will definitely get the job done. We have plenty of energy left to lure that Lux out of there. There she goes. As quickly as she came, she will disappear.
Yeah, I think our Lux player is getting a little bit of a case of deja vu there. Like, wait a minute, didn't I just do this like 10 minutes ago? Why is this happening to me again? But at least this time the Ravenbloom Conservatory did proc and reveal the top being a Ruination. So Ruination going to the hand of our Lux player. Vex this time being aware that it's there, may have to temper their board state a little bit more to play around it as to not get blown out by it once again. But a nice grip of cards in hand, 7 cards in hand to 2. And this is what Lux continues to do so well, is make use of all of these removal spells to continually draw cards, keep their hand plentiful while getting rid of the Vex's resources. Now, having just the Overzealous Fan with that Edge of Night on it and 2 cards left in hand, Lux is feeling a little bit better, although that that turn of events with the Conquer into Charm felt a little backbreaking. I think Lux overall is still in a pretty solid position here.
And that is kind of the issue in this one. The fact that all of the victory points on Vex's side are coming from these Conquerors. Lux is not allowing them to draw cards from holding battlefields. And I'll be honest with you here, Mr. Plus. It's the only reason Lux is still in this game. Every one of her turns seems to have to answer the threats put down by Vex. And if they don't do it efficiently, they will be falling behind more and more and more.
100%. And that's exactly what Vex is hoping for, as we see the singularity off the top. Exactly what I was hoping to see for our Lux player. A nice little 2 spot removal and a draw, getting both those units off the board, and now just the Edge of Night left in the base for Vex with only 2 cards in hand that I believe were both spells, and gonna put Vex into that top deck mode really quickly once again.
Yeah, has it been enough then? The real difference maker right now is the fact that Vex is so far away from those 8 points that she's looking for. And yeah, we get Vex Apathetic out on the board once more. But right now, Lux is overtaking Vex that little bit. Not in points just yet, but in just how the turns are playing out. She's overtaking there The reactions are making room for proactive play. And what I want to see, I want to see plenty of tokens to make sure that if Vex does get a bomb off, it might not be enough.
And we do have a double singularity in hand. It looks like double salvage, ruination, frigid jewel, stupefy, I believe, and maybe one more card that I can't make out there. Maybe a bellows breath. Looks like a 1 mana 1 power card. So sprite burst coming out now. Great double conquer capabilities here, and not to mention that juicy draw from the Lux. So looking pretty good here at being able to prevent the Lux from, or sorry, the Vex from being able to counter here, as we can throw these these sprites up and make it a little bit harder for Vex to get over the top, as there's no buffs in hand currently, just an Overzealous Fan, a Charm, and a Defy. So nothing that can really get the stat boost up above the threshold of 6, which currently is all Vex has on board with that Edge of Night is 6. So just matching the sprites.
It is just not the situation for a Vex to be in. And at this point, maybe the Vex player kind of has to take a moment, take their foot off the gas, and proper develop for a single turn. Give themselves that room to breathe. There's no threat of lethal just yet. So take your time. And that is kind of the dichotomy that you have within Vex, because you don't want to be taking your time whilst you're not on a battlefield. You need those draws.
100%. And not to mention, the more you take your time, the more you allow Lux to draw into more answers. We already know off of the Ravenbloom Conservatory that there is a Ruination in hand, which is probably a big factor in what's giving our Vex player pause here, as to not want to take or to start to develop and overcommit to the board, because if they throw out all of their units at their disposal out at once to try and develop, Lux is more than happy to just ruinate and say, well, now once again you're unitless and in that top deck mode, as we get to see a rare action speed salvage come out to try and take the Edge of Night away, but quickly defied, as now there's only an Overzealous Fan and Charm in hand for our Vex player, as the Charm comes down to bring the Poro up and take that down as well. Just that last Overzealous Fan in hand. Lux may be in a very strong position to win this game.
We're gonna have to see, because first of all, we do need to address the Vex situation, but we've seen the Call of the Weeks before. We know what can happen if there's not enough bodies on the floor, and even though Vex is getting back somewhere, she's back on the battlefield, sure, but that's only a single card left in hand. This is such a fragile hold onto the battlefield, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Lux is more than aware of the situation that they are in. I don't think they'll be leaving that opening where they can lose the game on a whim like they did last time.
Yeah, definitely. And we now have the salvage coming out to take care of one of those Edge of Nights, which looks like it dressed into a drag under. So Lux can definitely choose to just eat that deflect cost. It's only deflect 1. So yeah, just pay the yellow that you need to for drag under, plus an extra one, deramp an extra rune. But now just that single Overzealous card or Overzealous Fan in hand for Vex. Lux in a commanding position, as it looks like Boots of Swiftness was the top deck. A very equipment heavy build for Vex.
And that is kind of where you're starting to stumble a little bit. You're just simply running out of bodies that can actually hold all of that gear, all of that equipment. And well, Lux, she's taking it easy. And when there's still no threat from the Vex's side for lethal, for a proper line back into this game, they can be coasting. And what a hopeless situation they are in right now. Another singularity. There's no end to these barrage of mortar strikes hitting all around our little Yordle friend.
And unfortunately, this is looking like it might be the end for Vex. No cards in hand, just going to have to hope to top deck something. Top decks a hard bargain, shake of the head. Think he's realizing that the writing is on the wall and just going to scoop it up. And we get to go to game 3. Very well played from Lux. Very similar, in all honesty, to game 1 in terms of Lux's ability to whittle away the resources of Vex down to nothing. Just this time, Vex was not able to get as fortunate on those top decks and not able to get off to as quick of a start either.
It's on the board. Does this have a real shot in the current meta?
I believe so. I think I was actually thinking, just as we were watching that last round there, that this is one of the unique things about Riftbound that makes it so different from a lot of other card games, in that you know, because our win condition is based off of conquering these battlefields in the same way that Victor was able to do so just off the back of a bunch of 1/1 recruits. Lux is kind of doing something similar here, just playing a lot of high-end spells and removal cards, but as far as units go, most of them are on the lower end, because at the end of the day, you don't need the big 7/7 Watcher to come in to win you the game. You can win that final point off of a 1/1 recruit. And that's what makes Riftbound so interesting, is that it's not necessarily always the biggest and strongest unit that wins the day. Sometimes all you need is that one little recruit to get you across the finish line. And we've seen that come to fruition in both games for Lux here, as now we go into game 3. And I didn't get to see the battlefields. What are we working with here, Bandit?
So we had a Targon's Peak, from what I saw, and then a second battlefield that I am currently trying to decipher just
It looks like
a little bit.
Forbidding Waste, I think. It looks like the -2 on solo defense. Forbidding Waste over there on the right side, which would make it the Lux's battlefield. So again, another battlefield from Lux that's just a nuisance for the opponent, especially in a hold deck where if you go in for that conquer there early, you're not going to be able to hold it more than likely if you don't have some backup, as that -2 is rather cumbersome.
And of course, just huddle up on the battlefield with more units then. However, we saw the pick potential that Lux has, where she'll be taking out the weakest link or your strongest link, and that is the awkward position to be in. So it really feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. Now, these early games have been the real stumbling block for our Lux. Let's see how she fares it this time around. Overzealous fan already onto the board, ready to start conquering and hopefully holding. Is this line of those early game charms just simply not good enough, Mr. Plus?
Well, we do get the conquer over onto the Targon's Peak, so actually maybe being able to deploy our Vex on turn 2 for the first time, and then having the 2 runes readied at the end of turn for defense, but instead electing to just go for the conquer onto the Forbidding Waste, kind of offering a fork, if you will, to our Lux player, making them decide which battlefield they want to attack. Obviously, attacking the Forbidding Waste is very powerful, as it'll make that sneaky deckhand 0 might and give an easy victory over to our Ravenbloom student. But now, because they have presence on both battlefields, they're forcing Lux to be able to answer both this coming turn in order to prevent that infamous hold that Vex has been so eluded by this match so far.
And usually when your opponent is fanning out in the way that they are right now, as we actually see the card being hidden. Oh my lord. I thought it would never happen. Spreading them out, this is such a daunting prospect, right? Because we know how the Lux can just kind of snoop away left and right on those battlefields if need be. Now we know that Zonias have been seeing a lot of play, but are they getting the value that they have to be? I think they've saved a Vex once, and that was about it. And if that's not a Zonias next to the deckhand, they might be in for a world of hurt.
Oh,
Edge and Knight gets the jump done all the same.
It does just make it a tie currently, just 2-2 thanks to that Forbidding Waste. So any spell out of the hand is enough to buff our Ravenbloom student above that 2 might and get it across the finish line to take that out. But in not so fast, actually. 2 runes deramped here thanks to the hide plus the not so fast. So bit of
Most importantly, a draw. Finally, a hold trigger for the Vex. And this, even though their economy is in complete shambles, the fact that they are drawing those extra cards right now might just be enough to keep the train going. And for Lux, that was not a cheap play whatsoever at all. And they are back in that more of a reaction state of plays where they have to address two battlefields at once. And if you're looking for outs in that regard, where you can pressure two separate battlefields, there are options. We have the Singularity. And that is like the most efficient answer in our current situation.
Yeah, Singularity, definitely a great tool to answer the current board state, but we do see a Zhonya's here, which are Vex players contemplating hiding, and it looks like will be hiding here to keep this sneaky deckhand alive. So even if Lux goes to answer these two units, our Zhonya's is going to be revealed and keep at least one alive. So trying to
I think that is a Singularity.
Yeah, it was
And
a Singularity
even
off
though,
the top.
even though they do have the Zhonyas, the fact that it goes back to base kind of takes all the wind out of the
Oh.
sails of our Vex player. So once again, the pressure is mounting and being
Wow.
denied these hold triggers over and over and over again. They're in a marsh of Lux's making.
At this time, though, the Vex is actually able to save both units. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a judge intervention off of a mistaken card hit off the top of the deck for Vex player. I think that's what it seemed to be. The alarm there looks like he accidentally his arm brushed
Walk me
top
through
card.
it. Why are we saving both of our units, Mr. Plus?
We actually had if you look into the drop here, a gust was reacted with onto the Singularity here. So opting to gust one unit back to hand and then allowing the Zhonya's to save the other. So both units going to survive our Singularity, one getting exhausted, putting back to base, and the other one being put back to hand.
And I believe, I'm not sure if we saw targets, but I can only imagine it will be dropped onto the sneaky deckhand, as that can be played immediately onto a battlefield. And even though Vex is not able to get those hold triggers to really pop off, the fact that they are already sitting on 4 victory points, it's way more reminiscent of that game 1.
Vex coming out and kind of utilizing this strategy of just, rather than putting everything into one battlefield, I'm going to attack both battlefields and make you answer both of them. And if you can't answer both, then all I need is one of these to hold. Rather than going all in and trying to force a hold on one, I'll just split my resources to both and see if you can answer both. And it seems to be working out very well in this third and final game of the match, as we see a Tide Turner hidden over at the Forbidding Waste. The untapped 2 coming out from our Targon's Peak gives us 4 runes to play with on defense, but only 1 card in hand, which I don't think is going to stop the Sprite Burst from coming in and getting the double conquer here.
Well, we're going to have to take a little look, because we have that Tide Turner hidden away. So that will be able to at least keep hold against one of them. And the Discipline being able to overpower his friend on the other side. And that is the power of the Targon's Peak, being able to untap that little bit of extra energy to keep them alive and kicking. 2 might currently another Discipline. No need for the Tide Turner. And
wow.
there is GG called. Vex getting it done in dominating fashion in game number 3.
Vex, the top deck god.
All right, chat, we are back. I was just letting that match finish up. It looks like top 8 still hasn't begun, but if anyone's just hopping in here, we are down to those final 8 players. So these final 3 rounds of the day are about to get started rather shortly. I'm a little bit nervous though, because I contacted our next caster. He hasn't said anything, chat. So we didn't have a casual solo cast for the last round, but maybe we might have to do a little casual solo cast for this round. I'll keep an eye on our Discord, though. Hopefully he pops it in here. Anthony Treble saying, brother, I need a deck like ASAP. Anthony, what kind of deck you looking for? We have a bunch of decks on our Discord. I mean, I could probably point you in the right direction. If bans were announced, what do you think they would be looking at today? Dr. Thanos, so the way Riot does their bans is they do it based off data of the winning decks, right? So if a deck is winning way too often at regionals, more importantly, if a deck slash legend slash card are way too prominent at the top 8 level. So like what they did with Draven was always coming in at 40 to 30% representation of the day 2 share, which is unheard of, right? In set 2, set 3, or set 1, it wasn't like that. It was just when Draven came along, we started seeing that 30 to 40%. And then when it came to day 2 conversion, like the portion of day 2, Draven was in the neighborhood of 40 to 50%. So we knew right there Draven was indeed a problem. We haven't seen that in set 3. So currently, I don't think anything needs to be touched. Maybe if we get that 40% problem down the road, I could think otherwise. But I think right now we're sitting good and healthy meta. Because, you know, the most percentage I've seen of any of these regional RQs are about 10. Maybe we saw a 14% Aurelia market share. Not market share, but deck distribution share in Sydney and in Vancouver. But 14% is nothing compared to like 35% that we saw against, not against, but with the Dravens of the world, right? So, yeah, I don't think we need to technically ban anything. But Dr. Thanos, what do you think yourself needs to get banned? I'm curious about that since you posed the question. And chat, let me go ahead and bring a little bit of background music. That way it's not too quiet on my end. Because I'm like, you know, it's late in the evening for me, or maybe early in the morning. Will Haha saying, can't wait for Susan and Recticon. Ooh, that sounds awesome. You know, I'll be lying if I said I know my League of Legends lore. I'm the worst at League of Legends. I'm just a TCG player that fell in love with the game. I play a little bit TFT, but I don't know those guys, but I'll Google them, and they're probably going to be super cool. Holy Sheep saying, I do disagree a little bit with plus at regionals is fine, but because the best of prizings is in the local meta is a different story. Holy Sheep, I could only imagine you're kind of alluding to Dazzling Aurora, am I right? I need a Thresh deck. You know, Demon, I'm familiar with Thresh and he seems really cool. I'm down for that. You know, I want to see a Mordekaiser deck. I feel like Mordekaiser might be super cool. I think an Aurelian Soul legend would be awesome. Those kind of legends would be really, really cool for the game. But I think for sure, I mean, we could probably focus on the legends that are guaranteed to come out. That's Zed coming out, Shen coming out, Seraphine coming out, Evelyn coming out, Echo Legend coming soon. And by soon, I mean later this year. Who else has been announced? Ziggs, I know, is a fan favorite. Wonder we're getting more Lux content. So Stin God, hopefully Lux made top 8. So I was trying to scroll through Twitter and see if I could find any insight. We do have confirmation that Randy didn't make it into top 8 chat. So Randy and Aurelia got knocked out. I believe he lost a game against Vex. So maybe that's a bit of indication that Vex ended up top 8ing if not. Fizz Legend got announced. Gav, I believe it got retracted. I believe Fizz was expected to come out, but I don't think it's actually coming out. Both for our next set and Vendetta. Oh, nice. Okay, Susan and Rednecton, right? Rednecton. That sounds more familiar to me. And Holy Chief saying Aurora is fine. Honestly, Deflect is brutal. Right now, the strongest card in the game is Vex. It shuts off 3/4 of the decks by existing. Instead, look at the most played cards in regionals. Holy Chief. So your eyes are on Vex apathetic, huh? So you're kind of wanting to cut that card. I mean, I'm right there with you. It's pretty much on the same power level as Draven Vanquisher, right? It's just like the new Draven Vanquisher. But, you know, we haven't really seen it. I mean, it was in the winning Diana list. That's something to be said about it. So I think Vex Apathetic is a card that should be on the watch list, but not just banned right now. But I know where you're getting at. I think that card is a little bit over tweaked for sure. The Fizz was actually Ziggs in the disguise. Yeah, Veil, exactly. I think Fizz was supposed to come out, but after a little bit more research from Riftbound Report, I think Riftbound Report has a friend on the inside. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm pretty sure he does. And I think that once he put out that Fizz was coming out, his friend was like, no, don't hype everyone up. Fizz is not coming out. So he kind of went back on his word. And Thanos saying, I don't know. I think Starcross is a line that Purple didn't get, and that was bouncing unit at the base, and it was 4 cost. I would say it was okay. Okay, Dr. Thanos, so your eyes for a potential ban card is Starcross. Okay, I mean, you guys are making good points. These are cards that are at the top of the meta right now. Starcross into Fizz combo is degenerate, for sure. It's a definitely degenerate combo. I just don't know if we need any bans per se, but I think on the watch list for sure. As more and more cards come out, I think things kind of equalize, because right now they're at the top of the meta, but who's to say when set 4 there's going to be cleaner answers, cleaner outs, so we'll see. I think time will tell, but those are cards that should for sure be on watch, as I keep going back to. And Demon's saying, I wouldn't hate the Vex so much if that dang thing didn't also have Deflect. You're right, Demon, you and Holy Sheep as well. Deflect is so annoying, I know. And I'm an abuser of Vex Apathetic, chat. I've been currently playing Vex as set 3, so I know what you mean. My opponents hate me whenever I play that card. It's so much value for a card that doesn't need to recycle runes for play costs. I know, Demon, for sure. For sure. It's a strong one. It's probably the strongest card, second to Elder Dragon in set 3. Chat, let me tag her co-caster one more time, because I'm getting a little nervous this round's going to start. If he's not, I guess I'll make do with you guys. You guys might have to be my co-caster for this top 8 round. Constantino, are you up? Okay, we'll see if he pops in here. And Margo, thanks so much for that YouTube sub over there. All right, guys, let's make a little bit of predictions. We know one Master Yi is locked into top 8. Who do we think the other ones? Let me hear it in the chat. So I'm willing to bet that at least one Aurelia made it. Probably 2 Aurelias, right? So that's 3 spots taken up. Do we think Diana's made it? Realistically, I'm giving 1 spot to Diana, right? So that's 4 spots there. Probably 2 Master Yis, right? So 2 Yis, 2 Aurelia, a Diana. So that's up to 5. Who are the final 3? Are we getting anything spicy? Maybe one of those spots has to go to Vex. Maybe we see the Rek'Sai that did so well 2 rounds ago. And then one, I want to see something that was completely unexpected. It might very well be Dazzling Aurora for that last spot. But there was only 2 Dazzling Auroras in the entirety of top 64. So I don't think they made it, chat. I really don't think they made it. I wouldn't mind anything that wraps fundamental mechanics to get kicked off the playable list. Fail, what card are you talking about? The current gameplay loops of purple is honestly kind of boring to watch. Demon, I know what you mean. Purple has been kind of overtuned ever since the beginning, realistically. What's top 8, by the way? RCD, we actually don't know yet. We did see in top 16 that a Master Yi won, so we know 100% Master Yi has moved on to top 8. But the remaining 7 players, we have no idea. As when we return from this break, as we're seeing here on the commercial break, then we'll know who's in top 8. But currently, we have no indication. Diana mirror matches are a snooze fest. Demon, what did you think about the Alan ZQ and Diwali Diana mirror match? That one was pretty intricate. I feel like out of all Diana mirror matches, that was probably a better one. Did it take forever? Yes. But was it actually high skill expression? That's another yes. Dean Art saying, hey, so happy to see you being fit with a strong voice. Yeah, Dean, this is my normal voice, right? I did 2 days in a row and I'm completely still hanging in there. By the way, what round are we at? Dean, you're joining in right at the perfect time. We're moments away from getting started with the final 3 rounds, meaning quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the grand finals a little bit later on. So yeah, Dan, nice, perfect time to come in. Hopefully they start sooner than later. If we're looking at the actual time on screen, it's supposed to start in 6 minutes. Albert saying, I can't find the stream on the live Bilibili site. Not sure where type to find in. Albert, Google Riftbound in Chinese. Copy paste the Riftbound, the Chinese translation, and then post that in Bilibili. Sage is saying Ruin Runner angering control players just like Legends of Runeterra. Yes, it is, Sage. Ruin Runner is an MVP right now. I think Ruin Runner might be a reason why Master Yi wins this weekend. Should be live again in about 5 minutes. Yeah, Anthony, I'm thinking so. That's technically what the schedule says. And, you know, China has been pretty good at sticking to the schedule when it's not untimed rounds. When it comes to untimed rounds, things get a little bit crazy. If you guys remember 2 weekends ago, it was a 2-hour grand final, which was probably the record-breaking time limit for grand finals, at least from recent memory. Actually, who am I kidding? I've seen all the finals in Riftbound. I know that was the longest grand finals ever. And Future, welcome on in. What's the top 8 decks? We don't know. We know one Master Yi made it through, but we don't know. So as soon as they come back from the commercial break, as we're seeing on the screen, they're going to show us the top 8. So in about 5 or 6 minutes, we should know who has made it to top 8. So guys, screenshot it. Maybe post it on the Discord so I could post it online. If not, I'll post it after the event today. Wish we could see more Jin. Demon. Jin is fun. Jin is a fun deck. It's just not too strong, right? It's like the most fair spell kind of reliant deck. It's just so painful to play into green, which is really prominent. Demon, yeah, like against Aurelia, against Mashi, doesn't feel too good, but it's decent, right? It plays like no other deck. Like no other deck is kind of paying attention to cards or spells you played, and then at one point you get 4 energy readied. Is cool, but I just don't think it's there just yet. Maybe something gets more Jin support down the road. Is anyone else thinking XP is a meme? Vale, I think XP is okay. I like Kha'Zix, like you guys heard me say before. I'm a big Kha'Zix fan, so I don't think XP is that meme-ish. Maybe XP Yi compared to normal Yi feels like a meme. But I think it's a cool mechanic. I'm hoping they don't continue to add more and more mechanics every single set. I hope they start slowing down. You know, set 4 is probably going to be a new mechanic. Set 5... maybe one more new mechanic, but after that they should probably slow down a little bit, right? Because if a new set adds something new, the game's gonna become like Yu-Gi-Oh's level of complexity. Not in a bad way, but it's like there's only so many things you could take into account for a single game of Riftbound, right? We're already having to take out the drawing pad for XP or the dice on a different side. But it's still fun. It's still fun. They're going to add more. I know they're going to add more, but at one point, there should be a set where there's not a new mechanic added. They just kind of support the other ones, right? A little bit more support for like Hidden, a little bit more support for Death Knell, a little bit more support for like tribe decks, like we seen mech packages. And chat, top 8 in moments away, and my co-caster is snoozing. All right, guys, you guys know I gotta do what I gotta do. So solo casual cast coming up. I say casual cast, but I get a little bit too hyped to see top 8, so I'm gonna go all out just the way I know to do. Hopefully our co-commentator can join us somewhere in the midway point, as he hasn't said anything. So shame. I love to see more love for the tribe decks. That's what I'm saying, Mini Magnet. I think more tribe deck support should be fun for sure. But you guys know when the casters hit, that means they're going to show us the top 8 distribution. So we were trying to make some predictions. Let's see if our predictions are coming true. Here we go, chat. Who are the top 8? Oh, okay. No one I recognize. Gambit sounds familiar, but no one I recognize here. Gray sounds familiar. So Young Nunu didn't make it, which is a previous champion we talked about. Wait, are any of these the Lux? What was the Lux's name yesterday? Oh, Lux didn't make it, but 2 Rek'Sais. Unbelievable. 100% conversion into day 2, or from day 2 into top 8. Wow, only a single Master Yi, and the spicy pick was a singular Pike. We have a Pike in the top 8. That is some juicy legends. I love it, chat. Only 2 Rek'Sais made it into top 64, and both Rek'Sais managed to continue that momentum and make it into top 8. We have a heck of a top 8 spread here. I'm excited. Give me the Pike, boys and girls. Give me the Pike Riftbound Chinese production team. I need to see it for these quarterfinals. What's a tribe deck, Flash? A tribe deck is like a rumble deck that relies heavily on playing like mechs. You know, you get the value from mechs. A tribe deck is like an Ivern deck that plays the dog, cat, Poro packages. So those are like tribe decks. All right, chat, I'm going to go ahead and stay on my desk. That way I get a little bit more excitement going. So bear with me. And yeah, 0-2, no luck. So Sag in the chat. We're not going to be able to see that infinite combo. But you know who probably took down the Luxes? Or who took down the Infinite Loop Lux? It was probably Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was just a bit too aggressive and a bit too speedy for Lux to get off that infinite combo, which is why we're seeing 2 Rek'Sais in top 8. They should let the double legends duke it out, and so there's no double legends. You know, Chris, I would normally agree with you, but I wouldn't mind seeing 2 Rek'Sais in top 4. That would really put Rek'Sai on the map. And Rob Brown, there's still a closed decklist environment, so no decklists have been published just yet. Rob, but you know how we always do. I don't know if you're newer to Runes of Rift, but when we do those single round uploads, I always put the deck list of the round on the pinned comments and in the video description. But here it is. It is top 8 time, down from 640 players this weekend, down to just the final 8. Are we going to get a Rek'Sai on the screen? Are we going to get the infamous Pike deck on the screen? Let's go ahead and join these players for the quarterfinals, aka the top 8 match of today's Tianjin Regional Open. Yes, sir. The Pike is indeed the feature match, and we couldn't have it any other way. What is this Pike doing that's propelling him so much to the successful spot all the way in top 8 versus an Aurelia? So he has quite the matchup to overcome. But he's probably not the first Aurelia he's faced this weekend. So something's telling me that this is a very common matchup he's been able to take advantage of this time. And can he do it one more time and progress on forward into top 4? Let's see. Of course, it is a nice and tried and true Ripper's Bay to start off this game 1 for him. And give me one moment here, chat. Since I don't have my co-caster talking while I'm doing this, I'm just going to go ahead and pull up the battlefield so I can put up all on the screen for you guys. So Ripper's Bay was battlefield number 1, and I think it was Targon's Peak, as a lot of Aurelias have been electing to run that, of course. So Ripper's Bay on the left. And this is what I'm doing when, you know, Mr. Plus or Orbital talking, but you guys are going to have to bear with me. A little bit of a solo cast for this time around. Unexpected solo cast, but you know, you can't control everything in the world, and I can't control if my caster is going to show up or not, of course. So it is what it is. Hope you guys understand. And yeah, Val, the Pike is here. But as I said before, this is probably the toughest task you have right now in this top 8. This is not just an Aurelia. This is your top 8 Aurelia that managed to fight out between 9 rounds. And have found so much success that they're just the last 2 remaining Aurelias. We've seen Aurelia take the crown out in the Sydney RQ a couple weekends ago. Can this Aurelia do it one more time? Because there hasn't been a Chinese Aurelia Season 3 champion. So something's telling me this Aurelia is definitely a fierce opponent. You could almost tell he has a little bit of aura. Maybe not a little bit. I like his jacket per se. Just cast with 2 different voices. Right, Demon. Right. If I lose my voice, it'll sound like I'm casting with 2 people. Yeah, A10, welcome on in. The top 8 is right here, as you're witnessing. It's a Pike, 2 Aurelias, 2 Dianas, 2 Rek'Sais, and a Master Yi. That's going to be rounding out top 8. Oh my goodness, this hand is impeccable for the side of Aurelia. Stellarcorn Herder, boots to kind of move it around, and then a Defiant Dance for a bit of a safety net. This couldn't get any bit better. Of course, you do want your early game, so you want something like a Guardian Angel, Lonely Poro, Scuttle Crab, things of that nature. Probably more of an ideal curve to nice and slowly develop out your game plan. Throw it over to the Pike though. Let's see what he's working with, because this is a Pike that has managed to make it into top 8. Is it the more traditional package we're seeing with Pack of Wonders, Bewitching Spirit, or is this a little bit different that we haven't really seen too often? I want this deck list for sure. You guys know I'm going to post it as soon as I can. So nothing out of the ordinary. Tide Turner is a very common play for Pyke, right? You use your Tide Turner, you bounce back the Tide Turner, and you do it all over again, turn after turn. So far, we're just seeing the kind of traditional things we've seen from Pyke, the Bewitching Spirit, a nice Ferris Forerunner, but it is time. Quarterfinals, top 8 position. One of these players are going to be continuing their run. The other one are going to be packing their bags and heading on home. Let's see who was the higher seed. It looks like Aurelia was indeed the higher seed. So she's going to be starting off. Didn't have an early start, but top decks are a heck of a thing, and a top deck Guardian Angel to go ahead and play it out on that opening turn. You do have 3 energies, so you have to do it, don't you? That is the Bewitching Spirit. You only have 4 cards in hand. This kind of hurts this early on, funny enough. Yeah, Mr. Rigel, guys, let me know in chat who you guys want to win. Do you want to see this Pyke make the unbelievable run of a lifetime, or is Aurelia just going to be doing Aurelia things? Of course, a turn 2 Stellacorn. You can't get any bit better than that, as well as a protection from the Guardian Angel. Feeling pretty good. There is some merit to saving the Guardian Angel for the Aurelia Fervent one more turn away, but I don't mind. If you know the Bewitching Spirit is a bit of their game plan, prioritizing the card that generates more card draw so that you don't find yourself in top deck mode might be the path here. And he's just contemplating it, chat. He's saying, should I go ahead and attach it, and foregoes it? Will he be punished for not attaching Guardian Angel? Because the Falling Stars could come down. I know you only kill 1 unit, but you kill 1 unit, and that's a big unit to take down, of course. But I can completely understand where his head's at, right? Prioritizing the Guardian Angel for your true queen being the Aurelia Fervent, because there's one unit that's going to pretty much single-handedly win you the game, and that's going to be your chosen champion, of course. So understanding that does go ahead and can't push anything on the battlefield outright, as you don't want to go ahead and invest all those runes just to do so. But most likely should be able to go ahead and utilize Ripper's Bay, get back the Spirit, and one more time, that's going to be 2 cards out of the hand into the trash for the side of Aurelia. This hurts. This Pyke is kind of executing as perfectly as you can so far. And chat, if there's any cards you guys want me to pull up on the screen, usually I have a tough time while I'm doing co-commentary with the caster because I'm kind of going back and forth with them. But if you guys want to know of a card, if you guys are newer here and want me to pull up a card, I'll go ahead and do that, as I'm kind of, you guys are, as I said before, you guys are kind of my co-casters for the moment. For those semis and grand finals, I'm going to be on the back end. So, you know, I'm going to pretty much pull up every single card for any newer players out there as well. Let's see, is it time to go ahead and develop out your queen, as we were discussing just around before? Of course, Stellacorn pushes in, gets that infamous draw she's known to do every single time. Boots of Swiftness wouldn't be that bad. It is a bit expensive because you could play the boots out for 3, spend a power to attach, spend a legend power to ready her, and then move over to Ripper's Bay, spend an energy to bounce it back. Might be some of a consideration just to keep it nice and safe. But if you have something like a Defiant Dance, you might not be too worried that the Bewitching Spirit can take you down. Yeah, as normally I do, as if you stick around for the semifinals and grand finals, you'll see there's a bit of a difference when I'm not casting, because usually I'm more on the back end and I can control the cards, because maybe some of you guys in chat can attest to this. I normally pull up pretty much every card that gets played out. But while I'm doing kind of casting, if I pull up the cards, I'm not watching the game. And when I'm not watching the game, I can't tell you guys kind of what's going on or what to anticipate. So it's like either or, a little bit of a lose-lose. So I'm prioritizing more kind of focusing on this game. But I can. And some of the downtime, I will be able to pull up some of these cards. So has plenty of runes to work with, up at 6 runes currently. A Ezreal Prodigy, you don't see it too often in Pike builds, but it is a perfect time to go ahead and establish out your Ferris Forerunner hand, which tends to be a bit of a nuisance against Aurelia. Granted, she did discard the Starcross, so in the eyes of Pike, he could be like, oh, if he discards a Starcross, he might have another Starcross in the hand. So that might not be too bright of a play to go ahead and do that, but tap in 3. Might go ahead and elect to get that Ezreal online as soon as possible. I'm trying to think. I'm wondering if Ezreal is more so for like the chosen champion. I believe that counts as an additional cost, or any accelerated cost you do get discounted, because other than that, I don't see any repeated cards in Ezreal, or rather in Pike, too often. You know, I will say one card that I'm actually surprised to see in Pike is that nice little switcheroo. You can never go wrong playing a switcheroo in a Chaos deck, right? So I think that's a card that's been catching so many people off guard. Imagine trading your Bewitching Spirit for the incredible might increases from an Aurelia. That's something that she's definitely going to be mindful of and might not be able to play around unless she has something like a not so fast main board. Oh, and I didn't notice the Stellarcorn Herder actually did decide to invest the Guardian Angel onto Stellarcorn. So realizing, wait a second, I need to go ahead and generate as much cards as possible before this Bewitching Spirit gets out of hand. Let's add the Guardian Angel onto Stellarcorn Herder. That way she's going to be sticking around for a very long time. So I like this idea. Was a bit more conservative on the runes the time he played Stellarcorn Herder. But I think those times to use 3 runes in a single turn was the turn before, because if you look now, compare the rune economies to each other. One is at 8 runes, the other is at 3. You could only play out an Aurelia, and you're tapping out to do so. So it's a little bit of a dangerous position to be in. But I think as long as your Stellarcorn lives, you're always feeling A-okay. Here we go, Blood Rush coming through, and it's a free repeat cost, so a +4 from the Blood Rush coming in on the offensive. Stellarcorn Herder defending for currently, that's 5+1, defending for 6, so that 4+2 is 6-6, so offering up the trade as it stands, interesting enough. I wonder if he wants to go ahead and get the Guardian Angel off, and if he has a follow-up play like a Falling Star in hand, that's one way of dealing with problem number 1. Of course, I'd say problem number 1 because Aurelia Fervent down the road is the true problem number 2, right? So I think he's saying, I'm going to pass priority for now. Do you want to go ahead and invest any other pumps? You have 3 energy to work with for Aurelia. We know there's a Defiant Dance in hand, so she has more than enough to deal with the threat currently so far. And yeah, you know, there's no other playmats like China, right? I've never seen any of the regional RQs with this kind of thematic playmats like they have in China. It's really cool to see. I want one of these. I don't even think they'll fit in my living room, but this table itself is legendary. Wow, the reaction speed to the Blood Rush. It was a delayed reaction, but a reaction nonetheless. So right before the Blood Rush hits, trying to bounce back the Bewitching Spirit. Normally not a card you want to return back to hand, but in this situation, you're trying to keep that Stellarcorn on a battlefield. You hold to 3, and then you go ahead and gank on over to 4. So I do love this play here. You have a hard bargain, but Aurelia has just enough runes to go ahead and pay off the hard bargain cost of 2 energy. So I think this Gus is all but going to resolve. Stellarcorn is going to stay alive, and oh, Pike is not in a fantastic position. I hate to say it, chat. Pike isn't looking so good right now. Yeah, Arcano, that's exactly what he had to do. He had a Blood Rush in hand, or rather, he had a Blood Rush while the Bewitching Spirit was in base to play around the Gus. A little bit of a blunder here because he could have worked around this, but just wasn't thinking one step ahead. But that's sometimes what separates the best players from your average. I say average, but he made it to top 8. But those are just sometimes of the plays you have to be considerate of, especially against these purple decks. We have a full command of this game, bouncing over to the other battlefield, generating another draw. So if it was hard enough dealing with Stellar Corn, there's another potential Guardian Angel coming out this turn. Scuttle Crab Guardian Angel doesn't seem like a bad play to me this turn. And 8-time, he drew one for turn, and then he drew a card for the Stellarcorn. So yes, he drew 2 this turn. Unless you saw him draw 2 in the same draw, then he kind of finessed. Which I don't think any of these players kind of finessed. So I like the units in this Pike build. We're seeing things we don't see too often, like a late game package, like those Mind Splitters, like the Ferris Forerunner. So we're seeing why he found some success. But Aurelia is just a top dog for a reason, right? She's often seen as the most represented deck in a lot of the regional qualifiers. This weekend came in as the second most represented, second to Master Yi, but still up there with just one deck less than Master Yi, even in Top Cut as well. Yeah, and hey, Constantino, is that you? Weren't we supposed to do top 8 together, Constantino? I thought that's what we talked about, but if I'm mistaken, let me know. But you're totally right. Out of all the times we've seen in Aurelia, all the times we've seen kind of sketchy situations on stream, it's always been at the hands of an Aurelia player, no? So it does get that free value coming in ready from that Ezreal Prodigy. So pushing on in. She didn't attach the GA because she feels she could go ahead and defend the Stilicorn Herder. Let's see. Oh, Constantino, if you want to join, that's what I had tagged you earlier this week. I thought everyone saw the message, but maybe you missed it. What is Aurelia a bad matchup against? Gustavo, I want to say Master Yi gives her a run for her money. Master Yi is a really tough matchup sometimes for Aurelia. It goes back and forth. They're like 50-50, but some Aurelia players have considered the Yi matchup just insufferable sometimes. So Master Yi gives her a little bit of run for her money. Diana's okay-ish, but I think if there's one deck that kind of fares with her pretty well, it's going to be Yi. But that's the thing about Aurelia. There's no true bad matchup for her, which is why we're seeing her at the top so often. Azir, you're so right, Oro. Azir's actually a really strong matchup against it. And hey, Constantino, can you hear me? I just heard you.
Yes.
How's it going?
It's good, it's good. Yesterday I had my first round of skirmishes.
Nice. How did you do? Did you play Lilia?
Yes, of course. I'm playing Lilia up until this week, because next week I'll go to Utrecht.
There we go. Getting your last little practice for Utrecht. Do you feel pretty prepared?
I mean, not really. I've lost a couple of matchups that I would have loved to win. Yeah, yesterday in these days. So not pretty confident against Aurora. As you know, I hate that matchup.
Mm-hmm. There we go. But you're joining at a fantastic time. We have, for the first time in set 3 history, a Pike in top 8. Did you see? I mean, you were in chat, so you saw it, but are you excited for it?
Yeah, I'm really excited because actually I'm looking to what should I do after playing Lilia for so long, and Pike was one of the matchup that I really wanted to try. Also seeing an Ezreal, it's really interesting. I would like to try that because I used to have the entire deck of the Miracle Draven, so I want to put somewhere the Ezreals, the purple seals that I had that I invested my money in. So
Yeah, I could find a perfect home in this Pike build because he seems to be playing something very similar to that. Not exactly so, but similar cards as you mentioned before. But finally, Pike trying to establish some kind of control over these battlefield. Plays the Ferris Forerunner, which is, it's a bit problematic for Aurelia if she doesn't have things like the Starcross slash Rebukes. But looking at the cards, she only has 3. So I could only make out a couple of those cards. I'm seeing a On Guard, I'm seeing a Ride the Wind, and I'm seeing a Defy. So no way of interacting slash bouncing this Ferris Forerunner. So I think this is a good way to kind of establish a hold, at least on Targon's Peak. We'll see what he decides to do with Ripper's Bay. I would imagine he doesn't want to go ahead and just leave the Tide Turner a bit overextended, especially because there's at least a Stellarcorn Herder in the back line. But Aurelia's still looking pretty good in this matchup, I feel.
yeah, I mean, as long as you still have the Irelia to play and you have a Rider Win and you have some buffs, Irelia you can never count her out, I guess.
Yeah, she's been one of the titans of set 3. Honestly, one of the titans ever since she released in the Spirit Forge meta, of course. Her and Draven always went back and forth, but even this, she hasn't really fallen too far from the top in the set 3. Let's see what they decide to do for this turn because he still has the champ to play. I think right now might be the perfect time to go ahead and play out the Aurelia Fervent and attacks the Guardian Angel. It feels like a good play. But he might be doing something else. Maybe protecting Stellarcorn one more time.
Yeah, I mean, there are two ways I think to play Aurelia. Play around Stellarcorn and draw a lot of cards, or play for Aurelia and use all the buffs that she get like double the power for every buff almost. So I think that this player now is in the phase of the game where she says, "My most important asset is this Stellarcorn, so I want to use it." Yeah, she just wanted to crush her to destroy the Ferris Forerunner. So that's why probably he attached another Guardian Angel. Maybe a little bit of waste to just use the Guardian Angel like this, but this player know better than me for sure what they are doing.
Yeah, looks like they want to go ahead and utilize the Ride the Wind after the crash, right? So the mech tokens get sent to base, and now the Ride the Wind saying, do you have anything for this Ezreal? You only have 2 energy available. What can you possibly have? We know what's in hand. There's a nice little undefiable hidden, or not hidden, but switcheroo. And his energy is in the base, which was kind of confusing me, but those are the 2 energy and does invest a switcheroo.
Yeah,
Is this worth it here?
I mean, yes, because I don't think. I mean, how much does Irelia have open? 3, 5, and the difference in might is just 2. Probably not, because I think Irelia can. I mean, the Irelia player can just change the difference in might again with like another buff. But as we can see, she has only an Unguard. Maybe she can just match the power of this Ezreal now. I don't know. Because I think that if the opponent is tap out and you have discipline and unguard, you play them instantly and say, okay, your spell resolve, I discipline and unguard, and I win the trade anyway, and you just wasted 2 chaos runes.
Right, it was a
But
heavy investment, but you're totally right because Ezreal goes up to 5, Stellarcorn goes down to 3, but an On Guard equalizes things down to 5. But it's going to take a little bit more if you want the Stellarcorn to survive, but Stellarcorn does finally go down, so the switcheroo paying off ever so slightly. You don't get the hold, so Scuttlecrab is able to go ahead and follow up and get the Conqueror. But is it enough to just take care of the Stellarcorn? Do you feel like that's a mini success in itself?
yeah, I for Pike is totally a success because also in the game of information, you don't only know that now they don't have a Stellarcorn, you also know they don't have any buffs in hand because they would have played it 100%.
Right.
So you know that if you attack uh, that crab after, they cannot buff it anymore. The only thing they can do, they can give them boots for +2, but I guess it's pretty irrelevant against three mites unit like the mech tokens. So you're in a very good position as Pike. You know that in those four cards in hand, Irelia doesn't have any buff. So even if Irelia comes in next turn, you know that she's not as powerful and as threatening as you would expect a normal Irelia to be when she has five cards in hand.
Yeah, I think that's a really good deduction, right? Because if they had any more pumps, they would have invested on that Stellar Corn. Don't see too much of a downside of attaching the boots, but funny enough, you take down one Stellar Corn, there's another one lurking in the hand. But I was gonna say, if you go ahead and conquer with the Scuttle Crab, it's a bit expensive, but you keep yourself on the point, on the even point threshold, and more importantly, you're threatening lethal on the very next turn, but you might not have any units to threaten lethal, so I don't mind him just going a little bit slower here, being more conservative on the runes, playing a Stellar Corn out, and then passing the turn might just be ideal, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you would recycle two to double conquer with the crab, so I think that just playing Stellacorn should be fine. I mean, here you're only scared of mhm. I don't remember the name of the card at the moment. The
Falling Stars?
falling star, exactly. The falling star.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. And
that's
it's
the
a
only
card a
thing
lot
you're
of pikes
scared.
run.
Yeah, because it's very strong. They ramp a lot, so and they get a lot of gold token from the legend ability, so they're not really scared of using fury power. But we
Right.
see a lot also of the spirit, the bewitching spirit. Uh, my play would be just slam all those spirits and remove all your hand, and good luck winning without cards.
I like that you said that. There's only three cards remaining, despite having so many card draw from that Stellar Corn Herder a little bit earlier in this game, running out of options, and now he's gonna show his opponent all the Bewitching Spirit. So a little bit fearful, saying, "Wait a minute, that's two that can be played out this turn. I only have three cards in hand. How am I gonna go ahead and work around this?" Luckily, one of the cards that were in hand got deployed out this previous turn, being that Stellar Corn Herder. So you're down on cards, but you're never out once you have that Stellar Corn. The potential to draw two, one to move up to the battlefield, one to attach the boots and gank on over. And then if he draws anything to kind of bring it back from one of those battlefields, that could be three draws in a single turn just from the Stellar Corn Herder. We'll see. That could benefit him, which is why we see Pike being a little bit hesitant, just saying, you know what, this is the best play. Two Bewitching Spirits, let's go. But it might not be the worst line either. I'm right there with you. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah. Even three Bewitching Spirit, you play Bewitching Spirit, second Bewitching Spirit on the battlefield, Legend
True.
ability, and third Bewitching Spirit because you have exactly 10 runes.
Well said, right?
So,
10, 3, 3, 1 to bounce back to hand, and then 3 for the last one. That's a complete hand destroyed. I like what you're cooking, Constantino. Let's see if he goes ahead and plays it out. But no, going for the
no, we
fizz.
have Fizz.
Wants to play something in base. I don't remember if he has a falling star in the trash. This is definitely the better play, but I don't think we've seen a falling star this entire game. But he's digging for it. He says, I
Okay.
haven't seen it all game one. It has to be in these top three cards of my deck.
And it is,
Woo!
and it is. He
The
found
gamble
it.
paid off. Brilliant, brilliant things. Because I guess he knew he's running a full set of them. It was the odds were so high probability to hit. And, getting super well paid off from that gamble. It wasn't too much of a gamble, but now things are definitely in his favor. This Pike might be supposed to set a bit of a comeback, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, uh, I don't think, no, Irelia is fully tapped out. I think, no, she has the two from no, I don't think anything she can do because she doesn't seem to have the not so fast. So yeah, I think that Stellarcon is about to die,
Oh, yeah.
and still you get a Bewitching Spirit to remove one of the cards.
That's
So
taken
one,
down, so we might have hit the stabilization point for our Pike player. Always keep in mind, Aurelia doesn't work the same as other legends any so often. As early as the very next turn, Aurelia could come down and come crashing into one of these battlefields with the Boots of Swiftness currently on the board. But with that in mind, Pike trying to just generate some gold tokens and bounce back some of those bigger quality cards back to hand. So now just leaving the tokens for now. I like this. You don't have point tempo, but you might have successfully slowed your opponent enough to make sure that you should be able to deal with the Fervent when it comes down this very next turn and make it a little bit sweeter. Make that hand size dwindle down a little bit more. Pike is looking ever so slightly better and better as each and every turn passes by.
yeah, and the good thing is also that since she doesn't, the Aurelia player didn't run over with boots with a Scuttle Crab, she's not at 6 points, so she's not threatening lethal. So you know as a Pike that you have at least two more turns to play
Mm-hmm.
before you have to deal with the final threat, the Aurelia that is still in the champion zone. So you feel quite confident, I think. I mean, you're not totally out of the water just yet as a Pike, and but you feel that you have a way to win this.
Definitely. Yeah, he sees kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. Looking through the Discord, he's saying, okay, you've seen two Guardian Angels, you've seen two Stellar Corns, you've seen a couple Starcross and Gus's, so I'm not taking those into consideration on my next turn. And writing it down, this is what a good player is made of, and we see exactly why he's made himself all the way into this top 8 position, trying to take all information, public information, into consideration on each and every play. Let's see though, what can Aurelia dish out on this turn? She has no other option. It's time for the chosen champion to come out to play. Does she want to go ahead and get that legend ability online and push onto Targon's Peak, get 4 runes available on the next turn? The question is though, I don't think you really have too many cards to make use of the 4 runes. You have a Defy. You have, I believe, let me take a look. I can't actually make out those cards. Do you see Constantino? I don't see them.
No, I think that the quality of the stream is not the best. So, and also the angle he has the cards in is
Mm-hmm.
not the best. So, yeah, I remember the Defy.
I think we see a
Uh,
DD, a Defiant Dance as well.
August, maybe I remember. Yeah, a Defiant Dance. I think that's it. That's it. Yes, that's a
Yeah, in a
Defiant Dance.
Discipline it might be. Oh no, Tide Turner. Tide Turner, a Defy and a Defiant Dance. Yeah, thank you, Demon. So here we go. Does decide to push in Aurelia Fervent, 2 energy available. If this was another switcheroo, it might be a blowout from the side of Pike, but I don't think he has an additional switcheroo in hand. Might go for something with 2 energy. The only thing I could think of is things like Flash. Doesn't seem to have it in hand to protect that mech, so I think the mech might be going down. But I don't feel this Aurelia is feeling all that safe. Even with 4 energy is more of a bluff at this point next turn.
Yeah, the only thing is that Defiant Dance that can bounce your Aurelia to... Ah, okay. He retreat the Aurelia, so it's still safe. Now he's at 6 and he's threatening lethal for next turn.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, though, if there's a way to bounce this Fizz back to hand, you could go ahead. I say, is there a way? Of course, we're talking about the Pike
Exactly, yeah.
legend. You conquers Ripper's Bay with Fizz, you bounce it back with Pike, and then you get your Falling Stars to interact with the Aurelia in the back line. That's going to be a heavy, heavy investment in terms of rune economy. But your opponent, you're putting it on your opponent. Does he have Not So Fast? If he doesn't, I am heavily favored for the remaining of the game.
Yeah, I think that the plays here, once again, remove the hand from Aurelia and then try with the Fizz. Because you don't know what she might have in hand, so you go, let me see how many runes he has. 10. So one could be the Mind Splitter,
Right.
and I think that's the Mind Splitter. So you know if it's a safe play to do that. But also it's a heavy investment. Maybe you want to play it at the battlefield because in case Aurelia has something, you want to defend with your teeth the last battlefield.
You know, unlucky for him, this Mind Splitter will be able to go ahead and snatch away the one counter he asked for. The card he actually picked up for turn, he picked up a Star-Crossed. So once he takes out the Defy, this Aurelia might very well be heading back to the hand. And Aurelia could, of course, play it out again, accelerate it out again, but it's very expensive to do so. And more importantly, you're going to be able to tie the score on this very turn. Of course, Tide Turner does have the backup of the Defiant Dance, so that's 4-2. But you should have enough if you push in the mech, you push up the Fizz. That actually trades, right? That's 4-4,
Yeah,
interesting
you
enough.
should
So
go with everything in that battlefield just to trade with the with the Tide Turner. So I don't know if that's a good plan. Yeah, actually, now that the more I think about it, I don't see Aurelia out of the water again. Okay, but she's using the Defiant Dance already. I think that's not a very good play. You want to save that for next turn. You want to save that to uh, be able to do something else. But I think yeah, she doesn't know that that's the star crossed in hand. So yeah, that's the play probably.
I like it.
Star
You know,
crossed.
despite the bit of a rougher start on our Pike side, he is looking in the driver's seat. The Defy gets eliminated. 0 cards in hand for Relia. You simply push the mech over to Ripper's Bay, and then Fizz and the Spirit takes care of the 4-mighted Tide Turner since you have 5 might attacking, and that's a double conquer. You tie things up. Starcross put the Aurelia back in hand. But now, how do you defend? I guess Targon's Peak untaps too. I don't know if there's two energy way of kind of defending from the Aurelia pushing in. So I think this is what he's considering, because right now I'm thinking for the immediate future, not one more turn ahead once Aurelia gets her hands back in, once Aurelia is able to get her turn back. But maybe you just have to do it. You want to go ahead and put as much points on the board as you can. So does send the two the two units that have their full might over to Targon's Peak, does get the conquer. And I would be surprised if he doesn't go ahead and conquer with the mech as well.
Yeah, I mean, he should, but again, I think that the Mind Splitter in base is going to be something that you maybe going to no, because yeah, I mean, I forgot. He's not going to play the Starcross now. He's going to replay on response as Irelia try to comes in against a 6 might. So you can't. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see what she draws as a last card. But Pike is really trying to win this time.
It looks to be so, and doing a great job at that. I didn't catch what this last hidden card could be. We know he had Switcheroo, but what did we see in the hand previously from Pike? Do you recall, or is it unknown knowledge to all of us?
No, he took back in hand the Tide Turner.
Right. Okay,
so
nice
that's
little
how
hidden
the Mind Splitter can go in.
I like the play of leaving the Starcross on your opponent's turn. That way he's kind of doesn't have, any indication of what you can go ahead and do. So it's kind of a bit of a surprise factor. But of course, like we said before, you are able to go ahead and play the Relia Fervent one more time, accelerated with the base Boots of Swiftness. So thinking about his turn, we haven't really caught glance at the last remaining card he just picked up for turn. Doesn't seem to be too impactful as he kind of looked at it, put it into the base, kind of face down, saying, you know what? I don't like it. It could just be something simple. Actually, most cards in the Aurelia deck are pretty impactful, so I don't know what it could possibly be. Maybe another Tide Turner or something simple like that.
Yeah, I mean, even another Tide Turner could be I conquered the right battlefield. Tide Turner back Irelia. I targeted her, so she get +2 and get ready. And then I try to go over your might, but she has to remember the Tide Turner, so that means Mind Splitter is a 7, +3 from a mech, it's 10, +2 from the Bewitching Spirit, it's 12, and he has cards in hand. Oh, it's a discipline.
Okay. So he will be punished here, right?
Okay.
Discipline is the last card in hand. Of course, you do draw one from Discipline, but more importantly, you're going to restand Aurelia, allowing you to gank on over. So you restand +1. Discipline +3 because of the choose, and then the spell ability or the spell effect. It's a stacked deck. But what I'm getting at, guys, is that he no longer has 5 runes available to replay the Aurelia Fervent. So a Starcross is the perfect thing here in this situation. You hold up to 6. You could conquer with the Mind Splitter up to 7, and then you're putting on Aurelia on a double conquer turn or a double board clear turn, which is a little tricky, but there's one card off the stack deck that makes it a whole lot easier to do so, that one being the Ride the Wind. So I'm thinking that, but we'll see what he has, of course, or what he decides to choose, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the Ride the Wind seems like the best play here because I don't see anything that can rival a Starcross. Maybe he decided to pick the Angar to have even more might, but I think that the probably the Ride the Wind to have a second win. You know, I go in your battlefield, you have to commit your Mind Splitter there, and I ride the wind back. That would be the play that would be the safest option, or the Tide Turner, as you have a second unit, and you say, okay, I'm fine this turn. I will try to win next one.
Mm-hmm. I like it. You know, I couldn't anticipate this kind of a position for this Pike player, but somehow he has managed to be in an advantageous position as we kind of keep talking about. So Stack Deck does pick up that Ride the Wind, or did he pick up something else? I actually didn't see.
No, he picked the Ride the Wind.
Okay, makes sense to me. Now trying to think, what can this hidden card be? He did see the Tide Turner get bounced to hand, so he has to be some kind of be able to kind of deduce that there is most likely just a Tide Turner, but we already saw the switcheroo, which is why he's so nervous. He's like, oh Lord, if this is another switcheroo, I'm pretty much losing the game right here. Aurelia doesn't have the safety of a Guardian Angel. She's pretty much exposed, and swinging in with sufficient might, a Tide Turner is not going to be able to get there. But what will get there is the Mind Splitter coming in with the additional 7 might on that battlefield, defending for 12. Aurelia didn't see it coming. Tide Turner doing the job in this position. Aurelia going down is an Aurelia losing game 1.
I mean, with Ride the Wind, you're still not going down because
True,
you go
true.
back, you target, you get ready, all the things that Irelia does, you swing back in, and so you're bigger now. Or maybe she can decide, no, I just want to stay in base. And
With
yeah,
the
I
with
think no, that you go.
I was just gonna say, with the boost of swiftness, it kind of works the same way. Whether you're in the base or in the battlefield, you're able to go ahead and move to this battlefield. But in reaction, the Starcross is coming out to play, and that's a tapped out Aurelia. And it costs a good amount of runes, so you're only going up to 6 runes next turn. So the most you can do is an Aurelia and like a on guard. Of course, you have the gear to interact with it to ready it, but things are
Oh, and
looking
he has the
rather up for
bewitching spirit
Pike.
in hand now. And he has the bewitching spirit in hand. So Irelia is going to the trash.
Ooh, right. Unbelievable
Another one.
performance.
And he was like, oh my god, another one.
Are you sure he has one, Constantino?
I don't know if he has only one. Actually, I know he doesn't have only one.
Right. A full set, a full
And
play
I
set of
think
Bewitching Spirits
it's
in hand,
GG.
conquers up to 7. And even if you had 3 cards in hand, they're going to be going to the trash bin as early as right here, right now. This is looking to be all she wrote. Our Pike player, as I said before, despite a bit of a slower start, just kind of slow churn throughout this game number 1. But look at the fantastic position they find themselves in. Double control these battlefields. Ripper's Bay has been doing a great job with these Tide Turners, allowing him to get so much value from a single card, from a single unit. Plays out a final Bewitching Spirit and saying, I'm at 7. All I have to do is hold. Might as well hide the Tide Turner that you've hid before just to add some more 2 might onto that battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god. And this is just game 1. This, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. So and
Man.
that's a lot of mental energy, I think, for both players. It was for me, just looking at that. It was very an interesting game.
I
And
love it. You
now we
know
have to
where I think things really turn for the best for the Pike player? The stack deck into Falling Stars. He didn't have a Falling Stars in hand, but he took the gamble and definitely bared fruit. He was the perfect card he needed. He got rid of the Stellar Corn Herder. And real quick, we'll head back to the commentary booth. But Constantino, did you want to add the camera? You don't have to since it was a little bit unnoticed. You have it? Okay, let me add it for you. And I can't believe it. Maybe I don't think you had the channel open because I tried to tag you, but it's okay. You're here now, so I really do appreciate it. So thank you for that. Chat, bear with me. I'll go ahead and bring in Constantino over here and we'll chit chat a little bit of what we just saw because that might have been the best game of the day. Pike taking down a meta favorite in Aurelia. And did so impressively because he took some lines that a lot of people didn't really see off the rip. Let me go ahead. Let's see if I bring you in. There we go. Good morning, Constantino.
expect for in a Pike versus Irelia game. So I don't know what else to expect from this game. I mean, it was a fantastic game one with the battlefield chosen by Pike that allowed him to ramp. He really managed to get an edge over the Aurelia, and then he removed every single card from her hand. And at the end, he managed to find himself victorious.
Oh, yeah, and that he did. You know, and thinking about game number 2 here shortly, I think Aurelia, if she doesn't have Not So Fast in the main board, she probably wants to go ahead and side those in because things like Switcheroo, things like Falling Stars, you had no interaction to those kind of spells, and Not So Fast is the perfect answer to those. So if you kind of run a couple of those, maybe 2 at the most, it could be a bit better in this game number 2 going forward. Now, for Pike, I feel like you don't really have to change your game plan. I don't know. I mean, I say I'm going back to the stack deck turn, but I feel like he kind of made the turn for the best a little bit before that as well. It was where he crashed the Stellar Corn, and then there was something else. Chat, you might have to remind me, or maybe Constantino, if you remember. There's just some plays in there that I can't make out, but I was impressed. I was like, wow, okay, I didn't see that one coming, but obviously it worked out for the best as he took victory in game 1.
In that turn, I think it was just the fades into stack deck into the falling star. I think
It
that
had
was
to
the
be,
turn.
yeah.
Yeah, the thing that surprised me was the Defiant Dance in reaction instead of waiting for the opponent to come in and the Starcross not used in reaction, but waiting until the last second, until Aurelia was really out of breath and was like, this is now or never. And it was never for Aurelia.
Right, bouncing it back to hand. So phenomenal performance from our only Pike player. And guys, I'll pull up the data one more time. I think there was literally one Pike that made it in all of day 2 top 64, and that's the same Pike we're seeing in top 8. So really super cool stuff that we're seeing here, and hopefully they're already set up to do pretty good as they have one game under their belt. Can they in these next 2 games potentially take one more game away? And now we can say we have a Pike in the top 4, but let's knock on wood, chat. Let's knock on wood. We don't want to jinx anything going forward. I'm just down. I'm gonna go ahead and sit back and witness some spectacular Riftbound action. You know, not every day you see Aurelia get taken down at the hands of a Pike, but I am all here for it. So let's see. Hopefully we get into that game number 2 sooner than later. And right on cue, let's head over to the feature table as this game 2 is about to start.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to say is that we have in the top 8, just to remember everyone, we have 2 Aurelia, 2 Diana, 2 Rek'Sai, which is very interesting, Master Yi, and a Pike.
Yeah, super diverse top 8. We've seen it here and we've seen it in the Western Regionals. This has been the most diversity in every top 8 in the history of Riftbound. And every time in these China Regionals, it surprises us. Last weekend, or last China Regional, there was a nice little one of Zir, one of Vex. So this time was probably the biggest surprises of all, as you mentioned, 2 Rek'Sais, not just a single one. So it wasn't just a fluke. I think Rek'Sai might have some merit to it. I haven't tested it at all in set 3, But from what we saw in the top 16 matchup, he was doing some insane stuff. So many little guys, so much value getting generated from the Death Note triggers as well. And then we know how strong that Rek'Sai Legend ability can get if you hit those Under Titan, if you hit those Void Rushes. Hopefully we get to see one at least in top 4, because I'm down for a little bit of Rek'Sai action as well.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. And I know that I played a couple of Rek'Sai in these previous days. One in the skirmish. That funny enough, he was playing an entire order Rek'Sai, so he
Right.
didn't have any single Fury runes, but he was able to like put 60 mites in one turn on the battlefield, and it was crazy stuff. So I think that it's an aggro deck that can really match up with those powerhouses.
It looks to be the case, at least this time around in this third Chinese regional out in Tian. But of course, Aurelia was on the play in game number 1. She's on the play here again. Had the G8 to start off before, having a bit of a better start here with the Scuttle Crab, allowing her to get onto the board points a little bit sooner than later. I like this Void Rush or this Void Gate battlefield for the side of Pyke. We know he has access to Falling Stars. And I think that might be the only thing doing damage, but I did catch glimpse that he also has Piercing Light. So 2 spells
Yes,
that
I saw
benefit from
Piercing
that
Light
Void Gate.
before. Yeah, in fact, when he played the stack deck, he found both one Piercing Light and one Falling Star. So he had two outs in that sense. But of course, the Falling Star costs less, and you don't have to use your unit as a as a bridge, because you need something to hit on the battlefield, and you can do it even with your own unit at the battlefield, which he had.
Right, yeah. Exactly. So we'll see if those spells come into play, because that's a lot of spells. Of course, Piercing Light is a spell that's defiable. Falling Star is a spell that only requires a not so fast. But speaking of that counter card, there is a not so fast in hand. So trying to always be mindful of leaving up at least 2 runes at the ready to go ahead and try to deny these Falling Stars a little bit later on in this game. But for this turn, doesn't have the Stellar Corn Herder as he did in game number 1. So a bit of a slower start. You can't even turn to Aurelia Fervent because you're on the play, so you only have the 4 runes. So this could be a bit of a breather for the side of Pyke, because Stellar Corn is a really strong start. So slowing it down just by a bit of the RNG factor. At the minimum, you do have a Tide Turner and a stacked deck to use this turn though.
Yeah, I mean, you have something you can do. We see that the Bewitching Spirit already discarded one of the Ride the Wind, which is one of the strongest card that Irelia has. So maybe we can start already with a plan of removing all of Irelia's hand. I mean, the Scuttle Crab helps Irelia because it's, play one, draw one. So it's like not using a card. You keep your hand size the same, but now we can see that Pike can start to do his magic things. And also, I don't think that Aurelia has any spells that deals damage, so your battlefield is fair game. You can conquer it whenever you want without being scared of anything.
You're so right. There's only one player benefiting from that battlefield, and that's gonna be in the direction of the Pyke. I like the hard bargain pickup here though for this turn. If you want to go ahead and Falling Stars, though, I would recommend delaying this Falling Star for at least something a bit more juicy, like those Stellar Corn Herders. But I wouldn't blame him, because right now it almost seems to me she's a little bit lacking those units, as a lot of Aurelia decks do. But that's because we have the caster vision, so maybe he's gonna say, or maybe he doesn't know that for sure, but I don't know. I don't think I like spending 2 power, 2 energy to just take care of a Scuttle Crab and a Tide Turner. But with that said, I don't think he has too many other turns, but I'm starting to turn off with Stack Deck just to see all my options before committing with something.
Yeah, I would not like waste one of my powerful spell this game already, but he is already going for something that I was not expecting. He wants to fight this Tie Turner in the battlefield that Irelia chose. So she's very she can use that battlefield with ease. But you found maybe the one card that can save you, which is the Blood Rush, which in that battlefield give you +5 if you repeat it,
Mm-hmm.
and that can mean you win almost 100%, unless Irelia want to really invest everything to protect this Tide Turner, which I don't know if it's the correct play.
Yeah, one, you only have 4 cards in hand. Two, you only have 2 energy, so you can't really realistically do too much. But I like the stack deck on the showdown because of the Abandoned Hall, so you get the additional +1 just for playing a stack deck. So up to 3, but 2 could play at the stack deck game. So trying to go ahead and net equal here, 3-3 as it stands. But as you mentioned, there is a Blood Rush. It's only a single energy for, if you repeat it, it is 2 energy, doesn't cost any power. I don't know if I'm electing to repeat it, but who am I kidding? It looks like Pyke does decide to do it. Hard bargain on the stack deck. He's saying, I want you at just 3 cards and 3 cards alone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a heavy investment, and I think he wants to bait another spell. Yes, because now you bait the spell, which gives +3, and he said, okay, but I have a Blood Rush. So you wasted 2 cards, you remove the unit, and you can keep your battlefield uh, and win the combat.
Yeah, you don't have anything on the board like a gear interaction for the Relia Fervent, so you're going to have to rely on another combat trick. You're going up to 6, so wasting the on guard here. I say wasting because it's all going to be denied by something like the Blood Rush, as you mentioned, Constantino. Blood Rush, an effective +3, exactly the same way as we saw that on guard. So I still think you're trading, no?
No, you're winning by 1. That's why you didn't need to repeat the Blood Rush, and you can use the last one to take the Bewitching Spirit in hand. And so you almost remove the entire hand from the opponent player. He has, I think, only 2 cards.
Yeah.
And now, yeah, now 3, but none are really effective. I mean, the Charm and the Not So Fast cannot do that much. And I don't remember the third card.
I believe it was a discipline still there. So discipline, charm,
Okay.
and a not so fast. As you mentioned, not the idealistic hand you would imagine from Aurelia players. So feeling the heat of the moment, down to the top 8 players here in the TN Regional, saying, oh man, I've made it so far. And is my tournament run gonna be going down at the hands of this Pyke player, putting on a show for the fans at home? I want to see this deck list. I know everyone at home wants to see it. We will get it to you guys after the event is ended, of course. But let's see what the Scuttle Crab decides to do. I would imagine you want to go ahead and put some points on the board as you can. Goes ahead, conquers Abandoned Hell for the time being. And it might be the only thing you can do. Aurelia
No.
Fervent hitting the board.
Yeah, and that's what I feared about. I mean, you here feel almost like you have to commit the Aurelia, but that's the wrong play because we know he has the falling star
Oh,
and he
yeah.
has only 1 rune up, so he cannot even not so fast the falling star. So here, you can destroy the Aurelia, and
Destroy
that would be
indeed. Unfortunately, you're
yes.
not going to be able to take down the Scuttle Crab at the same time, but if Scuttle Crab is the only unit you have to deal with for a couple turns, because right now we are facing a position where Aurelia might just be top decking spell after spell, and with this chosen champion already established out, once that goes down, if you, ooh, of course, the chosen champion from Pyke's side is able to deal with the Scuttle Crab, and you still have runes available for the falling stars, and this might just be a heck of a turn right here in our quarterfinal. Says, see what you can, but do you see the card I'm about to deploy on you?
Yeah, and also one thing you can do, and I think that you have to do something like this at regional. You look at your opponent and see the reaction on his face when he sees your card. And if he sees the any reaction like, "Oh my God, I fucked up playing that Aurelia," you know that you have to commit and try to destroy her now
Mm-hmm.
because you don't get another chance like a 1 rune Aurelia that cannot do much. But we will see. He take that back. We will see if he's brave enough to try to commit on the Aurelia, and he's not. Unlucky,
Oh,
unlucky.
interesting. Being conservative on the runes. Constantino, I don't like it. I think you want to do risky business here. There's undefiable. You can't defy a falling star. Yes, we're talking about 4 runes out the gate, but you're generating gold. You're kind of minimizing the downside from those deflect costs. So I don't know. I feel like the play is leave Pike on the battlefield and then just falling star with the gold you had currently. I don't know.
No,
I don't know about these plays, but
I thought
obviously he's
that,
made it here for a reason.
yeah, I thought the play of taking Pike back was like, so you cannot play Defiant Dance because you don't have a second target. So you only have another Unguard. And we know that usually Irelia play only two Unguards in the deck, maybe three, but you already saw one. So you had two out in the entire deck. And you were like, I mean, if he has those two outs, I don't know what can I say?
Right. And Chad's bringing up an excellent point. You guys are totally right. Trying to play around as many outs as you can. The on guard was always there. You saw on guard being utilized on that scuttle crab previously or on the tide turner previously. So respecting it, right? Because that's going to get you out of the range of 6 up to 7 might currently for the Aurelia. So I can respect this. He's saying, I won't deal with the Aurelia this turn, but that might have been your only window of opportunity. Sometimes you just have to risk it for the biscuit. And in this scenario, it might very well cost him as he goes ahead and starts getting a bit out of hand. GA for the protection. And more importantly, he's going to leave some runes available for things like not so fast. So we'll see what happens because now the bewitching spirit that he loves to go ahead and recur has been hit into the trash. So this might be a bit of a turnaround, which seemed to be a decent position for Pike. Might not be so. Oh, of course, man,
Another
this is a
one.
lucky
Yeah.
dog, a lucky Pike. One bewitching spirit goes to the trash. What's the matter when you go ahead and top deck another one, right?
Yes, and you say, okay, discard your last card. And now he has to decide if he wants to use the Defiant Dance just in case and like recycle one rune, or if he says, okay, let's go to the trash, you're not attacking me this turn. But he has the Pike Accelerate. Oh no, it's Discipline. So you give it +4, no, +5 maybe because it's Aurelia, and then you have to remove. And yeah, you're so sad because you draw the card that you wanted. You
Mm-hmm.
wanted that Stellacon Herder, but now you have to discard it.
You saw him squinch on his face as the reaction is like, oh, I wish I would have thrown the Defy or the Discipline away. Stellar Corn Herder hitting the bin, not liking that odd. That was the one card that might be able to get him out of this predicament. But now, just a single Aurelia there. An accelerated Pike into a switcheroo, no cards in hand, is not as expensive as a Falling Star, but just as effective. The only caveat being is you don't really take down the Aurelia, you just take down the Guardian
Yeah, it
Angel,
makes
so might
sense.
not be
Yeah.
worthwhile.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to point out, I don't think that it's only +3 on that battlefield because it's +3 for the discipline, +1 for the battlefield, +1 again because you targeted Irelia from the
Mm-hmm.
battlefield.
Yeah.
So that discipline should be +5. I don't know why they have +3 there.
I wonder if there was some merit pushing in Bewitching Spirit, Switcheroo, take the GA out, and then Falling Star. We're talking about 5 runes getting recycled, but we're leaving Aurelia at top deck mode without any units available. Do you think that was worth it? Because there was a little line there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, he's playing really conservative. Maybe he's trying to take away the Aurelia like he did last game. I bounce it back in your hand and then I discard it. Maybe that's the safest option
Mm-hmm.
to deal with Aurelia. Maybe that's what he's looking for.
All right, let's see what she top decked. The Tide Turner, not what you want to see, but now full information has been revealed for a second time in this game. Pike saying, okay, all the chips are on the table for Aurelia. What can I do? We know she has a Guardian Angel. I have a Falling Stars. Point tempo is favoring her so for now, but I have not one switcheroo, but 2 switcheroos currently in hand, so I could go ahead and reinforce both of these battlefields with 1 switcheroo apiece. That might be enough. You get rid of the GA, and then next turn, when she's quote unquote a naked Aurelia, you could go ahead and try to Falling Star it. We'll see though.
Yeah, if you are Pike, you must like your position, the position you are in, because Irelia is really on top deck mode and will probably be on top deck mode for the rest of the game because even the Stellacorn, which is the lifeblood, the lifeline that she could have of drawing cards, is gone now.
Oh yeah. Not having too many outs, of course, the top deck Stellarcorn could change the tide of this battle, but with the top deck Stellarcorn means you don't have a top deck card to utilize to ready the Stellarcorn and go ahead and get some card advantage as early as that same turn you played out. So not as ideal even in that position as well. But granted, not too far behind in the overall scheme of things. Definitely feeling behind on every single aspect of this game, right? Rune economy, hand economy, feeling the pain there. But as long as your fervent stays alive, I want to say you always have some kind of shot in this game. But with double switcheroo, that might not be a very big shot in this game at that.
Yeah, he's deciding if he wants to put the hidden there, because I want to point out something to the people watching us. Here, the play is if I put a hidden card, my opponent know that 9 times out of 10 it's a switcheroo. So he will try to bait that in with a tie turner, and it's a 2 against 2. So the switcheroo is useless. So you have to commit the second unit if you commit the switcheroo, because he has the exact play that counters the switcheroo, which is a unit of the same might. Ooh, and now he can even try to trade the first unit, go on the other battlefield with Aurelia, and charm the second unit in, so the switcheroo goes wasted. But you didn't count one thing, that he has a second switcheroo in hand.
That can just simply be hard cast as there's 10 energy available at the ready on your opponent's turn. So, I mean, you have so much interaction here. Technically, we know the cards in hand. There's a double switcheroo available to him. Of course, you have to invest 3 recycle runes, 1 for the deflect, 2 for the switcheroo being hard casted rather than just hiding it, being 1 less power, of course. But I think at 10 runes, you're feeling a whole lot good. You're feeling a whole lot better in this position. So I think it's a worthwhile thing to do. But I like what you said. Aurelia push onto Abandon Hall, charm over one of those units, and then Tide Turner just to kind of get that hidden card out of there. But going with a little bit of a roundabout play, because right now you don't even have to expose your hidden card. You just take 1 for 1 currently and you leave it at that.
Yeah, and that's why you have the charm after. But I love that in chat they are still discussing if the falling star was the correct play,
It
because
was a
you
big
saw the
one.
Ungat before. Yeah, I love that chat is still discussing it, and so I guess it's normal for him to not have done that, because we see that a lot of people are messaging right now, and there is kind of a 50-50 if it's a correct play or not. And as I said, the charm to remove the switcheroo, but maybe it's a pike hidden. I think it's a switcheroo. 9 times out of 10, it's a switcheroo.
Well,
But
I see the
maybe,
hand. I'm pretty sure I saw it's a Tide Turner. Interesting enough. So you could just bring the switch the Bewitching Spirit back over to this battlefield.
uh, actually, I think not quite sure. So maybe a judge in the chat can reply to us. Maybe you have to react to the Ari, to the charm. You cannot play it
Oh,
like
it
as
is a
it is.
pike. I missaw. I misspoke.
Okay.
It is indeed a pike to hold control of
Yeah.
that. So, okay. That changes thing. I guess you lose
Now,
your Bewitching Spirit for now, but Aurelia is completely out of hands. I think if you find a way, you bounce back the readied pike, you could push it in. I think you're going to be attacking for 4 versus 5. Switcheroo most likely has to be invested, and then Falling Star to interact with it in the back line. Actually, what am I talking about? Switcheroo. Switcheroo now to take out the GA, and then we all know what's waiting for that Aurelia. Her doom is inevitable. The Falling Star saving it for the perfect opportunity, and that opportunity is in the very next turn as Aurelia has no cards to work with.
yeah, and you conquer, so you go to 5. You hold, so you go to 7. And now with 1 card, Aurelia has to score on both battlefields. And okay. Now it's GG.
Scoop it
Now
up.
he used the now he used the falling star. And yeah, I don't see any card in the deck that can save Aurelia now. I don't think it
Wow.
exists.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. A breathtaking performance from our Pike player, the one representative holding the Pike dream alive. A lot of people don't consider Pike as high tier, but what is high level is the Pike pilot here. Beautiful execution, well sequenced, well clever plays, holding on to these cards like Falling Stars for the perfect moment. He's saying, you know what? This falling star is gonna bear fruit, but just not yet. I'm gonna go ahead and wait till Aurelia has 0 cards in hand, and imagine that, Constantino. That's a Pike winning, not just at one game, but 2-0 against an Aurelia. Very, very strong showing from Pike.
Yeah, and I mean, it has to be like devastating. Like you made your fate there with that charm because you brought the other units in, and then he that allowed the enemy to take 4 points in one turn. So you
Mm-hmm.
really feel devastated as Aurelia,
Yeah.
and
You know, it's not every day we see Aurelia with such a low hand economy, right? Because usually Aurelia has an abundance of cards. That, so much cards from Stellar Corn Herder, they can't even hold it sometimes. But it's interesting to see just one Bewitching Spirit early on. It kind of has a little bit of a steamroll effect where just one card you're like, this card I don't want to give up early on when I don't have the Stellar Corn online just yet. But even in game one, when he did have the Stellar Corn Herder, somehow those Bewitching Spirits were enough every single time they played it that Aurelia just never felt like she was ahead in hand, and it cost her at the end of the day because full information essentially turn after turn, that's just too much of an advantage for a Pike player to take advantage of, and that he did. So GG. A couple players in the chat saying a little fortuitous draws. We saw the top deck Bewitching Spirit, we saw the top deck what was that? There was another top deck in there that we were pretty hyped about.
uh, in this game, or I think it was in the previous one, because in this game, I think that the second switcheroo, of course,
Oh,
that
okay.
you say one we can be used for the GA, and the second one can be used after, but that didn't happen because he had too many answers in the hand. I mean, and that is like what made 80% of the game. I have the answer, you don't, because I discarded all of your cards.
Mm-hmm. Man, but setting the bar quite high in these quarterfinals. It's going to be tough to top this, but of course, next up is going to be the top 4. And then at the very end, we have our grand finals. This Pike has some heat, has some momentum. Will it be the first time we ever see a Pike in the grand finals? Maybe so. We might see him as our grand champion. Let's knock on wood, though. We didn't jinx it against Aurelia. Maybe we won't jinx it as a Pike future champion coming here. But I love it. Has a fantastic deck list. Even more so, I said it before, a fantastic player running the deck. And with that kind of combination is a recipe for a lot of success. We will see as he is heading into top 4. For anyone just joining in, we'll go ahead and do the rundown for the remaining legends competing in top 8. As Constantino said, there's 2 Aurelias, one of them already eliminated. There's 1 Master Yi, 2 Dianas, 1 Pike, as we just saw victorious, and then the last one, what am I missing, Constantino? 2 Aurelias.
2 Rek'Sai.
2 Rek'Sais. How could I forget? 2 Rek'Sais. So it might be very likely that we have a Rek'Sai in top 4. Please, Chinese production, if there is a Rek'Sai in top 4, give us that matchup because we already saw a banger with the Pike. Let's get another one going with this Rek'Sai player too.
Yeah, and also one thing I want to point out, and I wanted to ask in chat, but I see that it's already discussed in chat. I saw everyone on the internet. The buzz of the day was that Infinite Lux combo. Did you see that? I saw that it didn't make top 8, so I think it's not that consistent. But I think it shake everything. I think it was today or yesterday. I mean, depends on your time zone.
Depends on your
Actually,
time zone. Today for me, but yeah, me and Algita were casting it this morning, essentially. It was the last round of day 1 Swiss, yesterday's event. But man, our minds were thoroughly blown. Me and Algita were like, what in the world is going on? But you're totally right, Cosentino. It's not all the time that we see such level of innovation. Usually, it's a nice little tech card here and there, a nice little one of, but a whole deck that has never ever in the Riftbound history in all 3 sets been played that's what we witnessed in round number 7 of last night. I highly recommend the VOD. We have it there on our YouTube if you want to go ahead and take a peek in this downtime. But it was just phenomenal. I was like, how did he cook this? I asked the question to Aguito. I'm like, how did he cook this? How did he connect all the dots? How did he put all those puzzle pieces together? Because never in a million years would I have put those kind of card combinations, the Echo, Sacrifice, Flow Infinite Energy combo, and then all to go ahead and end it with Renata and Retreat Loop. Like, what? It's crazy.
Yeah, and I also saw a video today of Ali Eldrazi that was explaining how the combo works.
Oh,
And
nice.
it's a lot of things. It's like you don't only have to do one infinite combo, you have to do three. It's like one for the energy, one for the power, and then one for the points.
Oh, yeah. For sure. It's definitely complicated, which is why you could tell he's very well versed in his matchups or in all his matchups with the deck. You could tell he didn't just pick it up and play for this event. He's been running that deck at locals for a while, a little bit. So China region has probably known about this deck list, but he brought it to everyone's attention around the world. By the way, did we see that Lux again just joined? MTG, welcome on in. We didn't see the Lux, unfortunately, but we are down to the top 8, and Lux didn't make the top 8, so no Lux. I will say, I think the players that eliminated the Lux are the Rek'Sai players. If you guys saw the Rek'Sai game in top 32, they were so freaking fast. Lux can hang in there for about 3 to 4 turns, but 3 to 4 turns was all the Rek'Sai player needed to close the game out. So I think we saw Rek'Sai replace Lux in top 8 because she was doing some really cool things. But as kind of you were getting at, Constantino, it's so complicated that it might not be as consistent as a lot of people would hope.
Yeah, and maybe with new sets, you can get to have new tools to use them, and maybe it get easier. But I mean, there are, let's say, two type of card game. For as far as I know, there are type of games like Magic that relies on, okay, I do this and that becomes an infinite combo, or there are games that like try their best, like Yu-Gi-Oh, to remove everything that can give you that infinite.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to go on the second path. I mean,
Right.
not have that every deck has to reach one infinite combo to win the game. But I don't
Yeah.
know
It was cool
how the
nonetheless.
risk.
Will we be seeing a little bit more of it in the future? Probably at locals you guys might be seeing it soon. Are we going to be seeing it at a high level on these regionals, maybe in U-Trick? I think there's going to be 1 or 2 couple Luxes running around, especially after making such a splash. So hopefully that we see a little bit more success from it, because it's always cool to have another deck in the mix to kind of worry about. A little bit more of a headache for those competitive players, but fun for us to have some diversity in the meta, because who would have thought Lux actually making some kind of dent in the meta? You love to see it. I know I do as well. But guys, that is it for top 8. It looks on the screen there's just 2 tables still at it. So what is that, half or a quarter? Top 8 is 8 players, 4 matches. So yeah, half of the match is done. 2 more matches remaining. We don't know what those 2 matches are. I wish they would tell us a little bit on a bracket or something, but that number 2 is 2 matches remaining. Keep in mind, in top 8 it is untimed, so no idea how long it's gonna take, but we'll chit chat a little bit here. But Stupid Aussie, yes, that's a Pike in top 4.
Yeah, and yeah, don't they have a second match that we can rely on? It's just the one match they have in China. Or maybe the 2 tables that finish are both the streaming matches, and the other 2 matches are taking their time, the sweet time.
Right. But no, traditionally they don't have a backup match. Well, I lied. In the semifinals 2 weekends ago, that was the first time it blew my mind that they did have a backup match. But usually we don't. But sometimes for top 8, we might get it. But with 2 tables left, I mean, that game went to 2-0, but it wasn't like a quick 2-0. It was a hard fought, well-earned battle from Pike. So I don't think we have too much time remaining. So Isaac, when is top 4? When these 2 tables finish, then we're going to get into these final top 4 players. We might have a Rek'Sai in top 4, but again, I keep saying let's knock on wood because I don't want to jinx it. I want to see this Pike go far. I want to see these Rek'Sais go far. If we see an Aurelia getting knocked out, not too shabby, because we've seen Aurelia's fall short of the grand final seat before. We saw it in Vancouver. Might be happening it all over again here in Tianjin. Out of the remaining 8 players, Constantino, Who do you feel can get it all the way? You know, you only have to pick out an 8. Who's your bet so far?
I mean, we've already from this legend, we already saw an Irelia win a regional, a Diana win a regional, and maybe in set one also Master Yi won a regional, or
They
was
did.
always second to Kaisa. Yeah. So and Master Yi already won a regional. So I want to see some new air. I want to see a Pike. I want to see a Rek'Sai, of course.
Yeah.
But we will see. I think that the two most consistent deck are the Irelia and the Diana. I think that Pike probably can have a favorable matchup in the Diana if he draws the way he drew this game. If not, I think that maybe Rek'Sai can win against Pike, and so that would be my guess. So I hope Rek'Sai and Pike.
Yeah,
I
imagine
think
that grand finals,
Diana
Pike versus
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai at the very end. You couldn't draw it up any bit better. But you know, I feel like the Rek'Sai is actually a good matchup against Diana because with the lack of things like Bellows Brev Watcher that we've seen from the counterpart of the blue purple decks like Ezreal Control, having, if you guys saw, I don't know how many of you guys were hanging out here in top 32, but if you guys want to go ahead and rewatch the VOD, there was a point where Rek'Sai had 16. I know it sounds like an exaggeration, but trust me, it was literally 16 units in the base. How do you deal with that without Bellows Brev Watcher repeat combo, right? So Moonfall, you could take one of those units in. You could you could singularity 2 of those units, but how are you taking down more than 10 units at a time? Of course, you even had the Undertine getting slammed down, +2 on every single one of those units. Rek'Sai coming out to compete this regional series, and I love it. Hopefully we get to see it in this top 4. Top 4 should be now. So top 8 tomorrow now. Mr. Miguel, top 8 we just saw. It was Pike versus Aurelia for the round of top 8. Top 4 is moments from now. So I'll give or take about 5 to 10 minutes. Probably more on the 10-minute mark if I'm being honest. So 10 minutes from now, we should be getting things started with top 4. And we'll give you the rundown of the last remaining legends once we get that information to you. But chat, let me go ahead. I'm not going to take a break. I'm just going to go a little bit offline. Not literally, but myself as the camera, just to go ahead and prepare our next 2 set of casters. Because now I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of a back seat. I've been casting 4 rounds in a row all night long. But taking a back seat and then bringing on our next 2 set of casters. But Constantino, I know a little bit of surprise to you. Thank you so much for helping us out because that was a lot better than me casting by myself. So thank you so much for coming on in, Constantino.
No problem. Sorry for I didn't see the message. I probably saw and missed my name because it was a long list, or probably I don't know, but I forgot. But good thing that I was waiting for this streaming. So even if not as a caster, as a watcher, I came in to
I
watch
saw.
and vote. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you in chat. I'm like, wait a minute, you're awake? Because I thought you were
Yeah.
just sleeping or something, but you were awake, so I just let you know in chat. Next time, I'll message you directly. That way you know, just in case.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be 100 times better.
For sure. But Constantino, before we take a mini 3-minute break here, is there anything you want to go ahead and tell these folks at home where they can find you online or maybe to look out for you? Because I think you're going out to Utrecht. There's probably a couple people in chat that might be competing as well. Any little things you want to leave us off on before we take this mini break?
Yeah, I want to say, see everyone at Regional Qualifier Utrecht. I will be competing. I will bring my Lilia deck that has its ups and downs. I hope to find good matchup. My ultimate goal is to win the best of legend, but I think that my real goal as being my first regional would be to have fun and maybe reach day 2. If I don't reach day 2, I will rely on trying to win a metal card or the new runes. There are the promo runes that they put now for the prize wall tickets.
Yeah, you can't go wrong, right? So if you don't make day 2, you could go ahead and grind those tickets in the day 2. So it's not too bad, but hoping the best for you, Constantino. Whether you get that best of legend Alilia, whether you're gonna have a good time, you're gonna see Caster Band. I know he just popped in here in
Yeah,
chat.
I
So
saw, I saw. I hope to see him because actually I didn't cast much on this channel, but once I managed to cast with him, so I hope he remembers me.
well, it's here in chat right now, so he definitely sees you. So hopefully you can say hi to you over there in Utrecht, as he will be one of the fantastic team casters joining the party over there. But guys, we'll be right back. 2 more rounds remaining. Who will reign supreme? Is it the Rek'Sai? Is it the Pike? Is it another Diana one more time after Vancouver? We will get all our answers when we return. So it'll be a mini break as I bring the next set of casters. Thank you again to Constantino, but we'll be right back, chat.
Bye bye, guys. Thank you for having me.
Is my audio coming through nice and clean? Oh, Sasuke's here.
Hello.
Oh my god.
All right, chat. It looks like we are here in this top 4 situation, and we were asking, can we get the Void Queen on stream? And they have answered us, yes. This is the Rek'Sai player we saw in the round of top 32, making their appearance in top 4. But Caster, Bandit, and Sasuke have joined in, and they are going to be taking over for these semifinals. Rek'Sai versus Diana. Bandit and Sasuke, hope you guys are feeling ready because it is time for an awesome semifinals moment.
Yeah, ready or not, here we come because the era of Irelia is no more. Step aside and make way for the new queen, Rek'Sai, Queen of the Void, taking it up against what I believe to be the Pike.
Looks like it's going to be Diana, actually.
Ooh, Diana.
But,
We are surrounded with royalty today.
I will say, Rek'Sai, in testing has felt a lot stronger than people have been giving it credit for. It's just one of those decks that has such offensive capabilities, and it's really, really hard to deny its aggressive capabilities. And I think, seeing a Rek'Sai here all the way in the semifinals is really showcased just how strong of an aggressive deck Rek'Sai can be.
And the threat, in my opinion, really lies in the fact how relentless it can be, how it can keep the engines of war churning every single turn as long as they are allowed to get those conquer triggers, allowed to ramp themselves up. It can be quite a momentous charge to be stopping. And as we have our Diana, let's see who will be going first, as we are just getting through our mulligans right now. And going first is going to be so important because both Rek'Sai and Diana do love getting the tempo first, love getting out the gates swinging.
Yeah, so kind of an awkward start here for the Rek'Sai player. They are going to be able to. We don't know who's going first here between the two, but I mean, Void Rush knocks his hopeful Under Titan to open the game is definitely not the start you want to see here. So I think Diana's going to have a very strong start here early on, just because it has a way better opening hand. And
You're
here we
actually
get
pretty
to
happy
see
then
that traveling merchant. So
to go second, I think, because you probably just have. At least you can go Rek'Sai, for the very short if you have absolutely no other choice.
yeah, and it looks like there is no other choice here. I mean, I think it is honestly the best option. I think the card that they top deck isn't something that is going to really challenge the board too heavily here. And I mean, look, these traveling merchants are going to be able to put in a lot of work. It's probably going to be able to filter away that wages of pain if they so choose. I mean, it is an answer to the Rek'Sai after combat, but not if she goes onto that Trifarian war camp. And I think right now this Diana is trying to bait this Rek'Sai into following into that Ravenbloom Conservatory, not only for the trigger, but also to deny that +1, just so it can get in that range of that oh my gosh, wages
Yeah,
of
for
pain.
me, it's gonna be a little more tricky. Right? Getting another move out of the merchant, and right now, as the Aurelia, what are we fighting for? To me, you're going to be digging for the Hui, and that is exactly what we will be hitting right now. Once you get that Hui engine burning and churning, you will be leaving burnouts all over the place.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. So now the Rek'Sai has to make that decision. Looks like he is going to go ahead and push himself into that Ravenblue Conservatory. And Diana right there doing exactly what she wants to be doing, which is just kind of pushing the envelope a little bit forward, trying to, force the tempo of the game. And I think a great way of doing so is, pushing this Rek'Sai off of that Trifarian War Camp, allowing that Wages of Pain to find value. And I guess just both players.
Yeah, and how it's going to be really important, and it will set the tone for the entirety of the game. What will you be prioritizing here? Because when Diana gets a turn back, she'll go to 6 runes. You can either have a Hui open, and then with your Diana, you'll have 2 energy around showdowns to play around, Or will we try and take care of that early momentum set by the Rek'Sai? But you know that for every Rek'Sai you take down, like 2 or 3 more units will be coming in their footsteps. So maybe the best answer to their aggression is our own aggression.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense here. So it looks like a Mirai is going to get flipped up off of the Rek'Sai Legend, and I think this is part of the
Mirais?
reason why.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I couldn't resist.
Well, yeah, you kind of derailed me.
That's totally on me. Here we see the armies amassing on the side of Rek'Sai's base. And this is that quickly explosive threat that the Rek'Sai has on their side of the board. You blink and suddenly you're facing 4 bodies ready to pounce. If you cannot take down the Rek'Sai, you're going to have to take him down on the Trifarian War Camp, which is even more daunting. Luckily for Diana, there is that flash available.
So, 2 runes potentially getting exhausted here. 4, in fact, being the look at. No, it looks like it is going to be 3. So I have to assume it's going to be that Wages of Pain we were talking about earlier. And then, oh no, it looks like he's leaning towards that Diana. So instead, Diana is going to come down here. I'm a bit surprised that this Rek'Sai has not yet been dealt with. I mean, you have the freest opportunity right now to interact with it, but instead a card is going to get recycled, what leads me to believe that this Wages of Pain is going to be hidden onto this Trifarian War Camp, and now he's just going to go ahead and concede this Ravenloom Conservatory. Bit surprising to me, but
I was not expecting that, because the Wages of Pain being hidden under the Trifarian War Camp, the moment that you can play that Wages of Pain means you will, by its pure definition, not necessarily hit as many threats. Getting a second Ravenbloom on there will mean that, well, even though you might be doing 1 damage less, pseudo damage less, because you're on Trifarian War Camp, getting those 2 extra might on your Ravenbloom students will definitely bring a bit of a swing back in. And here is something to keep in mind, right? The Rek'Sai deck isn't as reliant on the Rek'Sai champion in general as many other decks are reliant on their champion. So maybe they are just judging their position as, well, it'd be nice to be defending on the Ravenloom Conservatory, but the resources invested, maybe I can take down 3 or 4 bodies on the other side of the map.
yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. I mean, look, the fact that there's a Vanguard captain right here off the top as well, or in that back line there as well, just makes it feel like it's a little bit, even more risky than normal. Yes, you do have 2 energy available with you, one through the legend, the other through,
The rune.
just the rune. But I don't think we saw anything in hand that would kind of warrant just being like, you know what, let's do that. And
I mean, Flash is out there.
does he have Flash in hand?
Yeah, he has Flash in hand.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess that's what he's trying to bait. But either way, I mean, he scared his opponent off that battlefield for the time being, and he's going to go ahead and push off of that Ravenloom Conservatory as well, which means that this Diana is actually going to get a pretty significant point lead here early on, and it's going to be up to Rek'Sai to really claw her way back into this.
And there is the real tricky part, right? Because look at that base of the Rek'Sai. It looks like a true war camp, right? Tents being pitched left and right. Now Diana will be moving out onto the Ravenloom Conservatory, and I am expecting to be pulling back from. You don't want to lose your hidden card, but you're kind of forcing yourself to leave that flash open and then some. As I believe we are revealing a Baron Nashor, so already threatening a more deadly position, as I do believe that Diana should be moving up to 4 victory points now, no? Yeah, there we go.
Absolutely correct there. So, yep. Diana going to go ahead and bring herself all the way up to that 4th victory point. Hui going to come down as well. And you talked about how strong of an engine this card can be. It's just one of those cards that constantly gets value as the time continues. Looks like we are going to go ahead and draw ourselves into that Baron Nashor, which means that there is going to be a set of unknown cards off the top there. And so now this Traveling Merchant is just going to go ahead and try and defend by himself. And With as big of
This
a
is great.
backline as there is, I don't see how this traveling merchant manages to do that. And
Here,
this Diana
here's
is
the
not
thing.
long for this world either.
You have the flash ready. So the moment it gets too hot under your feet, you have 2 energy ready. You have a hidden card. You have you no longer have the extra energy from Diana. But if you want, you can flash both of them back to your base and just accept a freely developed Hui looking to strike back in the future. And then suddenly, all those extra bodies on the battlefield become very susceptible to a moonfall, all getting that -2. But it looks like our Diana has possibly other plans.
So looks like he's going to go ahead and allow that Diana and Traveling Merchant to go ahead and hit the bin here because he's tapping himself under that 2 mana threshold. So it looks like acceptable losses is just going to get played when it's found off that Diana there. It does mean that the Ravenbloom students do get a +1 each, but I don't think it's going to be too relevant here
Woo!
for the turn. But that said, that does mean that no more flash is available. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he discarded it actually.
That's costly. That is a costly turn of events to be going through. I mean, you'll be going down 2 cards. You'll be missing out on 2 bodies, and you're going to be so heavily reliant on the Moonfall to be found. And I don't believe it's in hand yet, despite their many cards they've seen.
So now Rek'Sai here going to figure out what to do with all of his units. Look like he's just going to go ahead and send himself 4 recruits as well, which means that this traveling merchant can answer one of them. The Wages of Pain will be able to answer another, but 2 recruits will remain. And so now Rek'Sai will be able to get himself a second battlefield at that. A bit surprised to not see the Rek'Sai trigger off of the first Conquer this turn, but instead still going to see it, and we'll have to see if he decides to use the Rek'Sai now. Looks like that is going to be the case. So Battering Ram knocks us hopeful off the top.
We are nearing, because we are staying head to head in this little race we have going on. And you have, even though you seem so untouchable as the Rek'Sai with so many bodies on the board, you have to be mindful. You can not afford to lose the maximum to a Moonfall, right? Because you kind of have to assume at this point, we haven't seen a Moonfall yet, but she has dug through at least like 15 cards now. There has to be a Moonfall either today or tomorrow. So I would be very surprised to see maximum effort put into holding on to these battlefields.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Rek'Sai player really just wants to go ahead and defend at least this Treverian war camp for the time being, which feels a bit risky, like you said. I mean, the fact that, you haven't seen a Moonfall yet just makes you feel like there has to be a Moonfall in your opponent's hand, but instead, you're just going to continue to bolster this front line here while still maintaining enough parity in that back line to be able to do so. Going to go ahead and use that yellow power to hide himself a card as well. And finally decide to pass here.
We'll be passing it over. And even though there are 4 units on the Tarfarian war camp, I just feel that like a single Moonfall and a well-placed Hui will just absolutely level the place, if you know what I mean. Right? It'll bring them down to what? 0 might, 0 might, 0 might, and then 3 might. So Hui doesn't even have to discard a unit. That is
I think it
mad.
really just needs to be a single Ravenbloom student, actually, because the Moonfall will bring the Ravenbloom up to 4 might. So a single Ravenbloom plus a Moonfall clears that entire battlefield, but for the time being,
Yeah, we're digging still
Diana player
because
just doesn't have
I
it.
don't see it in hand yet. And as the Stupefy comes out almost preemptively to get more cards in hand, it does feel like we are digging deeper ever still, delving into our deck, making sure we get that Moonfall. Let the skies come down upon our opponent. And time is becoming a timely factor, mind the pun. And when you are facing these many bodies, right, you know you have the perfect answer in your deck, but you cannot find it. it's when you start to sweat. Because then suddenly, if they double hold, they are threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah. Lethal is definitely a big issue to be concerned about here. If you are the Rek'Sai player here, I mean, the fact that these Ravenbloom students are now bigger than your battering ram is a big deal, and not to mention, right now this Trifarian War Camp really feels like it's holding on by a thread, and with these double gusts available, it's going to be even more difficult to deal with here. So instead, he's going to go ahead and send in the student. He's going to go ahead and check to see if that conservatory does trigger, and in fact, it does not. And Inferno is off the top there, so it looks like a Hidden Blade is going to go ahead and be fired off. He's going to go ahead and see if he can go ahead and draw himself a couple more cards, but instead, the Gust going to be the card in response. So no card gets to get drawn, and he still gets that Conquer.
That is a bit asphyxiating for a Rek'Sai who is only sitting on 2, well, now 3 with a fresh battering ram in hand, and is coming out. And to me, are we just going to dig deeper? Is that the plan here?
Looks like it has to be the plan here. I mean, for right now, the Trifarian War Camp, it's 6 plus 5. That's 13. So he just needs to be able to play one more spell, and a Gust will get him there. We'll have to see if it's going to be onto that Carrion Treasure to go ahead and deny as well that bird from coming down once it dies, which is going to make things a little bit more awkward here for the Rek'Sai player. But that said, they do have an incredibly potent backline here to be able to clap back. And with what is in hand from the Diana side, with the wages, things might have changed here. And yeah, he is going to go ahead and discard that Baron Nashor, which means to me that there's just even more in the gas tank here available for this Diana, which I think if you are this Rek'Sai player here, you have to be a little bit worried. And now with the Starcross coming down and this Fizz going back to hand, which means that a Starcross is going to be able to come down yet again on that next turn. I mean, things just are going from bad to worse.
Bad to worse, but it is a major extension from our Diana that will be crashing through. Only 1 energy left. And remember, the moment you are entering that Trifarian War Camp, that Gust is not going to be hitting all those 3 might units who will be pumped up to 4. So even though they got 2 very costly victory points in, they got control of 2 battlefields. Look how weak their foothold is. It's a single Ravenbloom student and a Hui, and losing that Hui, Diana is not a deck that recovers quickly. It needs a full setup turn to be relevant again. Yes, they have the Ravenbloom student sitting in base, but if Rek'Sai can strike with murderous precision, they might be decapitating this Diana list.
Yeah, I mean, an Under Titan is definitely a start to this here. All of these units are going to get +2, which is just kind of like a little baby, what's it called? Grand Stratagem. Yeah, but I mean, even a baby Grand Stratagem is a huge impact here onto the game. So it looks like 5 Might's going to go right into this conservatory. He's going to go ahead and get himself around that Gust, which means that this Rainbow student is just food for the fodder here. He's going to go ahead and find himself a Ride to the Wind, which will put himself in in a very strong position indeed. Just be able to play that Hui next turn as well as Ride the Wind, potentially going and clearing out whatever excess battlefield his opponent may have. And for now, no spell is going to get played. Gust not available. Rek'Sai going to go ahead and trigger themselves.
EK 2 weeks ago, when we were playing in Xi'an, mentioned that the Diana power kind of comes in 3s, where there are thresholds of energy that are usually in little clumps of 3. So if you take into account that Diana will be going up to 8 runes and possibly a 9th energy from the Diana Legend herself, you can be Huiing, you can be Ride the Winding, and then still have 2 energy left to be tricksy with. Or you can allow yourself some breathing room, if the Rek'Sai will allow for it, to see if you can stabilize and hit that Moonfall. But the fact that we still haven't seen a Moonfall, I mean, what are the odds if you take into account that, what is it, after 3 turns and a double mulligan, it's what? It's almost like 45% that you should be able to see that card. Now we are like, what, turn 8 or something? And they still haven't found it. They are playing the odds, and, well, let's just say they went gambling, and dang it.
Yeah, I mean, the odds here are definitely not in the Diana's favor, I will say that, but there is a wages of pain. I just said wages of pain.
You
Wages
sure
of
did,
pain.
and I had to physically contain myself from laughing.
Yeah, there's a wages of pain, which does mean that it makes things a little bit awkward. We don't know what other hidden cards there might be available. It could be Tide Turner, which is what his opponent is playing around right now. Just that Tide Turner swapping over that Ring Bloom Student, plus potentially a Gust as well. Those would just have to be the cards that they have to worry about. Maybe even Stupefy, since we've only
Are they worried
seen
about Gust,
one
though?
this game.
Like everything is above the threshold, right?
The bird.
Yeah, but when it comes to Trifarian Warcamp, it goes to 4.
Then I don't know why he's considering Gust. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
maybe you have Stupefy or something in hand. I think it's safe to say that this Diana is really limited on options, and this is the blowback of having such an aggressive, maybe even it's safe to say now, an overextension of a turn. Yes, they have that second Quay in hand. Yes, they have that Ride the Wind, but only that will do so much. It will clear out a single battlefield if they are, fortunate. And that still leaves them quite open to being exploited. And we know for a fact that Rek'Sai does have that Hidden Blade in hand still. Doesn't have the energy for it, but if they can hide it under one of those battlefields that the Hui will want to contest, they're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, so now Hui just has to go through all the considerations. It looks like the Rek'Sai and I forget what the Mirai Spires, is that what they're called? Mischievous Mirai, that's what it is. Mischievous Mirai. Yeah,
And once
so
again, we see the Rek'Sai trickling in units, right? Trying to get the bare minimum across, knowing that, all right, if they do have some hidden trick up their sleeve, I'll try and keep the damage to a minimum. Here we have some extra damage going through. That will be the end of the Rek'Sai if Hui will be taking it down as well. But it cannot prevent the downfall of the artist himself.
yeah. So 6 minus 3 would be 3, which means that this Mischievous Mirai will be able to survive the combat here, and he's going to go ahead and take out that Rek'Sai. And so now the Void Queen will be able to, or Void Burrower will be able to survive for the time being. He's going to go ahead and bolster that front line a little bit more here with these Vanguard captains, keep him out of that Gust range. The Mirai might need just one more unit to go ahead and defend itself here with that bird, and it looks like that's not going to be the case. So now essentially one turn remains here for both of these players, as even though it's Hui,
they don't hide the Hidden Blade. They don't use the Hidden Blade, Sasuke. I think we saw it in hand before, and they in addition to the Hidden Blade that they used on their battering ram before, this might be incredibly painful if they do manage to get the Hui out there. But it looks like the Fizz will be coming down. Star Crossing, most likely, because they're annoying. It's actually in the rules. When you play Fizz and there's Starcross in your trash, you have to. It's legally binding. You have to play this in Starcrossed.
I thought that maybe you had to have like a troll pull, I don't know if you know much about Fizz's like whole in-game lore, but he has this little trident staff that he uses, and it is the most obnoxious little thing on the planet.
I like it when he yells shark at everything. And there is a way to mod the Timo laugh onto
I think
Fizz.
you mean a Hui.
Hey, that's definitely not what I meant. And just spamming like Timo laugh whilst Fizz is the funniest thing in the world. Well, but we have our line in the sand. We will be trying to take care of all of these battlefields, and what seemed to be a punishing move from the Rek'Sai comes crashing down. We will be riding the wind over, and I'll be honest, the Ravenbloom student way performing above her weight class. This it feels like an absolute stolen eighth victory point. Absolute class from our Diana, cool headed, getting themselves into game number 2.
For him there. I mean, the fact that the Under Titan had no possibility of getting into either of those battlefields, the bird really wasn't providing much value, so it made sense to go ahead and keep it in that back line, and it was really just up to Rek'Sai to hope that she had at least one more turn. But I mean, again, just very very well navigated from that. From the Diana player, finding that line with the Fizz, with the Star-Crossed, with the Wages of Pain, being able to clear out pretty much the entire front line on that Trifarian war camp, which I think neither of us expected.
I am just kind of caught off guard by the fact that they were able to clear out so many with just the cards in hand, and one buffed up to God knows where, Ravenbloom student. And that is kind of the doomed if you do, doomed if you don't situation that Alexa can find themselves in against a Diana. Where like, all right, I don't want to set myself up for a very powerful Moonfall play, so I'll only put the minimum on my battlefields. Oh, but then it's actually really easy to overcome with just a Hui or a Ravenbloom student. All right, so let me overload it a little bit, put as many onto it as I can, get myself as well established as I possibly can, and you somehow still end up losing. That is the explosiveness that Diana has, where you feel that she should be needing another turn to recover from losing the Hui, losing the second battlefield, having to stock up on resources once again. But she just steps over it with the Fizz, with the Starcross, regaining the game, gaining herself a game lead, and going into game 2. I don't think they have a lot of plans to be changing their lineup too much.
Yeah, I will say this. I think that you actually had mentioned it. Why didn't that Rek'Sai actually hide that hidden blade there on that following or on that final turn? I feel like that would have provided a ton of value. It just being able to clear out that Ravenbloom student, I think would have meant that yes, the Diana gets to draw 2 cards, but then I think you probably win the game off of that hidden blade. He had no abandon. He had no sort of tricks to do so. So if he just decided to hide that hidden blade on the Trifarian war camp, I actually think that that is really just a very minor misstep in an otherwise incredibly perfect run here from this Rek'Sai player. And I mean, it really came down to this Diana player to find that punish and take advantage of it.
Game number 2. And we will be not lifting our foot off the gas just yet. Arena's greatest will be fielded by our Rek'Sai, starting off with a single point extra, can be the difference that they were looking for. And it just kind of pains me to say, but that was a Diana without a single Moonfall played. Now imagine when they do hit it. What chance do you even
Yeah.
stand at that point?
Listen, I'll say this about Diana. I think Diana is her legend ability is good. It's not the best legend ability. It's really just about how powerful her signature spell is. I'd argue that Diana's signature spell is the best signature spell in the game. Really, the closest one to it in terms of power level would be Aurelia's signature spell in that Defiant Dance. But even still, I'd argue that Moonfall is just a better overall card. I think that, on average, it's only like -4. but I've seen it as much as -8. And it has just that huge scaling capability. It makes
Oh, this is
standing
your
on one
hill,
battlefield
Sasuke.
incredibly risky. And for now,
Chat, get him.
I
he
just
dared
can't
say that
imagine
the best
anything.
signature spell is not Defiant Dance. Get him.
Yeah.
I do not align myself with him.
I,
No,
I, I
I
really,
I think you're right on the money. I think that the control that a Moonfall gives, especially in certain situations against the LeBlanc as well, right, where you get to snipe units out of the backline, Karthus. Sorry, I had a little something going on there. Is the value cannot be understated, and to me, when we've seen Game 1-0 and now I haven't seen it yet either, I'm starting to question: does this Diana even play Moonfalls?
that would be a mind-blowing trick here. So that Ravenbloom student actually going to go ahead and eat that Mischievous Mirai, which means that 2 cards are going to go ahead and just be revealed off the top. I think he was hoping to find himself an Under Titan plus a 2. Does not manage to find it, so it's going to go ahead and put those cards right on the bottom. Rek'Sai now going to be sitting pretty on that Arena's Greatest. That ride the wind on the student, definitely hurting that Rek'Sai player a significant amount here. And I mean, now you got me starting to believe that there is, in fact, no Moonfall in this Diana list.
There are no Moonfalls in Ba Sing Se and this Diana's list. Now, I do feel that we are getting in a bit of a bind here as our Rek'Sai player, as they are hanging high and dry on Arena's Greatest. To me, I am starting to get a little bit worried because my base doesn't include 14 different units yet at turn 3. So how will we able to maintain this pressure? Because I feel like once you cross that mid-game point where you're going into turn 7, 8, 9, I feel like Diana can definitely take the upper hand relatively easily, like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, look, Rek'Sai is just one of those decks that every single turn it's going to get 1 point, probably 2. I think just because of the way that you utilized that Ravenbloom student, you've really hurt exactly what Rek'Sai wants to be doing here. And so now the Rek'Sai just has to spend an entire turn bolstering its backline so it can be able to get that double conquer points. And the fact that it's only on odd points right now is not a good play. So this battering ram going to go ahead and be placed onto that backline as well. And well, I mean, you were talking about needing 15, 20 units. It looks like she's done exactly that, and now it is going to be up to the Diana player to put a hamper on all this. I mean, we'll have to see if he does manage to find himself that Moonfall finally, or if he really is just not on Moonfalls at all.
I am curious because we have seen in the last few weeks a sideboarding stance where Diana can be fielding the the overpowering something the do 12 damage to everything on board on battlefields.
Oh, unchecked power, unchecked power.
Unchecked power. There you go. And I wonder if that would be worth it to bring in from the sideboard. Under the assumption that they do in fact have it in their sideboard, would it be worth it to bring that to play right now? Or with how cautious the Rek'Sai has been playing, only investing minimum, always keeping units in base, can you get away with a more aggressive line of play for Diana, which has been paying off fairly decently?
Diana gonna go ahead and just run around the world here and get herself a few points. Gonna be able to take a point lead and manages to be on that even point threshold, which is that deadly, deadly mark. Once you get to that 6th point, it's really hard to stop your opponent from getting to that 7th and 8th point. For the time being, though, an Under Titan in hand is actually surprisingly fairly effective here. We assume that this Rek'Sai player is just going to go ahead and bring in both of his 1 might units, essentially just allow himself that space to go ahead and continue to bolster that backline here. It looks like an Inferna is going to go ahead and get played as well, which means that there's another 3 might in that backline. And like I alluded to, there is that second recruit, which means that Rek'Sai manages to bring himself up to that 5th point. Now has a few extra energy to work with here.
Mulling over their options. Now they have a fair amount of seals already ready to go. And you can see the impact of that as they, well, not every other turn their rune pool is in absolute tatters. But in the meanwhile, the slight issue that you have when you're Rek'Sai, if you're allowed to hold, it's really hard to trigger your legend, which needs to conquer. So only putting out the bare minimum by single might recruits onto these battlefields makes it so that they do leave the door open. Now, I do find it interesting that the Diana will be going over to the hulls first, where if she would go to the arena's greatest, she would leave the door open to threaten a right to wind and end the turn on the hulls, especially if you do hit the Fizz now.
Yeah, so Fizz going to go ahead and hit the field as well, and it looks like Ride the Wind going to be the effect again. Just wants to get as many triggers, excuse me, from this Diana as possible. Going to go ahead and clear out that recruit as well. We don't get to see what that hidden card is in a way. Finally, going to just make his way, his appearance, I should say, in this game number 2 here. But now, Diana's at 6 points. He's got himself a decent backline as well. And Rek'Sai is only at that 5-point threshold, which means that he has to be able to get himself up to that, has to be able to get up to 7 at the bare minimum here. Can't hide himself under Titan, so has to do it here on his opponent's turn. Now,
we'll be having a conquer figure, though.
Yes.
So there will be some extra cards that will be made available if it is allowed. So Waves of Pain will be taking care of the very first unit, but that is only putting a stop to the first trickle.
So, second Conqueror going to go ahead and be used, and now Rek'Sai gets flipped off the top there. Hidden Blade, as well as a Carrion Dredger. I have to expect that the Carrion Dredger, no, in fact, it's going to be this Hidden Blade. Probably on that Inferno. Looks like that is going to be the case here. Just going to use that to draw himself a couple of cards. Finds an Under Titan and a Void Rush off the top.
What are we even looking for at this point? Right? What's the plan here to get us out, to make sure that we can actually hold on to this win? Because once again, Diana is threatening the win. And when she's already on match point, we are fighting for our lives right now.
Cold Week, definitely a start in the right direction here. But now, yes, to debate whether or not he actually wants to use it, or if he's just going to let this 2 extra mana fizzle. And I think that's going to be the case. He is going to go ahead and fire it off. Yep, going to go ahead and get rid of that Traveling Merchant.
And yeah, every little bit helps in this position, but the fact that Diana has kind of established a board presence where they are not too severely affected by a single Cold Week. Now, this is what I'm talking about, right? That is more in line of what we want to see. It's just too bad that we can't currently afford it.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate that it happened in the opposite direction. Would have much rather had gotten rid of at least one of the recruits there. That's going to go ahead and hide himself. That Hidden Blade, I have to assume. And then,
if there was ever a moment for a Moonfall on Sasuke, it would be now. Quick, check your sleeves. Is there a Moonfall hiding around somewhere?
Oh man, a Moonfall hidden right in the lap like that Discipline.
A Moonfall, my kingdom for a Moonfall, but no Moonfalls whatsoever, which kind of confirms the suspicion that this deck might not be playing any, or we might have the most unluckiest Diana in the world sitting in the top 4, aiming for a spot in the finals, and if she can get it done in this turn, we will have our first finalist. But to get to that point, they're going to have to take down what looks like to be at least like 16 might with only 2 units.
Yeah, I mean, that feels pretty tall task. Looking, it's going to be 17 might in total, 3 from the Rek'Sai, 3 from that Vanguard Captain, 4 from the Hopeful, which will put us up to 10, and then, 5 plus 2 from the recruits. So, still a ton of might to get through, as well as a Hidden Blade. It just feels like a pretty insurmountable task for the time being. It looks like it's going to be this Fizz just going to be used with this Gust potentially. No, it looks like it's going to be that stacked deck instead. So Eclipse, oops, and
Oh,
another way. So
is that
still no Moonfall.
still no move on? For a second, I thought I spotted some full art shenanigans going on in the background, thinking, oh, maybe that was it. There's no such thing. Right, stacking up a little bit of might on the Fizz, but still a long ways to go. And keep in mind, there's still that 1 energy available for the Rek'Sai as well. I mean, I'm not expecting too much trouble, but in combination with that little hidden card shenanigans, you can't be too careful. All right, they're going to go for it. We're underway for our possible spot in the finals, or to hang on and bring us to a game 3. Show us what you got, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, Tide Turner's not enough there, and looks like this Diana's really trying to figure out a way out of this hole, but for the time being, it just does not exist. I mean, Gust is certainly a way to get started, and Eclipse is certainly something as well, but really there's just too much into the tank here, so Eclipse going to be used on that battering ram, so from 17 down to 11. Still have another 8 might to strip away here. Gus will be able to get rid of 3 of it. That is still just not enough for now. And he's going to go ahead and pass the focus here. So get rid of all of those 1 might units.
Yeah, but that Nox is hopeful. That is too strong to be dealt with a single Gust. There is the handshake coming out, and we will be going to a game number 3. We are still alive for the finals, and we are not done fighting yet.
Yeah, listen, I think one of the most difficult things here for the Rek'Sai player, if you are rooting for this Rek'Sai player, it has to be for me the fact that there are going to be going second. It is a very, very aggressive deck, wants to be on even points as well. Managed to squeak it out by the skin of their teeth there. I mean, the fact that, again, no Moonfall has been seen in either of these 2 games is very unfortunate here for the Diana player. I can't imagine them not being on at least 2 Moonfall in the main board, and with how aggressively stacked each of these battlefields have been in both of these games, I have to imagine he sides in that 3rd one. So it could just be incredibly unfortunate from the Diana player, but I mean, Bandit, you said it from the beginning. I have to imagine that there's no, like, I can't tell.
I mean, even if there are no Moonfalls, and maybe he just missed them all, despite that, they still managed to get a game over the Rek'Sai. So they are proving they're not fully reliant on it, and they will have to find a way for it. That is what playing a multi-day event is all about: overcoming the odds and also proving yourself victorious, even when all the odds and then some are stacked against you. Now, for our Rek'Sai, we are starting second. We can only assume. If you have to change the way you play, and that is very hard for a Rek'Sai, right? Because they do one thing very, very well. Is there anything in the game plan you would like to see them lean more on? Maybe even go as far as to take out the Cold Weeks with the plentiful amount of bodies that the Diana has been fielding time and time again.
Honestly, I actually am very much a fan of the Cold Week here for the Rek'Sai player. I think being able to strip away your opponent's, the Diana is usually on 2 or 3 units. You have those recruit tokens that you keep generating off those Vanguard captains as well. So the fact that you have all these really crappy units to trade with all these big units, I mean, not to mention you have the Carrion Dredgers as well, which essentially just counts as 2 units. So just a plethora of units that you can play that just recycle themselves. Or just create extra units as well. It's 1-1 match point. I have to say I really like the Rek'Sai's game plan. Game number 2, the game plan barely eked it out, was barely able to get themselves into that game 3 mention here. But this Diana has been playing absolutely out of their minds here. And the fact that even though they haven't seen a Moonfall, have just been so commanding in each of these games, managed to get themselves up to that 6-point threshold, get themselves up to 7th point as well, and threaten that 8th point, but just barely not enough in that gas tank in those final moments here. really showcases
Sasuke.
just how powerful he's been playing.
Game number 3. For all the marbles, a spot in the grand finals, the opportunity to crown yourself king of Tianjin. We are on the precipice of seeing a first-time Rek'Sai finalist. If they can make it out, if they can overcome their starting position, they can. Actually, I think nobody was really expecting an appearance from the
There's the
Rek'Sai like this.
Moonfall.
And it is there. We have it confirmed. A Moonfall finally, after 2 full games, not seeing it once. It will be finally making an appearance.
Well, the appearances is going to the bottom of the deck.
I am starting to understand why we don't see a lot of Moonfalls.
Okay, okay, there it is. There it is.
Honestly, just to prove it to him. Just to prove it to him, you don't need the Moonfall. A Moonfall is a crutch that you don't need. You need to stand on your own 2 legs.
Oh dear lord.
No
I'm trying
Lilia
really hard
in
not
this
to laugh
game,
out loud.
Sasuke. It's Diana and Rek'Sai.
Okay.
There's no dear lord. All right, Targon's Peak being fielded by our Diana, and this is such a nightmare-ish battlefield to be playing up against, especially when you know that the Diana will be going first, and she does have that 3-drop. Facing off into that 2 extra energy is so deceptive.
This Targon's Peak is just one of the most powerful battlefields in the Diana arsenal here. And this is one of the coolest tricks I like to see from the Diana player. Turn 1, you play the Raven Bloom. Turn 2, you go ahead and conquer that Targon's Peak. Go ahead and play Diana, and then you still have 4 runes available. So if you have something like a Kha'Zix, you can go ahead and drop that down as well. And with a Cold Week, there is something that this Rek'Sai player can do about either the Diana or this Raven Bloom student. He just has to find himself a second piece to work with here. If he has that Carrion Dredger, he can go ahead and put himself on a hyper-offensive position, but he does have to play around both a Wages of Pain and a Moonfall here. So I'm going to go ahead instead and take on that Candlelit Sanctum.
Yeah, make sure you get yourself that victory point if possible. And that Conquer Trigger, where Wage of Pain will be coming down. Can they find themselves a way out of this? And the hurt is already starting. Because of those extra energies that Targon's Peak has unlocked for our Diana, means that they are absolutely fighting uphill battle right now.
Yeah, I mean, that Wages of Pain was incredibly painful here. I mean, really just living up to its namesake there. The fact that you don't get the Candlelit Trigger means that you also don't get your Legends trigger. And so now you're essentially just fighting from 4 cards behind. You don't get to see 4 cards out of your deck. Now this Diana gets to be able to go right into that Candlelit Sanctum if he chooses, and then you'll be able to get 2 Diana triggers, potentially utilize that Star-Crossed as well as that Moonfall that's sitting in hand. And there we go.
Yeah, as a Rek'Sai, you really want to get stuck on those battlefields as soon as you can. Even losing out on the very first one is a way bigger deal than you can possibly imagine it to be. Because if you are not winning on tempo against Diana, what is your real out? Because we know for a fact that in the late game, it's going to be even harder knowing that they have that Moonfall ready to go. So if you're not faster than Diana and you don't beat them later on into the game, what are your outs? Rek'Sai is drowning, and they need to get out of it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I think you worded it perfectly here. The drowning is definitely the scenario here. 2 cards going to go ahead and get sent to the bottom through this Candlelit Sanctum as well. So that means no Diana trigger is going to happen. Ravenblood students very likely to go to base here, and now it is going to be up to the Diana player to figure out whether or not they want to play that Vex or not in base or at that battlefield, and it looks like he is considering it. Still has those 3 energy to work with through the legend as well. And
if they will be making the commitment, it will be putting such a dampener on the extra tempo that they could be able to cheat. It will be coming down to base. And this is a very, very scary proposition to me because, you are lifting your foot off of the gas, off of the neck of our Rek'Sai. And usually, the moment you give breathing room for your opponent to reestablish themselves, they come back with an absolute vengeance.
Yeah, look, for the time being, it is 3 points to 0, so this Diana has a lot of room to work with, and even if they lose, control of their battlefields here, and lose a couple of their units, um, it's really not the biggest hamper in the world here. We'll have to see exactly if this Diana decides to go for something like this Moonfall here, force the trade onto both of the units,
though.
and then continue to deny your opponent's capability to take over here. And it looks like this is a strong consideration. Gold going to get used, and it looks like
Yep.
that is going to be the Moonfall. This is an absolute nightmare scenario here. Moonfall going to go ahead and pull in that unit, which means that -4 in total going to be placed onto both of them, and it's going to be 3-3 currently. So now Rek'Sai has to figure out how they're supposed to get around this. Looks like it's going to be a hidden blade forced onto this Diana, which I think the Diana player is more than happy to oblige by. Finds himself 2 more cards to work with, and this Rek'Sai really trying to climb up a mountain here. That Call of the Week off the top there is potentially something. We'll have to see if that is going to get fired off. Nope, it looks like it's just going to go ahead and be that 3-cost Void Burrower.
And there is kind of the issue that you run into, right? I mean, they do finally get to conquer. That is one of the biggest achievements that they can stripe off their list. But the fact that they might be held back by a Vex that will be able to get onto a battlefield the very next turn might give them some pause. For now, they seem to have stabilized a little bit, and I can only imagine how strong of a game state this Diana would have been in if they played the Vex on the battlefield.
The Vex on that battlefield definitely would have been enough to maintain control of that battlefield. And I think if it was the Rek'Sai player, I think at that point you just kind of have to go onto that Targon's Peak, allow this Diana to continue to bolster its backline as well as just maintain point advantage. So I think this is just one of those cases where you feel really poor about what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, just showcasing that yes, actually this battering ram did cost 1. So just double checking to make sure that everything is in alignment here. Finds himself that actually, that is exactly how that works here with the battering ram. So now gets to defend with 7 might. That's not nothing, and there is no more Moonfall available. So now Diana has to figure out how to get back that battlefield.
They have to put up a new threat, right? That is what they need. They need a Hui. They need a battering ram, not the card, a metaphorical battering ram to smash open the gates and get themselves in a holding position where they make life hard for the Rek'Sai. And this is a line of play that we saw the exact opposite of in Xi'an last time, where our then Diana lost out in the finals, but both in their semifinals and finals appearance, they were absolutely relentless, never lifting their foot off the gas, or squashing down every minor threat that their opponent would throw out, knowing that as long as their opponent was on the back foot, they were in the lead. So seeing this Diana take a more calm and collected approach and giving their opponent a way back into the game, it's starting to worry me a little bit, because now that you are onto the Targon's Peak, your opponent can start mounting a real assault with a battering ram, with a potential Titan to buff them all up. And what are your answers then? Because we know that your one Moonfall for this year has been played already.
We'll have 1 Moonfall per year, huh?
Yeah. At least per month, right? I mean, where do you get a new moon from, Sasuke?
That's fair.
Those don't grow on trees,
You'll have to show me the science behind that. All right, so fear for the Rek'Sai player. I mean, look, the fact that they're finally on their second point here definitely feels a lot better here. We'll have to see exactly what this Rek'Sai decides to do. He could just go ahead and hidden blade his own unit. to be able to draw a couple more cards, hopefully find something a little bit more useful. But I think for the time being, you kind of have to send in this battering ram. Yes, there is a hidden card. You have to assume it's a Wages of Pain. It could even be a Tide Turner, and if that is the case, then this way is going to be able to find a ton of value here. So
But you
8
have the
might
Hidden
going to
Blade.
get sent
So,
in. Hidden Blade
like,
is hidden.
oh, it's hidden. Oh, I thought they had it in hand. My bad. That would explain why I didn't see it.
Yep. So, I mean, there is an Eclipse available. We don't know what that hidden card is. I believe it was a Wages of Pain. I'm not 100% sure here. So, -4 here onto that battering ram, which means that the Raven Bloom student gets to trigger itself, and that Vex will very likely be taken out.
What will the cost be? That is the question. Because this Diana still has access to 2 energy, so you cannot underestimate that at any point whatsoever. But it's nothing. It's a whole lot of nothing. And with the Vex being taken care of, that really is kind of the stinger on this Scorpion, you feel?
Absolutely. So, Carrion Judger very likely going to get Hidden Blade there. Yep, looks like that is going to be the case. So it's just going to go ahead and play himself a bird to base here as well. So going to go ahead and draw himself a couple more cards. Finds themselves a Drag Under, which I think will be great at dealing with this way, but he still only have 4 runes, so he actually doesn't have enough energy to work with here on this Drag Under. So we'll have to see exactly what gets done about this, but for the time being, it really feels like this is Diana's game to lose.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tricky position, and there you have it, the call of the week. Just to get them off of the Targon's Peak, you'd have to imagine, right? You're not giving up your Hui for that. Will allow for the Rek'Sai to have another Conquer trigger. So this Diana might be really pondering themselves, is it worth it? Is it worth it to sacrifice my Hui just to keep you off of that battlefield? But that is a whole lot of maybes that you are taking into consideration.
Yep. So it looks like it is actually going to be a Tide Turner. So Tide Turner now has to decide whether or not he wants to trigger the move for the way. And I think they do, and it looks like that's not going to be the case, surprisingly. So just going to allow that Tide Turner to eat that cold week, which means that now Rek'Sai
Walk me
is going
through
to have
that
to
one.
pull off
What's the
base.
thinking there? What's the thinking there? To not have your Hui, like you want to keep threatening, like you don't want to get rid of your student, and you don't want to, you do want your Hui ready to threaten the other battlefield, because I feel like the extra card, potentially 2, is so incredibly valuable, especially if you do have 2 Ride the Winds in hand.
I think that's exactly the thinking there, actually, is that the fact that there is 2 Ride the Winds means that they have all the movement they needed already. You had told
Another
us
Tide Turner.
that there was also 2 energy available, so it just meant that he had the Ride the Wind available, kind of wanted to surprise the opponent, I have to imagine, and be like, hey, look, you have to consider this here. So Hui is now going to, oh, there is a Moonfall right there, right off the top, which means that with all this energy available, there's just a plethora of answers in the toolkit here for this Diana. 9, I think, energy available, including that legend. So, I mean, this is going to be an absolute uphill battle to climb. 2 runes going to be exhausted. I have to imagine that it's that Tide Turner just swapping with Away to be able to potentially find themselves a couple more answers. We'll be able to find themselves that Moonfall as well. So Hui going to go ahead and push back that Tide Turner.
And here
Other way around,
are some
Tide
of
Turner
the
goes back
weaknesses
up.
that Diana is covering off right now, right? Because even if they do lose out on their Hui, because they have so many Ride the Winds available to them, they have a potential Starcross available to them. They have all their bases covered. Look at how much energy they are sitting on as well. So even if there were answers, you need to be ready for the debate that will be following through that. And a rebuttal after a rebuttal on top of a rebuttal will be coming through for Diana. She can practically smell her spot in the finals already. And if Rek'Sai doesn't come up with an absolute knockout of a punch right now, they will be going home.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it really has to come down to this drag under for now. You cannot allow yourself that capability to be tapped under here. You have to have an answer to that way, and I think really the only effective tool that they have in their arsenal right now is that dragged under. So Mirai, Mischievous Mirai, going to help go ahead and get that conquer. That void, I forget the name of that card, but the little burrow over there going to go ahead and get hit with that Wages of Pain, which means that there's extra gold for this Diana to work with on top of the fact here. And that now means that even more might has to get split out. So Nox is going to go ahead and try and push themselves onto that battlefield. But we do see that second Ride the Wind in hand. He's looking at it. He's going to go ahead and fire it off and bring in a Ravenloom student, which means that yet even a fourth or his fourth and final unit in base is going to have to go ahead and conquer as well. Ravenloom going to go offer that trade for that Noxus Hopeful, which does not feel good at all. He's going to go ahead and take it. And this is the worst position you see yourself in if you are this Rek'Sai player. An additional 2 energy going to get spent as well, or 3 energy rather, and it's going to be that Star-Crossed.
They say no.
Not what you want to
They
see.
say no. And Diana, from the very start of this all-deciding game number 3, they have been saying no. Time and time and again. Start over. Try again. Not good enough. They have been dictating the pace of the game, dictating what is allowed and what isn't. And as it started, it looks like to be closing out the very same way.
Yeah, I mean, this Diana has been in a commanding position here from turn 1, and he was considering dropping down that Inferna, but instead just going to go ahead and play it in base, knows that he's not going to be able to utilize any of the extra energy here, is going to go ahead and fire off that Noxus Hopeful to bolster that front line just a little bit more, readies those 2 runes, and is really just banking on the fact that his opponent does not find himself a hard bargain.
Surely they don't
bargain,
have 14 Ride the Winds in hand, right? Surely not. That would be madness. That would be a crazy thing to be doing. Another Tide Turner to call this Hui back. And, well, they are threatening in a big, big way. Up to 8 energy available to them. And here is the very first step forward. Possibly the last turn in this series.
There is that Ride the Wind that you were talking about. So he will be able to ride the wind over essentially any of these units here. He could just, if he somehow gets pushed back, he can deal with that. But yeah, this dragged under.
Line of play is a bit disrespectful, I will say, because you could have been seeing more cards, right, to try and get around this drag under. Now, will it be enough to keep themselves in the game? And if that goes down, that is a big, big blow to be losing out on the Hui. What is your backup plan now?
So they have the Moonfall available here. He's going to go ahead and move over. This is amazing here, actually. What a heads-up line here from the Diana. Going to go ahead and essentially just weaken that front line there, splitting the might of the units, and then just using that Ride the Wind while still in that initial combat there. It manages to take game number 3 in, I felt like, a very, very commanding position from turn 1.
And this just goes to show how far ahead this Diana was. How big the gap between them really was, that they could take such a fourth right play, bait out any and all removal spells from the side of Rek'Sai, and then when there are no outs left, they land the knockout punch. Surely a Diana, when going for such a obvious line of play that is riddled with holes, so to speak, or is very, very arrogant a line of play, very susceptible to be interacted upon, is when you should start to think twice. But what options does the Rek'Sai have? None whatsoever. They are going home. Diana will be waiting in the finals, and that is just a delightful matchup awaiting us, Rick.
Yeah, listen, I have to say, very, very well navigated here from that Diana player. Like I said, that turn one, play at two. Hopefully the Rainbow Blue student, obviously, and then turn two, you get to play that Diana, get to ready those two runes, and then you have Moonfall to work with, you have Starcross to work with, Kha'Zix to work with. It's just very hard to get back that point parity once they get those two runes available, because Diana just has so many tools in its kit, and it just felt like such a strong position here. So let's go ahead and I guess just talk with chat, get a little bit of a refresher here before the finals.
To me, I think, what do you want to see as a Diana in front of you, right? Because our options are, I believe, our top four going in, and I'll try and get that confirmed from Plus, who is hanging in the back. I believe we had at least 2 Dianas going to top 4. And did the Master Yi make it into top 4 at the cost of... So Pyke, Master Yi are battling it out in the other top 4 match. Do we want to see a Pyke, or do we want to see a Master Yi on the other side of us? Because I feel the Master Yi matchup is actually pretty doable for the Diana.
I will say in testing, I think if they lean away from the Trinity forces, lean away from those Zhonya's hourglasses, just because a lot of players at this point are on that acceptable losses, so it's an action speed way to deal with that Zhonya's. As long as you kind of steer away from that as a Yi player, you can actually find yourself in a pretty advantageous position. A lot of your units are a lot bigger than theirs. The fact that the Yi is able to trigger his passive each combat that it happens essentially means that you get an unguard every single turn. It becomes incredibly difficult for Diana to break those holds super easily, and so they have to rely on the Wei. And if the Wei gets taken out, Diana is really in a difficult position on how they want to be able to deal with the game. They have to use the Moonfall to drag in a second unit to get -4 as opposed to just that -2. And things become incredibly awkward, especially if they have things like the Ruin Runner, which make things even more difficult for that Diana player.
I will say, one of these legends runs Defy, and the other one doesn't.
That's true.
But as a Diana, the prospect of having to face into a deck that can be so exhaustive on your resources, right? Making you discard cards. We have seen that when Dianas get stuck on a low amount of cards, it is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because they are not drawing a lot of cards, they are not drawing more card draw, so they are staying poor. Honestly, it's a metaphor for capitalism. In a way. Yeah, you weren't ready for that one, were you? But it
came out
really
of left
is,
field, I'm gonna be
right?
honest.
But because you have such little opportunities to get more cards in your hand, you are restricted in options, and because you are restricted in options, it is so hard to get out of that position. So I feel like facing the Pyke, if they manage to get over that hump of keeping you down, under, below the waterline, you will be slowly choked out of the game.
Yeah, I think you said it best, actually. Yeah, I mean, it is just definitely one of those kinds of effects that, like, as the game continues, Diana's felt like one of those champions, like in League of Legends. It's really that kind of snowball effect, right? You kind of let this little snowflake through, then all of a sudden it turns into a snowball. The snowball turns into an avalanche. This avalanche turns into essentially a tsunami somehow.
Yeah,
But
global
it really
warming,
does.
huh?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But Diana is just really, really powerful at taking just that tiny inch and turning it into that mile lead. So we'll have to see exactly if Pike has everything in its toolkit to be able to answer that. I have to assume so. I have to assume that Pike has played into at least a couple of Dianas to be able to get themselves into that finals here, if they do manage to get themselves there. And like I said, Master Yi has felt fairly decent into Diana. You were right, though, that it's not the worst matchup in the world, but it really feels like Diana has no worst matchup, if that makes sense.
There's always an out. And I feel that, well, Diana has some time to mentally prepare and see what they will be facing. In the meantime, I want to come back and I want a clear, decisive answer from the chat. No more than 500 words. Let's say like 1 or 2 sides of paper. I'd say like 40, no larger than 12 in font. And when we get back, we will get into your answers, grade those papers, and after that, we can get into the finals. Short break. When we get back, we're going to grade those papers and I guess play a finals.
All right, guys. So we don't know what's going on the other side of the bracket, but if you guys are just joining in, it is a Pyke versus a Master Yi player. I don't think that matchup is going to take as much, any much longer than a best of 3 series, as we just saw Rek'Sai falling at the hands of our Diana player. So, you know, just 1 weekend ago, Diana found the victory position all the way in the grand finals at Vancouver. Of course, it was in the hands of a fantastic player known as Alan ZQ. Really good fan favorite player. But now Diana posed to do it one more time. Are we going to see back-to-back Diana champions, or can someone like Pyke, can someone like Master Yi kind of hold her down? And if it is a Master Yi, it might be our second Chinese regional champion. Now, if it's a Pyke, the world is going to go crazy. You know, I love that this Chinese regional this weekend has brought out so much surprises. Like, who would have expected the top 8 to be as diverse as we had it? Aurelia coming in at 2, Diana at 2, Rek'Sai coming in at 2. That's one that was flying under everyone's radar. I can't believe it, honestly. I don't think if you ask anyone in day 1 is like, okay, what deck is going to make top 8? I don't think anyone would have said Rek'Sai. She hasn't been making any kind of splashes in the regional qualifiers on the western side of things. I don't even know. There was a tournament, guys. I think it was in Sydney where, not to say she was getting mean, but remember, we're like, wow, 0 Rek'Sais in day 2. Maybe there's just nothing to Rek'Sai and Unleashed. But happy to be proven wrong this time around. I think with the carry-ons, with the Infernos, what else did they have thinking about that Pyke build? Or not the Pyke build, the Rek'Sai build. Let me think about it. Carry-ons to get the birds. Inferno for a little ambush power. Chat, if you guys watched that Rek'Sai build, what else did they have from Matrons? Yeah, Bandit, they had the Matrons, but I'm talking about for Unleashed. Like, what additions did Rek'Sai gain from Riftbound Unleashed? And yeah, Ms. Manas, you believe in Pyke. I'm a Pyke believer as well. We did catch the Pyke that is currently competing in top 4 in our round of... Actually, it was in top 8. Me and Constantino casted that one. So yeah, Pyke was over here in top 8. And yeah, Sasuke, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you guys. So just type to me in Discord. Whenever you guys want to hop in here, I told Bandit I'll throw you guys on here once the casters show. So to be fair, chat, I don't know how much longer, but China is impressively ahead of schedule currently. The finals is scheduled for another 30 minutes from now. I don't think it's going to realistically be 30 minutes from now. Either way, we'll chill. We'll chill out for a little bit. Feel free to ask me any question. Plus was a little one-on-one time. Not that I want. I mean, I could throw up a video for you guys if you want to watch a pre-recorded video. But my voice is working this weekend, so I'm okay buying some time for the casters to kind of refresh and then knock out this awesome finals that is going down in Tianjin, China today. 4 rounds after this one was enough. Vanny, my voice is good. I was just sick last weekend. I normally could hang in there for a couple rounds. But yeah, I wasn't supposed to. A little bit surprised 4 rounds because unfortunately NA45 wasn't feeling too well. So took over for him in the meantime. And Sauce, that's a good question. Did Pyke win? We don't know. We're itching to find out. We should be finding out momentarily. I would love to see a Pyke versus a Diana final. You know, the picture perfect situation was a Pyke versus a Rek'Sai. But of course, we just see the Rek'Sai already fall down. But I want to see this Pyke keeping the dreams alive of having a diverse champion this weekend. And Meep, what's the best way to use Rek'Sai Legend and Candlelight Battlefield? So Meep, you want to utilize Candlelight first because both of them hit the stack at the same time, so you can order them, right? So Candlelight you trigger first, you look at the top 2, and then you do your Rek'Sai abilities. So that's the best way to do it. And Rek'Sai is good. I'm surprised we didn't see her. You guys are gonna get on me like you did earlier. It's a girl. I'm surprised we haven't seen her more often because she looked pretty strong this time around. Oh, and it rang a bell. Mischievous Mirai. It's a hidden card. You can surprise, do a little ping damage at that. So those kind of cards kind of are giving her a little bit of a buff in set 3. Hopefully we see a bit more of her because there is one more China Regional remaining. And you know what's even better than that? We have Utrecht coming up this weekend from right now, 1 week from today. Actually, I get, yeah, exactly 1 week from today. For me, it's still Saturday. Actually, it's Sunday, isn't it? Wait. It's Sunday. It is Sunday. My time is all skewed. And yeah, get well soon to NA. And yes, generous Yellow Vi Priestmaker was probably, we didn't get to see it do too much of an impact in those semifinals, but I could totally see why Vi Peacemaker is a powerhouse of a card, isn't she? And you know, I would kill to be a little bug on the wall over there at that Chinese regional just to see how the Pyke and Master Yi is playing out. I guess we could try to break it down just little by little. Pyke versus Master Yi, a bit reminiscent of like Kai'Sa versus Master Yi, right? Kai'Sa has a lot of removal spells like Falling Stars. Of course, the Death from Below is a spell you don't want to mess around with. But something that we saw Master Yi player do is he brought out the Rune Runner, and it was really hard for anyone to interact with it. And I think Pyke might have some troubles with that card as well, because how do you kind of crash into Rune Runner? I mean, you have your Pyke legend that comes in for might. You have Blood Rushes available to you. But that's about it. I guess that's some way of kind of getting tall. But other than that, I'm not seeing a vision for Rune Runner, especially if you back it up with things like Punch First, or even we saw Primal Strength from this Master Yi player. So I think if there's one card that's super, super problematic, it's going to be that Rune Runner. Other than that, I don't think it's that terrible of a matchup for Pyke. Yeah, Vi's one of the best cards in the set. I'm saying Sasuke, it really is. And Darius, True Lemon, we did see the Darius come down, and this Pyke player was playing out of his mind, right? He was doing everything perfect, because like I said it during our cast, it's not every day you see a little bit of an off-meta legend like Pyke, like what we saw last weekend with Rengar, take down the meta queen like Aurelia. So that was really cool to see. And it wasn't just like, you know, took her down one, it might have been a fluke. He too old Aurelia. So really took control of that matchup, which was super, super fun watch. You know, I'm wondering if the hand control shenanigans is going to deal well against Diana. You know, I am getting ahead of myself like Pyke is winning, but we could be looking at a Master Yi versus Diana. But we'll manifest it. We'll say Pyke is going to the grand finals. Can the Bewitching Spirit Pack of Wonders combo do good against Diana, or does she draw too much with that chosen champion? S Feast or Famine, you think so, Bandit? Okay. Who has the event UVS page? You know, boys, I wish we had the UVS, but China operates on a totally different system. You know, funny enough, China came out 3 months before, or actually I misspeak. Guys, when did set 1 come out in China? It might have came out in August, and then in the US it came out in October. So I think they're significantly ahead of us, of course. So they had UVS. They don't even have a UVS out there. They have a different system. So there's not like an event locator page. All their numbers, all their data is on WeChat. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with WeChat. It's like a Chinese social platform over there. That's where the bracket is. That's where all the players' info is at. We don't have access to that because you need to be like a registered player on WeChat to have that info. And to do that, you need to live in China. As you know, I don't live in China, so no idea what's going on. If you guys have any Chinese friends, let me know. We want to have a little bit of insight if Pyke or Master Yi did win. But Miss is saying Pyke is great when correctly and perfectly utilized. My partner has called it at the beginning of set 3. Nice, Ms. Mandis. So that could be cool. I mean, a lot of people have said Pyke is being slept on, right? So I'm happy to be proven wrong, as I didn't expect him to be doing so well. If we see the first Pyke ever in the finals, might as well take it all the way. Might as well be the champion. But of course, I told Van earlier, let's not jinx things. Let's go ahead and keep knocking on wood. Bannon saying they discard their worst card, so only great when they keep pushing and pushing down to 0-1. Bannon, you know, I thought the same thing against Aurelia, because similar to Diana, Aurelia is known for like keeping her hand pretty healthy, right? So I'm like, you can't discard Aurelia all the way down to 0. Pyke found the way. Pyke did indeed find a way, so I'm curious to see that matchup for sure. Of course, the card, as I kind of punditly intended there, Hui is the card to replenish the hand, but he did it with 2 Stellar Corns being played in that top 8 matchup. So we have to rewatch it because I don't truly understand what went down. Like, how do you play Stellacorn? And he did the ride the win shenanigans on that Stellacorn, and he still went down to 0 cards in hand. So he found it. He found the lines. Is there an Azir deck? So Gigi, or Giggity, I would imagine that's your name. We actually had 0 Azir players. You know, in the meantime, let me go ahead and pull up the top 64. Oh, and Sasuke, you want to hop on? I actually didn't see your message. Sasuke, I could pull you in now if you want. Let me turn you up a little bit and see if I can hear you. Sasuke, are you there? Okay, I'll bring you in now. Okay. All right, chat. Sasuke, you're in a little bit of a yap session before these grand finals. I know Sasuke is excited. I would imagine, are you on the same boat as everyone? Do we want to see Pyke propel himself into these grand finals today?
You know, honestly, I'm pretty torn. One, I want to see a Master Yi be able to take home the gold, and I think that if Master Yi manages to make himself into the finals, he has a very good chance. I would argue better chances than Pyke to be able to take home the gold here.
Right.
But that said, I mean, as someone who plays League, I hate playing against Pyke, because he's just such a weird, unique, cool style of a champion. And they've kind of really brought that flavor from League of Legends really well into the Legend. So I think it'd be cool to see Pyke be able to take it, especially take home the gold. But I do think that Diana would be slightly favored into the Pyke. So we're just going to see more of the same. People are going to be like, Pyke did good, but he wasn't able to take home the gold. So we'll have to see. And then also the other thing that makes me a little bit torn is that I've been seeing on the interwebs, people have been saying that Yi is a fraud deck. And right now, I can't really disagree with them. But if it manages to take home the gold here, I think that we can no longer put it in Fraud Watch. So
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever heard Yi being a fraud deck. I know there was a little talk. I think the #1 seed out in Vancouver said, even though he was playing Master Yi, he said something along the note being, I don't think Master Yi has what it takes to reach the grand final / win the whole event. But he did manage to go #1 seed, so I actually don't agree with that. I think it's actually well positioned. It has a decent matchup against Aurelia. With Rune Runner, the blue-purple decks have no kind of interaction, especially because Thousand Tail Watcher has kind of been hit more to the side as of lately, because earlier on in Unleashed, maybe Diana's will run like a single Watcher, maybe 2 Watchers. There was 0 Watchers in Alan ZQ's winning list, and that seems to be the more popular build these days. And without a Watcher, how do you take down Ruin Runner? I know you're a big Ruin Runner fan, Sasuke. That could be a good card to bring back into the meta, because early on in set 3 for Master Yi, they were doing Vol Miles, they were doing Trophy Hunters. There was no Ruin Runners to be found. I think Ruin Runners found a home now after they realized who they do have to match up against, like Diana, like Aurelia.
Yeah, so I mean, you're totally right in saying that there's very few answers, but really it just comes down to Hui. So Hui,
True.
he's able to trigger, right? So you move on to one battlefield, you get the move trigger, you draw a card, or maybe you discard a unit, then you play Tide Turner, swap the Hui, and then you ride the wind, and then you get 3 moves in total, sometimes as many as 4 moves before you actually go and push into that Ruin Runner, and that's where things get difficult. You have to have cards like Back Off to be able to answer it, and if you don't, you kind of just lose the Ruin Runner. You can try and protect it with things like Zonia's Hourglass if they do something like that, but that said, you are walking prey into that acceptable losses. It is action speed, so those are kind of the fears here, you know, as a Yi player. But if they don't have the Hui plus the Tide Turner plus Ride the Wind in hand, which is a tall ask, right? It's a lot to ask from the Diana player. But that said, you know, they do have Hui. They do get to a lot of ways to filter through the deck through Diana, the Chosen Champion, as well as those stacked decks. So.
Yeah, not impossible.
Yeah.
We see Diana do some really crazy things in the past, but guys, it looks like Bandit joining in on the fun here. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Bandit, I think you're live here.
And well, we finally have our answer. No Pike upset this weekend around. It will be Master Yi facing off against our previous round victor, Diana. And Sasuke, just to get your take on things, you were going on about how tough a matchup this can be for our Diana. And though I'm inclined to agree, what is the key aspect for AE that they have to rush towards to make sure that they can keep this Diana under control? Is it the charm? Is it the defies? What is most important here?
I think it does come down to a well-timed charm. I mean, not to mention it also comes down to, like we talked about it, the Ruin Runners. Really, it is just coming down to those Ruin Runners. How well can you deal with the Ruin Runner as the Diana player, right? If you don't have a good answer to it, then it's just going to take over the game. This guy's on 3 of them, so he wants to see them every single game here, which makes perfect sense. I really like the battlefield choices. The Arena's Greatest is a great answer to decks like Sivir. The Emperor's Deus is a great deck, or a great battlefield for the blind or for going second. Same thing for that Star Spring here. So it really just depends on which matchup you want to see, which battlefield first. And then, like I said, that Arena's Greatest, you're always playing it going first. Never really want to play a shorter game while going second. So great deck so far. I mean, it's very clear he's adapted from Vancouver, taken a couple of tools of the trade from the best of Yi player in those pit rookies in these first mates, as well as the main deck auctions. So it's going to be a tall ask for Diana to be able to overcome what this deck is here. It looks like it's very well favored into the Diana player as well, through
For
cards
me,
like Challenge.
what's very striking
Yeah.
is the fact that the Yi deck, like you said, it has really, and it goes for the Diana up to a certain point as well. It's really geared towards dealing with specific matchups, and that is not the matchup that they are playing right now in the finals. The Ruin Runner, right, wonderful card in almost any situation, but all that gear hate on both sides of the board. Well, it will be able to hit maybe Zonias on the side for Diana, but that will all be sided out, you have to imagine, for game number 2. So it really feels like both these decks are playing with maybe not an arm tied behind their back, but I don't know, with like a mosquito flying in their ear. Like it's a little distracting. You're not on full potential. Maybe the car alarm went off last night whilst you were sleeping, and you were like up for 10 minutes. Like not, you're not too affected, but you were like, oh man, I am at like 92% rather than that full 100.
Yeah, listen, I think that right now, in terms of main decks, this Yi deck is a little bit more favored than the Diana deck. Just because of the fact that you're on 3 Ruin Runner, you have the punch first, you have the challenge all on that main deck, not to mention triple punch first as well as 2 sabotages. So it's just a whole bunch of tools to be able to disrupt exactly what this Diana has going on. And surprisingly enough, the Arena's Greatest is going to be the battlefield for the blind.
Yeah, I wonder, is this Diana equipped and ready to think on their feet and just avoid combat in that way at all costs? Will they just be diving in head first with their regular game plan? I mean, yeah, the Moonfall will be of very little value. However, they weren't drawing that anyway. So maybe that is kind of going in their favor this time around.
I will say that Moonfall is definitely one of the most impactful cards in the deck in terms of this matchup here, right? I mean, the fact that you're able to not only remove the Yi buff, you're also able to bring in a smaller unit and then weaken what will likely be a Ruin Runner as well. So really the best tool that you have to be able to deal with what the Ruin Runner has going on. And in terms of this Yi player here, I mean, I really have to commend him on how well the deck is built here. It feels very clean. It's really just able to adapt on a lot of the iterations of these previous players here. So only 2 first mate and only 2 pit rookies, while it does seem a little surprising, makes a lot of sense with what, the meta is shaped out to be. So I do think that Sivir will continue to fall in popularity as these Dianas rise in popularity, just because they're so well teched into the matchup. Not to mention LeBlanc makes things even more difficult. But for now, the finals at hand. Not a
Sasuke,
great start for the Yi.
we are at the very start of the very first game of the Tianjin Grand Finals. Diana facing off against Master Yi, the deck that has adapted so much in the last few weeks. Can they overthrow our reigning leader? Or is it finally the Master Yi pushing past all the middling legends in this set? Up or above, we will find out in game number 1. We are underway. Diana is starting just what she needs.
So Yi does have the turn 1 go second play in this first mate, so that is definitely a good start to see here if you are Master Yi, because if you did not have your turn 1 and you were going first, that would have been an absolute nightmare here. I mean, no Zonia's Hourglass, no Scuttle Crabs, no Lonely Poros, no Pit Rookies at that. Literally 25% chance per draw to find any one of them. Did not manage to find it, but thankfully is going second, so we'll be able to overtake that Tide Turner if he so chooses. That said, that his opponent will be at 3 runes available. That Wages of Pain has to be a card looming over this Master Yi's head.
Yeah, and you were saying, all right, so the regular game plan of a Diana is really under pressure in this way. Now, do we just have to kind of pivot and full on lean onto that more, I want to say tempo heavy, but almost more aggro kind of style play that Diana can field if they want to, but just pressuring the battlefields early, not allowing Yi to get on top of them. And when they are looking to close out the game, they do have that Baron Nashor in their list. That can push you over the edge when you're in that stalemate of a situation.
You know, Baron Nashor is surprisingly a very effective tool against Yi. 12 might is nothing to scoff at, not to mention, like you had just said, all of the stats that the Baron Nashor gives to your entire board.
Well, they have
just makes
2
them
of them, actually.
Even
They have 2
more
of them.
difficult in the main deck. I mean, that is just going to be incredibly difficult for this Yi player to overcome. We'll have to see if he manages to find them in time, but for right now, has to consider how he's supposed to get over this Tide Turner. 3 runes available. And instead, just going to go ahead and try and get on to this arena's greatest.
And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because as the Yi, you want to get onto the battlefields as cheaply as you can, as quick as you can, and then you get stuck in. Now, August will be trying to keep the first mate off of that battlefield. It will be going back to hand, and that is actually quite a bit of a tempo loss. Now, with 5 energy, if they have the 2-drop, they can try again. But it's making them invest more and more resources when Diana is just champing at the bit.
Yeah, well, we did see 2 Rengars in his hand, so he is potentially considering just dropping down these Rengars onto that Ravenbloom Conservatory. Allow that Diana to get the trigger. But if this Diana player is on smokescreen, that is something to worry about. If not, it feels pretty safe to do so. But instead, just going to go ahead and take the turn off. Allow that Gust to kind of do what it wants to do, which is get that point tempo. And now, Diana's already at 3 points. This Traveling Merchant will be able to get himself up to that 4th point threshold. And I think he just wanted to take a turn off, allow himself that kind of space to potentially find himself an on guard or some sort of extra combat trick to be able to deal with what's going on in that conservatory.
Have to be mindful. We'll be discarding a card to dig a little deeper. Now, you are the Yi. You are mounting that, attacking your very next turn to bring this Aurelia to a stop. No further. How much of an investment can you warrant? Because if you do play that Rengar, right, when you are on the attack, you're not in your comfort zone as Master Yi. How much is too much invested to get onto a battlefield? What are you allowed to lose? What is the bargain deal that we're looking for, Sasuke?
I just don't think you're allowing yourself to lose anything here, and I think this Yi player kind of recognized this here. He had the Defy in hand. He could have gone for that Defy, but instead opted not to do so. Wanted to be able to hold up a punch first if he needed it, but unfortunately finds pretty much all of his green runes, if not all of the green runes, in fact, early on, as many Yi players are on that 7-5 split. So instead here, 2 runes going to be exhausted, as well as that Diana. Wages of Pain, I have to imagine, is going to come down here. And so now Master Yi has to decide whether or not he wants to use this Defy. I feel like he has to do so here, because if this Wages does last, that Stupefy will be able to clean off that Yi if there is something like a Punch First on the stack, which I can't imagine you want to set yourself back 3 runes after the fact here. So we'll have to see exactly what Yi decides to do here. But for now, feels like Diana's in a fairly commanding position.
Yeah, they're pushing Yi to the limit, and not in a way of like, oh, they're fighting for their life, but they make every little inch of value that the Yi wants to get. They're gonna make him pay the maximum for it, even having to invest a Divide to keep their Yi alive. This is not a game-changing play for Diana, right? It's just kind of like, all right, I'm gonna jab. See if I land it, you're gonna be annoyed. It's gonna bruise a bit, and if you're gonna have to go through the energy to block it and swat it away, that is you just kind of exhausting yourself over and over again to get minor plays to stick. I feel like the more pressure you can put the Yi under, the less resources he has to work with, the better it will be. Now, through all of this, they still have 6 energy and the Rengar. So if they are looking to get onto the conservatory, they can ambush the Rengar out there, and he will be a surprise defender, going all the way up to 8 might.
Yeah, I love this here from the Yi player. Just threaten that you do have the Rengar. It is not a bluff. And so now this Wages of Pain is going to have to come down onto this Yi player again. And this is not what you want to see here if you are Master Yi, but I think that at this point you kind of accept it from happening, or accept that it's going to happen here. So this Wages of Pain will finally come down. 3 damage will get marked onto this Yi, and a Stupefy will be able to finish him off, allowing this Diana player just a little bit more reprieve. And it looks like there is going to be that Stupefy. Master Yi is going to get stripped away here. I can't imagine him using the Defy on that Stupefy here, and it looks like that actually is surprisingly going to be the case.
And here's the thing. This is what I love to see in Diana decks. Just throwing out these jabs, just seeing what are you willing to take from my side. How much do you like your champion, Master Yi? Because they have spent now 2 energy, 2 power to keep a 4 might unit that is not even at level 3 yet alive, and they can still just walk in with a Tide Turner to finish the job.
No, the Tide Turner will not be able to finish the job just because of that Master Yi passive. So he has to send in that Diana to take the trade if he wants to do so. And with 1 card left in hand, that Baron Nashor is not feeling great. But looks like it is going to be the take either way.
And here's the thing. When you pass that, like, turn 4 or 5, because there's only a few of them, if you let go of that Baron Nashor, you're not seeing it ever again. Most likely. So to hang on, and you know how important it will be to potentially finish, to close out the game later on, I think that is kind of the way you want to be leaning. Now, they are not holding on, not even stepping forward onto the conservatory, knowing that it might only just open the door for the Yi to score twice. Thinking on their feet, playing towards their outs, knowing that they are already in a comfortable position.
Yeah, look, this is a very strong position from the Yi player here. He kind of has all of the tempo that he needs to be able to kind of maintain control of both of these battlefields here. I think he wanted to not have to use that Defy last turn, just be able to keep that. He wanted to be able to get to 8 points so that he could bring back that Yi, play the first mate in base, push the Yi over to that conservatory, and then still hold up 5 for the Rengar. But because he had to play that second Defy last turn, he is behind on tempo here. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. But yeah, just that blank pass here. And I mean, if this Diana is able to get to 10 runes, that Baron Nashor is going to find a lot of value.
A lot of value, but you are kind of starting off to the races, right? This is not a 7-point Baron Nashor. It's like, you have 1 turn to deal with it. It just kind of keeps you in the race, because if the Yi does step out, which they are, again, holding on to their Rengar once more, as they will be sending out a little friend here, Vex, just to start to threaten that efficiency that a Rengar can put out. But still, stunned or not, you still have to overcome 8 might if you want to.
Yeah. So, look, there is a Master Yi. There is a couple of punch firsts in hand. We have to imagine that that Scuttle Crab is going to come on to that Arena's Greatest just to make things even more awkward here. Does manage to find himself an on guard finally, and we have to expect that this Yi is going to be ganking over with that Scuttle Crab going on to that Arena's Greatest, and there it is. So now Master Yi is going to be at 5 points, but with that Baron Nashor coming down, he is not out of the woods.
Not out of the woods, but you're winning the race now, right? Because for every 1 point that Diana is holding, you're holding 2. And the timings are going to have to be absolutely everything, because a Baron Nashor and the introduction of a third battlefield completely overhauls the math that you are used to. And even though we see it in sideboards now and then, you cannot underestimate the power of a Baron Nashor. And especially when you combine it with a Vex, that can then freely access a third battlefield to be stuck on, and then suddenly all your ambush plays are minimized, and here is the big purple worm themselves introducing their Baron Pit, a thumbs up on the side of Yi, and now we are truly getting stuck in.
Yeah, this Baron Nashor going to be able to get Diana a point as well, and now it's even point parity, but look at how big that backline is. All of these 3 and 2 might units are now 4 and 5 might units. That Vex is 6 might as well. So this Scuttle Crab, not long for this world. I have to imagine that he's just going to go ahead and send in 1 5 might unit and then just kind of overwhelm the Master Yi player, the Master Yi battlefield after that fact there. So it looks like 2 going to go into that Scuttle Crab, in fact, just
right?
make it so that there's absolutely nothing that can be done.
Well, you have to cover off the Rengar, right? Like that is an extra 6 might that you have to be able to compete with, even if they are not solo onto the battlefield. You gotta make sure that you can overcome 6 might, and a single unit simply will not do in that regard.
Yeah, listen, I think this is really, really clever as well, because it plays around the Rengar very effectively. It just makes it so that even if you do play this Rengar here, you're not going to be able to overtake that battlefield. You're not going to be able to clear out those units anyways. So why play this Rengar down if you are forced into this awkward position? Very, very heads up line here. Now I think that if you are this Master Yi player, you kind of have to forego at least this Arena's Greatest for the time being, and instead, Punch First going to come down onto the Scuttle Crab. I think what he wants to do is just get rid of this Vex while he has the opportunity. But there is a Gust on the side of the of the Diana player here.
Yeah, such a heads-up play. And now they're wasting 2 runes as well. This Yi, who looked in such a comfortable position, is slowly seeing the walls crumble around him as investment after investment is just absolutely tanking. Now, I do believe they have a second Punch First ready to go, but that is 4 power invested.
Yep, so Unguard going to come down here. Perfect answer for the Gust. Don't even have to recycle a rune and get to hold up those 5 extra energy as well. So we'll have to see exactly what gets done here on that following turn, but plus 7 might, now 9 might on that side of the Scuttle Crab. And
now this Scuttle Crab can feed a family, I will say. This is one big Scuttle Crab, can feed a family of up to 6. My God, have you ever seen a bigger Scuttle Crab? This is the one single biggest Seymour I have seen in all my life. It kind of makes sense that he can see hidden cards with how big he is. He can just extend his neck and see what's happening on the other side of the globe.
Do you think that the Scuttle Crab took steroids?
No, those are all natty gains, man. Those are
natty gains.
I mean, fish is full of protein, right? You ever had algae? That is lean. That is, I'm sure there's some. I mean, it's filled with vitamin C. Am I right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you thought you were gonna get a high quality cast for the finals. No. Vitamin C for C.
We've gained too much power.
Oh, all
right.
right. That is the Vex dealt with. And jokes aside, that is a big deal because now the Rengar is still relevant on the attack. This is, like, even though it is looking a little bit dire for our Yi player, but remember, he still has ganking. So he can still move over to the battlefield, have Rengar accompany him if need be, and start to threaten the race in that regard. But this single Baron Nashor play has shifted the tides like nothing else. And when Fizz comes down, you're going to have to... Wait, oh no, just moving, folks. I was getting too excited. I'm sorry.
I love this line here from the Diana player. I was about to say, if this Diana player decides to go into the E, not only do you get a Ravenblue Conservatory trigger, but this Rengar can gank in onto the side of the Diana, take over that battlefield, get to 6, hold to 7, and then if there is a second Rengar, the game is just pretty much over, right? Because your opponent will be able to gank over onto that Baron pit, get yourself that seventh point again, draw yourself a card. And then all of a sudden, what once was a commanding position from the Diana would then be in the Master Yi's favor. So now Master Yi kind of has to figure out a way back into this series here, has to get around this Baron Nashor. And
it's a gigantic task. But if there was ever an opening, Diana is fully tapped out. There's nothing that she can do at this moment. It is up to Yi to show that he can get the job done. And when you do have access to things like the challenge and the first mate, you might be in a relatively... You're not out of it just yet. But it all comes down to, can you deal with the Baron Nashor?
I think right now there's just too much going on. I think this Rengar has to come onto this arena's greatest. You know that there's a ride the wind in your opponent's hand, so this Baron Nashor will be able to move around fairly freely here. 5 runes going to be what I have to assume is exhausted. Just be able to take over this arena's greatest alongside this punch first, which means that you will not have access to it defensively. And so now this Baron Nashor will be the really only line that this Diana player will have access to, and I think that kind of has to be the only, the only route that he can go, and it looks like he is agreeing with me here. So Rengar going to come down. I have to imagine that punch first is soon to follow, and there it is.
One can only imagine. Punch first coming through. That only leaves 3 energy open for them, just enough for a first mate. The might is there, the power is there. Can they take down the game-ending objective, not only on the Rift, but in Riftbound as well? Diana's left powerless. First mate readying for a final showdown. And if they can overcome the final challenge, they will be going up 1-0. They tried their hardest, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Very well navigated here from the Yi player. I thought that he was at 8 energy, so I thought he was 1 energy short, but it looks like I was incredibly wrong here. So manages to get himself that last point here and takes the first serve. So very well navigated from Master Yi. I think Diana did everything that they could in their toolkit to be able to take over that game. Really, really great usage of their energy. Really great usage of all the spells that they had available. But unfortunately, that Ride the Wind, just 1 energy too much. And I forgot what they spent their last rune on. It was a Gust. So might have been a little bit better to just kind of not hope that they have that on guard there. But that Vex getting taken out, I think, was just really that death knell that they needed to be able to take over that game.
It cost them an arm and a leg, but it got them the game in return. They're still standing high and mighty, 1 game up, only 1 win away from hoisting the trophy far above their head. Now, if we have to take a look into the very next game, I do want to talk about Yi sideboard, because all that gear hate we were talking about, that will be going out of the window. And if you take a look at what is still out there, what do you even want to introduce here? Because we have a Not So Fast, a First Mate, a Sabotage, an Extra Challenge, a Vilema, and the card that puts spells back into the...
Disposal orders. Yeah, disposal orders.
to recycle any fizz targets in this case, right?
Yeah, so
Is
the
that
disposal
really the way
orders,
you
I
want to
think,
go?
is a
Just
pretty
extra
good.
sabotage, extra first mate?
I don't think you need the extra first mate. I think that a disposal order is actually surprisingly good. Just being able to shut off those fizzes can be a lot of value. You see your opponent play a fizz, you in response disposal order their target. All of a sudden, they don't get to do anything with that fizz, and they feel real bad about it, right? So I think that's a great response there. And then not to mention the sabotage is pretty good, but I don't think you need a third one. Just being able to strip away those key cards like the Moonfall or the Ride the Winds on
So what
important
else are you going to
turns is
take
really
for the
good
auctions you're
enough.
taking out?
Besides the auctions, I think the only other card that you want to put in is probably that second copy of Challenge. Actually, just being able to fight away and allow them not allow your opponent to be able to ride the wind in response, I think is a pretty big deal. So Way is really one of the key cards. We didn't see that in game number 1 here from the Diana player, and I think it really showcased just how much better the Yi player is when there is no way to deal with. So we'll have to see exactly if Diana's going to be able to find the ways. But I'd like to ask you, Bandit, as a Diana player, what are you looking for to be able to overtake this Master Yi here in game number 2 and bring us to that final game?
Divine intervention. Honestly, Master Yi being smitten from the heavens.
That's an order
for
card,
a
right?
yeah. But alas, the rounds are untimed, so we'd just be stuck here forever. So, no. All jokes aside, I feel that you really have to. I like the idea that they had. I really do. I think trying to push on early and try and close the game out with the Baron Nashor. Throw out these jabs, slow down the Yi, not allow them to reach that critical mass to kind of charge over you. And it was not enough. And this is when they were going first. I feel like they couldn't have played it a whole lot better than how they did it in this turn. Maybe if we have to look at the sideboard, you have some access to Singularity and an extra Star-Crossed. I think those will be very important, especially because there are only a handful of units you really have to take care of, and the Rengar and the Yi are a few of them. Yes, they can be saved, but if that comes at the cost of a punch first, so be it. However, what do you take out? Because the acceptable losses is not a throwaway card here, because you know that they do have the Zonias available, right?
Yeah, so I mean, acceptable losses is definitely a choice to make in terms of whether or not you want to keep it in your deck. The reason why is that sometimes Master Yi players just sided out games 2 and 3, so you can't actually tell whether or not they're on the Zonias. And as you saw here in game number 1, I don't even think it would have been a relevant card. So the fact that the Master Yi player was able to play the Rengar, use that punch first to overtake that battlefield, then use that first mate that was gusted to hand in the early stages of the game, it just showcased how powerful of a deck it can be even without that Zonias available. So we'll have to see exactly what his opponent decides to do. The double punch first, I think, was not something that the Diana player was playing around and just kind of saying, well, if he has it, he has it. Unfortunately for his opponent, he did. Which means that, not using the Tide Turner to bolster that front line just that little bit more was a misplay, which, it's not something that I think a lot of players would, I guess, believe. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here, but I think Diana did everything that they could, and unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here in game number 2, but again, I really do feel like it is ever so slightly in this Master Yi's favor.
Is all about leveraging your minor advantages. We saw that this Diana had the presence of mind to lean towards the line that is, in my opinion, a winning line. Pressure early, getting onto the battlefields early, not allowing Master Yi to hit on them, to get stuck on those battlefields where you have to fight then 2 extra might every single time you want to challenge. I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see an extra Wages of Pain being slotted in here. We saw how important it was in that very first series where Machi was defying it every chance he had. Now, coming through once again, I think you just kind of have to lean on it. Maybe Targon's Peak can be the difference maker here. I think you cannot rely on that to come through in game 3. You need to stay alive right now. Field the Targon's Peak, play around with that extra energy where the Gust can maximize the value in the early game, and dig for those Baron Nashers. Those are your way out of here. Just because it didn't work in game 1, barely, doesn't mean it was a bad plan. So stick to your guns, sharpen the blade, sharpen the axe, swing once, fell that tree.
I couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. Look, it really does come down to just like how well this Diana is able to navigate these turns here. And I think really the only quote unquote misplay was, just saying that if my opponent has the second punch first, they have it. But I mean, even then, that's not necessarily a misplay. It just seems like your opponent had everything and then some, which is unfortunate.
At a certain point, you have to pounce, right? You can only put yourself in the situations where the odds favor you. The odds definitely favored the Diana, but even when you're a 9-1 favorite, 1 every 10 times, they're gonna have it.
Yeah, you're totally right here. So we'll have to see if Diana's going to be able to take it here in game number 2. I will say that I think that Diana's win percentage on Targon's Peak has to be somewhere in the 70 to 80% range. That battlefield is just so powerful for these Diana players. Turn 1, you play a 2. Turn 2, you play the Diana. Hold up 4. Your opponent can do pretty much nothing in response to that there, right? I mean, you have to play around Kha'Zix, you have to play around StarCraft, you have to play around pretty much every single tool at their disposal, and not to mention, even if they're not on the Kha'Zix, you still have to play around Moonfall plus a stacked deck, and yeah, looks like exactly like we had talked about earlier, those auctions come out, and so did those Zonias. So Master Yi,
what is the answer?
Out,
that is all I'm left asking here. It's going to be revealed to us any second now. Where will those acceptable losses go to? To the sideboard, or will they stick around only to find, well, nothing? Dust in the wind. We will once again have Diana starting first. And remember, they are fighting for their tournament life, for a chance to become champion. Here we have, well, the extra first mate will be coming in. And I actually do like that play, because you're going second. We saw how important it was to at least have that 3-mite unit down. So having an extra opportunity to hit that if you mull twice, what's that? 45% chance that you're gonna hit that in your opening hand. You kind of need every little bit of push in the back, every boost you can get. You need to grasp onto fully. Taking out the Gusts and the Baron Nashers. Now that is a curveball.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he. Oh, wow. So Mundo in the sideboard there. So you talked about the singularities. You talked about that Wages of Pain. All of that is coming in alongside this Mundo and this Moonfall here. So I think the third copy of Moonfall makes a lot of sense. I think the Mundo is a very interesting pick here. I mean, you do need just a big, bulky body. The fact that it costs 8 as opposed to 10, I think, is a pretty significant reason for this Mundo in the sideboard here. Just a good check to what Master Yi has going on. The fact that you get to recycle your spells feels a little bit nice too. But it does mean that your fizzes overall lose a little bit of value. So for Master Yi here, I feel like he's in a pretty strong position. This Emperor's Deus is not going to find too much value, but it is going to be able to respond in kind with what these Targon's Peaks are doing. So we do see that turn 1 Ravenbloom student for the Diana player. Which means that he will be able to turn 1 Ravenbloom into that ever so fated Conquer plus Diana. So we'll have to see if Master Yi has enough in the tank.
I'm just going to come out straight here. I am not a fan of taking out the Baron Nashers. I feel like that was your final push over the edge to kind of clinch you that win. I actually really despise seeing them taking it out, because it feels that, what's your end game now? What is your end game as a Diana, where you struggle so hard into the Ruin Runners, where you struggle so much into the barrage of big bombs that Mafri will be flinging at your head left and right? I'm not a pro player. I'll put that out there immediately. I am eager to be proven wrong and learn something new. But I was so excited to see the Baron Nashor pay off. I was so impressed with its value that it gained in game number 2 that I'm sad to see it not have a repeat in game number 2. It is underway. And here we have, once again, a turn 1 play for both Diana and our Master Yi. Can they now once again keep their tempo up? Can they stay ahead of their opponent, kick them down while they're above them?
Yeah, so 3 runes going to be exhausted, 2 runes going to be readied, and now he gets to hold up 4 here. That Wages of Pain is going to be available. This Scuttle Crab, not long for this world. I can't imagine him doing anything to try and protect it here. But this does mean that there is pretty much nothing the Master Yi player can do here besides just develop himself a new unit in that Master Yi from the Champion Zone here. Disposal Order is not going to be finding much value either. So now we'll have to see whether or not Master Yi decides to go for this Conquer, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Hopefully he eats himself that Wages of Pain. I have to imagine he will.
The Rengar not an option yet. Not in hand, even though the 5 energy is there. However, the Ruin Runner has reared its ugly mug, Sasuke. And this was the card that we were initially worried about for our Diana. Not being able to target is such a detriment. And even if you try and beat it in combat, it's going to be really hard to beat a punch first if it gets put up there. And there's no, let me see, I don't see a Hui in hand yet on the side of Diana. So our initial fears might be coming around the bend, but in game 2 rather than game 1.
I think you're totally right here. I mean, look, there's not a lot that the Master Yi player can do to answer this. He gets to take a peek at the hand. I don't think he's too disappointed with having his Scuttle Crab eat a Wages of Pain. Finds himself a Singularity to play around. There is that Wei right off the top there. So Wei is going to be in hand. Diana pretty much has everything that they need to be able to answer everything besides the Ruin Runner for the time being. Flash will be a way to kind of trigger a second move for the Hui player. So we'll have to see exactly what they decide to do. I have to imagine that this Raven Monsoon is going to get pushed off that Targon's Peak, so they have another turn to work with in terms of that Targon's Peak. And that gold token that got generated off of that Wages of Pain means that this Wei is not going to cost this Diana player any energy on these following turns as well.
Has 2 energy available to recall it if need be. But you have to take your time, right? In the same sense that Irelia has to be very careful when they commit to playing the Irelia, the Diana deck has to be very, very cautious with when they commit an abundance of resources in a single threat, especially when your opponent does have access to cards like the Charm, cards like the Challenge. You are very susceptible to be messed with when you commit so much of your resources to the Hui.
Yeah, this is absolutely true here, but I mean, with just a Master Yi, it's not going to be enough to be able to overtake a Hui if he discards any unit at all. So Charm, for the time being, I feel like is a little bit safe to play around. Now this Diana will be able to go into the Semper's Deus if he chooses. And
then the question becomes, do you even want to? Do you want to bounce your Diana for a throwaway 2-Might Sand Soldier?
Looks like that's not going to be the case.
Well, we have some triggers to play around first, right? No, well, we're rushing past it. You're completely on the money here. Hui comes down. No time to waste, as they are very, very aware of the clock that they are currently on. Now, leaving open Targon's Peak. How do we feel about that? It doesn't feel great, does it?
Yeah, I mean, against Master Yi, there's pretty much only 2 spells that you have to worry about, right? Punch First and On Guard, and those both cost 1, so this Targon's Peak isn't going to find much value for this.
They can play them both then, Sasuke. And Challenge, of course, at action speed. I feel it never feels good because there's just so much more lines of play you now have to take into account. Even though they're more niche, I'm always kind of like wary of leaving it out there, but you want to leave it open so you can conquer it again. It is the duality of Targon's Peak, where the gods make you question your own sanity.
Yeah, so for now, there is just an unguard and a pit rookie to be able to bolster up this Master Yi player, and we have to imagine that that hidden card is either a Tide Turner or a Wages of Pain. And I think for the time being, Master Yi cannot afford to play around either of those two spells, and so because of this, he has to go on to that Targon's Peak.
And they have time, right? They have time right now. The Diana will threaten going to 5 points if they manage to kick Yi off of the Targon's Peak. That is not game ending just yet. Developing a Ruin Runner in your base at this moment, or maybe even on the Targon's Peak if you're feeling very, very daring, is definitely a considerate play. Very middle of the road, not too much gained, not too much lost. Be aware of your strengths, and it is in fact the Diana player who is on the clock, not the Yi, and he will be taking his time, thusly so.
Yeah, so Master Yi going to go ahead and allow himself that space. So it looks like this Tide Turner. Interestingly enough, actually, I love this play a lot here from the Yi player. So in response to this Targon's Peak trigger, Tide Turner is going to flip over, give this Diana player an extra set of cards to work with here. I have to imagine he's going to discard something that he doesn't want, maybe this Star-Crossed even, but it looks like it's going to be that Singularity, allow himself to find yet another card, and then now that Flash is going to allow him just a ton of stats here in this way, being able to flash himself back to base, as well as this Diana alongside him, and then just an extra set of draws as well. So finds himself a Wages of Pain. Could potentially go for Wages plus Stupefy onto that E, but he does walk into something like an Unguard. But for now, gotta start with this Stupefy.
Stupefy coming through. See if it can get any defies eaten, where we saw before that match he was quite eager to expend some of their interaction pieces if it meant keeping their key players alive. But the value of the Yi has diminished just that little bit when that Ruin Runner is ready to go when the turn swings back their way. Now, what are they willing to commit? Will they be able to take a minor hit to the gut? Or will they have to invest that on guard? Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine this Yi player feeling confident enough to do so here, but looks like I am wrong, and he is going to go ahead and commit this Unguard, force whatever trades he can out of this Master Yi player. So this Unguard is going to resolve, Wages is going to come down as well, and +2 stats are made.
+2 and 3 damage on the -1. That's a lot of damage to be keeping track of, but it will be keeping Yi alive just that little bit longer. Teetering on the edge. Now, if he becomes defender, he will be getting another +2, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, 7 on the defense for the time being.
Yeah, who would forget that? Not me. Definitely not even one game ago. I've been casting so many Yi games, and yet it still catches me off guard now and then. I was like, oh yeah, your legend gets to do something. That is pretty broken. Now, this is a bit of a deja vu, Sasuke, where previous game, around this point, we saw the castle come crumbling down on top of Diana's head. When they were up 3 victory points, when they were looking to keep the Yi behind, they were also getting stuck in this race to who will live a little bit longer. Now, Yi will be pumped up all the way to 7. Now, he does have, of course, the 3 damage and the -1 might, but the threat from the Raven Bloom still severe. 4 energy to work with for the Diana.
Looks like it is going to work here. No other tricks available for this Master Yi player, which is very unfortunate for the Master Yi player indeed. But he does still have that Rune Runner like you were talking about here.
The only problem that you have right now is the Rune Runner will be able to get 1 battlefield. There's no Ride the Wind. There is no Thrill of the Hunt ready to make life even more difficult. And Ardeana will be able to untap 2 more runes, going up to 5, potentially 6 if they allow for it to be, and getting minimum exposure for threats, right? Being able to make sure that the Rune Runner only gets the minimum, so to speak, losing with grace, as we like to call that, is going to be so important.
Yeah, well, this Rune Runner going to be pretty much free to do whatever he wants for the time being. I have to imagine that a second Rune
Ooh.
Runner is going to hit the field here pretty much
Ooh, did you see the
immediately.
charm?
We'll have to see. Say it again.
Did you catch a charm? There is a charm in hand.
There
Is there
yes, there's 2 charms in hand actually.
no punch first? I think no punch first. So that mitigates some of that threat. We know that Ungard is out there as well. Sorry, I keep interrupting you, but it's just so tense.
There is a lot going on at this game, and the fact that we are on the finals here just makes things even more intense. But yes, this Rune Runner has to. I have to imagine the second Rune Runner is going to hit the field. He has a pit rookie as well, so he can make his new Rune Runner just that 6 might, which I think is very important here. Scuttlecrab going to hit the field first. Finds himself a sabotage.
Is that too much?
We'll be able to take a peek.
A second Rune Runner? Just out of curiosity, because I feel like if one is not enough to get the job done, as the sabotage will be revealing all secrets laid in the hand of our Diana, where we will be able to take out, I mean, what has to be the Flash, right? I mean, what is the value of a Starcross going to be when you can't target the darn units?
Yeah, and there goes that Flash.
There you have any potential threat of any answer to the charm if they want to come through with that. Still a little bit scary to come through and challenge a Hui outright when he can boost all the way up to 8. But you have to keep in mind, Master Yi is a legend with an ability.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult position here. I mean, we could see this Master Yi player shaking his head. He realizes he doesn't have answer to pretty much anything going on right now.
He has
so
time.
We'll have to be able to put up that pit rookie as well. And because he decided to play that Scuttlecraft, that means he just doesn't have enough runes available right now to be able to play both that Rune Runner and that pit rookie. So I have to imagine that he's just going to go ahead and continue to play back here and just try and hold on for dear life. Just because if he does decide to go in here, there's really no coming back. He can go for the double charm, but again, he still won't be able to deal with everything that his opponent has going on. And even if he decides to do that, I mean, that Starcross can come down and just continue to disrupt what this Master Yi has going on.
Will be at least stopping some of the advance. It will make sure that, well, he has a second Rune Runner ready to go. But he has time. Diana is not threatening the game just yet, and you know that they don't have the energy for a Baron Nashor next turn, right? You can only assume that the Master Yi is not aware that they have taken out the Baron Nashor. So with Baron being 10, you've bought yourself some time. You will be getting another turn to try and crack your opponent. I think if you can dig for a first mate, combine that with your Rune Runner, or maybe dig for that punch first, make yourself an unstoppable force. So we'll be whittling away at the non-Hui units on the side of Diana's field.
Yeah, so just going to go ahead and trigger that Diana effect. He's going to go ahead and predict down to the bottom of that.
Yeah, he's not looking for Singularity. Singularity does nothing for him right now. He needs answers against the Rune Runner. And what are we even looking for in that regard?
Yeah, so now he's going to go ahead and look in his graveyard to see whether or not he wants to hold on to that Ravenbloom student, or if he wants to hold on to that Fizz. May even opt to go for a Starcrossed here, just to be able to protect that Diana for just that one more turn.
But what do you even target then? Because you don't want to target the pit rookie. You don't want to target the Scuttlecrab. I feel like the Starcross also benefits the Yi in this regard.
I think you're spot on here, but
sometimes you do have just to bite the bullet. Sometimes you do just have to take the bad with the good. That is very, very true. Especially when you are fighting for your life in the finals, when you are strapped for options and they might just have to commit.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling pretty,
yes, no, maybe so.
pretty hesitant there. Yeah, Listen, I think this is correct here because if his opponent has the second charm, you lose the game, right? Because then you lose your way, and then you really don't have any way back into this. So we'll have to see exactly what his opponent decides to do. But I think the second charm has to come down, and he has to try and get rid of this way, or at least for the time being, force the Starcross onto one of his little crapper units, which would feel pretty great here. Which means that this Master Yi will have plenty of turns to work with in these coming turns if this or if this happens because it's going to require 1 turn per setup after that fact to allow this way an opportunity back into this game.
Has to commit, and even though time is on their side, they want to force the issue. And when it's a 8 against 8, what do you got? Mulling over their options.
We know what all 3 cards in this Diana player's hand is. It's Fizz, Ravenbloom Student,
but he's drawing
Starcross.
now, right? So.
Well, we knew that the top card was the Fizz, so that's what he was going to
Oh,
draw.
like that. Yeah.
So, gonna offer the trade. Suddenly, it feels like this Yi player has a shining light.
I mean, here's the thing. You lose out on your Rune Runner, but you kind of clear the field-ish on the side of Diana. She can only go up to 7 in the best possible world. Ride the wind on your turn, it's kind of icky here. I feel... Here's the thing. Rune Runner is just so incredibly valuable in this Yi deck that losing it out to the Hui, I think you're not even too sad as a Diana for that, in a particular sense. You see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this isn't the worst case scenario in the world here. If you are the Diana player, you do get to deal with that Rune Runner, and you have a lot of different ways to deal with everything that's going on. So there comes the disposal order, though, and this Fizz is just not going to be doing anything. So he's going to target that Stupefy, but disposal orders will be able to recycle it in response here.
And those targets are locked in, so there's no backup choice here on the side of our Diana, and this is the sideboard spice that we have been looking for to really, well, this is what it's supposed to do: make the life of Fizz difficult, just making sure that you are spending power for just a 3 might unit, period.
Yeah.
And is this Diana getting stuck in the netting of our Master Yi? Has Master Yi landed himself a fish like no other? Have they found themselves in the position to overcome the adversities laid out in front of them to charge past the Diana? This might be the pivotal point in this match. Ooh, going to the Diaz, being able to bounce your Ravenbloom student and get an extra body out there while still being able to play the student itself. I do not mind it, but you do kind of show your hand a bit, saying, I don't have a proper use for those 2 runes I would be getting from Targon's Peak. However, you know what else tips your hand? Sabotage, which they just survived.
Now, I will say this. I mean, the Master Yi player right now has nothing in his hand of value. You can go ahead and send in that Pit Rookie and then send in the Scuttle Crab. Use that Emperor's Dais to draw himself another card through that Scuttle Crab after the fact here. But there is still 3 runes available. This Diana player has drawn a new card and also another card off that way, which we don't know about. I guess you do know that it is the Fizz, actually, because we did get to see the full hand. But still 1 unknown card, and it is a Ride the Wind.
Pivotal. Absolutely pivotal for the Diana. Especially if they can get stuck on Targon's Peak, right? Start to threaten more and more. Yi is now finally starting to feel the ticking of time slipping through his hand as... Well, he seemed so set up for success, but Diana is holding on. And even though the victory points are not really showing it, this is an absolute nail-biter.
I will say it really feels like this is a very commanding position for the Diana once more. You're sitting on a star cross as well as a ride to win, so there's just a plethora of answers in your toolkit for what's happening right now. So he's just going to go ahead and offer the trade with the pit rookie. Scuttle Crab very likely going to come in onto that Emperor's Dais. And again, I just don't think that the Diana cares too much about what's going on here. He has the Fizz to be able to overtake it. Might just want to deny that draw, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. So, Rune Runner in hand.
That's kind of the thing. You do have the Ruin Runner there, and you do have the Charm. Is that not enough? Because a Ruin Runner is just such a mountain for a Diana. And yeah, they overcame one, but that was at the cost of their Hui. And there is no Hui in hand now. They'd have to top deck it. So with very limited fuel, they'll have to go a very long way to get themselves into this game, and they only have energy left. They can't be playing the Scuttle Crab and also the Rune Runner. So they really have to go over their options. What is priority number one? And that is, in my opinion, staying alive. Make life difficult for the Diana as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, I hard agree here. I think if you are the Yi player here, you have to play onto the Emperor's Dais that Rune Runner, because otherwise Starcrossed comes down and you lose the game, right? So you can move into that open battlefield, Starcrossed, and then just overtake that open battlefield after the fact here. So now Master Yi player has to figure out how he gets around this.
Do you Rune Runner and then charm in the Ravenbloom student? Because I'm more afraid of the Ravenbloom student than of the Fizz, even with the Starcross there. Because of we saw in our semifinals match the dazzling heights that a Ravenbloom student can hit, right? And if they hit stack deck into a second stack deck into a Stupefy, right? That suddenly that is a five might Ravenbloom student, which can be challenging your Rune Runner.
Well, I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. There comes that Ravenbloom student into that base there, and now he has to decide whether or not he wants to use this Starcrossed. And he might just instead go for this Ride to the Wind here, and that will be the game. So there is that Ride to the Wind. Ravenbloom student going to be able to move on to that Targon's Peak, get himself that 7-point and hold to 8 here. We are going to a game number 3.
Yeah, this matchy is all out of options, and Diana waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yeah, you can look at that board all you want, Master Yi. It's not going to change the reality that you are going to game number 3. Diana, alive and kicking, but what is left in the tank here, Sasuke? Because it took everything out of the Diana deck to get this game across the finish line, and there is not Targon's Peak bailout in that game number 3. It's the hall in which a Master Yi can just keep you off of success the entirety of the time. However, other side of the coin, is Hall the answer to Ruin Runner?
Hall can definitely be an answer to the Rune Runner, but it is a double-edged sword here, right? Because your opponent does get to use it as well. You have access to Unguard, you have access to Discipline, you have access to Punch First, and all of these things are spells that work with this Abandoned Hall. And alongside a Rune Runner just means that your opponent has no interaction to deal with it here. You really kind of rely on Moonfall to hope that you can get enough subtraction on your opponent's side to where that Rune Runner isn't going to be able to find much effect, if at all. And, well, with that said, it is game 3. Your opponent's going to be on Star Spring going first. They have the first mates. They could just get the nuts. Turn 1 Lonely Poro, turn 2 first mate, move the Lonely Poro over onto the battlefield. Suddenly, Master Yi on turn 2 is at 2 points, gets to hold up an Unguard or a Punch First, and has 2 defenders.
It is a nasty situation to be. I'm not even sure if you would want to sideboard at this point, because I feel like both of these decks, well, I mean, I feel like a Diana might want to get a Baron Nashor back into the game. I still stand by that point, despite them getting it across the line this time around. But for the Yi, I feel like you've kind of reached terminal velocity in your current style, where You can't streamline a lot more than you have in this regard, and you're gonna have to stick to your guns. Maybe pivot away from the first mate now that you are going first for the first time in this series. I might add, to kind of pivot it back in your favor again, away from 3 drops and lean a little heavier into turn 2 plays. Maybe even get Azonius back in. Now that you're kind of playing the mind games of like, you probably have taken out your gear interaction, but am I sneaking it back in?
Yeah, I mean, listen, that ride to the wind there, I feel like was something that the Master U player had to play around. He knew that his opponent only had one top deck, and so I guess he was just saying, well, if he has it, he has it. And it really has felt like that's kind of been the story of both of these games here for both of these players. I think they've been playing exceptionally well. Just understanding that like you can't play around everything here, and sometimes your opponent just has it. And that has been the case for both of these players. I will say though, even if his opponent didn't have the charm, the Master U player would have had to figure out a way to get onto that other battlefield because there was just too much going on the side of the Diana player for him to have any other real shot at what was happening there. So the charm, unfortunately, did backfire on him in one of these rare cases where it does backfire. But I think that it really is just showcasing how good these players are.
You have to play to your strengths, right? And the reason we see, even though this is a card game, which comes with variance, which comes with, odds and not drawing the right cards, the reason we see the same names appear in day twos, in top eights, to see the same champions even happen on multi-day tournaments, which I cannot stress, the variance in these kind of games, it's high. To be able to see 2-time champions is bananas. But the difference between people that occasionally make it to day 2 and people that are consistently hitting top 8, despite all of us playing and dealing with variance in our decks, is they put themselves in the most opportune situations time and time again. They are willing to take the risk when the odds are, 70-30, 80-20, or know that, all right, and it's a big risk I'm taking, but all the alternatives are more bleak in comparison. Choosing your moment to take risks is what it's all about, not only in TCGs, but especially in Riftbound.
Yeah, listen, I think that one of the most important things to remember in Riftbound is knowing the difference of when you're supposed to play not to lose and when to play to win, right? And I think that charm line was look, he's like, I can no longer play to not lose. I have to play to win. And unfortunately for him, his opponent had it, right? So I think that was a really, really cool line. And I think a lot of subtleties, a lot of players would be like, oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. But what other outs did that player have? And it really felt like there was nothing left in the gas tank there. So he just had to hope that his opponent didn't find stack deck, stack deck, stack deck, and all this other crap. Or he can go for the charm and just hope that his opponent didn't find the ride to wind off the top there. And I think that was absolutely the correct line. And so because of this here, we are going to a game 3, and I think it really does kind of come off the back there of that Targon's Peak. Being able to have that turn 2 strong line makes things super awkward for your opponent here. I'm just
you have
very,
to keep in
very
mind here as
impressed
well,
with how
right?
both these players have been playing.
The overwhelming odds that this Yi was facing, because I think not too long ago he did put out the sabotage and he could confirm what was in hand. He knew for a fact that there was only, I think, two cards, I believe, that entered his hand since. So
Yeah, one of them was played in that
I
phase.
get how you can talk yourself into that. It was like, all right, it's only 2 cards. Surely not, right? And you can't live your life in fear. And the case where you can't live in fear is even more pressing in game number 3. Because right now, momentum is in Diana's corner. They are gearing up to lift a trophy, a second trophy in the Unleashed era. And could this finally be a peak performance for our Master Yi?
I think so. I think the Yi has pretty much everything in their toolkit to be able to take this year. Game number 3 with the Star Spring will feel really, really good here. Again, being able to guarantee that you get to go first, being able to play that Lonely Poirot into the first mate is the ultimate ideal here, because not only do you get to hold on to both battlefields, like I had alluded to, you get to hold up both punch first and on guard, and it becomes incredibly difficult to overcome that. Just like in the Diana game, where they get to go first with that Targon's Peak. Turn 1, you play the student. Turn 2, you get to go in. You get to hold up 3 as well as play that Diana, potentially 4 as well. So you have to play around Kha'Zix as well. There's just so many advantages to getting to go first with these Dex battlefields here, and it makes a lot of sense why they chose their going first battlefield first.
We are inching forward. Sasuke, after
Yes.
2 games, we have seen Diana come out on top. We have seen Yi crush his way up despite barren odds. Has your opinion changed on the relationship between these 2 decks whatsoever? After these 2 games, have you refined your opinion on the more nuanced predicaments that these decks can find themselves in this matchup?
No, I mean, I still think that it's very ever so slightly favored for the Master Yi player. It's not favored by much, albeit, but he does have the slight edges. I think if he's able to find these rune runners and put them out in the ideal turns, right? Turn 3, turn 4, put out 2 rune runners, you still have plenty of time to work with. And then on top of the fact that you get access to things like Pit Rookie, so that you can bring those rune runners from 7s to 8s on defense, makes things even more difficult. And then you just get to break through those front lines there with those punch first. It's going to be very hard to stop if you're the Diana player. On the side of the Diana player Diana though, you do have access to Moonfall, so you can essentially trick the Master Yi player on defense there with those Moonfalls. Bring in something like a Scuttle Crab or a Lonely Poirot. Just make those units ever so smaller. Essentially just push in a 0-byte unit and then weaken that rune runner from either 6 or 5 down to 3 or 4. And that becomes a lot more manageable. So we'll have to see exactly which storyline happens here, but I think that it's either player's game to take here, and it really just comes down to how well they can play around each of those effects and who draws better.
How important will Star Spring be in our game number 3? Because this is a very divisive battlefield in Unleashed. We've seen its potential with Sam D. Sherman, right, in Vancouver, the tricksiness of it, with the Grim Apothecaries, the last-minute ambulance bailouts, the cheating of tempo that can occur, especially when you're playing into a Hui. I understand why Yi was very reluctant to be fielding this battlefield at all, hoping to get the job done 2-0. How pivotal will this be?
I think the Star Spring favors the Yi a lot more than it does the Diana. Just allowing your defensive units that ability to move around, right? If you get a Rune Runner out and you're able to get him onto that Star Spring, protect him at that, then it's able to move on to that other battlefield fairly easily here. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. But I mean, also, again, that turn 2 play with that first mate, I think is just super, super pivotal here. We'll have to see exactly what happens. But I will say Star Spring definitely favors the Yi more than the Diana.
We will be experiencing all of the little nuances that come to play in our game 3 in the finals. And I wouldn't see it any other way, Sasuke. Every final should be going to game 3 by law. That is my opinion, and I will not be taking feedback on that. We are getting ready for game number 3, where Yi will be playing first for the very first time in this series. Winner hoists the trophy far above their head. Loser will be forgotten in history. Time to wager it all.
Yeah, so an okay start here from the Master Yi player. He has to decide what he wants to mulligan here, but I have to imagine it's the Charm and that non-first mate / Rengar card there, because I mean, you need the first mate for the Star Spring combo, and you need a 2 for that other part of the combo there. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. I don't know if he's mulliganed yet, but still making these final decisions here.
Yeah, and sculpting your hand at the start of the game, I mean, just ask Yellowcaster, who knows all about it. It is a science in itself. Finally, underway, top decking a card that will definitely make the turn one play so much easier. Getting another charm in hand as well. And if they can manage to get stuck on these battlefields and make sure that they can up the pressure from the very start, this Diana can be declined to even enter this game.
We'll see what happens here, but a Ruin Runner off the top as well. That is huge here. That actually might tell the entire story of this final game here. I mean, he has the ideal start. He can push in that Scuttle Crab onto that Star Spring. He could go ahead and play that first mate onto that Star Spring, push back the Scuttle Crab as well as ready it so he can go onto that Abandoned Hall. Here it is. I mean, this is the ultimate ideal start here. We'll have to see if the Diana has that gust, but we do know that in game number 2, he sighted it out. So Scuttle Crab is going to go in.
On to the Star Spring.
The ultimate start.
And the Star Spring is abusable, as we've seen before. However, it starts to get really finicky with the introduction of ambush units. And we know for a fact that Diana doesn't really play those a whole lot. I don't think I've seen a Kha'Zix in the list. Let me double check that real quick. No. I think we can confirm there are no Kha'Zixes in this Diana list. So the lines, the doors, the vaults for ambush are closed. Meanwhile, on Yi's side, no such thing. We'll definitely be keeping our plays open. So keep in mind that the tricksiness of Star Spring is all the way in Yi's favor. However, if Diana gets stuck on it, things might change just that little bit.
So, there's the other part of the Star Spring combo. Scuttle Crab very likely going to go into this Abandoned Hall here. And now, Master Yi's left up with a very difficult decision here. Do you go for the turn 1 charm and risk the gust? Or do you expect that the Diana sided out the gusts?
I think it's kind of tough to be arguing that the Diana sided out the gusts. I was actually very surprised to see that play come through at the very start, right? Because the combinations with Stupefies and bouncing either the Yi back to hand or making sure that these first mates cannot get through it. We will be committing to the play, tapping out to make sure that this Diana will not be able to get the ball rolling. Now, we'll be able to use the champion's ability, of course, but that will be looking to sign her own fate. And this is the hard spot to be in as a Diana, because if you cannot get those units onto your base, ready to go, and this Master keeps kicking you when you're down, how do you keep up?
I think for right now, the answer is you can't keep up. This is just so much pressure being applied here onto this Diana player. I mean, this early push here just means that it's going to be even harder to try and defend exactly what's happening on the side of the Diana player here. So 2 units going to get ready. He's going to be able to bring himself all the way up to 4 points. And now he'll be at 5 runes, which means that there is no rune runner for the time being. But that said, he'll be able to push back both of these units. His opponent is essentially tapped out here. If he does place himself down, a pit rookie can go ahead and challenge that Ravenbloom student, then push back both of these units to the base, and then at that point in time, it's going to feel pretty much over here on the side of the Diana. Really, there's only 2 runes available, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and pass with all of this energy available and threaten himself a Rengar on the side of Master Yi.
We are looking to get boots on the ground for Diana, because if you cannot get a presence going, then what are you even doing? 4 points behind, nothing like the first 2 games, where it was Diana who was getting the head start time and time again. When the tables are turned onto them, they are struggling to keep up. Can they even surpass the mighty Scuttle Crab?
Want to see what he decides to use the Stupefy on. I have to imagine it's that first mate because he's got the double Moonfall in hand. So pushing in, I would have to assume with that first mate would be correct here. So it looks like +2 is going to be applied onto this Ravenblood student. And then even with a punch first, this Moonfall will not be enough there. So just trying to clarify that he still has one more action available if he chooses. It's going to decline, and now his opponent will be able to see exactly what is in his hand here. So Diana going to go ahead and reveal the fact that he's got to ride the wind, a couple of Moonfalls to Stupefy, and I can't quite make out that final card there.
We'll be looking at a double Moonfall, looks like a flash. Ride the wind, Stupefy? Could that be the case? There would seem to be a lot of yellow in there. Could be glare from the lamps, but if it was life or death for me, I would put my money on flash.
He revealed the Raven Bloom off the top, right? Or was that last turn? That was last turn.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is a flash. So
time ticking away, and you can really start to feel, all right, now that Diana have gotten themselves a bit of a minor foothold, let's see how long they can hang on to it. Because end of the day, this Master Yi still has 5 energy open. He can still, I mean, you wouldn't really expect the Rengar to come through on this one.
No, the Rengar doesn't make much sense either because now you're on offense.
They'd have played it previously, right? It's
yeah,
they
no,
would have played it on defense.
Yeah, they would have played it on the defense. But the thing is now he can play the Rengar onto that Star Spring in response to the Moonfall, and then you know that your opponent has the second Moonfall anyways, so it feels very risky to do that kind of line there. And the fact that you still have 3 energy, actually 4 energy available, means that you really can't afford to play this Rengar this turn. So what once was a commanding position is no longer there. And it really just came down to just how big these Ravenblood students can get with this Bandit Hall. And now this Tide Turner, fairly free to go into the Star Spring, I have to imagine.
Yeah, now it is the Master Yi who finds himself with no able-bodied units to be pressuring this Diana off of these battlefields. Now, if they can find the opening, right? I mean, we have seen that there are first mates. We know that there are plenty of combinations to be threatening on that, but this is the part of the game where Master Yi struggles to get back onto the battlefields. That Master Yi passive is only coming through as a defender. So once you're fighting that uphill battle as the attacker, as the one laying siege upon the battlefield, is where you are, well, pushed to your limit, not playing to your strength. And I'm very curious to see how effective the holds will be from Diana.
Yeah, I mean, look, the first start to getting back into this game, I think, starts with this Rune Runner. It really needs to be onto this in base as soon as possible here, and it looks like that's exactly what he's looking at playing down here. The fact that this Abandoned Hall is something that you're going to have to avoid for a while on the side of Master Yi is definitely scary to deal with, but it gets around this Moonfall. It lets you kind of develop your board at least a little bit for the time being, and now it kind of soaks up 4 energy from that Diana player as well. And now, if you are Diana, it's going to feel fairly risky to try and play onto the Star Spring. And then because of that, you also have to be worried about a second first mate hitting the field here on that Star Spring, allowing this Rune Runner to kind of move around the entire map fairly freely.
This is where Master Yi remains calm, where he just has to accept that, all right, this is the lead I've garnered for myself. This is the room and time I've bought myself with those early pressure plays, so that I can freely develop a Ruin Runner, which I know will be such a headache for the Diana to be dealing with. Right? That Hui hasn't hit the field just yet. And even if it comes out right now, it's going to be very, very tricky to put it in a position where it can, in fact, be dealing with the Ruin Runner, especially if it's allowed to get out to an open battlefield.
Yeah, so this Moonfall alongside this Abandoned Hall is actually going to act as a defiant dance, if you will. Vex very likely going to hit the field here. I have to imagine in base though, and there she is. So 4 runes going to get exhausted, and yep, this Diana player does not feel comfortable at all dealing with this camel for the time being, which makes perfect sense. These camels have been an absolute nightmare for Diana's in the past, and will continue to be a nightmare here in game number 3. So.
It's not
Challenge
gonna get
is
easier.
available. Yeah, not
It's
going
not
to
gonna
get
get
any
easier.
easier, that's for sure.
Like the moment they are hitting these battlefields, it's only gonna get worse. Like the best opportunity for you to get in as the Diana is when these rune runners are on the attack, when you can at least whittle 2 might away from them in contrast to when they are defenders. However, you have to be mindful of the punch first threat, that extra 5 might that can turn the entire game on its head.
Yeah, listen, I think a lot of players disrespect punch first, but the fact that there's 3 punch first in the deck means that you kind of have to expect that your opponent will always have one in a
By
game.
this point, for
So
certain.
yeah, absolutely. So, you do have to respect it, play around it. Unfortunately, here for the Master Yi player, he does not. And the other thing that's incredibly risky here is that you have to play around that Moonfall. So, you have to figure out a way to get around the Moonfall effectively. Wants to go onto that Star Spring, avoid that Abandoned Hall for as much time as possible. And I have to imagine that a Pit Rookie is going to come down to just kind of give that Rune Runner that little extra push that needs to be able to hold on to that battlefield for the time being.
The one thing working in Master Yi's favor right now, and I mean, not to toot my own horn, but more on that later, is that they have the tempo lead. They are currently in the driver's seat. They get to dictate the pace because they are in the lead. If Diana matches on the Abandoned Hall, it will be Yi who will hit the 8 points before Diana does. So it's up to Diana to start to challenge this Roadrunner. And I mean, especially when the challenge are coming down, you are wishing like no one else in the universe that you had a Baron Asher waiting in your sideboard.
Yeah, so Vex going to get taken out. And you haven't seen any ride the winds, so I think you do have to play around it here. Now, Pit Rookie might be the choice here after the fact, but it does tap you under that 5-point threshold, 5 energy threshold, which means that the Rune Runner is just going to pass. So, Rengar going to be the card that remains. And I like this here too because it cuts off the Moonfall.
It cuts off the Moonfall. And the one piece that this Diana might have been angling for the last 5 minutes is that Hui. And it has finally entered the hand of our Diana. This will be such an important piece to be keeping alive, to be prioritizing, to leverage into a potential trophy. But it's going to have to cost everything. And with already one challenge out of the way, they might feel a little more confident bringing this Hui to the table. Riding the wind already on turn 1, that'll be 2 more moves that this Hui will be making, if allowed.
What a beautiful usage of this way here. Going to go ahead and use that Ride the Wind onto the Abandoned Hall. Does not want to allow the opponent a way to push into this way. So way here, just going to go ahead and go right into this Abandoned Hall, trigger the Ride the Wind, or trigger the move for the way from that Ride the Wind, and then ready him as well, which means that he will be able to move back to base after that fact here. So if he does find himself a second Ride the Wind, he can get his unit big enough to where it's just not possible to deal with here. He does also have that Fizz, so he has the second Ride the Wind if he wants it, but for now just wants to find a couple of cards and hopefully find himself a different unit to discard.
This is so telling, because you know what this practically confirms? It confirms that there's no Defiant hand for our Master Yi, which is such a big tell. When your opponent's sitting on 5 cards, 7 energy, and they are not defying your Ride the Wind, either they are like that's the biggest brain play I've ever seen in my life to get them in a false sense of security, Or the way more likely play is that they simply do not have it, because that would have been the best piece to be defying.
Yeah, I mean that's a very very intelligent read here. I have to expect that this Diana has made that tell as well, and now this Fizz feels fairly comfortable, if you will, being played. So I have to imagine that this way is just going to go back to base. He may as well discard himself another unit, but it could also mean that this Rune Runner has access to a punch first plus something else, which will feel very risky for this Way player. Sorry, for this Diana player here. And now, actually, what's interesting is now that all of the move triggers have resolved, he has another action available. Now he has to figure out how he's supposed to get around this big Rengar problem.
Yeah, and there you have a little bit of your issues coming through. Stupefy will be another 2 might swing, as it will be targeting the Hui once more. That will be bringing him up to 7. Will be pushing the Rengar down to 8 -1, 7 as well. So they're looking to trade right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is
as
a very,
Rengar
very
is a
big
surprise
for
defender
Rengar.
for everyone that's not in the know.
Now a second ride to the wind, though.
Ooh.
He's expecting a punch first.
This is the point in the match where it all comes down to. Do you expect your opponent to have it? We know they don't, but you know for a fact, what is your out here? What is your out? Because you could technically wait for the chain to clear as well, right? No, they'll be riding the wind right now over to the other battlefield. And if they can take down this Ruin Runner, they might be gearing themselves up for a championship run.
Oh man, what a beautiful ride the wind here. So he's going to be able to bring this Way back to base as well. So he's going to be able to trigger the Way once more and then potentially even able to discard another card. But this does mean that Master Yi does get himself a point. We'll go up to 6 points, in fact.
And now it is do or die. If they have the punch first and they cannot get over it, and we know for a fact they don't, then that could be suddenly the game that they are flexing through here. So it is not without risk that they can be punching their way to the top. Now, only a single energy still left. Your options are running thin. Do you
Question
fully
is,
commit?
do you? Yeah, I think that's the great question here. I think at this point you have to fully commit here. You have to say, okay, look, I'm going to send in the Way plus another unit. I have to play around one punch first. I can't afford to play around 2 of them. I'll have to see exactly what he decides to do here.
Because you're looking at 12 might currently. That will be enough to go over a single punch first, which, well, that is very respectful of our Diana. But can you survive what comes afterwards? Because a single first mate can be absolutely disastrous for the Diana. They are putting it all on the line. If they commit to the fight, and they have to, they cannot give over the double hold. If they commit to the full fight, they are holding on their championship dreams on the one hold.
Now, the question remains for this Diana player, does he have the punch first? And I think this is something that he's very, very much afraid of here. Just wants to send in exactly 12 and just say, well, if you have it, you have it. I can send it to the Ravenbloom student after the fact, and that's fine. And I think that's the correct line here. Just allow yourself that capability. Don't allow your Ravenbloom student to get eaten for free here. Just see if your opponent has it. If they have it, fine. I'll send in the Ravenbloom student. So really, really heads up. Really, really intelligent play here from the Diana. We'll have to see exactly if he goes back into this abandoned hall or if he just wants to take out that Rune Runner, deny his opponent's capability to push in on multiple battlefields here, but instead going to go ahead and send in everything, in fact, and play around.
I am in doubt with this play. I'm so in doubt with this play. I feel like you have to commit to the Star Spring because they can and most likely will bring back the Rune Runner on their own turn. Let's see how this unfurls for them. Abandoned Hall is Diana's battlefield. It's their signature almost. This is what people fear most. Rengar is already on -1 might, putting him just up to 7 to be beaten. Do they have to punch first? I think we cleared it beforehand that they don't have a lot of stuff to work with, but they are gambling a whole lot.
This is surprising to me. I think the Star Spring made a little bit more sense here, but I think he's potentially just going to go ahead and gust the Tide Turner. So that way, the Tide Turner gets to survive. Hui will have an opportunity to be played here. But yeah, very afraid. The gust does mean that the Tide Turner survives, and it allows him the ability to move across battlefields on that following turn.
The tricks are not done just yet, and you can see that the stress and the pressure is starting to mount onto the shoulders of our Yi pilot. Look at him going through his options. He is allowing it, stepping further, but the confidence that we saw in game 1 is no longer present. They are looking to take swift justice to the Rengar. But what is the price? Diana is fully tapped out. That is usually the moment to strike. But what does Yi have left in the tank? He is on the Star Spring. He can recall if need be. But when the tricks are starting to mount, when the hidden cards are being put down onto the battlefield, you have to think twice. You have to mull over your options, for it might be the last decision you make, not only this series, not only this day, but this entire tournament.
I think the U player just won it here. Look, he has the charm in hand. He has a way to push back this unit. He has the pit rookie as well. He can just pit rookie for now. His opponent's fully tapped out. There is no Ride the Wind available, guaranteed. So now, I mean, I think he's shaking because he just realized he just won right now here. I mean, this is absolute cinema here. Look, this buff is going to come down. Charm is going to go ahead and push back the Hui for free. He's going to go ahead and discipline as well, I guess. Just wants to play around any and all potential.
Wants to see all the cards there are. But it's surely our Diana's fate sealed, looking to move over. Will the charm be even necessary? You want to deny the hidden card. See it. Show it to us, Master Yi. Crown yourself champion. In the run-up, suddenly, all that stress has vanished. Excitement has taken its place. And he can't wait to get in there. Will just be rushing forward. GG is called. Master Yi proves himself a master, an eternal champion. Finally, the Wuju Bladesman reigns supreme and wins the Tianjin Open Championship trophy.
I mean, very, very well navigated here from the Master Yi player. I think it really came down to that last turn from the Diana. He should have gone into that Star Spring. I think it would have made things a little bit easier for him. And look at the excitement, the he's elated here. I mean, you could see the grin. He's trying to keep on a serious smirk here, but he just cannot help the excitement here. Congratulations to this Master Yi player. Very well navigated. I couldn't have... I think
this is what it means.
Played out of their
this is what it means
here.
for players at the highest level to be overcoming the odds, to go from the lowest in the series to the highest it could have been, making the decisions that make champions. That is what it's all about, and that is what it means to everyone involved. And honestly, it's the most beautiful thing you can see in TCGs when people who cares so much get rewarded for their passion, their dedication, and all the effort they've put in over not only this weekend, but all the weeks running up to it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the Master Yi list was very clean there. The disposal orders in Game 2 was very cool. Almost got him the win against that Fizz. But unfortunately, the Diana just had that... their strongest battlefield in that Targon's Peak, but game number 1 being etched out for the E player. I think the Diana was kind of forced into playing that around that Rengar a little bit too much, and it cost him the whole game in game number 1. And here in game number 3, I mean, I just don't think that there was anything the Diana player could have done except for go on to the
Oh,
Star Peak. But besides that, I mean,
there you
he
go.
did have that first
There
mate.
you go.
I mean, there's just pretty much everything that he could have asked for. He had it, which is unfortunate for the Diana player. But I mean, wow, what an incredible series! I think both of these players played out of their minds, and it really was just like I'm thinking 3 steps ahead. Actually, I'm thinking 4 steps ahead, and it just was just such giga brain plays from both of these players. And unfortunately, for the Diana player, the Master Yi had the slight edge, and it managed to carry him the whole series.
And I'm just so glad to see that even though these tournaments are happening time and time again, we keep seeing different results. Minor tweaks are making the difference. Minor adjustments in playstyle are making the difference, and we are continuing to crowning different legends as champions. And I mean, it's good to feel to have like an Origins legend take the crown once again, because honestly, I was starting to doubt the fact that Yi was capable of doing so, kind of in a similar vein when we like at the precipice of like Spirit Forged, where Aurelia was all the hype, but it was just not winning anything until like 2/3 into the set. We finally had some Aurelias push their way all the way to the top. Is this the new era of Yi then, where we knew it was capable, it never got the results? Is this the new benchmark for other decks to be capable of?
We'll have to see. I mean, I think Master Yi has a lot going for it, but it really struggles into the Sivir matchup in Aurora decks in particular. The fact that you're on 2 Akshan in the main deck as well as 2 Sabotage in the main deck really just showcases how much the deck struggles into the list. So I'll have to see exactly if these Master Yi players are able to survive all of the Sivir players, but I mean, there was no Sivir in the top 8 here in China, which is shocking to say the least. I think it's one of the best decks in the format, has very few bad matchups. Diana obviously being one of them, so it could have just been that the Diana players were pushing out all of the Sivir players, and we'll have to see exactly how this kind of trifecta, triangle meta, if you will, ends up playing out, because I think right now, Master Yi is a great matchup into that Lux Infinite deck that has been popping up here, or that popped up here in China, and then the Rek'Sai players obviously have a great matchup into it as well. So a new deck showing its face, pretty cool. We'll have to see if it manages to find more success in Utrecht. But for the time being, congratulations to this Master Yi.
Yeah,
Right.
congratulations indeed. And to kind of finish ourselves off, I think we need a neutral spectator from this side. So let's pull Plus back in. Plus,
No,
I think we had a lovely finals. How are you feeling at the outcome? Were you entertained?
absolutely. You guys did an awesome commentary job, but as well, what an epic showdown. Actually, the first game that ended up going to a decisive game number 3 in this top cut, because it was a 2-0 top 8, 2-0 top 4. So I was a little bit nervous we're going to get a 2-0 in the grand finals, but these guys going well over that 1 hour mark, but wouldn't have it any other way, as you said it earlier, Bandit. And to the point you were making where Mashi is positioned quite well in the meta, as Sasuke was saying, you have those main board actions. They do well against Sivir, but funny enough, they actually do pretty well against things like Aurelia. You steal the Guardian Angel, you steal the Boots of Swiftness as well, and then against
Zaire.
any other matches, like we see the Diana matchup, the one card that Mastery has been included ever since we saw the win from Vancouver, that Ruin Runner was pretty much the game deciding type card where you kind of are able just to hold it on the battlefield, and it's so incredibly hard for Diana to crack through that battlefield because it's uninteractable, of course. So we love to see it, and I expect Yi to continue to do a lot of great things. Very 1 week from today in Utrecht, I do think we're probably going to see at least maybe I was gonna say at least minimum 1 mastery in top 8, but who knows, maybe even 2 masteries in top 8 after this run.
Ooh, that's a hot take. Plus, I'll be very honest with you, because the one thing that China seems to struggle with to really get good results on are the LeBlancs.
True.
And I feel that the one thing keeping Yi in check in the Western scene are the fact that these LeBlancs are wreaking havoc upon these Master Yi strategies. So it is fully left open. I'm open to it. I hope that someone from China that is doing really well will be flying over and showing us how it is done. That would be a dream come true. I love these intercontinental face-offs, these showdowns between regions.
We saw a little bit out in Sydney. We might see it again 1 week from today. I am excited for it and looking forward to it. But man, what an amazing weekend! As Sasuke was saying, there's been quite some times where we've seen a lot of new diversity in the meta, and you know, set 3 hasn't let down. Weekend after weekend, we see new little things ever so slightly. But this weekend in particular, we saw a lot of new things. As Sasuke was saying, the Lux Infinite Loop just yesterday on round number 7. If you don't know what we're talking about, you definitely want to go ahead and rewatch that one. And then today, when was the last time we've had not 1 but 2 Rek'Sais make it into the top 8, as well as a Pyke for the first time ever in Riftbound history? Of course, it's set 3, so first time essentially ever it could be, but either or, a Pyke made it, Rek'Sai made it. What a great top 8, and that was the best I could ever see. I think one of the better Chinese regionals I could have remember recently. And as you said, Master Yi does take the crown. To add though, last little point, this is the second Master Yi to win in season 3. The first Chinese regional was taken by Master Yi as well in the Aurelia
Very
finals.
first.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Master Yi is just so well favored into most of the tier 1 metas, right? I mean, it's good into Aurelia. I know Bandit said that it's not great into LeBlanc, but I have a slightly different opinion on that. I would say it's closer to 50-50. It might even be slightly Yi favored, just because those rune runners are so hard for the LeBlanc to deal with. I mean, the best way it deals with stuff is with the Harness Dragons, and the fact that the Harness Dragon doesn't hit those rune runners is incredibly obnoxious for it. Not to mention it has access to primal strength, and primal strength, there is no answer for primal strength on a camel in those colors. It's very difficult to stop that kind of push. So I mean, very, very well navigated here from this Master Yi player. I have to see how he navigated the Sivir matchup, because very clearly this dude played out of his mind. We got to see it here in the finals. Again, huge congratulations to the Master Yi player, but these Chinese Master Yi players are built different, clearly.
Yeah, they're on another level, and I mean that is what I love about Riftbound, right? You can endlessly shadow box and go back and forth on interactions and favors on that kind of. I'm just gonna say, call the week and just leave it at that.
There we go.
But
But guys, I think that's
Sasuke
going to
makes
be a
some very good
conclusion. The Chinese stream actually ended before we ended our Runes and Rift co-stream, but that was a blast, guys. The Tianjin Regional Open does come to an end, and that will be an end for our side of things as well. But Bandit and Sasuke is doing a stellar job. Of course, as we always tend to do on my side of things, if you guys want to catch the top 8 deck list, I will post them on our Discord as soon as they get published on the Chinese side of things. So exclamation point Discord if you guys want to go ahead and hop up in there. But for now, Bandit and Sasuke, if you want to let these guys know where they can catch you online or maybe on a future stream, hint, Bandit, you know, there's a nice little stream they can probably catch you at 1 week from today. No,
It's like,
now that you
I think
mention it.
you guys have heard of it, actually. Utrecht, right?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah, so
Yeah.
on this little, it's kind of like an indie channel. I think it's called Riftbound or something. Yeah,
Right.
no, for those not in the know,
really
I'll
small
be
indie company.
yeah, small indie company. No, I'll be not on the Runes of Riftcast next week, but in Utrecht on the main broadcast, covering it live. So yeah, peace out, suckers. I'm big time now.
Oh yeah, I love to see it. But guys, I'll put
but
Bandit's,
honestly,
socials as well
yeah,
here
no,
in
Plus.
the Twitch chat and YouTube chat.
Yeah. Big shout out to Plus, by the way. Like having a platform to just put in the hours and cover primarily also like the Asian tournaments that don't have a main English broadcast. Such a boon, not only to casters but to the community in general as well. It's very, very thankful. Also, so much fun to do the finals. And Sasuke, always good to have you by my side, buddy.
Absolutely. It's been a long time coming. I think our first cast together was a couple of months ago, actually. I think might have been like at the end of season 1 or start of season 2. It was an absolute
Something like
blast
that, yeah.
casting with you. Yeah, and I mean, you know, even better this time around as well, I'd say. So I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch your journey and see you just improve in terms of caster, and now you're all the way already with Riot Games
Stop it.
casting.
Stop it.
So, uh,
Stop
it's going to be amazing to watch you at Utrecht. I hope to see you with Medic, because I think you two would be a really good duo. So I'm excited to see that.
Good
No comment.
assumption here, right? We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, but that said, if you guys want to be able to find Caster, please follow him on Twitter, Caster Bandit on Twitter. And then if you want to be able to find me, you can find me at SasukeX on Twitter, or you can find me on YouTube at Sasuke TV, and Twitch at Sasuke TV.
I mean, you
And
talked
guys,
to Sandy Sherman recently, didn't you?
I did, yeah, it was a great interview.
Go watch
He's-
that. Guys, go watch. There's a YouTube channel with Sasuke, and he talks to finalists. It's great. Go watch him.
For sure. I put all those links on the YouTube chat. You're already on YouTube. Might as well check it out since the regional has come to an end. But guys, big ol' love to both of these guys for helping us out, closing out this epic show. What was the TN regional? Now eyes are forward for the weekend that comes. It is going to be Utrecht. Maybe we'll see a little bit of spice that we saw here. As we alluded to, the Lux might come into play. I don't think we're going to see too much success, but we'll probably see some people running it in the Swiss rounds. I want to know if Rek'Sai was just a one-time thing, or he actually has a little bit of merit to him, as well as this Pike deck. So I am excited to see the bigger regional on the Western/EU side of things. That is going to be a blast to witness as well. But for now, we're going to be closing it out. And I got to get some rest. That is a 9-hour stream, pushing it, or 9.5-hour stream. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the hay for this time being. Bandit and Sasuke, thank you fellas so very much. But everyone at home, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you guys on a future stream. Take care for now though, guys, everyone. See you on the next one.